to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, one more day here in this cool, rainy city, and off to Arizona we go. That's right. Marcus Boucher getting on a plane again on the company dime. You ready to go to Zona, buddy?
Murph, I'm the new traveling man, and yes, I have the itch for Scottsdale. I've got the itch for spring training. I got the itch for some damn baseball, Murph.
We'll be giving you guys broadcast Thursday and Friday as things will start to ramp up from this hibernation we've been in here a little bit. Warriors will get back at it with the Lakers tomorrow night. The 49ers may be naming a D coordinator any minute now. Any minute now. We
stay
should hear
tuned.
it. So, but yeah, you're just a little bit on this Arizona trip, buddy, because this is a morning tradition here to go down there. Your history in the Cactus League is?
Zero.
Whoa.
Nada.
Whoa.
Have never been, Murph.
Whoa.
When you and Paulie Mack are taking these
Okay.
spring training trips, I'm stuck behind the glass here in San Francisco.
You know, pre-Paulie Mack, I did it every year with my buddies, that so-called dream trip that I go on with my buddies. And it was named Dream Trip because of the 1992 Dream Team. Our first one was 93, buddy.
Ooh.
93. Yeah.
So you've kind of seen the development of
Big
Scottsdale
time.
over the years.
Although my buddy Malcolm had gone, I came just after they renovated what is currently Scottsdale Stadium, although you're going to see even more renovations than that. I think like in the late 80s, early 90s, it was still an old wooden bleachers. Like wooden bleachers and like cyclone fences.
Ooh, I like the feel of that.
Yeah. Now it still is I always like to call it the Fenway and Wrigley of the Cactus League, because all these places now have these fancy, the Dodgers and the White Sox and all these people and the all have these glorious new gleaming temples that seat 15,000. Scottsdale remains the most intimate little one right there, nestled in Old Town Scottsdale, buddy.
And I've always heard from like the baseball fan perspective that this is on the baseball bucket list, to go down to Scottsdale for spring training, just kind of enjoy the sounds and the sights. The only problem is, Murph, we're flying out Friday before any games are being played.
So your bucket will remain unlisted, all right, buddy?
I'll take my bucket to Scottsdale. I just don't think I'm filling it up.
You're going to get just a smidge of a bucket. You do owe it to yourself to go down for multiple days and just unwind. Marcus, I'd like to say, let your hair down, buddy. Let your hair down.
But Murph, I'm hyped up just to hear the crack of the bag, just to see Patty Bats hitting a couple fungos, Marco Luciano taking a couple backhanded ground balls, Patrick Bailey throwing a couple guys out, and you know I'm hyped up for a couple bullpen sessions.
I'll tell you this. Tim Flannery used to be that when it wasn't spring until he started running bunting drills.
Nice.
While you were broadcasting, he would get out there with the pitching machine, and the bunts were being laid down. You're like, okay, here we go. They don't do that anymore, though. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Melvin's doing it. Maybe Matty Williams is doing it. Maybe Patty Burrell's doing it.
Oh,
Who
Murph,
knows?
you know me as a former pitcher, I'm fiending to see some PFPs, some pitcher fielding practice. I want to see these guys cover first. I want to see some butt coverage. I want to see them drop the hits, throw a ball down the third.
So what we'll do is we'll broadcast, and then they'll start working out. We'll get the best players we can. And, guys, we're going to try to bring everybody from down in Scottsdale. And then they'll stop coming to the booth because they'll start working out. And then while we're doing our last hour, you'll be watching all those. It'll all be playing out in front of you, buddy.
Oh man,
You'll be swept away.
I mean, the audience probably thought I was distracted.
Baseball.
The audience probably thought I was distracted at Radio Row, seeing like Cam Newton walk behind our broadcast. You're telling me I'm gonna get Patrick Bailey and live baseball behind the broadcast, Murph? I don't know if I'm gonna pay attention to a single thing you say.
A 6'11" Sean Jelly covering first on a ball hit to the right side.
Dude,
that's what I'm telling you right now.
I like it after I was watching some clips of Sean Jelly breaking the bat of new Giant center fielder Jung Ho Lee the other day.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know if it's a good thing or not. I'm just glad that they're playing baseball, Murph.
Well, happy Wednesday morning, everybody. We will be there tomorrow and Friday. But in the meantime, we got Bay Area sports to cover for you. And also just kind of like wondering how everybody's doing, their Bay Area sports heads are doing right now, because it is awfully quiet. USF St. Mary's last night.
Nice. Check
out that at all?
I missed that. I just shut down my cable package because obviously I'm moving to the city. So
exciting.
I've got no cable right now. I'm running dry bones, Murph.
Can't you do that on a phone, though?
Probably.
Because you don't have cable access on the phone then.
No, they cut it off. Xfinity's not giving me no love
How's that feeling,
anymore.
by the way, to be cable-free?
It's kind of nice to cut the cord.
Yeah.
And you know me. I've got plenty of websites to find games if I need to or not, but I don't have internet or cable right now.
A guy who fiends like you do for gambling, how do you do in this quiet time when there's nothing to gamble on?
Oh, Murph, I start betting on like our guy Oppo in the garage and whether or not he's going to be able to fit my car or get it out of the back in time.
Did you and Oppo have an experience this morning?
I'll say over under yesterday. It took me about 25 minutes to get out of the garage. So I'm going to start taking bets with Paul
Why did you park so far back yesterday?
Well, because all the spots were taken up
You
front.
could have parked right next. You don't like that little spot I park in.
All right, now it's my problem that they shove 1,000 cars into a 50-car garage. Like it's literally a game of Tetris in there.
You did choose to go way in the back. I thought you were maybe lighting one up or something back there.
No, not before the show, Murph. Come on.
Oh, really?
I'm a professional.
Unheard of
I'm
in
a
the history of the leader here.
Hey, now.
Anyway, USF St. Mary's last night was pretty much the only thing going. So, so you're packing up. That's what you're doing these days.
That's it, dude. I'm just packing boxes, getting ready for the big move. What about you? How was your Tuesday
You know what the
night?
Murphys did, believe it or not? So the kids were not. So it's ski week, or President's Week, or whatever you want to call it, midwinter break, whatever you want to call it. So most everybody in our extremely affluent community is in some frickin' 0.01% skiing destination. They're like in Zurich or
Shout out the
frickin'
0.1%.
dude, are you kidding me? They look down on your boy.
Zurich.
They look down on your boy.
I don't know if I know where Zurich is, Tony.
You're looking at the. You're looking at. Don't play Jeopardy anytime soon.
Oh, zero chance. I'm out of the first round.
So, you're looking at your boy here.
You're a Zurich head.
But they look down on your boy. I'm a working man. They're off in Zurich, buddy. Zurich.
Where the hell is Zurich?
You don't know where Zurich is?
I have no idea.
It's in Switzerland, bro.
Okay.
You down with Switzerland?
I've never been to Switzerland.
Okay,
I don't think I'm going anytime in the future.
You've been to Europe?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Yeah.
That was like a college road trip as soon as I got out.
Yeah. Anyway,
Switzerland was on the artillery.
So we're just hanging around the house doing nothing, and I'm trying to beef up my 16-year-old kid, Big Deck Murphy, and he's got a buddy who watches a lot of movies. He's like, man, Henry's watching all. I said, well, I'll show you all the movies you need. So I've been trying to educate him on the great movies of our lives. You know what I mean? So yesterday I said, come on out, it's time for a classic. Bull Durham.
Nice.
Bull Durham, which, by the way, remains all-time classic.
Oh, it's...
all-time classic. However, when you're watching with your 16-year-old son, you forget just, can I say this word on the air? Just how much boning is going on in Bull Durham.
Well, Murph, he's 16. He's around that age.
It's cool,
he knows
but
what's going on.
Oh, he totally knows. But usually you're supposed to watch those without your old man.
See, yeah,
and your mom.
That's always an awkward kind of experience when you're watching an R-rated. Like even me as the 30-year-old, like over Christmas break, we were watching a couple movies and like a sex scene pops up on screen and you're like,
dude, you
I'm
forget.
here with my mom and dad. This is kind of awkward.
How about shout out 24-year-old me, still living at home before I went off to live in Ireland. Me and my mom watching the Seinfeld episode, The Contest. Remember the one where the master of their domain? Who could hold out the longest? Remember?
You watched that with your mom.
With my mom.
Nice.
And I caught her laughing, too. I caught her laughing. Yes, I did. But anyway, Bull Durham, all-time classic, but extremely sexual movie. Extremely. I forgot. Like kind of it's kind of as much about sex as it is about baseball.
I was going to say, that's a big theme in the movie, Murph.
It's a huge theme. But the baseball scenes are phenomenal. They really are. And shout out, Costner's legit swing. He's got a legit hack at it. Just all the little things in there. His inner monologues when he's in the box, when he's like, come on, meat, throw me that weak A-S. You know what I mean? You can't throw that weak A-S past me. Or when he gets ejected for calling the ump the CS.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, did you call me that? No, I said it was a CS call. Are you going to call me a CS? No, I said it was a CS call. But you are a CS. All that going on. I mean, it's just great profane language, great comedy, great baseball.
It's probably one of the best baseball movies that exemplifies the trash talk and like kind of the inside baseball lingo between catchers and pitchers and that whole relationship.
The way he handles. So anyway, so that's what we did. And to anybody wondering, yes, it stands a test of time. Yes, Costner remains tremendous. Yes, Sarandon's sexy as hell. And yes, if you're going to watch it with your kid, just, be ready for a little birds and the bees. Yes! That's all, just birds and the bees. So, all right, guys, we got to get into the news of the day. The 49ers may be naming a defensive coordinator anytime now. Anytime. And right now, by the way, just shout out to John Lynch and the Niners, because remember, they pride themselves on being tight-lipped. Remember that whole thing where John Lynch said he tested Jed when he got hired to see if there'd be a leak?
When he was leaking false information?
Yes.
That's a high IQ move. That's a survivor move right there from John Lynch.
You got to go to Zurich to study things like that.
I bet.
But we don't know. There's been no name. No name has been leaked.
Silence, Murph.
Yeah. I mean, not even an Adam Schefter, an Ian Rappaport, a Mike Silver.
Does that convince you that they're probably going to go with an in-house option since we haven't heard anything about external interviews?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I really am flummoxed. I saw Peter King went on the record saying he thinks Pete Carroll is a legit option. Would you be ready for Pete Carroll? Would you? I mean, I just don't think Pete Carroll at this stage in his life, unless he's just goofy enough to be, hey, I'm 72. I'm from the Bay Area. He grew up in Marin County. He was born in San Francisco. He used to watch Willie Mays play at Candlestick. You know, he's a
coach for the 49ers,
coach
obviously.
for the 49ers, exactly. If he has just a lark that he wants to come down and be a D coordinator under Kyle.
Hey, and who knows? Maybe he's looking for a little bit of revenge against the Seahawks for pushing him out the door.
You probably, yeah. I mean, would you accept it?
I would.
Would you embrace it?
I think that's a more likely option than the Bill Belichick rumors we keep on hearing, because I don't think Bill's going to go down for a DC job.
No.
That's not happening. I think Pete Carroll is
probably the
much more likely,
safest and most likely one is Brandon Staley, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although there's no path, there's no history with Brandon Staley and Kyle, right? There was no history with Kyle and Steve Wilkes, though.
Well, that's the thing, because Brandon Staley worked with Sean McVay with the Rams, and we know Kyle's relationship with McVay, so there's got to be some type of crossover there.
Maybe I probably should have boned up on my Brandon Staley coaching tree before I made that statement. Mm-hmm. But the point is that we're getting ready for that today. Mm-hmm. So be ready. It could come during the show.
That's it, Murph. And I have a couple in-house candidates I want to talk to you about on the other side.
Okay, why don't we do that? So Niners D coordinator is a topic. Of course, at some point this morning, the Warriors are getting back at it tomorrow against the Lakers. Steph Curry's talking. Draymond Green's talking. Interesting comments there. And, of course, Bob Melvin started talking about the Giants' starting rotation, too. These are all things we will hit today on a Monday, but the Niners D coordinator is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about that D, baby?
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer. That's right. Newly Hall of Fame member Patrick Willis stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday to talk about being inducted into Kane. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, tomorrow and Friday we'll be live in Arizona. Cactus League baseball broadcast coming your way for Thursday and Friday on KNBR. A tradition to go on down there and get you guys ready. First game is Saturday, by the way. What is this hauntingly mellow rejoin here that you... This petering out. Good Morning by Kanye West.
Good morning.
All right.
Ooh.
So, by the way, let's address the elephant in the room.
Morning.
When Marcus and I, started the show back in, early December, we were like, well, what do we do for opening music? You know, I mean, we're not going to use the same music Paulie and I had. We can't. It's just a different show, right? So Paulie, Marcus and I saw a War on Drugs up on Mount Tam, and they're a cool band. They're cool. They got a cool sound. They got a cool vibe, and they got a cool song called Under the Pressure that has a nice little jam. And we said, let's just go with that because it's got a cool jam. It's got no lyrics to interfere with your opening.
Yeah,
you know?
And I thought it was cool meaning behind it because that was one of the first times me, you, Paulie Mac all kind of hung out outside of work.
Yes.
We were up on Mount Tam enjoying Sound Summit. So that's kind of the meaning behind it.
All sorts of reasons. Plus, it's a good group. Now, we got haters, though. We got a guy who texts in every morning. He says, I hate this music. Change it. It's weak. I'm just letting you know, guy, there's a story behind it. There's a reason we chose it. I like it. But I don't know, putting it out there. Just if anybody wants to, if there's a stampede from the people that they want us to change it, I don't know, we can discuss.
And we've thrown out other options. Me and you have discussed Steve Miller Band.
Yeah.
We've discussed Andre Nickatina, maybe a little 4 a.m. Bay Bridge music.
Yeah. This is it.
And this is Tony piping it in right here.
I think it helps if you play it as a bed longer into the opening segment. Instead of petering it out immediately. Yeah, here it is. There it is. No, you keep the bed underneath while the hosts talk, buddy, and then it edges in there. Yeah, exactly. So, there you go. Good job, Tony. I just wanted to acknowledge the creative Tony. I mean, young Tony likes it.
That's it.
He's all in.
Young Tony's turning to the text line and saying,
hold that, haters.
There you go. All right, I wanted to get to that. Okay, so we teased before the break. You said you had a thought on the Niner D coordinator. And by the way, I just wanted to bone up on this. Brandon Staley. Yeah, he doesn't have any connection to... He was a grad assistant at Northern Illinois for 3 years. He was at D3 St. Thomas for a year. He was at a JC in Hutchinson, Kansas for a couple years as an assistant head coach. He was an assistant in Tennessee for a year. He was a D coordinator at John Carroll D3 for a year. He was a D coordinator at James Madison, which is FCS, or what we used to call Division I AA, for a year. Then he was at John Carroll again for 2 years before he made the big leap to the Bears in 2017. Was with the Bears for a couple years as a linebackers coach. Was a Broncos coach for a year as a linebackers. Then he became a D coordinator in 2020 for the Rams 1 year and then made the quantum leap to become the Chargers head coach in 2021. So he really has no connection to Kyle other than if you count being Sean McVay's D coordinator in 2020, which isn't really a connection, but sort of, kind of.
So how would you feel about Brandon Staley after his obvious failure as a head coach with a Los Angeles Chargers team that has a ton of talent on it? How would you feel about him coming in as the defensive coordinator?
Weird about it. And also, he only has 1 year as a D coordinator. But it was the year they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was 2020.
And that defense was really, really good. And we've seen it before in the NFL. Guys struggle as a head coach, but succeed as a defense coordinator. I mean, look at Steve Spagnuolo as an example. Really didn't have success as a head coach, and now he's got 4 titles as a defense coordinator.
Yeah. I think his work as a head coach was mostly blunders in terms of strategy and late game clock management and fourth down goes.
Yeah.
Those were the things that undermined him. So I'm not going to hold that against him as a D coordinator. He wouldn't be making any of those calls as a D coordinator. So he's young. He's 41. So there's that. But you had a thought prior to that?
Yeah, because we've talked about a few internal candidates because with the news, or should I say report yesterday from Tim Kawakami that the 49ers are on the verge of announcing their new defensive coordinator, I was kind of curious that we haven't heard anything about potential interviews, whether it is Brandon Staley, Rex Ryan, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, all the big names that you hear about. So that would lead me down a path that maybe they're going to go with an internal hire. Now, we've talked a lot about Chris Kacerek, the defensive line coach, and whether or not he'd be willing to move from the defensive line to the DC position. We talked a lot about Johnny Holland, who's the linebackers coach, who is obviously dealing with health issues off the field.
Yeah,
so we don't know what his future looks like. A name that I keep hearing being popped up now is Nick Sorensen, who's a defensive back assistant coach for the 49ers, former Kansas City Chiefs safety. And now it seems like there's a lot of links to Nick Sorensen as a potential in-house candidate that they've kind of been grooming over the last couple seasons to step up as a DC.
Okay, that's a guy. Nick Sorensen played at College of Virginia Tech. He had 1 year as the Niners' D passing game Nichols coach, so a secondary guy. This is after we just discussed the fact that Steve Wilks was too focused on the secondary, and you want more of a front seven guy. So that's kind of interesting. Anyway, Adam Schefter did speak about it on a podcast. And you know Schefter, don't forget, Schefter, as much as he tries to downplay, Schefter's very connected to the Shanahans. He and Mike Shanahan had a deep relationship in Denver for years and years and years. He kind of became, for lack of a better word, kind of the Shanahan's personal reporter kind of thing, you know? And so Kyle, he watched Kyle grow up. Schefter was covering the Broncos for the Denver Post all during the Shanahan years. They are very close. So I take things Schefter says on the Niners pretty seriously because he's connected. So here he is on the Niners in their history of promoting coaches in-house.
I think the 49ers have had great success with promoting people within their system. Right? It worked on offense. Bobby Slowick moved up the ranks. Brian Griese has moved up the ranks. I'm just trying to think of other offensive coaches. They've always had success there. On defense, promoted Robert Saleh. He worked out. Promoted DeMeco Ryans. He worked out. And I know that last year when they were hiring, they felt like the right thing to do was, okay, let's stay in-house. But then in the end, Steve Wilks is so impressive that they're like, you know what, let's bring him in. But it never seemed to fit. Like, you could look at whatever numbers you want. That defense, I'm sorry, just didn't look exactly the same as it had in other years.
Okay, so he's talking about the in-house history, and he's correct. Saleh and Ryans were in-house. Wilks was not. So there is a little bit of history that if you stay in-house, I mean, a lot of this stuff is sort of case by case, too.
Definitely, but I think when we're talking about a guy like Nick Sorensen, it's important to point out that he started with the 49ers in 2022. So that means he spent a season with DeMeco Ryans. He predates Steve Wilks. And even if you want to look further back into his coaching history, he was a defensive back coach with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
We know that Kyle Shanahan wants to run that 4-3 base defense, that Seattle defense that Pete Carroll ran for so many years. So this is a guy that not only has ties to DeMeco, but also that 4-3 system.
Yeah, that is correct. And so that Seattle tie is something that definitely raises a green flag for this guy. 8 years with the Seahawks, special teams assistant, secondary coach, and secondary coach nickel specialist. Okay, so if instead of getting Pete Carroll, you get the younger version, the younger, cheaper version. You know
Somebody that worked and learned under Pete Carroll.
Yes, exactly. So he was with Carroll for 8 years. Yeah, and he did special teams too. Maybe he can double dip as a Niners D coordinator guy or a special teams guy. He did play in the NFL for 10 years with the Rams, Jags, and Browns. Okay.
Also played for the Chiefs, correct?
Not according to this bio I'm reading. It just says Rams, Jags, and Browns. So take it up with the guy who wrote the bio.
Okay.
All right. So did play at Virginia Tech. So anyway, here's Schefter on that very topic. Nick Sorensen. Now, we're not saying it's a done deal. We're just saying the Niners are getting close to hiring a D coordinator. Staying in-house is one thing. And here's the guy, Nick Sorensen.
And to me, the guy that you look at on staff right now would be the former safety who once played for the Kansas City Chiefs, Nick Sorensen. He's on the staff right now. Young guy, right? Has had something of a history with the 49ers. Right now, they call him the defensive passing game specialist, nickel back coach. born in 1978, so that would make him, 44 years old. He basically played as a safety in the NFL in St. Louis, in Jacksonville, in Cleveland, and has been a pro coach in Seattle with the Jaguars and with the 49ers since 2022. He's a guy that they've groomed. So we'll see whether or not they turn to him, but he's a guy that makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, so there it is, man. We're just getting that out there, guys. I mean, Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick are like the sexiest names out there. Belichick ain't happening, right? It ain't happening.
No.
Okay, just for any number of reasons. The guy wants to face. You're not going to catch Don Shula's all-time win record as a D coordinator for the Niners.
No,
okay?
you're not.
And you're a Maryland, New England guy. You're not moving out to California at this age, and you're not paying him how many millions of dollars he needs.
No. And that's the thing with guys like Bill Belichick and even Pete Carroll. They've already won Super Bowls. They're not ring chasing at this point of their career. They could ride off to the sunset right now and be happily retired. Now, Bill obviously wants to break the all-time record and get the most wins, but unfortunately for him, there's not a head coaching job open right now. But I just don't see Bill Belichick accepting a DC role anywhere in the NFL.
So, Tim Kawakami, who does a good job staying connected to the Niners, in his column, he says his realistic guesses are Indianapolis defensive coordinator Gus Bradley and Jets defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, former Niner. Mm-hmm. So those would be lateral moves for those guys. Interesting names there. We'll keep them out. The point is the Niners have kept this thing pretty tight-lipped, man. One last one here, and then we'll get to the guest list, and that is Schefter's talking about, well, what about Brandon Staley? He says he could come on in a different role.
I know that they've talked to Brandon Staley. He's a guy also, but I could see Brandon Staley coming in an advisory consultant type role. I could see Nick Sorensen being the defensive coordinator, and we'll see where they wind up going with that. A lot of people have brought up Bill Belichick. Allow me to break it right now. Bill Belichick is not going to be the defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Well, yeah. You could think about it. You could wonder about it, but it's not going to happen. Bill Belichick is not going to be the next defensive coordinator of the 49ers, Daniel.
Well, there it is. So as fun as it would have been, it ain't happening. All right, well, any minute now, we'll get the Niner new D coordinator, and as we've seen, it's got a lot of different names been thrown out there. Nobody is reporting a lead candidate other than Schefter mentioning Nick Sorensen, the longtime Seattle assistant who's been with the Niners for a couple years. So, guest list time.
Murph, real quick, I do want to clarify on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line with people checking in. It was Daniel Sorensen who played for the Chiefs, not Nick Sorensen. Me and Schefter both got that one wrong.
Shout out to just Sorensens in general. Multiple Sorensens.
We're going Mount Sorensen more.
Mount Sorensen more. That's the only two I got.
I got you Daniel and Nick. That's it.
That's it.
808 KNBR is the number.
We're done. But it is, I believe, sounds like a Dutch name, perhaps, which brings us closer to Zurich. You know what I mean? In Amsterdam.
Freaky deaky Dutch.
All right, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 2/21/24. 2/21/24, the day before we go to Arizona, Thursday and Friday. Looking forward to that very, very much. Give you guys Giants baseball. What do you got, buddy?
All right, well, we can get the Gigante talk started at 7:35 this morning. Dwayne Kuiper breaking down the start of spring training. First game this Saturday, Murph.
You know, we haven't asked Kruk or Kuiper, and that's on me, buddy, because I've made a note, and I keep feeling, this jersey controversy, this jersey brouhaha.
You're big on these new Nike jerseys.
It keeps showing up in my feed. People keep talking about it.
Which is interesting because they debuted these Nike jerseys last year at the All-Star game, and they got a lot of positive
I don't know
reviews.
what's going on. I need more information on this, but people are pissed. Players are pissed.
All right. We'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper, 7:35, get into our big hit, the cooler of content. Then at 8:50 this morning, Murph, it's a friend of the program. We're talking to the one and only Chris Wondolowski, a.k.a. Wando.
Nice. And that's the Ted Ramey call. And newly minted Bay Area Sports Hall of Famer.
That's it. And the San Jose Earthquakes kicking off their season this Saturday, a game that you can hear right here on The Sports Leader.
That's new. All right, good.
That's a plug for all my Earthquake heads down there in the 408. And then 9:15 this morning, we'll cap off the show talking more DC candidates with Mike Silver.
Well, all things Niners with Mike Silver, including Kyle Shanahan. Kyle's beginning to... Tell you, man, the more people talk about this, the more heat is coming in on Kyle, too. We'll get into that. Hey, on the other side, Bob Melvin started talking about the Giants' pitching rotation. What do you think of it? Next on The Sports Leader.
Death, taxes, Wondolowski.
Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. Warriors back at it tomorrow night, taking on the Lakers. That'll be fun. We'll see what happens with that run. 3 games in 4 days at home. So you get out to Chase Center, do your thing. You'll be, without giving away the key code to your new apartment, Marcus, you can skip on down to Chase Center, right?
I'll be in the neighborhood, Murph.
Right,
I'll be in the neighborhood.
I expect you to be there sometime this weekend. So, we will be in Arizona Thursday and Friday, and that is what I teased before the break and wanted to get into a little bit. And that is that we're going to be going down there, and I'm very excited. But at the same time, am I very excited? Because, well, the Giants are just okay. You had the Vegas over-under the other day at 79. Was that you or some other show I heard?
I think it's right around 79, 80.
Was it? I think I heard Johnny Lund say it. Bro, that's, that's discouraging.
Murph,
Okay.
Some would say it's somewhat breaking even.
Oh, boy. So, anyway, we're going down, and we're going to check out this pitching rotation, and Bob Melvin finally addressed it. And it's kind of what we kind of knew was going on. So, obviously, Logan Webb. By the way, all the pressure in the world on Logan Webb. All the pressure in the world on Logan. And I think Logan Webb has expressed through back channels, there's a little too much pressure on Logan Webb. I mean, he's not afraid of pressure. He'll run towards it. He says, give me the damn ball, but he would like a little help. You know what I mean? He would like a little. Now, does Robbie Ray count as help? Yes.
In July.
In July.
Yeah.
Does Alex Cobb count as help? Yes.
Of
And
course.
he's supposedly ahead of schedule. Okay. Does Kyle Harrison count as? No, you can't say that about Kyle Harrison right now. He's way too young. And by the way, as we get to this rotation story I teased here, Kyle Harrison is just in the rotation. Did we not end last year with the Giants kind of yo-yoing him and messing with his head a little bit and not giving him the full vote of confidence?
And that's why last week when we had Bob Melvin on the show, I asked him about that inning restriction, the pitch count that Kapler and the crew had Kyle Harrison on last year, which made no sense in my opinion, how they were jumping from 30 pitches to 50 to let him go 6 innings or whatever the hell they're doing with Kyle. But it sounded like they're going to let Kyle go deeper this year. And I believe we actually have the quote from Bob Melvin talking about whether or not Kyle will have an extended leash going into the season.
I don't think inning restrictions, and there's no scientific, facts on innings level, if it's 20 innings 1 year and whatever. I think it's more about, especially with younger guys, early in the season, maybe not throwing too much at them. Now, we expect it to push them and we expect to stretch them out. With some of these younger guys coming to camp, which really have to be careful is they're just coming out, mid-season form right away, trying to impress, and they're still young. So there's a period of acclimation and build up that we're probably a little bit more cognizant with the younger guys, guys like he and Keaton Wynn, but we expect to with these starters, hopefully, push them a little bit further and take a little bit off the bullpen, especially as the season goes along.
Well, that's good news that you theoretically under Brian Price and Bob Melvin, starters will go deeper, and theoretically under Brian Price and Bob Melvin, there actually is a rotation.
Yeah.
So that's the good news. The bad news is what the rotation is. It's to say it's unproven is to what am I trying to say here? Is to sort of like compliment the word unproven. It's extremely unproven.
Yeah, it's an understatement.
So it starts with Logan Webb at the top. Understatement. Thank you. Number 2, Jordan Hicks, who we all know he's started 8 games, right?
Yes.
8 games in his career. Number 3, Kyle Harrison. According to my stats here, guys, he 7 starts. Is that right?
Around
I got the
that
overview over
ballpark,
here.
Yeah.
7 starts in his game log here. And then you're going, after that, so you're going 8 starts for Hicks, 7 starts for Harrison. Then you're going Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn. Again, these are guys who have not pitched a full season in the bigs. And to be honest, I think still qualify as rookies under the Major League Baseball.
You would be correct, Murph. And that's the thing when you look at this rotation. Logan Webb, your ace, 27 years old. Jordan Hicks, a lot of question marks, 27 years old. Kyle Harrison, 22. Keaton Wynn, 26. Tristan Beck is actually the old savvy veteran as a 28-year-old rookie.
I mean, in many ways, I've wanted them to go young and things like that, so I can't rip it entirely. But I am saying that it is going to be a little bit of a roll of the dice. So here's Melvin about the Giants rotation, and in particular the back end behind Harrison, behind Webb, Hicks, and Harrison.
I have an idea. I'd prefer not to say that right now. We're early in camp, and I want guys to think that there is quite a bit of competition for it, because it's exciting to see a lot of the Giants' young pitchers here too, and not just here to be here, to actually get to pitch and potentially vie for a rotation spot.
Realistically, about how many would you say you're looking at for those two? Just not names, but how many guys are probably realistic?
4.
Okay, so he's talking about, again, to get to those stats again, by the way, Webb made 33 starts last year. Then you go down to, we talked about Hicks has 8 in his career. Harrison made 7. Keaton Wynn made 5. Tristan Beck made 3. So, hey, you got to like these kids. I mean, I'm hopeful on some of these kids, and I'm excited for young, homegrown talent for sure. I'm not knocking it. But what I am saying is if you're trying to win a World Series, that's a lot to ask, right, on some of these kids. Usually you have maybe 1 rookie in a rotation, max 2. We're talking about basically 4. I'm calling Jordan Hicks, quote unquote, a rookie starter, as it were, So it's pretty wild. He also left the door open for guys like Carson Whisenhunt, who I'm very fascinated to see, and Mason Black, guys like this. These are names we've heard for a long time who we've never seen in a big league game.
And that's why I think when he's talking about the 4 guys competing for those last 2 spots, obviously you think Keaton Wynn, you think Tristan Beck, maybe Sean Jelly's in that conversation, but I think Mason Black is a guy that we're going to be keeping an eye on spring training this year. Last year, he was the Giants' minor league pitcher of the year, got up to AAA, believe made 13 starts with Sacramento. He's a guy with great stuff that might be on the doorstep of maybe even breaking camp with the team this year if he wants to compete for that 5 spot. But getting back to Carson Whisenhunt, Murph, I'm ready to say it. On February 21st, at some point this season, Carson Whisenhunt is going to be in the rotation.
Okay.
Now, he had an elbow injury at the end of last season, but he's back on the bump, is already throwing bullpens out in spring training. I don't think he breaks camp, but Carson Whisenhunt is going to be a guy that's going to be in the rotation at some point this season.
I'm in. Again, I'm excited for young talent. Don't get me wrong, but I am saying, I think if you're going into this season thinking the Giants are going to win the World Series, maybe barking up the wrong tree. That was my big thing when Corbin Burns was out there, right? Like if you really want to make a challenge, are you in this to beat the Dodgers? Are you in it to beat the Dodgers? Then you go trade for Corbin Burns. But they didn't. Obviously, they saw the price is too much. I could debate with that because I think if you go into Dodger Stadium in September with Logan Webb, Corbin Burns, and say Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb, you got a chance to win the series. But if you go in with Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck, Carson Whisenhunt, you're just kind of hoping against hope that some diaper dandies will come through. Yeah. So call it what it is. Is it a rebuild? Is it a youth movement? What is it? Is it an 80-win sort of stall out? What is it?
See, that's the question that Farhan Zaidi needs to answer, in my opinion. You either go all in or you're going to rebuild. You can't be dipping your toe in the deep end, filling out the waters, and we'll be this middle of the pack, maybe compete for that 6 wild card spot. No. You should be either playing for a championship or rebuilding for a championship. And that's why last year I was puzzled at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of flack on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line because I threw out the idea of trading away Alex Cobb. He's 36 years old, was an all-star last year.
Peterson, right?
And Jock Peterson.
Yes,
I even threw out Wilmer Flores' name.
Yes, Wilmer Flores.
Because if these aren't guys that you're going to win a championship, then what are you doing? We saw Jock Peterson walk away for nothing this offseason. Alex Cobb, obviously, as I was just saying, was an all-star last year. But you could have flipped him at the trade deadline, got more prospects, and now we're dealing with Alex Cobb having hip surgery in the offseason. Who knows if Alex Cobb ever gets back to that level?
Right, that's true, too. We don't know that for sure. So, anyway, it's kind of a mix and match. It's kind of like that whole, I'd say the word is wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. They kind of they come, they go, they come, they go. They want to sign this guy. They don't want to sign this guy. They want to go young. They don't want to go young. They want to sign vets. They don't want to sign vets. It's just so I just think there's an identity crisis a little bit. Who are the Giants? Who are they? Are they are they the Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey, Marco Luciano team? Okay, maybe.
Well, that's the thing when we're talking about the level of excitement, and I know people are disappointed about missing out on the big free agents, but I can tell you I'm excited to go watch Logan Webb pitch every 5th day. I'm excited to see Camilo Duvall close out games. I'm excited to see Bailey behind the plate, Luciano, what he does at shortstop, Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. Those are pieces to still get excited about with this roster. The problem is it's a lot of young pieces, which would lead you to believe that they are a rebuilding team.
And if you want to go young, why isn't Luis Matos your left fielder instead of Michael Conforto?
Oh, or your right fielder over Yassin Slater.
right? All that stuff. So it's sort of a mixed message. Now, I still endorse signing Matt Chapman because I do believe you can go young and have some veteran presence. And of the 4 that are out there, Matt Chapman's the one I want the most. I need an everyday player who's going to lead some of these kids to the promised land. But right now, guys, those guys remain out there. Still no movement on the Boris 4. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? And the guy that I've actually got circled on, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of talks and a lot of connections, is Cody Bellinger. Like, I still think he would be a great fit with the Giants. He can play first. He can play outfield as a Gold Glove. Had a career year last year. Damn near hit 300.
What do you do with Yaz Slater and Conforto?
See you later. Sorry, Cody Bellinger had a better year last year.
I don't think they would do that just because I think they just had too much of a log jam. They'd have to make too many transactions.
Then why not play Bellinger at first base?
You could.
Instead of Lamont Wade.
You could play him there. You know why? Because Lamont Wade costs 1/50th of what Cody Bellinger costs.
That's the problem.
We're talking about somewhat break.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
All right, guys. Well, anyway, that's just a little Giants tech to get you guys going ready for tomorrow. And by the way, all our skepticism tomorrow, poof, out the window. We're gonna be like, oh, it's so great down here, man. Oh, the grass is green, man.
Look at Luciano getting those fungos.
You'll be subjected to an Arizona sunrise that's gonna capture your heart.
Oh, beautiful,
you will. It
beautiful.
sways you. It gets you. It does. It gets you. You turn into Marty Lurie. It's a mosaic. I'm telling you, it's a mosaic.
It's orgasmic.
All right, before we get to the Niners on the other side, I want to remind you guys we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, Niner fans, as we continue to ponder the D coordinator job on the other side, Cam Newton checking in on the Brock Purdy situation, and you won't believe that he may be saying something that puts Purdy in a good light, which puts somebody else in a bad light. We'll get into all that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Come on, they haven't lost in months. Well, I guess at least not on the field.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. For KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Having a huge debate with Tony. Hey, is 45 minutes and 55 seconds 46, or is it 45 minutes and 55 seconds?
Technically, I think it's 45, Murph.
That's correct. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Hey, Niners are still in our news, still in our lives, as we kind of chill out on this post Super Bowl hangover, pre-spring training trip, and looking around the sports world and seeing what's going on. Obviously, Warriors-Lakers tomorrow night. We'll be in Arizona Thursday, Friday, getting you guys hyped for the Giants. We're going to be getting swept up in the romance, but the Niners remain first and foremost. Obviously, the D coordinator story is a big story. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, who we know and love, and who, by the way, will be on with Tolbert this afternoon at 3:50. I think Copes has announced he may be back from his brief illness Thursday. Yeah. So anyway, Kawakami at 3:50. Kawakami tweeted out that it's his little birdies tell him that the D coordinator move could be happening any minute now. So stay tuned. We talked about that earlier in the show. We can talk about it right now if you want. You know, obviously Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick are the big names everybody's excited about. No, realistically, just scratch Belichick off your list. I heard Peter King publicly say that Pete Carroll would be on his list as a possibility, which is like, whoa, really? 72 years old? But Pete's wacky enough, and he's a West Coast guy, and he's a Bay Area guy, and hey, yeah, I'm going to go down and chew that guy and go down and help Kyle get that ball. You know, just like we did in 2014. We got it. I'm going to get him one. That's my childhood team. You know, chewing the gum and everything. But the other story is the continued fallout on the Super Bowl. And you know who I find? This is kind of my discernment here over the last several days is I think ultimately as the weeks go by, we're into week 2 now, you know who's catching the most strays? Kyle Shanahan.
He is.
Kyle Shanahan.
Without a doubt.
Ahead of Brock Purdy, ahead of Nick Bosa, ahead of Deebo Samuel, ahead of Steve Wilkes.
I mean, that's the thing,
Murph. Fired.
There was a lot of criticism on Kyle Shanahan post-Super Bowl. But even a week later, it seems like there's even more criticism of Kyle Shanahan using Steve Wilks as a scapegoat for the Super Bowl loss.
I agree. I think that heightened the intensity of people pointing fingers at Kyle. I agree with you. Now, the guy who just continues to deliver for us is Cam Newton. He's got his podcast called 4th and 1, which for the Eagles, by the way, is no problem. That's 4th and 1. Just go ahead and run the shove. But he's the guy who famously told us Brock Purdy isn't that guy, right? And then he also is the guy who captured Waterboy's eye down at Radio Row.
Dude, he's so big. Like, you look at, you don't see quarterbacks like that. Hell, you don't see tight ends built like Cam Newton. He is a monster of a man.
That's why Jim Harbaugh called him raw-grade plutonium. Remember that? When he was coming out of Auburn?
Yeah.
He goes, that's the material. That's raw-grade plutonium.
I mean, he literally was Superman. He does a celebration and everything. Like, he's a gigantic man.
I thought he was going to be unstoppable, really. I mean, ultimately, what was it, injuries?
That's the thing, too, is we talk so much about mobile quarterbacks. I mean, hell, we were just talking about Trey Lance during the commercial break, but Cam Newton was a prime example that even as big and bulky and as strong as he is, as a running quarterback, anybody can get hurt in the NFL.
Yeah, very much so. Well, anyway, he got big news about Brock Purdy. Well, guess what? After the Super Bowl, Cam Newton coming out, is he, dare I say, defending Brock Purdy here?
First off, let's say this. Brock Purdy did not have a bad game.
Okay.
To that point, field goal versus touchdown, that's not Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Why the did they receive the ball first? It was Tony Romo who mentioned this. When you know what you have to get, now you have 4 downs to get it, not 3. That makes sense?
Yeah.
When you know what you have to get, you know you have to get a touchdown. You know you have to get a field goal. And if you're ever in a position to have to go for it, you can go for it. The 49ers, they were just trying to get points. And that is not Brock Purdy's fault. That's bad coaching.
Okay, so he goes back to the coin flip heard round the world, as we like to say, right? And everybody's into it. Even though Bill Barnwell and those analytics all say it's 50-50 if you go through all the permutations. And once again, guys, this is incredible because it was the first time we've ever seen an NFL game played under those rules.
Which is hilarious.
Literally the first time. It's kind of nutty that a Super Bowl brought us something that has never happened in an NFL game.
And the fact that it's resulted in all these analytics that are coming out about the decision when there's no prior data to base these analytics on.
Well, you run computer models.
Oh, great. The computers are deciding.
The same ones that say the Giants are going to win 79 and a half games, right?
The same one that put A.J. Pollock in the cleanup spot last year.
Did he back cleanup last year?
He did, in Anaheim, in the showcase game to Shohei Ohtani.
By the way,
I'll never forget.
I know,
I'll never forget.
I'm not going to get off the Niner topic here, but just while you're on that, somebody texted in and said, hey, man, you keep bragging on the Giants for making a move. He goes, don't forget. He says, Matt Beatty's still out there.
Beatty's going to save us all.
And by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. So he goes to that. He sort of gets Purdy off the hook. He has a second cut here going on about what he calls bad coaching and lack of knowledge about the overtime.
There was too many people who have exposed they didn't know the real rules of overtime. Listen,
Linda.
No, we're not understanding how serious this is. The fact that they weren't abreast to what the rules were, that's Steve Wilks, that's Shanahan, that's John Lynch, that's the 49ers organization. And that's not Brock Purdy's fault. He played good enough for his team to win. He made plays, and he made plays in times of need as well.
I agree that Purdy is better than some cynics, I think. I've read some cynics say he had a chance to win the game. He didn't. The other guy had a chance to win the game. He did, which pretty much, by the way, describes every football game ever.
Yeah.
Okay? You know what I mean? So every game ever, one guy had a chance to win and didn't. The other guy had a chance to win and did. But this is sort of a rehash. I hadn't heard these Cam cuts. This is sort of a rehash of that, just the overtime thing, which we have beaten to a fine pulp, right?
And here we are a week later still talking about it.
That said, it does go down on Kyle, for sure, that the Niners appear to be cavalier about the whole thing. But getting to what he said about Brock Purdy, making enough plays to win the game. Do you concur?
Well, no, because he could have made a few more plays that did actually win the game. And that goes back to my Monday morning breakdown the day after the Super Bowl. I said that Brock Purdy played good. The difference between good and great is making a couple of those throws, whether it's to Debo in the back of the end zone, to Brandon Ayuk on the 3rd and 4 play in overtime. Like, there's a couple of throws that we've seen him make throughout the regular season while facing pressure that he did not make in the Super Bowl. Now, that's not me saying that Brock Purdy was the reason why they lost. I agree with Cam. He played good enough to win, but he didn't play great enough to actually win the game.
Yeah, 808-5627. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you guys, because Kirk Cousins, guys, is a free agent, and believe it or not, at halftime of the NFC Championship, Peter King wrote that a press room wag, not British wives and girlfriends, wag is a quipster, a jokester, a funny guy, said, so who's the week 1 starter for the Niners in 2024? Brock Purdy or Kirk Cousins?
You like that? You like that?
By the way, how are we so certain that Kirk Cousins, with the keys to Kyle, is going to win like 6 Super Bowls in a row? People will tell you that they're like, oh, well, if Kyle had Kirk, then they'd be unstoppable.
Is Kirk Cousins an upgrade over Brock Purdy?
You tell me.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think Kirk really does anything that special. Like, sure, he can run the Shanahan system, but he's not going to have the extended plays, the mobility that Brock Purdy has. I don't think Kirk Cousins is an upgrade.
That Monday night game that he had against the Niners, though, he was fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the first ever primetime game that guy's ever won in his life.
He's been inconsistent for sure, but he is good. He's coming off the big injury, too. Who knows? But anyway, that is what we're dealing with, too. And that gets to the whole thing with Kyle, man. And I told you guys the really ticking time bomb text I got from a buddy who used to work at KNBR who said Eddie would have fired Kyle. I was like, wow.
That's a brash decision.
It is, but Eddie used to do that. Eddie was that guy. Well, Eddie and the deal with Bill, Eddie and Bill, they fired/quit 10 times a season.
I was going to say,
it's very dramatic.
Do you think Eddie would make the move and then reach out to Bill Belichick? Or Pete Carroll?
Yes, probably. Yes, that's what he would have done.
I mean, those are Super Bowl winning coaches.
It was a different era, but that's kind of what he would have done.
Wow.
I mean, he fired George Seifert after 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
George Seifert won 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, and then he just lost in the playoffs 2 straight years, and that was it. He fired him. So, I mean, would he fire Kyle for losing 2 Super Bowls in 5 years? Maybe. Now, the question is, what do you go get? Well, he'd go find somebody. He'd go make a move. He would. Would it be he'd go hire Sean McVay away from the Rams or somebody like that? Who's the hottest college? Kalen DeBoer. You know what I mean? Or somebody like that.
Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders.
Prime time, baby.
Oh, man. So anyway, I thought that was interesting comments from Cam. Not crushing Brock Purdy. Not crushing Brock Purdy.
More criticizing Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and it is true that it does seem like, and we talked about this a lot, that ultimately the moment appears too big for Kyle. You can't get around these fourth quarter leads, man. That's just a fact.
Yeah,
until you win one, the narrative's going to be out there.
I mean, he's had a double-digit lead in all 3 Super Bowls that he's participated in. And yeah, he's not the defensive coordinator, but still, he's on the losing side of all 3 of those games. He's the only coach to participate in both overtimes in Super Bowl history, and he's been on the losing side of both.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can get into the clock management at the end of halftime, the play calling to start the third quarter, the overtime decision to take the ball instead of kicking the ball. But circling back to what Cam Newton said about the 49ers just not knowing the overtime rules. And listen, we've talked to Tim Ryan, we talked to Greg Papa, we talked to a lot of people connected to the 49ers, and they don't think it had a big impact on the actual outcome of the game. But it's still a bad look.
Definitely a bad look for sure. And bad looks. It's like the George Kittle Karlaftis play, right? It didn't. And I understand. And that thing, by the way, got a lot of legs after it came out with a lot of people defending Kittle, saying this is sort of a deceiving video and that he'd finished his block. And
I defended Kittle.
You did, yeah. But again, you want to get back to what a bad look is.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. I would sort of analogize that. Kyle Juszczyk not knowing the overtime rules didn't change how he played. And George Kittle saying, hey, George, didn't mean that he knew Karlaftis was going to recover that fumble, right? Yeah. But they're both bad looks, right?
Exactly. And that's the thing, and that's the bottom line I've been kind of going with. One team was obviously more prepared for overtime, and that team ended up winning the game. You do what you want to do with that information.
Yeah. I mean, every detail matters. Little things lead to big things. John Wooden teaches you how to tie your shoelaces.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Well, there you go, man. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says things like...
sorry, I looked over at 916. They knew the blanket rules.
Okay, all right.
Well, then go listen to that mic'd up footage of Kyle Juszczyk saying he didn't know the rules and Eric Armstead saying he needed the damn telescreen.
408 says, Shanahan hiring Wilkes never made sense to me. Wilkes had historically been up in the box calling plays opposite of Saleh and D'Amico, and Wilkes' specialty is DBs. So that's another one you got to put on Kyle for making that hire, right?
I mean, that goes back to the initial hire, like you're saying. If Steve Wilkes was never a fit for the style of defense that they wanted to run, why did they bring him in the first place?
818 says, I've been watching Four Falls of Buffalo. Did you guys ever watch that 30 for 30? It's on Netflix now. They put it on Netflix. It's the story of the Buffalo Bills' 4 straight Super Bowl losers. And 818 says, all I can think of is, we're halfway there.
Oh, no.
That's pretty funny.
I'm already halfway there.
We're going Bon Jovi up in this piece
I was
here.
going SpongeBob. Halfway there.
510 says, hey, you know it was a bad look? Not knowing the overtime rules, not George saying, hey, George, McCaffrey fumbling. Was a bad look.
Yeah.
There it is. Guys, here's a guy, 405 says, if the Niners get Kirk Cousins, I'm done watching them after 30-plus years. Well, obviously, here's why they're not going to get Kirk Cousins is because the entire idea of having a cheap quarterback allows you to pay everybody, and you have to get Kirk Cousins. You got to pay him a lot of money, and you have one more year of Brock Purdy on the cheap.
Yes.
And then what do you give him, too,
and
at
then
that point?
That's the big question.
And is he playing for a contract this year? Is he, if he goes, listen, I told you guys, Super Bowl loss hangover is real. Go study your history, man. I read you all those quarterbacks that have not gotten back since losing a Super Bowl. It's a daunting list, guys. But what if they go, we know what happened in 2019, they go to the bowl, they lose. 2020, Nick Bosa gets hurt. I don't even want to put this out in the universe, but injuries happen, right? Nick Bosa gets hurt. They go, 4-12, I think, in 2020, something like that. I mean, what if they have an 8-9 season coming up? Is Brock Purdy the $50 million man?
I guess that's a good question that I'm sure we can ask all offseason long. What does Brock Purdy need to do to earn your trust to make that $50 million contract?
If he repeats this past season in terms of statistics and goes 12-5.
Yeah, or I guess the better question is, how badly does he have to play for the 49ers to then think about other options?
Because he would have to really like Colin Kaepernick regress.
Yeah.
They went 6-10 in 2020.
Yeah, and I don't think so. And especially after last year finishing as an MVP finalist, like he's on track to get that next big payday. And we know how it works in the world of the NFL. Whoever is the latest quarterback to get paid, they're going to get the big contract. And so again, when you got guys like Daniel Jones making $40 million a year, Brock Purdy's going to be $45 to $50 million a year.
New York Giants. I mean, yes, quarterbacks love the Dan Jones contract. Owners must be like, New York Giants, what are you doing? JT's checking in from the 831 at 808 KNBR. JT in the 831. What's up, JT?
How are you guys doing this morning?
We're good, brother. We're getting ready to go to Arizona. Excited.
Oh man, I wish I was there. I went there 2011 and it was amazing. Drove my van again that now exploded after that. But,
See, 2011 was a good year to go because we were still riding high, right?
The ultimate.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
What do you got on the Niners?
I'm just over people questioning Kyle Shanahan, you got to back your coach, back your organization. You're either faithful or you're not. So I think people need to move on, Like, let's think about the future and look at how we can be better and support the team. Dwelling on things in the past, even though it's painful and it hurts, it's still me. But that's all. Either trust them or you don't. And you just someone Brock or you don't. So it's time to, get on the wagon or jump off it.
Okay. Hey, JT, it's kind of hard to hear you, calling from the car phone or something like that. But I think he was saying you're not faithful if you're jumping off. That's faithless, right? He's saying the definition of faith. Now, that's a guy, that's kind of like superfan.
That's
my buddy
a guy
down at UCLA who's never questioned anything that had to do with any Bruin decision or coach ever. Aren't you allowed, as a true fan? See, to me, the difference between a homer and a fan, a homer is somebody who defends their team no matter what. We were right to take the ball. We were right to, whatever, everything. Everything from, we were right to trade DeForest Buckner. You know what I mean? We were right, all that stuff. A true fan, I think, can question the team, like I think most Giants fans are at right now.
Yeah.
Questioning where Farhan, the direction of the franchise.
And I think you have to have that honest assessment. And look, we work for the 49er flagship radio station. I've been here for 6 years. Murph, you've been here way longer than I have. And we've heard this topic before about Kyle Shanahan being on the hot seat. And every single time I shoot it down of how dumb of an idea it is to moving on from Kyle Shanahan for what? You don't know what else is up there. You want to go back to Chip Kelly and Jim Tom Sula?
Well, it's like moving on from George Seifert for what? For Steve Mariucci? You would go get Kalen DeBoer or Lincoln Riley down at USC, somebody like that. That's what Eddie would do.
And we both agree that Kyle Shanahan is one of the greatest offensive minds in football right now. But that doesn't escape him for criticism about making some of these late game decisions that has cost him in his coaching career.
So you got to be more like So your choice is to be like Eddie DeBartolo and fly off the handle, or to be like the Pittsburgh Steelers and just ride with your guy, or the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, John Harbaugh's won one, and he hasn't been back since, right? But they ride with him every year.
Yes, they do.
That is a way to go. That is one way to go. 408 says one team put the ball and trust in the hands of their best player, Patrick Mahomes, and the other team did not put the ball in the hands of their best player, Christian McCaffrey. That one will haunt me forever, 408, the way that third quarter played out. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, we ought to use that Cam Newton sound as a jumping off point. Listen, it's a Wednesday in February. We're all still sorting out the Super Bowl hangover. We got, the Niners are looking for a D coordinator. That's in the news. So it's worth kicking around. And Brock Purdy's future, too, where he's going to come in. And also Kyle Shanahan's future, where he's at, too. So all those things are worth talking about. But we will change the topic to the Warriors. Some interesting comments here. Draymond Green commenting about somebody he thinks needs more credit. And Steph Curry with high hopes for the 2024 Warriors. We'll talk about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, I got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. So, Steve, you want to talk to us about the IRS?
That's right, the IRS. They just started sending collection notices out after 2 years of not doing it. What happened? They're chasing people down again. During the pandemic, they stopped, and then when they came back to work, they had other things to do. Now they have all these new IRS agents. They're chasing people down. So if you've been ignoring the bill that you owe, call us today. There's no lectures, and in most cases, we can tell you everything over the phone that you can do, that we can do for you, and then we want to go and do everything for you. So you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. All we care about is getting you a sweet deal within the bounds of the law, and then you can go about a normal life. But don't ignore them. Don't let them ruin your life. Let us just take over and give that life back.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, we're halfway there. I see you, buddy. I see you. Somebody wrote in and said they're watching the Four Falls of Buffalo, and he said, all I could think is we're halfway there. That's what he said. So there you go. Well done, young Tony. Young Tony, Bon Jovi kid? You a Bon Jovi kid? He is? Oh, my. He just went like this. Oh, yeah. Can anybody really say that about Bon Jovi? Oh, yeah?
I guess young Tony can.
All right.
I mean, I'm surprised every single day with this kid behind the glass.
Well, no on Zurich, yes on the feathered hair rockers from Jersey.
That's it. And don't forget, last week he whispered in her ear, hey, are there any good songs from the 80s?
He did say that. I told him to start with Aha's Take on Me and move from there. The Warriors will finally get back in our lives tomorrow night, guys. How about that? They'll take on that. By the way, good game. Lakers, you and me down in Arizona, buddy. I'll have to find a spot to watch that. That'll be at Chase Center, starting a 3-game in 4-day stint in Chase Center, where, quite frankly, you'd like to see him win them all, right? Wouldn't you?
I mean,
I'm talking now, Marcus. I'm talking about the Kuminga Warriors. What I'm talking about.
The Johnny Kuminga Warriors. And that's been one of the interesting storylines this year is how the Warriors have struggled a bit, damn near a 500 team at home. Now, they've already eclipsed the amount of road games that they've won this year, but they have been struggling a little bit at Chase Center.
Well, last year's road was unbelievable.
It was embarrassing.
By the way, after this little stint at home where they play Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and by the way, Jokic coming in Sunday. It's exciting.
Here comes the Joker.
At Washington next Tuesday for poor, sad Jordan Poole.
Oh, Murph, is it going to be a pool party? That's the question.
We're going to have Joey and Jordan by the pool. We were talking about Joey Bart earlier today. Joey and Jordan by the bay. My gosh.
Jordan and Joey by the pool.
It's a pool party.
Maybe Joey Bart can get traded to the Nationals, and he and Jordan get a spot somewhere near Georgetown.
Nice.
Right? Do their thing. Anyway, it's exciting, and a couple interesting things happened with the Warriors over the last couple of days since the All-Star game. One was Draymond Green giving credit to someone who doesn't usually get a lot of credit. Who am I talking about? Rick Celebrini? No, we give Celebrini credit. Who am I talking about? Am I talking about Zaza Pachulia? No, we give Zaza and his ankle-bearing pants all sorts of credit.
Where you see?
Yeah, but we're talking about, and this is a very controversial one, and this is something I to tell you guys, it's been one of my things, one of my little pet things for years. Former Warrior head coach Mark Jackson. Ooh, the name itself inspires reaction, right? I can hear Fitz right now down on the peninsula. He's just stuck a peg in the ground. As he's going to play golf. He just shouted, blank Mark Jackson. He didn't shout that exactly, but he was not a Mark Jackson guy. And he used to frequently say good, for lack of a better word, good riddance to Mark Jackson. I understand, sort of like Jim Harbaugh, when Mark Jackson was here, the building was a little weird. Like he was a suspicious guy. There was taping of assistant coaches, that whole thing. Remember the tape recorder that was out? Somebody was taping a meeting, a private meeting. He had Mike Malone on his staff. That guy wound up leaving. Of course, winds up winning an NBA championship with the Nuggets. He had the whole controversy with the whole thing with his marriage and all that. We don't need to get into that. But anyway, so it was not a smooth ride off the court with Mark Jackson. And then you see him on the ABC broadcasts. A lot of people don't like him on the ABC broadcast. I kind of get a kick out of his, it's a make or miss league.
It's a good line.
But the one thing I always said, and I said this in 2015, you can go back and check the tape, back when you were throwing heaters up in Sonoma State, buddy, is I always thought Mark Jackson should have gotten one of the first championship rings. He completely changed the culture here. And I know I've said this to Fitz, and Fitz basically has just guffawed at me for saying this. He brought the word defense to the Warriors that had never existed. And he's the guy who told Stephen Clay to go reach for the sky, go be great. And that mattered. That really mattered. That built the foundation. Now, he was weird off the court and there was dysfunction in the building. I get it. So they needed Kerr to normalize everything and maybe be a little bit better X's and O's coach, have a better staff perhaps. But Draymond Green yesterday went there. Can you believe this is 10 years now since Mark Jackson wore his maybe he wore the suit to get whacked at the Clippers game 7. He wore like his best. He wore like a mob suit. Like we talked about it. It's like what the mob guys do on the day they know they're going to get whacked. They wear the nice suit.
And they took him out.
He knew if they lost game 7 to the Clippers, he'd get fired, and they did. Mm-hmm. So he's 10 years later, Draymond Green on his podcast this week here.
But where I do give Mark credit is the confidence that he instilled in us to be okay with being us. The confidence that he instilled in Steph to be like I can remember vividly conversations with him like, "No, dude, you the baddest dude on the planet." This is before Steph Curry's an all-star.
Bro, he said Steph and Clay were the best shooting backcourt. We always like, is he crazy?
What's wrong with you?
Everybody, though.
Absolutely. We're in meetings, we're in the locker room, we're in practice. And he's like, "Dude, you're the baddest dude on the planet." And I'm just sitting there like, this dude's really telling him he's the baddest dude on the planet.
Right.
Klay Thompson, like, Klay has no conscience. Most coaches would have essentially forced him to have a conscience.
For sure.
Mark Jackson fed that like, "No, dude, you don't think, shoot." Like, what are you thinking about? Shoot the ball.
Right.
And so what Mark instilled in us allowed us to become that.
I'm telling you, man, I buy it 100%. I support Draymond on this one. I think Mark Jackson has gotten unfairly maligned. And again, I said it now for the 4th time. I get it. He wasn't perfect, and he probably had to go for reasons inside the building.
Yeah.
There was a lot of dysfunction, all that. But you got to give him definite credit for planting the seeds and watering the seeds before Steve Kerr grew the plant.
For laying the foundation of the Warriors dynasty. I think that's the way to put it. And we know about his relationship with Steph Curry, very faith-based.
Oh, yeah.
And we know what he did for Klay Thompson. You just heard Draymond Green talking about how he gave him the green light. And still to this day, every time Klay touches the ball, he puts up a shot. Draymond can talk about his defense and his improvements with Mark Jackson. And again, you touch on it. I know he's polarizing off the court. I've always been surprised that he never got another head coaching job opportunity until I started reading about some of that stuff. But Mark Jackson definitely deserves credit for laying the groundwork.
Yeah, I don't think he could. Obviously, I don't think he was the guy who's going to take him to 4 championships. I think it took a much more structured and less dysfunctional head coach. Like Steve Kerr's very normal. Mm-hmm. He's not going to cause a whole lot of controversy in your life. He's a pretty low drama guy, you know. But Mark Jackson's a high drama guy. But I always thought, and my big thing in 2015 was I thought they should give him a ring. I mean, I don't know. You know, that was my big symbolic take back in 2015. Because it's funny, our new producer, Curly, check out our guy Curly, he sent this thing out. He goes, "Nobody gives Mark Jackson credit." And I had to say, son, your boy did way back when, 10 years ago. So, but it was interesting from Draymond to say that. And he's still talking about 10 years later. When 10 years later, you're still talking about your coach, that means he had an influence there. The other Warrior sound I wanted to hit came from Steph, and that was about where these guys are at 27 and 26, the 10 seed. I mean, realistically, what your hopes and dreams are for the Warriors? Well, Steph lays it out here.
But if we take care of home court, you know, we got, 30 games left. I feel like we can steadily climb. And as long as we get into the playoffs, no matter how we get there, whether it's the play-in or whether it's, climbing into the 6th spot or whatever, we know we're a tough out. We know nobody wants to see us when we get there. We just got to get there.
Okay, there's the statement. Do you agree that nobody wants to see the Warriors? Or in other words, I guess the question I'm asking all y'all at 808 KNBR and Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. Are the Warriors, do they still have that aura?
I think Steph Curry still inspires fear in people. I mean, hell, even in the All-Star game that we were ripping for nobody playing defense, there was a couple cases where guys were still trying to double-team Steph Curry in an All-Star game. And we've seen what he's done this year, his big-time offensive performance. I mean, it seems like Steph Curry is still in his prime. So to me, it's kind of how I look at the Kansas City Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. Everybody talked about their bad regular season. Well, all they had to do was get into the playoffs, and we saw the run that they went on to. The Warriors with Steph Curry, if they get into the postseason, they're as dangerous as any other team just because they have Steph.
So the counter to that is, well, last year they did. They got in with a mediocre regular season. They knocked out the Kings in an epic series, and then they fell short against the Lakers.
Ran out of gas.
And literally, the buzzer, I think the echo of the buzzer was still sounding in the arena, and Steve Kerr got on the mic and said, this was not a championship team. Yeah. Remember that? He said it like right out of the gate. And that gets back to the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green punch. Have they gotten past all that? Have they gotten past all that?
It seems like
by getting rid of Jordan Poole?
It seems like the chemistry is better this year with Podziemski, with Trace Jackson Davis.
Except for Draymond getting suspended for large stretches.
But at least he wasn't attacking his own teammates this time. He was going after Rudy Gobert.
Well, the rise of Kuminga. Chris Paul's, by the way, coming back. You know, and they're going to, I mean, that's a plus, man. I liked what I saw from Paul. I don't know. Maybe some people didn't like it. I liked what he brought to the second unit. Wasn't there a long stretch where the second unit was better than the first unit?
And he did a really good job distributing on the second unit. Now, I'm wondering moving forward, since we saw Klay Thompson in the last game before the All-Star break get moved to the bench in a six-man role, A, if that's going to be his permanent role moving forward, and B, if him and Chris Paul are going to start playing together on the second unit.
Yeah, he's got some decisions to make for sure. But you do think, like the young Minnesota Timberwolves are 39-16, the young Oklahoma City Thunder are 37-17. Those are the 1 and the 2 seed. Do you really think that those guys would still have fear of the Warriors or say, come on, old man? Or would they say, okay, boomer to Steph and Clay? Is that what they'd say?
I think they would accept the challenge because everybody wants to knock off some of the greatest. Like, it's a great peg to put on your resume. But if I'm the West, I would much rather play the Utah Jazz or the Sacramento Kings. Instead, we're talking about the Utah Jazz are one spot below the
You're talking about the teams that are in the 7 to 10. It's Dallas, Sacramento, the Lakers, and the Warriors. Do you want to see LeBron in the playoffs? I mean, right? No.
I mean, no, you don't want to see LeBron. No, you don't want to see Luka. But still, Steph Curry's at the top of the list of guys you don't want to run
Well, the Warriors have a chance right now in the next 29 games to reinstill that fear. You know what I mean? If Curry, dude, Curry shows no sign. The stats about him, I was watching just watch any half-court possession. Watch him run around. Watch him run those figure eights all through the half court, and watch the guys trailing him. It's like a living hell following this guy.
I mean, he doesn't slow down at all, and it's something that we talked about after his hand injury a couple years ago. He's bulked up in size. He's gotten bigger. He's gotten stronger. He's a better athlete right now than he was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
So the point is, he turns 36 next month. Has he even thought about what he would do in terms of retirement?
I'm just curious, have you thought about how long you want to play personally?
Think about it all the time, but the thoughts stop because you got to get ready for the next game, and there's a routine and a cycle that goes that you embrace the now, and eventually you'll get to a point where you'll wake up and whatever your body's telling you, whatever your mind's telling you, it's time. But I don't think I'm anywhere close to that.
I don't think I'm anywhere close to that. He turns 36 on March 14th. And, dude, he's talking about redefining. Well, LeBron is redefining. Yeah. Tom Brady redefined kind of what athletes can do in later age. LeBron's right behind him doing the same thing. And Steph's like, okay, I'm next. Because he's turning 36, guys. And do you realistically see him slowing down anytime in the next 3 years? I don't.
Not the way he's playing right now, Murph. Yeah. And you laid it out perfectly. Look at the examples around the sports world. Tom Brady, LeBron James, Pablo Sandoval.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Hey, he's Trimmer. He is. We're going to go see him. Hopefully he's going to come on the show. All right.
I want to talk to the Panda.
Panda 37. What if he tells us he's using the Steph Curry model of fitness?
He's on the Steph Curry plan.
Very good. Anyway, Warriors, well, you got a chance to kind of instill the fear, release the Kraken on the Lakers, Charlotte, and then Denver's coming in Sunday.
Yeah.
Denver's pretty good.
Here comes the Joker.
Yeah. Who guards the Joker? Draymond?
Good luck. I don't think there's anybody in the NBA.
And then at Washington, at your Knicks next Thursday, and then at Toronto. And then they go to the Celtics, too. They got a 4-game road trip on the Eastern Seaboard coming up. But still, these 3 home games, if you can win these 3 home games, and again, Denver's
it's a big if.
And so are the Lakers. But if you can go 2-1 and get 2 games over 500, but if you win all 3, they get 4 games over 500. Now you're talking.
I mean, they finished, 7-2, 8-2 heading into the All-Star break last 10
and
games.
then that one loss, that one tragic loss the Wednesday night, whoever that was, I forgot who it was, the one before the Utah road win.
Oh, it was just another 15-point.
Is that the Clippers?
Lead. I think it was the Clippers, yeah.
Anyway, all right. Well, listen, Dwayne Kuiper gets us going on the other side. We got Giants baseball coming up. He's going to be in the booth Saturday with John Miller. Can't wait to talk about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
But I don't think I'm anywhere close to that.
question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We are wheels up to Arizona in less than, 5 hours or whatever the heck we're going? I don't know. We're leaving this afternoon. All I know is we're being in Arizona Thursday, Friday. And hopefully one of the great traditions is Dwayne Kuiper wheeling his bag into the broadcast booth at the end of our show on Friday as he gets set up for his first broadcast on Saturday. So, Kuiper on the UMA guest line, can I guarantee that you're going to be wheeling your bag in Friday? That sure sign of spring that you're getting all set up next to DC. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kuiper.
Good morning. And no, the bag with the wheels has been gone for a couple of years.
Darn it.
We're with a backpack now. So,
a backpack. Okay.
Yeah. But yes, I plan on being there. Well, I don't think I'll see you tomorrow because my flight's early. But I'll be at the park tomorrow, but I'll be there Friday for sure. And you guys go until what, 10?
I think 11 Arizona time.
Yeah, so I'll see you, absolutely. But look, I've been through this before with you guys. There's a long line of people trying to get into that booth. So
sort of, kind of.
What ends up being, boy, I'm going to go in there and give these guys a bunch of hugs, and it's like, no, a short little wave, and that ought to do it.
We had a woman break in once. Her name's Jennifer from Scottsdale. She now lives in San Ramon Valley or Danville. She broke in with her kid, like her toddler.
Well, broke in the back?
Yeah, she broke into our booth. We turned around. There was an interloper. She was a fan. She was a big listener.
Yeah, good for her. I mean, you guys just don't understand how popular are at times.
She was quite effervescent. She was very upbeat and peppy.
Well, until about 3 or 4 years ago, there was nothing in front of our booth that would protect us, and we would have people trying to get in.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you can climb right in. Yeah, you can climb right in.
Through the window.
Yeah. Doesn't take much.
Sounds like the 49ers and Eagles game.
So, anyway, all of that stuff is fun to look forward to, and just fun to see guys running around in Giants uniform.
We'll get into it for sure. As we tell you that Kuiper is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So you read it all and you listen to it all, and what are your discerning ears hearing? Farhan had a strong statement saying, I think we're done. And then Ken Rosenthal wrote, a lot of teams are saying that to try to maybe scare Scott Boras. There's so much talent sitting out there. The Niners did not make a move for shortstop depth. Right now, third base appears to be the province of J.D. Davis, Wilmer Flores, and Casey Schmidt. He said Conforto is going to be his left fielder over Luis Matos. What are all these things? Joey Bart is out there kind of with nowhere to go. There's a million stories, Kuiper. Which one is most interesting to you?
Well, I mean, seeing how this Scott Boras thing plays out is the most interesting thing off the field. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think he's stubborn for us, but I do believe he feels he has a system that works. Now, I'm just wondering if he has to call these guys and say, look, let's stick with our plan, because they want to play. They want to go. I mean, that's what ball players do, is they want to go to the ballpark and be with their teammates. And not only do these free agents not know what their contract is going to be, they don't know what city they're going to be in. I mean, they might have a general idea because there are certain teams, obviously, that Boras is negotiating with. But, I mean, I do. I feel bad for those players, although this is their choice. But you also have to feel bad for their families because, it doesn't just affect the player. It affects kids, wives. So that's the thing that I'll keep an eye on, as we all will. And as far as, there's so many different things to think about with what's going on with the Giants. I guess it's not going to happen in spring training, but it'll happen the first month of the season, is to see how the young kid at short does, Luciano, to see if he can hold his own at the major league level. And he doesn't have to be a star. He has to hold his own. And he doesn't have to hit 25 home runs. He's got to make every play defensively that he's given an opportunity to make. That's what he has to do. And, look, he's got to hit a little bit, obviously. But if your intent was to make sure your defense was a little better, then he's going to have to play defense. So I'll keep an eye on him. And then, look, the kid in center field is just going to be fun to watch, to see. He's going to be good. How good is he going to be? And again, we won't know that. I mean, we'll have a pretty good idea at the end of spring. But it's still games that don't count, you got to be careful of. And when those games do count, then we're going to find out what the Giants got.
Yeah, and Kipe, we'll be seeing some of those new faces in spring training this weekend, but there's also a couple old faces that are popping back up in Giants uniforms. What was your reaction to Pablo Sandoval signing with the team?
Well, the first thing, I may not be the only one, is what does he look like?
Yeah.
And I have a pretty good idea that before the Giants even thought about inviting him to camp, they had to look to see if he was in shape. And clearly he's in shape. He looks a lot like he did when the Giants first saw him coming out of Double-A. But you know what? Here's the thing about Pablo Sandoval is the one thing that he could always do. He's a terrific athlete. We all know the story of him really being a left-hander, but they wouldn't let him play any of the key positions. So he decided to throw right-handed when he was a kid. Well, gives you an idea of how talented he is. He could surprise everybody and light it up in camp, and then all of a sudden you got to make a decision. If he were to surprise, it wouldn't surprise me. He's going to only hit left-handed. He's probably not going to play a lot of defense. Do you have a spot on your roster for a guy to just do one thing, and that's pinch hit and DH? You never know. So I think it's great. And I saw in the paper today that the two loudest ovations yesterday at the ballpark were Lee and Pablo. Mm-hmm. So that gives you an idea of still the amount of interest our fans have in Pablo Sandoval.
And then, Kipe, I wanted to circle back to Marco Luciano and ask you about the impact that Pablo Sandoval could have on his career, because we've seen Pablo play all over the diamond. We know how good he was defensively with the glove. How much of a mentor do you think Pablo could be to Marco Luciano or some of these younger prospects on the roster?
Well, he can, the ability to talk to young players when you've got the resume that Pablo has, that can be invaluable. It's like having another coach. And, you get these young Latin guys and, you want to guide them into what it's like being a professional and not just on the field, but off the field. And Pablo Sandoval can do that. The one thing about Pablo, Bruce Bochy used to say it from time to time when the team was struggling. He'll say, our dugout, there's no life in our dugout. Except for one guy, and that's Pablo. So that's the kind of impact he can make, even if he's not playing. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to giving Pablo a big Buster hug.
Yeah, I was going to say, you talk about hugs. I'm looking forward to you and Pablo in that hug for sure. Talking to
and I'm going to hang on for a little while too.
And how about the coaching staff? You're going to see Bob Melvin. You're going to see Matt Williams. You're going to see Pat Burrow. Ryan Christensen was an A, but a lot of people in the Bay Area know him. Brian Price, Tam High, Mill Valley, California. There's going to be a whole new staff, Kipe.
Yeah, and you know what? It's an indication of, I think, what Bob Melvin wanted around him compared to what Gabe Kapler wanted around him. And now you've got guys that have major league experience. And, look, I'm not knocking Gabe's staff. Look, remember, I think they won 107 games one year. But in my mind, to have ex-major leaguers all around you can't be a bad thing. Pat Burrell, I mean, he could tell every one of these guys what it's like to struggle, but not just struggle, but struggle in Philadelphia. And Matt Williams, I mean, I don't have a home run call if it wasn't for Matt Williams. And I'll be thrilled to see him too. I haven't spent a lot of time with Brian Price, but I've talked to him on the phone a couple of times. How about that? How about a pitching coach calling two broadcasters for some insight?
Did he? That's pretty neat.
Mike. He talked to Mike a couple of times. He talked to me a couple of times.
Oh, that's pretty darn cool. Can you share the private details of those conversations?
No, he just wanted to know, he asked about certain guys and, what was the program like last year and what did you see on the field and what did you see coming out of the bullpen? He asked, and look, the first thing I said to him when he called me was, Brian, maybe you ought to call Mike first. I mean, he's the guy that won 20 games, but no, he was great. So I've probably met him. I haven't talked to him a lot, but I have discussed stuff with him on the phone. So I do feel like I know him a little bit.
Well, it's funny. That leads to kind of our last topic here before we see you down in Arizona, and that is this. Melvin addressed the starting rotation tomorrow, and obviously Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery are still out there, and we don't know. I mean, we don't know, but he pretty much laid out Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, and Keaton Wynn, which is intriguing, but we were saying awfully young now and awfully unproven. The only veteran in there is Logan Webb. And, the rest of these guys are all 10 or fewer starts in big league history.
I know, and this is coming, Murph, from a guy that wants to see the young guy.
I know. I've talked about that. The mixed emotion that comes with that. I am excited for it. Yeah, I am.
But the question, Murph, is so that's what it's maybe like on April 1st. What's it going to be like on June 1st?
Yeah. Well, Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb obviously return at some point, and that changes everything.
I know, but you still got to get to that point, and you still don't know for sure what's going to happen when they get healthy. So there are going to be moving parts. And, look, I'm glad Bob Melvin's got an idea, and I'm glad he shares that with us. I mean, there are a lot of managers that would tell you, we got these two guys, but then the other three, we're not sure of. At least Melvin gives you something, and I think we all appreciate that.
Well, it's going to be great. We're going to go down there. We'll see it with our own eyes. We'll see if they're working on bunting and PFPs and cutoffs and relays and squeeze bunts. See the hum baby. Bring back the squeeze. And we'll see what they got. And then you and John, Saturday at noon, right? Our time, 1 o'clock your time.
That's correct. And I'm looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to see you guys. Probably not tomorrow, but certainly on Friday.
I can't wait. Come on in with the backpack hype.
You got it, baby.
All
see
right.
you guys.
Dwayne Kuiper, next stop, Arizona, buddy. Next stop, Arizona. All right, the big hit is next, and we go back to the 49ers, everybody, because Tim Kawakami released a pretty interesting tweet saying he understands the D coordinator hire could come any minute now, and we've been bearing down on a few names. Plus, Cam Newton talked about Brock Purdy. We're still talking Brock Purdy, and we will, by the way, for the next 9 months, too, I want to add.
We will for the next 5 years of Brock Purdy's career.
Correct. So 49ers big hit, 808-5627. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the D coordinator. Is Pete Carroll the one you want? Do you want to stay in-house with this kid named Nick Sorensen? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. And we should tell everybody that FanFest is Saturday, March 9th at Oracle Park, where you can come on out. It's free. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Doors are open. Come see the trophies, Lucille, players, broadcasters, etc. Saturday, March 9th. Mark your calendars now. Big hit, 49ers, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Next on the Sports Leader.
I'm really looking forward to giving Pablo a big Buster hug.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Marcus Thompson stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday morning to discuss what the Warriors need to do in the second half of the season to improve their playoff spot. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
River Islands. Talk about the big news from River Islands out in Lathrop. Talking big news. Talking about for the 5th year in a row, River Islands has been named the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. Come on, man, number one. It takes a lot to be named number one, but of course, go out to River Islands in Lathrop, you know why. See the homes on the lakes, next to the parks and the trails, and close to the charter schools, and you're like, yeah, it's a winner. Come on, brand new this month. How about the new amazing model homes to tour called The Shores by Pulte Homes? So with names like The Shores, you're like, well, there better be water. Yeah, there is. 4 to 6 bedroom homes built close to the San Joaquin River. Remember, all of the homes at River Islands are worth a look. Terrific architecture, beautiful kitchens, room for 1 or 2 home offices. So I really can't think of a place where you can live so well. Neighborhood prices ranging from the mid-600,000s to over $1 million. You can start your tour online. Go to online, riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This He's the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Cam Akers, the former Ram, to his right. Addison out wide right. Watched by Ward. Inside rush.
There
Gonna
it is.
throw a deep one to Addison. And it's broken. No, it's caught by Addison. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. He took it away from Charvarius Ward.
Yeah, I think he knows. You guys, I think, talk to him tomorrow. He knows he messed up on that call. I have no problem with zero blitzes, especially when people need a lot of yards. You know, if you need to get 20 yards to kick a field goal, I have no problem with the zero blitz. But I do when there's 16 seconds left, and that's where he lost track. There was no necessary need for that.
Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, going to ride up in the pocket. He will run for a first down and more, all the way inside the 15-yard line down to the 13-yard line.
There's a couple things yesterday that wasn't ready to talk about yet because I wasn't sure which direction I was going to go. But sleeping on this for a few nights and trying to come up with a few tough decisions. But this morning I relieved Steve Wilkes of his duties.
There it is, guys. The story, of course, from the post-Super Bowl fallout. Steve Wilkes getting fired as D coordinator. And then Tim Kawakami's tweet yesterday that he thinks things are coming to a head. The Niners could be naming their defensive coordinator any minute now. So stay tuned. And we've been speculating, and that's today's big hit at 808 KNBR. 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. When you hear that they're getting close, who do you want it to be? But I also want to thank Dwayne Kuiper for a great hit and remind everybody that when you do hear Kruk and Kuip, they're brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealer. So we'll see Kuip Friday. He'll be wheeling in, but right now the big hit, of course, is the 49ers. And Marcus, we've been talking about it, and obviously Bill Belichick, everybody's had some fun with that, and I think we're all in agreement. That's 100% no, correct?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, are you on the no train on that?
Yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
Okay, and then because you don't want him?
Well, A, I wouldn't want him just because personally I don't like Bill Belichick.
Ooh.
But B, I don't think he's taking a DC job at this part of the career when we're talking about one of the greatest coaches of all time. Now, it is surprising that he doesn't have a head coaching opportunity, but I don't think he's going to snoop to the level of being a DC.
No, I don't think so either. I'm trying to think. I mean, has there ever even been a coach of that stature who went down and became a coordinator?
No.
Shout out, I believe, William Howard Taft, who went from President of the United States to the Supreme Court. I want to say that. Talk about like slightly lateral or mildly downward. Is that a downward move? Go from Prez to Supreme Court?
I don't know, Murph. You're on your own with this.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's a step up because Supreme Court's a lifetime gig. President, they throw your A out in 4 years, as we've seen.
Yeah.
Shout out 2024.
Oh.
All right, guys.
Hey,
but anyway, so you don't see great. Don Shula didn't go become a DB coach somewhere after he retired, right?
John Madden wasn't running any offenses after.
No, I can't think of anybody, really. I mean, old managers have come back. Jack McKeon came back in the Trader Jack. He came back at like age 78 to manage the Marlins. But no, you just don't see that. So, but that leads to another head coach that people are talking about, Pete Carroll. And that one began, Peter King now, who knows what he's talking about. He does the work. He travels every week, talks to every coach. He has publicly said he would not rule out Pete Carroll. And that Pete is just kind of wacky enough, chewing the gum. Oh, I'm jacked up, baby. Let's go back to the Bay, man. And do it for the. It reminds me of Keysar Stadium, guys. Let's go, guys. Those Christopher Milk section. See John Brody. Yeah, let's go have some fun, guys. I mean, again, unlikely, right? Unlikely.
It's more likely to me than the Bill Belichick scenario because of everything that we've been talking about for a couple weeks since the Seattle Seahawks kind of forced Pete Carroll out the door. His obvious ties of coaching with the 49ers. He's a North Bay kid. All those ties are there. It would be kind of a full circle moment. And then if you wanted extra motivation, I don't know if Pete Carroll's looking for revenge against the Seattle Seahawks for forcing him out, but this would be a perfect opportunity. And this has been the defense that Kyle Shanahan has had Robert Saleh run, has had D'Amico Ryans run, and it's the defense that he wanted Steve Wilkes to run. It's the 4-3 base Seattle Seahawks defense that had so much success with the Legion of Boom. I mean, the blueprint's laid out perfectly for a Pete Carroll reunion.
Mostly zone defense, rely on a pass rush to create the havoc that for some reason didn't connect with Steve Wilkes in the front seven. And when you had Nick Bosa, of all people, not endorsed, I mean, Nick is like the guy. You see him on those mic'd up things, too. By the way, very touching when he goes over to Fred Warner. And Warner's crying about the Dre Greenlaw thing. And Bosa hugs him up and says, I'm sorry, dude. And he says, we got to snap out of it for him.
Wow.
He says that. Remember that? And, dude, he's drying the tears there. So Bosa's one of those guys who's just a stalwart in the locker room. And for him to, I don't want to say for lack of a better word, throw Wilkes under the bus, told you definitely how wrong a fit that was.
And that's something that I think is going to be in the discussion moving forward. When John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have invested so much on this defensive line, and nobody's paid out more than Nick Bosa, who obviously won Defensive Player of the Year. Now he's one of the highest paid defensive players in the entire league. I wonder how much of an impact he's going to have on the new DC hire.
Well, so what's interesting is we talk about, and Adam Schefter had a quote talking about staying in-house, because we'll get into this in-house name. People are talking about Nick Sorensen. But, Saleh was not in-house. He came from the Jaguars. And prior to that had been with the Seahawks. So that might be a clue as to Nick Sorensen. Now, if you're a Niner head, you might know who Nick Sorensen is. But if you're a casual, or even I think even a pretty serious fan doesn't know who Nick Sorensen is.
I mean, I got him confused with Daniel Sorensen earlier this morning, former safety from the
How about
Chiefs.
the fact you even knew who Dan Sorensen is?
It's my AFC West knowledge.
Did he pick off Derek Carr at some point in your
Probably
life?
Probably a couple times, yeah. Daniel Sorensen was all over the field.
Well,
Pretty good player.
Nick Sorensen, guys, is a guy who has an intriguing resume because of the magic word Seattle.
There it is.
He spent 8 years with the Seattle Seahawks and Pete Carroll, and we're talking about that system that Robert Saleh brought to the Niners after spending years in Seattle. So that is the name. Nick Sorensen is a 44-year-old former NFL safety who played for the Jags and a couple other teams, the Rams, and has puttered along, kind of rising up the ranks. And now he's been with the Niners for 2 years as a passing game D-back guy. So if the Niners are going to stay in-house, it looks like that guy is turning into the lead horse. Now, we don't know for sure. Like we said, Chris Kasarik remains out there. But again, people think Chris Kasarik more like the Bob McKittrick mold of a guy who loves his particular job so much. Bob McKittrick was one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of the NFL. And people are like, why isn't he the O coordinator? Why? Because you know why? Because he loves being the O-line coach.
Yeah.
Also, I believe Kasarik is paid well, has no reason to take on additional responsibilities when he loves what he's doing.
Exactly. And I've heard the breakdown a bunch because I've been in the Chris Kasarik camp to take over as DC since last season when they were looking for a new defensive coordinator. But everything I hear from Greg Papa, Tim Ryan, and a lot of people who know football better than I do is talking about how difficult it is to go from defensive line coach to defensive coordinator. And, of course, that has to do with everything on the back end, the coverages, the zone blitz, everything like that. I don't know if Chris Kasarik has that in his bag. Now, if you're talking about a man that can motivate his players, I think Chris Kasarik is a perfect option, but that's why it seems like Johnny Holland, the linebacker coach, or D'Amico Ryans was a linebacker coach, someone that actually has ties to the front seven and the back seven.
Poor Johnny Holland is battling cancer. He's got multiple myeloma. It's just such a tough story, but he's brave and tough coming to work, but he is going through chemotherapy and immunotherapy, so that it's a lot to ask.
And,
it really is.
And that's why when we're going down the list of potential internal hires, especially with the news that we might get the announcement soon enough, but there really hasn't been too many confirmed interviews with some of these big names.
No.
And that's why I think signs are pointing towards Nick Sorensen, and should also remember he started in 2022 with D'Amico Ryans, so he helped with that defense also.
Or Brandon Staley, who's coming in from out of building. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is reacting as such. 209 says Pete Carroll is a perfect fit. Local boy, former great Niner D coordinator, big-time energy, and would drive Seahawks fans insane.
And do you think 49er fans would embrace Pete Carroll?
Well, I think once it's like Richard Sherman.
Exactly.
Once you put on the uniform or the colors, and he's a former Niner coach. I was covering the team when he was the D coordinator. Yeah. He was a fun guy to cover. He really was. It's a problem. I know, right? 510 says, guys, this is Niner head Rick, one of our regulars, says, I would definitely go after Pete Carroll and appoint him assistant head coach.
Ooh.
Like Anthony Lynn was before he left. Now, would Kyle view Pete Carroll as a threat? That's the question. I mean, I don't.
Because we've heard that take before from 49er fans that Kyle needs somebody that can help advise him in these late game situations.
Yes,
But then we're talking about a guy that decided to throw the ball in the Super Bowl instead of hand off the ball to Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. Oof.
Sorry, Pete.
Baby, seriously, there you go. Guys, 925 says, guys, it's going to be Brandon Staley. 408 says, no, Pete Carroll's ego could not fit in the building. And I don't know about that. I think Pete's actually... I don't know about that. And 707 says, the difference between those legendary head coaches you mentioned, like Shula Murph, Belichick was fired, did not go out on his own terms, so maybe he'd be looking for something else. And 415 says, I disagree. The Niners need a psychological advantage, and they need someone like Bill Belichick. I don't think Belichick's taking the gig, guys. I really don't. I think they probably called him. Why not? I mean, that's what you do. You call about, you call about Shohei Ohtani. You call about Tom Brady. You call about Bill Belichick.
I mean, you check in with everybody.
You call about LeBron James.
Yeah, exactly, as we saw with the Warriors. But my question is, what the hell is Bill Belichick going to do next year? Like, there's no way he just disconnects himself from the world of football entirely, does he?
It's a great question. I imagine he'd take on an advisory role somewhere. But again, anywhere he goes, he's a threat to take over the gig. So maybe, and I'd say Nick Saban in Alabama, but Saban's gone too.
Yeah.
Does he do TV with Saban?
Maybe. I don't know.
Or
Belichick doesn't seem like a TV guy.
Does he come to Santa Clara? 209 says, no way Kyle brings Bill or Pete in to have him over his shoulder when he has another fourth quarter meltdown, as you pointed out too. 707 says, hey, Bill Walsh went back to Stanford. So that's an example of Bill Belichick. Yes, and then 310 says the same thing. Shout out Bill Walsh going back to Stanford. He called it his bliss back then. He said he realized coaching was his bliss. That was his big word. At the time, there was a best-selling book by a guy named Joseph Campbell about myths and bliss and all. It was like a bestseller. So he was getting hot on the bestseller list. And he's like, you have to pursue your bliss. Waterboy, what's your bliss?
I was going to ask you the same question, Murph. My bliss looks like it's going to be out in Scottsdale
You know
tonight.
what, honestly, my bliss is? Honestly, it's my afternoon nap. That's my bliss.
That's a good bliss.
Especially if you wake up and it's raining and you had like a good sleep.
Oh.
That's probably the best I feel ever, is waking up from a good afternoon rainy nap.
You feel refreshed, don't you?
Oh, if you get a good one, but conversely, the anti-bliss is not a good nap.
Oh.
That's the anti-bliss.
Oh, I hate the daylight savings nap when you wake up in the afternoon and it's dark outside. I start freaking out, not knowing where I was.
You got to keep it under an hour.
You're an early napper.
916 says Mike Vrabel. Nobody has mentioned Mike Vrabel. And why haven't we mentioned Mike Vrabel?
I would love Mike Vrabel as defensive coordinator.
Is he the kind of guy after 6 years as a head coach? Is he too much of an alpha? Does he want to come in and threaten Kyle as the head coach?
I mean, that's the biggest question to me, because I understand that Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick at 72 years old are at the back ends of their career. In my opinion, I thought Mike Vrabel was actually one of the better football minds in the entire NFL. So when I saw guys like Dan Quinn and Mike McDonald and any of these other guys getting head coaching jobs over Mike Vrabel, that to me had me scratching my head. But if Mike Vrabel is interested in being defensive coordinator, I think he would be a fantastic fit in San Francisco.
Okay, so I mean, if you had to power rank your choices, is he number one?
I would probably take Mike Vrabel ahead of Brandon Staley. Pete Carroll is an intriguing option, but I just don't think he's going to do it at the back end of his career. Realistically, if they are going outside of the internal search, I think you have to put Mike Vrabel at the top of that list.
Okay, man. Well, there's a lot of good names out there for sure. And by the way, 408, if you want to do U.S. Jeopardy history, I'll do it with you all day, because this is a rare one where I'm right and you're wrong. 408 says, FYI, Taft went to the Senate. No, William Howard Taft went to the Supreme Court. Don't confuse him with Senator Bob Taft, who was in the Senate. All right, brother?
Tell him, Murph.
Thank you, 408.
Tell him.
I got that one. That's why I'm going to harumph on that one. Even though that guy corrected me that there's no skiing in Zurich. Dwayne is in Stockton. He wants to check in on the D coordinators. Dwayne in Stockton. What's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man?
What up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's good, fellas? Listen, I like the conversation this morning, man. I'm glad I turned the radio on before I walk my dog. I got to tell you, Pete Carroll, pay him. What you got to do is you got to pay him. Make him one of the highest paid DCs. Bring him on. He knows how to win the Super Bowl. That's going to help Shanahan. You know what I'm saying? Now, also, the second part of that is the NFL draft. The draft is thick, man. There's a lot of talent. So they can go ahead and get one of those behemoth O-linemen, to settle that problem. They had the Super Bowl one. They just couldn't block. So get one of those nasty O-linemen. You probably can get a defensive guy in the second round that can contribute. I hope you guys pull the trigger on Till.
Let me ask you before you take your dog out. Do you think Kyle Shanahan would view Pete Carroll as a threat to his job, though?
So if he does that, then you get rid of Shanahan.
Because you got to be more.
Right away.
You can't. You're saying if that's even in your head, then we got a problem.
If you can't make that change for this man to come in and help this team get that Super Bowl and keep you away from that Buffalo Bill infamous rap.
Yeah, okay.
If he cannot do that,
if you can't
then
handle
he's not the guy.
Hey, Dwayne, just keep it on the U.S. history tip. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, right?
Hey, brother, it's right here in front of you. You guys are at a crossroads. Now, Shanahan doesn't make the move. You know he's not the guy, and his ego's too big, and he's going to pass when he's supposed to run. The draft is thick. That's what's up, man. Hey, you guys have a great day.
You're the man, Dwayne. Go have a good walk with the dog. I like that. Okay, listen, I'll be honest. If you told me right now, if you hit me with the Fox News chime and told me that Pete Carroll was the new D coordinator, I'd be all in terms of intrigue, drama, spirit, energy, coverage, the whole deal, and talent. The guy can D-coordinate. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're Pete Carroll, honestly, put yourself in Pete Carroll's shoes. 72. Yeah. You've just finished a legendary career. You're probably on your way to the Hall of Fame. I don't know. Maybe not.
I think so, yeah.
Coaches in the Hall of Fame, 808 KNBR. I'd have to do a little more deep dive on what coaches get in. I don't know how many coaches are in with one bowl. Not a ton. I wouldn't say so. I think you got to be more like a Chuck Noll, get your 4. Or your Tom Landry, get your pair. But anyway, if you're Pete Carroll, put yourself in his shoes. You want to come down to the Bay and get a place out in Santa Cruz. Can you commute? You can commute from Santa Cruz to Santa Clara, no problem. Just come over 17 every day, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a 30-minute drive, Murph.
Right, so
it's my favorite drive in the Bay Area.
Yeah. It's a little trafficy sometimes.
Oh, 17 can get a little scary, but
you don't want that too. So anyway, but if you're Pete, you want to do that. You want to come down, maybe get a place in Saratoga. Something like that, or Los Gatos, and you and your wife, the lovely, what's her name again? He always talks about her. He wept when he talked about her. Their kids are grown and out of the house, obviously. Yeah. He's grandpa status now. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I would do it. I really would. But would he do it?
Well, that's the thing to me that stands out about Pete Carroll at 72 years old. Do you guys remember at the end of the season when he was celebrating in the locker room with the Seahawks after the win? He had his backwards hat on like Brock Purdy. I mean, he was all in, and he seems like a guy that the flame is still burning.
Well, remember, I'm freaking jacked. Find me that Pete Carroll quote where he's, I'm freaking jacked.
I'm freaking jacked. I'm freaking jacked.
I stepped on that. One more time.
I'm freaking jacked.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so this is, to me, not a guy that's burned out at the end of his NFL career. Like, if it was up to Pete, he would still be the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
See,
so to me, it seems like he does want to stick around in the NFL.
We're building up all this excitement, and then it's going to be Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, most likely.
But let's carry this on the other side. You guys are calling in. You're texting in. The big hit carries into segment number 2. Mike Silver's coming up at 9:15. We can talk to him about that. He'll have a definite take on this for sure. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
I'm freaking jacked.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Number 52. Patrick Willis stopped by the morning show yesterday with Murph and myself to talk about his journey to the NFL Hall of Fame. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the big hit continues into part two. It is the 49er D coordinator search. Tim Kawakami lit the fire by saying the 49ers could be making their hire any minute now, so we are on watch, and there are multiple avenues here. There's the outrageous avenue of Bill Belichick, which we've all laughed about and said, how fun would that be? But we all agree is not going to happen. He's just not going to do this at this point in his career. There's the very practical approach, which is staying in-house and hiring a guy who has background with the Seahawks defense and has been with the Niners for the last 2 years in the defensive meeting rooms. Nick Sorensen is his name. Mm-hmm. The average fan doesn't know him, but it sounds like the kind of thing that makes a lot of sense, right? Yes. He's in-house. He has history with the Seattle system that Robert Saleh brought to the Niners, and he'd be probably affordable, right? And has a chemistry with Kyle, et cetera. And then there's the really intriguing one that seems to have all y'all riled up, and that is Pete Carroll. At age 72, relieved from his duties up in Seattle, but he's freaking jacked, as he says.
I'm freaking jacked.
That's what he says. And he obviously has tremendous history here. Born in San Francisco, went to Redwood High School in Larkspur. By the way, don't forget Mount Redwood more. Gavin Newsom, Robin Williams, rest in peace, Pete Carroll, and then we got to go to, what do you want, World Series hero Buddy Biancalana from the 1985 Kansas City Royals? You want that?
And this was your rival high school, right?
Yes, bitter rival. Bitter rival. Like Gavin and I locked horns, buddy. And when you lock horns with Gavin, you get gel on you because he's got gel in his hair.
That's the dippity-doo.
So anyway, so he's so local, he could come down. Does he want to go to the team that's been his rival forever? What's his relationship with Kyle Shanahan? You know, is he at this point in his career want to do it? And we're here kind of making a case that would be kind of fun. Now, likelihood, what are you going to put it? 10%?
Yeah, I'd say maybe 10 to 15%.
But it's fun to talk about, right?
It is. It's a fantastic topic. And you bring up his relationship with Kyle Shanahan. I wonder what his relationship is with Mike Shanahan. Because that's something that we kind of talk about, the secret man behind the scenes.
They missed each other by 1 year in San Francisco. Shanahan, Mike left in 94. Pete came in 95. Oh, certainly they've been, Pete was the head coach in New England when Mike was in Denver. Oh, certainly a huge connection through the years. But, of course, one's an offensive guy, one's a defensive guy, so they're in different meeting rooms. It's fun to talk about. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And for the record, I would endorse it. Now, what's he going to, is Jed going to write that check? I mean, he ain't doing this unless he's getting a handsome payday. He's like, bro, I could sit here and just collect interest on my investments right now instead of grinding film at 1 a.m. to see if Daryl Luter should be our nickel slot guy. You know what I mean? So,
well, that's the question, I guess, moving forward with Pete, moving forward with Jed in the front office. Are they willing to spend that kind of money when you're in the Super Bowl window? Like we talk so much about the Brock Purdy contract and what that means financially. Correct me if I'm wrong, Murph. NFL coaches don't count towards the salary cap.
No, that's correct.
So you can pay Pete Carroll whatever the hell you want, and he's not going to affect your overall roster.
But do you want to somehow break even?
Oh, Murph, we talking Giants or 49ers here?
209 says the D coordinator needs to be someone with a little fire. They had to talk players into playing harder during the playoffs, which is crazy. He's right. 209 is.
Pete Carroll's got that fire. He's freaking jacked, man.
He is.
I'm freaking jacked.
408 says, don't forget, Pete lived in Saratoga and he was the Niners DC and the coordinators. His kids went to high school there for sure. And 925 says, if you want to get in Seahawk fans' heads, go get Pete Carroll. That would drive them Crazy here. Kelly is in Rohnert Park at 808 KNBR, and the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line 415-808-5627 is open. Kelly up in Rohnert Park. Good morning, Kelly.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Hey, first off, I want to say, I don't know if you guys can picture Pete Carroll being there on the sideline next to Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan all stoic, and then Pete Carroll hands on knees chopping that gum. You know, can you guys picture that? I don't think I can picture that at all.
I don't know if that, as they say, this town's not big enough for the two of us. I don't know if that sideline's big enough for the two of us.
They do say opposites attract.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just think I'm happy you guys brought up Vrabel before, because I feel like nobody's talking Vrabel either.
Yeah.
And if they get him, I feel like it'd be like a 1-year deal, you know. But get this, how about they get Patrick Willis in the building? Maybe not as DC, but get him on as like a assistant of some sort.
You know, it's funny. We had Pat on 2 days ago, and he told us that Harbaugh wanted to hire him and Bowman. Now, us being the crack reporters we are, we didn't follow up and ask him if he wanted to coach. But that is something that I don't think you could be a D coordinator just yet, Kelly. You need a little more experience on that.
Up.
Yeah. All right, man.
Groom him up.
We'll put it out there, Kelly. Thanks for the call. Again, Vrabel out there. Now, you talk about sideline demeanor. How about Vrabel bench pressing Kyle over there? You know what I mean?
Vrabel is jacked out of his mind during games also. Like, again, he would be my number one option. I just don't know. Again, it's puzzling to me that he does not have a head coaching opportunity, because he's one of the better minds in football, in my opinion.
Yeah. By the way, 949 says, I love Pete, but I think he'd be more likely to go take a job at USC with Lincoln Riley than get back into the NFL. I don't know about that. I think these guys, and like Jim Harbaugh will tell you, these guys, listen, college is fun, and there is an allegiance to it, and Harbaugh wanted to go do what he did at Michigan, and God bless him, he did it. That's incredible that he did it. That truly amazing that he actually achieved a natty at Michigan. I mean, he had like 0.01% chance of pulling that off, and he did. But the moment he did, he was out to the NFL. These guys want to go to the NFL because you can coach football. The college stuff, dude, the boosters. And why do you think Chip Kelly wants to stop being a head coach? Mm-hmm. And just the fact that he's bad at it. He just wants to go be a nerd cracking film, because you gotta schmooze, you gotta raise money, you gotta go. Bill Walsh used to talk about that, going into living rooms and having dogs sniff your crotch. That's what he used to say. Yeah. He goes, man, I forgot what it was like to go into a stranger's living room and have a dog sniff my crotch. What he said.
I mean, and now we're at the point with college football where there's the NIL deals. Obviously, there's the transfer portals. Like, it's a headache being a head coach in the college game. And think about what Harbaugh said after winning that national title. The reason why he went back to the NFL is because there's no Lombardi trophy at the college level.
Yeah, 707 says, bring in Vrabel and try to get Rich Sherman or Pat Willis in the building to be groomed next. Vrabel will be a head coach somewhere else. Let Willis learn from him. 559 says, don't forget California Pizza, UOP alum. Shout out the 209. That is for the Pacific Tigers out there. That's what they derisively called him in New England, California Pete. It was not a compliment. It was not when he was the head coach of the Patriots.
Not like our guy California Kyle cutting up sound for us.
Exactly. 510 says, would Pete Carroll work from the booth upstairs? Therefore, you wouldn't have to deal with the gum chomping on the sideline.
No, Pete Carroll's going to be on the sideline chomping that gum.
Now 831 says, here's a wild one. Pay whatever it takes to get Spags from Kansas City.
He just got paid by KC. They just gave him an extension. He ain't getting Spags.
408 says, Pete would be perfect. He can help manage the game. Or could he not give the ball to Marshawn Lynch?
Oh, about that,
down to the O's here. 707 says, I thought Pete Carroll was going to become an advisor in Seattle. Well, yeah, the same way Bruce Bochy was an advisor with the Giants and Brian Sabian was an advisor with the Giants here. 801 says, nobody's mentioned Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham. Well, I mean, okay. I love Kyle Whittingham. I think he's fantastic, but I don't know if he has any interest in the job at all. Just to get back to the original point of, like, probably the guy that you're hearing about is this guy, Nick Sorensen, who'd be the in-house hire. Now, the Niners, of course, want to go with maybe somebody with a little continuity. And the story is this kid, I call him a kid. He's been coaching for 21 years, but he is in his early 40s and played in the NFL for a long time. He was a safety in the NFL for the Rams, Jags, and Browns from 2001 to 2010. He played in the Super Bowl 36 as a member of the Rams. Started his career at Youngstown State. Youngstown State. There's Jed now, 2012. And then, of course, went to Seattle for 8 years from 2013 to 2011 as a special teams guy and defensive assistant. And then went over to Jacksonville in 2021, joined the Niners in 2022. So Nick Sorensen would be right now the betting favorite but with Pete Carroll as the caller's favorite right now.
Yeah, and that's what stands out to me about Nick Sorensen. Obviously, you look at when he first joined the 49ers in 2022 under D'Amico Ryans. So that, of course, is the base defense that Kyle Shanahan wants to run. And then you go back to his Seattle days. And there's so much talk about Pete Carroll. The reason why Kyle Shanahan wants that 4-3 defense is because of all the success that Pete Carroll had in Seattle. So, of course, you'd want the blueprint from the mastermind himself. But Sorensen has so much experience coaching in Seattle under Pete Carroll. I think he is a viable in-house option.
Yeah, okay. 808 says, what about Lord Fangio? No, Vic Fangio got hired in Philadelphia, guys. We got to deal with him with the Eagles next year. 408 says, is Sorensen any relation to the Friday night Dylan Panthers quarterback? Very good. That's Saracen, my friends. Don't confuse your Saracen with your Sorensen's. And shout out to North Bay. 323 says, don't forget Pete Carroll, College of Marin. College of Marin stopped off along the way. 925 says, hey, 2 weeks ago, Chip Kelly was here in Rockland recruiting kids at UCLA. I guess it wasn't his gig.
About that.
And 623 says, I don't want Brandon Staley. People have been calling for his head for years, and now he's in the discussion for D coordinator. And he says, I don't like his face either.
Ooh.
Now we're getting
like
personal.
His face.
I don't like personal.
I don't like his game management, but that's the key. If Brandon Staley is one of these options, we've seen head coaches revert back to a defense coordinator. Now, obviously, nobody with the status of guys like Bill Belichick or Pete Carroll. But when you look at Brandon Staley, going back to his time as defensive coordinator with the Rams, going back to the success he has had as a defensive coordinator. I mean, a perfect example is Steve Spagnuolo, who was, I don't want to say an embarrassment as a head coach, but he obviously did not have the same success as he's had in Kansas City, and now he's got 4 Super Bowl rings because he decided to make that move from being a head coach back to a DC.
Yeah, there it is. So anyway, I would rate it this way right now. I would say Sorensen most likely, Carroll and Vrabel the sexiest possibilities, and then probably the one that would probably right behind Sorensen and would maybe move the needle but would be a sound higher would be Brandon Staley. Yeah. So I'd go Sorensen and Staley most likely, with Staley having a little more experience, Sorensen having more in-house experience, and then just the sexiest, fun ones for us, Carroll and Vrabel, which I would not rule out.
I would not. Now, would you throw Rex Ryan into that conversation?
No. Are you kidding me? TV Rex Ryan?
He was talking about getting calls from the Dallas Cowboys for the DC job. Oh, I swear. He's an option out there.
TV Rex Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay.
That Rex Ryan.
I'll put him way down the list.
Yeah.
I'll put him way down the list.
He's on the list, though. He's available.
I do have to go to my buddy Butch, who's checking in. One of the great friends of mine, pal of mine, my buddy Butch. Are you really calling in right now? You're calling in, Butch. Good morning.
I am Murph. I'm sort of like your dad. I've got a history point, but I'm also a Pete Carroll. I favor Pete Carroll. So
Carroll's your guy.
Carroll's my guy. But I just want to clarify one thing about William Howard Taft. He did become Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, but that was what he always wanted. And when he came back from the Philippines and ran with Theodore Roosevelt, became vice president, he asked Roosevelt to appoint him to the Supreme Court, and Roosevelt said, no, you're my hand-picked successor to be president. Then they later broke out over the Bull Moose Party, and Taft became Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
You know what, Butch?
Your dad would have told you that.
He sure would have. And the fact that we got the Bull Moose Party in today's show, that's a win. We just won. And Butch, I will make
Good show, guys.
By the way, I got your message. I will call the pro shop, okay?
Do it, Murph.
Okay.
We're on.
Okay, we'll see you, Butch.
Hey, Marcus. Okay, bye-bye.
What's up, Butch? I love how Butch almost dropped a, do it, Murphy. Do it, Murph.
That's very good.
Grab that extra book, Murph.
808 KNBR, the Bull Moose Party. The Bull Moose Party.
Do it, Murphy.
Come on now, young Tony. You got to know your Bull Moose. All right, guys. On the other side, we got Chris Wondolowski coming up around 8:50. We do have to get ready for our trip to Arizona. Bob Melvin's talking starting rotation next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, we're going to Arizona, man. Excited for it. Yes, of course, we're excited for the Niner defensive coordinator hire, which could come any minute. But, dude, this is KNBR, the Giants, man. We got a game on Saturday. By the way, we also have a soccer game on Saturday on KNBR, which we'll talk to Chris Wondolowski about in the next segment, which we will also do the cooler of content. And then Mike Silver at 9:15. Ooh, no reason, as you would say on the leadoff spot, rip off the dial.
I mean,
rip off the dial.
Rip that knob off, Murph. Go ahead and rip it off.
I remember you used to say that when I was driving in. I'd be like, man, it's a violent imagery, but there's something compelling about ripping off my dial right now.
Well, that was me in the leadoff spot at 5 a.m. I was the table setter for KNBR. I was the Jung-Hoo Lee, your leadoff hitter, and I would try to set the table and then, rip off the knob when you got the big 3-4 hitters coming up with Murph, Greg Papa, and Tom Tolbert.
By the way, I was in the break room in the lovely. It's Krista, right? Is her name? No, not Krista.
Kristen.
No. Who's the young lady with the longer hair? She's of Filipina descent, and she used to come in and do the continuity with you.
Oh, Giselle.
Oh,
that's my girl.
Okay, yeah, I know. You and Giselle had a little vibe.
Oh, Giselle's my
She is
girl.
married now. You do know that.
Hey, Murph, relax.
But anyway, so she said to me out of nowhere, I was getting my coffee. She goes, the Giants' new player is so good looking. I was like, wait, what? I'm like, who you talking? I said, Pablo Sandoval? Who you talking about? And then I said, Soler, his big, strong muscles. She says, no, the Korean guy. I said, what? She goes, he's so good. So I didn't know. Did you know Jung-Hoo Lee has the ladies in his
Murph,
back pocket?
He's a GQ model, I believe.
Okay, I didn't know
Like
this.
he was just doing some photo shoot for Versace or something. He's got some
well, there we go.
Some interesting pictures out
So
there.
who was so this is the new, what the kids would call thirst trap other than Gabe?
I love you.
Okay, there it is. Well, Gabe was the one who all the ladies do. By the way, my kid, Big Deck, said he wonders if you go to any Gabe post and look at the comments underneath it, it's insane.
Oh, it's Gabe's babes.
It's insane. He actually, my kid, he said, I wonder if those are bots. He goes, I wonder if he's there's no way that many women can openly lust after him.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Gabe don't discriminate.
And as our old pal said, with Prince singing his ass off in the background there, too.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't think we're getting many burger reviews from Bob Melvin this year.
Oh, man. How about bringing me back to that? That was incredible.
Give me that again, Tony.
Yeah.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Hear Prince in the background.
Audio gold.
The erotic howling of Prince. Anyway, let's get back to the Giants because we're going down there. We're very excited for Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday the game's going to be on. And there is a little bit of news. The Giants have pretty much laid out their starting rotation. And it's going to be Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, who has fewer than 10 starts in the bigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Harrison, who has 7 career starts. Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn, who both have 5 or fewer or 7 or fewer big league starts. So it's rather inexperienced, my friends. But he did sort of give the hint yesterday that while Harrison, Hicks, and Webb are the top 3 guys, that the other 2 are really the ones that are fighting for it. This is Bob Melvin yesterday about the back end of the rotation.
I have an idea. I prefer not to say that right now. We're early in camp, and I want guys to think that there is quite a bit of competition for it, because it's exciting to see a lot of the Giants' young pitchers here too, and not just here to be here, to actually get to pitch and potentially vie for a rotation spot.
Realistically, about how many would you say you're looking at for those 2? Just not names, but like how many guys are probably realistic?
4.
By the way, you hear in the background that the crack and the popping going on. You're going to hear that.
It's the crack of the bat, Murph.
Yeah, you're going to hear that pop of the glove. Okay, so Kipe kind of, caught me a little bit. I've always wanted, for years, I wanted the Giants to go young. Yeah. And declare it a rebuild, which they will never do. They will never do that because I think they want to sell tickets, right? And I don't know, would Giants fans, they always say, Giants fans won't buy a rebuild. I was like, I don't really. I think we might. Buy a rebuild.
Yeah.
But I think Larry Bear, I'm speaking for Larry, would always say, we can't do that. We got to. So is there a way to rebuild while still keeping a couple of veteran pieces like a Jorge Soler, like a possible Matt Chapman?
Yeah.
Is that possible to still go young and keep those veterans around? My answer is yes. I think you can.
Well, that's the thing that stands out about this current roster is all the prospects getting these opportunities. And I know there was a lot of movement up and down last year, whether we're talking Luciano or Luis Matos, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, the list goes on and on and on. But to me, the Farhan kind of 5-year plan, which I know no one wants to hear about, is getting all these prospects and all these guys that he drafted up to the major league level and then add those big free agent pieces.
Yeah.
That's why, to me, when you're stuck in this middle ground, you're not really gaining anything.
Yeah.
You're not moving towards a World Series. You're just kind of mediocre in the middle of the pack. And that's why last year at the trade deadline, I threw out the ideas of trading away Alex Cobb, who was a 36-year-old all-star who's now dealing with hip surgery.
Agreed.
I thought about trading Jock Peterson,
Agreed.
who walked away for nothing this offseason. And I even threw out Wilmer Flores.
Agreed.
Which we all love Wilmer.
Yes.
Get it. He's one of the friends of the program,
matter.
friends of the Giants. But
We'll talk to him tomorrow.
Exactly. He had value that you could have traded to get some of the prospects to rebuild last year instead of trying to play for that 6 wild card
I believe
spot.
I woke up from that coveted nap, my bliss, and saw the trade deadline had passed last year and nothing. And I just tweeted out, I said, "You're just killing me, Farhan. You're killing me." His inability to kind of just make that move. Now, he did it in 2019. It's funny, 2019 Farhan was totally different. He traded Mark Melanson back then. Remember that?
Went out and got Chris Bryant.
Yeah, went out and got Chris Bryant. That was 2021, right? 2021.
Yeah.
And then, 2019 was the Melanson. 2021 was Chris Bryant. He traded, remember when he got Mauricio Dubon, brought him in, a little piece that you could use. But, man, it just seems like it's really kind of stalled out into really small potatoes moves. Now, getting back to the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's the ultimate, positive spin. Back 15 years ago, they gave a chance to Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, and Tim Lincecum. Now, are Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb, Keaton Wynn, and Tristan Beck potentially Bumgarner, Cain, and Lincecum?
I think Logan Webb is in that conversation. We make the comparisons all the time to Matt Cain and how he's getting webbed instead of Cain now with the lack of run support.
Yes,
Webb has solidified himself
he's a Matt Cain
as a Cy Young candidate. I think Kyle Harrison gives you a little Madison Bumgarner aspect, which is huge kind of comparisons, but I think he could be that guy. The question is, who's going to be the freak? Who's going to be Tim Lincecum?
They don't have that.
I don't think they have it right now with this current rotation.
Wisenhunt stuff's supposed to be pretty nasty.
I said earlier this morning, I expect Carson Wisenhunt to be in the bigs, in that rotation at some point this season. I saw him in San Jose. Absolutely fantastic changeup. I'm talking major league level ready changeup right now. Struck out Jackson Holiday in the Futures game last year. Now did end the season with a little bit of an elbow injury. He's back at spring training throwing off the bullpen. I think he's going to be in the rotation at some point this season. Mark my words, Murph.
510 says, I thought Farhan was the guy. I was sadly mistaken. 559 says, no way spoiled Giants fans would put up with an Orioles-style rebuild, or Cubs 2015, 2016.
But look at the Orioles now with Adley Rutschman and all the young talent.
And then the Cubs when they won the World Series in 2016.
And then what did the Orioles just do this offseason? Went out and traded for Corbin Burns.
Right, which I love.
Because they have the prospects, they have the young talent, they have the nucleus that they can go out and afford to make these moves.
The same guy who texted in on Farhan says the Giants' current minor league system does not have the Cain, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Posey level.
I would say there's a lot of good pitching in this system. Whether we're talking about a guy like Mason Black, who was the Giants' minor league pitcher of the year last year, I think he's going to be knocking on the door at camp this year, competing for that fifth spot.
How about my man Birdsong? How about that?
I'm down with the Hayden Birdsong. I'm down with the Landon Roop. If you really want to get into the weeds and start talking pitching prospects with the Giants.
Did you see these guys in
These are all guys I saw, and then we can go down the line to Reggie Crawford, who has an electric fastball. Some news that came out yesterday, Bryce Eldridge is also going to be a one-way player now. He's done pitching just a first baseman.
They're pretty high on his bat.
He can swing. I've seen him down in San Jose. He puts good wood on the
We
ball.
hope to get him on the show. 530 says, hey, you said all his moves are small potatoes. I looked at Jorge Soler. He's 6'4", 235. That's not small potatoes.
That's a lot of potatoes.
That's pretty funny. And 925 says he laid out 5 starters, and I don't think that happened the entire tenure of Gabe Kapler.
That right there alone.
That's right there. Something. And we expect them to pitch deeper in, right?
That's what Bob Melvin said yesterday.
So somebody wrote in and said, how many World Series have been won with a rotation featuring 1 veteran and 4 guys who have thrown fewer than 10 big league starts?
I'm going to guess not many.
I'm going to say that. Not many, too. Are the Giants realistically trying to win the World Series this year? Are they?
With this current roster,
No, they're not.
my answer would be no.
They're not. So I would then ask, what are we doing here? And if the answer is building towards the future, then fine. then maybe, I don't know, maybe you don't sign Matt Chapman and you go with Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano on the left side of the infield, bro. There's no insurance there. None. You get such a shortstop now. Come on now.
That's it. It's Marco and Casey Schmidt as a backup.
And is Lamont Wade the guy over at first base to be? He tends to be a little bit dinged up here and there.
Look, all I'm going to say is when I look at this Giants potential lineup for opening day, it would look a lot better if you had Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger on the corners versus J.D. Davis and Lamont Wade.
Just give me Chapman and Soler in the middle of the lineup and build some young kids around them, man, and try to win. I don't know. Gosh darn it. Anyway, we'll take all this skepticism and turn it into enthusiasm down in Arizona when we go down there, right? So I tell you, it'll seduce you, buddy. It will.
Oh, Murph.
Because everybody's 0-0 and the pop of the glove, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, look at Birdsong. Look at that guy over there. Oh, look at Wisenhunt. He looks pretty good, and you get excited.
I mean, Murph, you're going to hear me in the back of the bullpen dropping a couple.
It's orgasmic. And seriously, you're going to really like this. We're going to go down after we sign off, we'll go down to the dugout and lean on the rail.
Hell, the Giants need options of rotation. I might grab a glove and throw a couple bullpens, Murph.
And by the way, you know what 925 says? Well, I'll do that. I'd love to watch your bullpen. 925 says, guys, here's a guy, and Susan Slusser wrote about this guy, David VR. Just forgotten.
We are VR.
Yes. He was the starting third base on opening day last year.
Yeah, and they said they were going to give him every opportunity, just didn't really seize the opportunity.
How about that?
And then another prospect that Giants fans have been keeping an eye on, Elliot Ramos.
Yes.
Who went deep on the first pitch off Jordan Hicks the other day in spring training. He's a guy that's kind of been forgotten about.
As we tell the kids when they face hard throwers, hey, they provide the velocity. You just go hit it hard.
Exactly.
It'll go somewhere.
Swing hard in case you hit it.
All right, guys. We'll get you guys ready for Thursday, Friday, Arizona. We'll be there in 24 hours. It's going to be so much fun. Okay, and the first broadcast is Saturday. Okay, Chris Wondolowski's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and the Quakes have a debut game on Saturday, and the cooler of content, followed by Mike Silver. He'll have great thoughts on Kyle Shanahan, D coordinators, Brock Purdy, you name it, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'll eat raw beef, too.
Marin Health, we want to brag about it now. Right there in the North Bay, world-class beauty, of course, Mount Tam, Stinson Beach, you name it. But the world-class secret, Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. A cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to help you get back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Wondolowski puts it out on the right wing to Espinosa. The Argentinian designated player on the attack. Crossing it, wants a Bobasi. It falls to Wondolowski. Wanda! Old man Wondolowski with his third goal of the year. 3-0 San Jose.
You know that voice. That's Ted Ramey, and you know that goal. That's our buddy, Wando, Chris Wondolowski. No man has scored more goals in MLS history than our guy. And we got the Quakes going on Saturday, man. FC Dallas on KNBR. And our first chance to give huge public congratulations to one of our great pals on the program, Chris Wondolowski, for being inducted into the 2024 Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Wando, that's a lot, buddy. Congratulations. How are you, man?
Hey, congrats, Wando.
Thanks. I appreciate it, guys. Great to hear from you guys and be on the show because it's always a good time, and I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Dude, let's get into it. Bischoff, man, for a kid who grew up out in the East Bay and went to De La Salle, and have you seen the names that are in there, right?
No, that's it, absolutely, and that's the thing that's it's surreal to me. I grew up. These guys are absolute legends, and the names that are synonymous with that list, it's unreal. And so I'm truly honored, and it's slowly sinking in as well.
Yeah, I'll just give you the initial class, by the way. Guys named Willie Mays, Bill Russell, and Joe DiMaggio. Okay, bro.
Not too bad, right?
Do you think those plaques, when they see your plaque go up, they're going to be like, Wando, what's up?
I feel bad whoever's next to me because they're going to be like, ooh, who's this guy? Hope it's alphabetical or something. Yeah, there may be a tier system, I'm hoping, or somewhere.
It's funny. We used to have the Niners long snapper Brian Jennings on our show. He was a really fun guest. And the Niners have a 10-year wall. If you play 10 years with the team, you get your picture on the wall. And he did it. And he had a joke that when his picture went on the wall, the Joe Montana picture next to him grew eyes and looked side-eye at him going, what are you doing here, bro? That's how you're feeling about your induct. No, you deserve it, buddy. It's a huge deal. And I was doing a little brief research, and the best I can tell, the only soccer players are two women, Julie Foudy, who went in last year, Stanford, obviously Brandy Chastain, Santa Clara girl. And then I think the only male is Steve Nagesco. Is that how I pronounce his name, the USF coach?
Yes, the USF legendary coach. Yes, and so I believe, it could be the first male player to be inducted, a male soccer player to be inducted. So,
it's a huge deal, man.
Yeah, pretty excited about that, and that's it is. And like you mentioned, just the names that are there. It's I don't know. I grew up following this and knowing who's on there, and so it's, I don't know, it is truly special.
And Wanda, we just had Patrick Willis on our show the other day, who was obviously in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and just made the NFL Hall of Fame class too. Mm-hmm. And it was awesome to talk to him about wearing that 49er jersey his entire career. Now, Chris, I know you had a small stint out with the Houston Dynamo too, but when I think about the San Jose Earthquakes, I think about Chris Wondolowski. How cool is it that your name is kind of synonymous with the franchise down in San Jose?
Thank you. Because I love it. It's truly my hometown club. Went to class games before at Spartan Stadium, and then the Earthquakes as well. And getting to be able to celebrate 50 years, our 50-year anniversary this year, and so we'll be able to bring out a lot of alum and past players, and it's always fun to hear the stories and just reminisce. And that's what's special. And got to move down with the team. The team from San Jose moved down to Houston and was able to win a couple championships. But fortunately, I was able to play back in front of my hometown friends and family, and truly believe that helped with the success and with my career.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Wanda. I think I'm hosting the darn thing at the Hyatt, so I'll see you there on Monday, May 6th.
Nice.
So
I love that.
I know. We'll hang out, brother. We'll hang out. It'll be really, really fun. But we got something more immediate than that. We got the Quakes on Saturday, man. They start their 2024 campaign, and listen, we got huge, Quakes fans in the audience down at PayPal Park Saturday against FC Dallas. It's going to be on KNBR, which is really cool at 5:30. What do you got, man? What's your best sell on the 2024 Quakes forecast?
Oh, well, excited. I think we're going to build off of last year's, playoff entrance. And so hopefully that this year we're hosting playoff games. And I'm really excited, truly optimistic. We re-signed Christian Espinoza, designated player. And so we're excited to bring him back. And then we have added a few key pieces. We brought in Mal Pellegrino from Norway and scored many goals from there and helped to boost our attack. And then we also brought in a Portuguese player from that was playing in Spain in La Liga and at center back as well. And so it's nice to kind of hold down the defense as well. And so very excited for that. And I can't wait. It's always so much excitement around opening day and opening season. And I can't wait for it to get started.
And Chris, we've kind of seen the fan atmosphere down in the South Bay really explode the last couple of years with the success of the 49ers down at Levi Stadium. I wanted to ask you about the crowd atmosphere for anybody who has not attended a San Jose Earthquakes game. I mean, Chris, I think one of my favorite moments of your career is when you were serving your one-game suspension and you were out celebrating with the San Jose Ultras in the crowd. Just to describe that fan environment and why people should go out to these games.
It's an amazing environment. The fans are loud, they're boisterous, and they're also knowledgeable as well, which I think makes it unbelievable. And so they understand the nuances of the game. They know what helps propel the game, and then that also they provide that energy and that atmosphere, especially late in the game when you need that extra boost. They've always been there, and I love being able to celebrate with them and be loud with them as well.
Well, Wando, it's exciting. Now, I should mention, Saturday's game is at Dallas, at FC Dallas. Yes. That game's on KNBR. But the home opener is March 2nd, 7:30 against the LA Galaxy, the old rival. Yeah. So March 2nd, everybody mark your calendars. That'll be a week from, that's coming up March 2. And then that'll be the home opener. And then there you go from there. Like we said, they made the wild card last year. He's hoping to build on that. And everybody get out to PayPal Park on Saturday, March 2nd. And tune in to KNBR this Saturday for the Quakes at FC Dallas. So, all right, Wando, well, listen, congratulations. Thanks for the hit. I can't wait to see you out at the Hyatt on Monday, May 6th. Tickets at bayshoff.org. And congratulations again. Thanks for hopping on.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys having me on, and always enjoy hanging with you guys.
Yeah, Wando, the good cheer of a Wando. De La Salle's own, Chico State's own. Mm-hmm. You know, Chico State used to make Playboy's top party schools all the time.
Oh, Murph, I've partied up in Chico a couple times.
Did you guys play them in baseball?
Oh, yeah. They were a rival at Sonoma State.
Yeah.
I have a Chuck Fico shirt in my closet right now.
Oh, nice.
If you can figure out that one.
Nice, I got you. Uh-huh. Did you guys brawl like the Incarnate Word and Texas A&M, whatever that team was?
No, didn't get into those bench-clearing brawls that we saw the other night.
No, that's okay. Let's get to the cooler of content after this. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And remind everybody that Tim Kawakami is hopping on with Tolbert this afternoon. I think Cope's will be back on Thursday. That's the rumor there. So coming off the sick bay for sure. But before we get to Mike Silver at 9:15, it's time for the cooler of content.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler content style. We got any number of ways we could go. A Waterboy wants to go to this young man named Kai Cenat, who's a YouTuber. My kids know him. I don't. When he came out for the dunk contest, they're like, oh, Kai Cenat. I'm like, what? Huh?
Murph. He's the live streamer of the year.
What does he do?
He just sits at his computer and reacts to other stuff on YouTube.
Okay. He's got charisma.
Well, that's what the kids are into now. They just watch other kids play video games instead of playing video games themselves.
Yeah, that's my kid. Well, anyway, Shannon Sharp said, why are we dunking over a guy who's short to begin with? Sort of Kevin Hart height.
Yeah, and for everybody outside of the loop, Jaylen Brown brought him out for the slam dunk competition, but then sat him down in a chair and dunked over him.
So he was dunking over him mostly for YouTube influence more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. He's playing for clicks, Murph.
Yeah. Well, Shannon Sharp's like, well, dude, he's short. It's no big deal. Well, Kai Cenat was not happy to hear. He was watching First Take when Shannon Sharp said this. He was not happy to hear his height described as such.
The man's already 3 foot tall. You put him in a chair 91.5.
Oh, you said it! Oh, no, I didn't know you said this. Said it! You! No.
Okay. Quite the reaction.
Great production, too, with the Undertaker bells in the background.
Quite the reaction. Do you think there was an authentic reaction, or was he playing for clicks?
I'm sure he probably hammed it up a little bit, but still, I thought it was entertaining.
So it's like a split screen. Shannon Sharp on one side, Kai watching on his YouTube on the other.
You said it! Oh, no, I didn't know you said this. Said it! You! No.
Okay.
I might check out a couple of streams now, Murph.
I might too. Very good. Very good. All right, back to page one on the cooler of content where we say, did you see Jason Kelsey's wife take a stance against the Chiefs? I got to admire this now. I say Jason Kelsey, the Eagles
center for the Eagles.
Yes, exactly.
The older brother.
Well, Travis is a Chief, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously now Jason Kelsey has time on his hands, and he goes and he's dressed as a Chiefs fan. Well, his wife, Kylie, is from Philadelphia. And Philly fans don't play. So she would not wear Chiefs gear, even going to Uncle Travis. She calls her to her nephew, or her son, pardon me, Uncle Travis's. I kind of admire her stand here. This is Kylie Kelsey saying, I ain't going there.
Who else is playing football tomorrow?
Uncle Travis.
There you go. To be clear, I am an Eagles fan to the extent of if Jason ever went and played for another team, I would wear Kelsey. I would not wear another team's stuff. I've thought about that a number of times where I couldn't do it. It sounds terrible. Travis was in the playoffs one year and the Eagles were not. And so we went to a playoff game in Kansas City and I was like, do I have to? But Trav knows that. I always want Travis to be successful. Obviously, always want Jason to be successful. But I can't. I'm not going to be out here doing the Chiefs chop, whatever that tomahawk thing. No.
I ride with Kylie Kelsey. I do. I love it. Shout out to Elaine Bennis wearing the Orioles hat in the Yankee box, right? In Seinfeld, right? You got to rep your team. Now, she said she won't wear the opposing team stuff. She just won't wear anything that's not Eagles. And she's not doing that for Jason. She's doing that because she's a Philly girl.
And how about that? And then you throw in the story of Taylor Swift originally being an Eagles fan, and now she's in the box wearing these Chris and Juszczyk collection Chiefs jerseys.
Now, she is laying with the man, though. You know what I mean? They're making the sign of the two-back beast.
That's true, but
which, by the way, I got a lot of.
She's got the Kelsey name.
Which I got a lot of in Bull Durham, by the way. A lot of two-back beasts. But I mean, it's your girlfriend, boyfriend. You gotta support.
See?
I've seen politicians act shamefully. I'm gonna call out Hillary Clinton, who grew up in Chicago and bragged about her Cubs fandom, and then ran for Senate in New York, started showing around looking like Marcus with a Yankee hat. Come on, you can't do that. So Kylie Kelsey drawing a line in the sand. And old Peaches, who used to produce our show, he was very upset at Alex Smith for riding with the Padres until he became the Niner quarterback, then started wearing a Giants hat. So you got to stay with your squad. I think people respect it more, don't you think?
I think so. It's we brought up the fact that Jared Goff was taking a photo of in a Dodgers jersey, and we talked about it when they played the Lions, when he grew up a Giants fan here in the Bay Area. It sucks to see someone switch up like that.
Yeah, that was tough, though. That was a case where Jared Goff had been drafted number one by the Rams, and the Dodgers had him out, and they gave him a jersey. Mm-hmm. What if he balls out and said, I ain't wearing this? I'm not doing this. Well, it would be, again, like Elaine with the Orioles hat in the box.
It would, but here's my question now. Does Kylie call out Taylor Swift at Thanksgiving dinner? Because these Philly fans are reckless.
Yes, she does.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she does, without question.
Mm-hmm. Taylor, why are you switching up, huh? Why are you switching up?
Pablo Sandoval's in the cooler of content.
Pablo.
He was playing in, where was it, Dubai?
Out in Dubai.
And they had a money ball where you get extra runs if you hit a home run?
Pablo Sandoval is the first human on this planet to hit a 6-run home run.
It's a 6-run homer.
A 6-run homer.
This is what you're getting, Giants fans, right here.
This is a money ball, gentlemen, and this is Panda. Money ball, let's go. Kung Fu Panda. Let's go. Save up. That's worth 6. A gold ball, and suddenly it's 8 Deweys. Another one of the new innovations in baseball united. The gold ball doubles the runs. 3 times 2 is 6. That's amazing. I love it. Panda. Lock it, cock it, rock it, restock it out to right center, and that's the first home run for the East All-Stars. Gives them a commanding lead in the top half of the fifth.
All right. Hey, quite honestly, more juice than any Giants game last year.
I was going to say, that was one hell of a call.
Lock it, cock it, rock it, restock it.
I like how he's dropping panda, 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 like he's the designer, the rapper, or something like that.
What if, I got you on that. What if John Miller dropped a lock it, cock it, stock it? What is it again?
Lock it, cock it, rock it, restock it.
Lock it, cock it, rock it, restock it. John Miller?
I'll take it.
Okay.
If you're telling me that Pablo Sandoval can get Logan Webb 6 runs of support in one swing of the bat, bring the gold ball to the MLB.
That is incredible, man. All right, well, listen, Panda, with your 6-run bombs, you're good. Let's go down to Barkley. Barkley with a little heckle here of, this is during the All-Star Game Altcast on TNT.
No, Barkley was heckling somebody?
Well, here you go. It's cut F. Is it fair to make fun of Draymond's team vying for a play-in spot? And, of course, Draymond has this typical response here, yes.
It's a pleasure to work with you, Dre. You're a hell of a player. Good luck in the play-in.
Don't let him do you. You ain't going to do my friend like that.
That is crazy right now. You are not acting like that. Here, Chuck, take my ring.
No.
There it is.
Here, Chuck, take my ring.
Good luck in the play-in. Well, it's going to take some doing to get out of the play-in. They're 4 losses behind the 6th seed, and they got to climb over 3 teams. That starts tonight against the Lakers, by the way. They can start the
tomorrow night against the Lakers.
Tomorrow night. Thank you very much. Tomorrow night. Appreciate that. More Barkley. This one caused a little stir. He criticized Kevin Durant, called him not a leader. Here, check it out.
He wanted to be KD, but he's not doing it. To me, it's got to be Booker. He's got to be your mental leader and your vocal leader to a certain degree. No disrespect to Kevin. Kevin's a follower. He's not a leader. He's proven that on all his stops. Booker's a hell of a player also. I think he's going to have to take the initiative and take this team to the next level because, man, Kevin's a hell of a player. I ain't never going to say anything bad about him, but I'm saying the same thing with Boston. One of you guys has to step forward. He has to step forward. And for me, for Phoenix to be successful, it has to be Booker.
All right, man. This is why Barkley's the best, though, because he says things like this. They're bold takes, they're strong takes, and it's not necessarily – it's hard to kind of dispute it. I mean, Durant does seem more comfortable playing with Steph Curry, people like that, playing with alongside other guys that he can share with. He doesn't want to be the LeBron James dude, right, leading the way. It just doesn't seem to fit his personality.
But I got to say, I always love when someone starts a take with no disrespect and then says something absolutely disrespectul. No disrespect to Kevin Durant, but he's a follower. He'll never be a leader. He'll never be a champion by his own. But no disrespect, Murph.
But it is good, though. It's a good take. It's a strong take. And meanwhile, then we have one more here. Draymond and Chuck making jokes about each other on the TNT Altcast here.
How much you pay for this suit? Probably about $1,000. It looked like it. Okay. Hey, you know what's funny about that? You know who was asking about you the other day? Who's that? Nobody.
They're breaking out their dad jokes, right? Really? How much you pay for that suit? No matter what Barkley was going to answer, he'd say, yeah, it looks like it. And then the other one, hey, you know who was talking about you the other day? Who? Nobody.
Nobody.
That's dad jokes.
This is good.
I like it.
I mean, Murph, the All-Star game was so boring on Sunday that Draymond and Chuck were out here just roasting each other for entertainment.
I can join them with the dad jokes. Like, for example, don't you hate people who have to get a vegetable into every sentence? And I say to them, not necessarily, Not necessarily. All right, so there you go.
Nice, Murph.
Well, that's kind of on their level, isn't it? It's kind of on their level. Right,
yeah.
Guys, there you go.
I don't know, Murph.
All right, guys, there is your cooler of content. Thank you, Draymond and Chuck, and thank you, Kylie Kelsey, and thank you, Pablo Sandoval, and thank you, Kai Cenat. I was a little upset.
Kai was not happy.
And when you're short and you're upset, it looks even funnier, right? Because he's like shorter than Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike Silver, strong Niner takes guaranteed coming your way next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You know who was asking about you the other day? Who's that? Nobody.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Athletic senior NBA writer Sam Amick stopped by the Tolbert and Crowley show yesterday, filling in for Adam Copeland, to break down the second half of the NBA season and how the Warriors can improve their playoff positioning. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
River Islands. Let's talk about it. River Islands out in Lathrop is the place to be and getting accolades, too. Look at that. Number 1, baby, for the 5th year in a row. River Islands named the best-selling master planned community in all of Northern California. Numero uno, baby. Takes a lot to be named number 1, but River Islands does that. You see the homes on the lakes and next to the parks and the trails and close to those charter schools. You now know why it's such a winner. River Islands is a winner. And brand new this month, some amazing new model homes to tour. The Shores at Pulte Homes. So you're saying the Shores? Wait, we get water? Yes, water. You get the 4 to 6 bedroom homes built close to the San Joaquin River. Remember, all of the homes at River Islands are worth a look. Terrific architecture, fantastic kitchens, and room for 1 or 2 home offices. I can't think of another place where you can live so well with neighborhood prices ranging from the mid-600,000s to over $1 million. You can start your tour online at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Mike Silver, he's the best, man. You want strong takes, you're going to get him on the Niners, and we thank him for giving us this one extra hit here before we let him go hibernate for the winter. He's down in Santa Barbara visiting his son. The other son, by the way, we can't keep off the air. He's just banging it. Should you be going on Greg Silver's show, Mike? Should you be doing that? Good morning, brother.
Hopefully he doesn't have to slum like that, but he's got my number.
Dude, let me tell you, man, we got a lot to get to. Let's start with the D coordinator, because Kawakami, our buddy, tweeted out that he says there's going to be some smoke coming from the chimney soon. And we started talking about it on the show. The phone, people lit up, like the phones and the texts. People have strong opinions on this. And because there's such a varied pool of candidates, like something as simple as staying in-house for a guy like Nick Sorensen, who we don't know that well, or something as sexy as going out of the building for like a Pete Carroll who might be looking for a new adventure. Where's Mike Silver from the San Francisco Chronicle coming down on the likelihood and possibilities that you handicap here?
It's a great question. It's been one of the quieter coordinator searches in history, right? Or in recent history. You have to comply with the Rooney Rule, which I believe for coordinator means 2 outside candidates who are minorities. So you can't just snap your fingers and do it. But, the intriguing names you have to at least ponder. Kyle and Bill Belichick have this weird coaching bromance and mutually respectful admiration society thing going that dates back to Super Bowl 51 and the aftermath of that Patriots comeback, and Belichick's admiration for what Kyle had done in the first 2.5 quarters as the Falcons coordinator. It seems pretty against type that Bill would just come be a defensive coordinator, but I feel like because of their relationship, that's at least an overture that probably gets made. And, I think it would be very unlikely, but I can't rule that out knowing their relationship. Pete is a Marin guy. He's got a ton of energy. He's been the 49er defensive coordinator before, way back when, in the Seifert era. So, would Pete want to do that? Again, it doesn't seem likely to me, but it's something that, you at least, I think, ponder. And then Vrabel's out there, too. I think that one is less likely. Wink Martindale, who's a great defensive coordinator, has a lot of admiration for Kyle Shanahan, just took the Michigan job because there were no NFL jobs for him. So those are like the big names sitting out there, but then there are a lot of talented guys who could probably do a really good job who aren't huge names.
And Mike, we had Adam Schefter report this morning that there has been some conversation between Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Staley, but it seems like we don't have any actual confirmation on the actual interview process. And so that's why with this report of Tim Kawakami coming out that the 49ers might be making its announcement soon, does that lead you to believe that they might be going in-house since we haven't had these confirmed interview with these outside candidates?
Well, I left Staley out as a big name. He's a big name. He had the number 1 defense in the league for the Rams in 2020 before getting the Charger job. Obviously, he gives you that Fangio type system, which Kyle has been fascinated with for a long time. Loves Vic Fangio as a coordinator. And so, no, I wouldn't say that what's been reported necessarily, aligns, because they're not announcing interviews. And I guess all of us have been dropping the ball on this and not telling you what's going on. But I don't know that interviews haven't been taking place. It's just been kind of, for whatever reason, under the radar. So will be interesting. I would think they'd do something soon just because of timing. I would also think that means that the coaches aren't going to the combine again because Kyle will want to sit there and grind with the new coordinator. But I wish I could tell you something concrete. I cannot.
How'd you feel, Mike Silver, the San Francisco Chronicle, the voice you hear, he does a great job. How did you feel about the the national perception / narrative, which, is meaningless, but it's a thing, that Kyle scapegoated Steve Wilks, just given that you used to work for NFL Network and Yahoo and all that. And, who knows, if you weren't a Bay Area based guy, you might feel the same way. I don't know. Did you have any reaction to that?
I think he did scapegoat Steve Wilks. Now, I think he's willing to live with that, Kyle, because it's the least of his problems. I think in Kyle's mind, losing the Super Bowl in overtime with a team that is obviously in the win now window and maybe nearing the end of it is so cataclysmically crushing that it dwarfs all other concerns. So, but yeah, you got to live with that perception because on paper he did get scapegoated, and you can say, well, the defense wasn't as good this past year, and DeMeco Ryans had set an incredibly high standard. You could say that the two playoff games preceding the Super Bowl, the defense didn't play well, and that might merit a change. The Super Bowl itself, that defense played amazing. They did give up a touchdown in overtime when they were completely gassed. But I think if you're just looking at the Super Bowl itself, you wouldn't say, oh, man, if they could just get rid of Steve Wilks, they'll win it next time against Patrick Mahomes. I think this is a crazy business. Matt LaFleur fired a good friend of his, Joe Barry, who was the defensive coordinator of the Packers. They had a great playoff game, their defense against the 49ers. Crazy decisions that, to those of us on the outside seem pretty extreme, get made all the time. Steve Wilks is a really good coach. He stepped into a very hard situation, and he knew he was doing that. He's running someone else's scheme, essentially, with someone else's coaches and following the number one defense. He's very revered in the profession. He's a great leader, did a great job as the Panthers interim coach. He's part of a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit that, charges the NFL with racial discrimination and hiring practices. So it's a really sensitive thing. I thought it was, to me, crazy that after the Minnesota game, he took such a public flogging, not only from people like us, but essentially from Kyle Shanahan, who, clearly put it on Steve Wilks that he had called a zero blitz at the end of the half. Okay, number one, Charvarius Ward had his hands on that ball. It was almost a dramatic interception. Number two, okay, he made a call you didn't like. Number three, dude, you have green light authority. And Kyle should be sensitive to this more than most people because I think he fairly believed that Dan Quinn kind of let him take too much of the fall for that Super Bowl 51 climactic drive where they didn't kick the field goal, and that kind of got put on Kyle Shanahan, and I always thought that was absurd. Dan Quinn's the head coach. He has green light authority. Put it on the head coach. Well, Kyle, of all people, it surprised me that he would publicly let Steve Wilks take the fall for, by the way, one call in a game that they kind of sucked and deserved to lose. I think all things can be true. Kyle thinks he can do better. Kyle wants someone different to run his defense. Maybe Steve Wilks didn't perform at the level that Kyle wanted him to. Also, he is being scapegoated. It is a terrible look, and I think Kyle's willing to live with that.
And Mike, it seems like the kind of consensus kind of thought is that it just wasn't the right fit for bringing in Steve Wilks to run the style of defense that Kyle Shanahan wants. So I'll ask you the question, was it a mistake to try to force Steve Wilks to fix this defense and run the scheme that Kyle Shanahan wanted when he has a Super Bowl caliber defense?
Okay, well, first of all, it is by definition a mistake if you fired him after 1 year, although they did almost win the Super Bowl. But I think Kyle is now saying, yes, that was a mistake, which is on him, by the way. No one forced Kyle to hire Steve Wilks at gunpoint. There were a lot of other people who wanted that job who are really good coordinators. Number two, let's see who he hires, because if he hires Brandon Staley, then what you're saying is not, oh, Steve Wilks couldn't run my system. It's, I'm willing to not run that system if it means getting this other coach. So I'm not 100% convinced they're going to run the exact same thing. They do love the wide nine and Chris Kasarik, and it would be weird for them to deviate from that. On the other hand, they have one, the wide nine depends so much on those guys on the outside of the defensive line. They have one who is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, Nick Bosa, who had a good year, but not a great Nick Bosa year. And they have another giant hole because, I don't think Chase Young's coming back. Cleve Farrell was, a solid guy before he hurt his knee, but they don't have a second guy out there wide to make that sing. So I guess I would reserve judgment on that answer until I see who they hire and whether they actually keep the same system. And if he just promotes from within and just says, hey, man, that was a mistake, I just want to run my system with my guys, then I would say the question would be answered differently.
All right, Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, obviously a huge deal with the Steve Wilkes firing and who's the new D coordinator. And you talk about this window. And I wonder, Mike, what's a realistic, if you're Jed York, Parag Marate, John Lynch, what's the realistic window right now? Christian, and I'll lay out just a couple of cases. Christian McCaffrey, running backs can't stay that fresh forever. What is perceived to be a salary cap crunch with Debo, Ayuk, and if not them, maybe George Kittle or somebody down the road. Brock Purdy's upcoming contract. An O-line that doesn't have maybe all that it takes. There's a lot out there. What's the realistic window? Is it 1 year, 2 years, 0 years? What is it?
Well, first of all, you have to decide whether you're really going after it in 24 at the expense possibly of later years. And it's an interesting call because if you believe that Purdy is your guy for the long haul, and I believe they do and should, you're going to ultimately pay him, but you're also believing that by the time you pay him, he'll be able to transcend to the level that overcomes some of those other cap hits you have to take. They can absolutely make it fit under the cap this year with Purdy still on a rookie deal. And I believe the cap is projected to be at, checking, $1 billion. The cap's always going, always tricks you can do. And, if you're willing to maybe take some hits later and figure it out, yeah, they don't have to get rid of anybody. The other question, though, is we all look at these guys and go, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, this guy's amazing, he's so great, he did this, he did that. But they have to evaluate honestly and say, is this guy descending? Is this guy still worth it? Can we do better, right? So on paper, you'd go, no way are you paying Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle premium dollars, all three of them, and a running back, Christian McCaffrey. Like, you can't pay all those guys, but you can. But then you go, okay, is George Kittle what George Kittle was? Strong argument could be made, yes. They may say, he gets hurt a lot. We think we could find another guy. And they might be wrong, by the way. Debo, same thing. He's taking a pounding. He's not really a true number one. I'd be careful with Kittle and Debo if I were them because not just their on-field ability is in play, but the hole it would leave in that locker room. They're just so impactful in terms of the fabric of that locker room, but they may not care. Kyle Juszczyk's that other guy. On paper, you go, he's probably declining. I mean, last time I saw him, he was making an insane diving sideline catch in overtime in the Super Bowl, or maybe it was in regulation, but that was, at the end of the Super Bowl, that was pretty incredible. McCaffrey's taken a pounding. He has stayed healthy. You obviously are banking on him continuing to do that. Ayuk's going to be expensive. Who else can you get? Who else is out there? And it's weird because usually when a team loses the Super Bowl in overtime, you'd go, just tweak it a little bit and they'll be fine. But I think you can't look at it in a vacuum. You look at the Chiefs, for example, and you go, well, they're not doing we don't really have a number one receiver thing anymore. Like, no way, right? Like, Patrick Mahomes is already like, hey, I got you that championship with, Jimmy and Bobby and Mo as my receivers, but Mike Evans is out there and some dudes in the draft, or Brandon Ayuk. Like, go get me a couple of dudes because you can afford it. So you got to get better and not just like, we can score in overtime and they won't. Like, you got to assume that you have to be continually propelling your team forward. So because of all that, they have hard decisions to make, and the cap obviously factors in. But if they tell you that they're getting rid of George Kittle because of his cap number, that's a lie. They're getting rid of George Kittle because they don't think he's as good as he was, and they think they can do better and for cheaper.
It's always great, Mike. Cataclysmically crushing. I think it was.
That's alliteration.
I think it was. It was cataclysmically crushing. 3 C's in there. Cataclysmically 4 crushing. All right, buddy. Hey, how's Santa Barbara? Beautiful?
Today it is. Looks killer. I'm about to go outside for the first time.
Go get a breakfast burrito, buddy.
Dude, that sounds so good.
Say hi to Les. Be good.
I'm gonna go scapegoat the breakfast burrito.
Take care, man.
There it is. Thanks, Mike.
Mike Silver of the Chronicle. You should hear the way I really hit his sweet spot with that breakfast burrito hit. The way he just kind of paused and then went to a different octave on that. You might want to cut that.
He hit you with the classic, dude.
Well, dude, I mean, right now, if you're waking up in Santa Barbara and kind of a leisurely morning, maybe you had a cup of coffee, and somebody says, hey, you want to go get a breakfast burrito? Yeah. Sounds pretty good.
Murph, I'll take a breakfast burrito any day of the week.
Yeah, but
you throw in beachside in Santa Barbara.
Particularly when you're in Santa Barbara.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know what I mean, Young Tone? Yeah.
Gonna go scapegoat the breakfast burrito.
There you go, buddy. All right. Hey, he raised some good questions. Let's get into it on the other side. The window, the Wilkes, the D coordinator. Niner calls and texts next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Breen going to join Tolbert this afternoon at 5:30. Warriors-Lakers tomorrow night. But, dude, tonight, I think we can pretty much talk Niners every day for the rest of our lives because, as Mike said, it was cataclysmically crushing, that loss of the Super Bowl. And he said, yeah, he did scapegoat Wilkes, and he said he doesn't care. Mm-hmm. He doesn't care.
And he said it was a mistake even hiring Steve Wilkes in the first place.
And he said, and he said Kyle's concerns are so much bigger than Steve Wilkes, and that is he's trying to win that bowl that he just can't get, and to come that agonizingly close, you know? I mean, you start thinking about Marv Levy and Bud Grant, who, by the way, are both in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Yeah. We were talking about coaches in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and I was saying, is Pete Carroll going in? And to be honest, I looked it up, guys, and coaches in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, it's kind of dicey. It's not like there's legends like Sid Gilman and George Halas and Bill Walsh and Don Shula, you know, the winningest coach, Paul Brown. But then you get somebody like Tom Flores is in, but he won 2, and he's the first Hispanic coach, and huge. Tony Dungy, he only won 1, but the first African-American coach ever to win 1, right? So but Bill Cowher is in, which is debatable now. Debatable, okay? I'm just saying based on the other ones that are in. Curly Lambeau, you know, people like that. But guys, you know, Pete Carroll, is he? He's on the bubble.
I think so. He's top 15 all times in wins. Of course, has that 1 Super Bowl ring. I mean, he's right around guys like Mike Tomlin, Tom Coughlin. Would you consider him a Hall of Famer? He's got 2 rings for beating Brady twice.
I would say no. Just like I don't think Eli Manning. Yeah, I don't.
That's a hot take too.
Yeah, well, Jim Plunkett, dude.
Well, yeah, Manning's got 2 Super Bowls and the last name Manning.
And Jim Plunkett has 2 Super Bowls.
I agree. He should be in there, but his last name's not Manning.
Oh, but his last name's Plunkett.
Yeah, he is. He's a Bay Area legend.
And he won a Heisman freaking trophy. And I know it's the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but I would just go to add that in. He won the Heisman. Yeah. Well, it's a Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't care. He won the Heisman.
Yeah, it's worth something, Murph.
Exactly. Christian McCaffrey should have won the Heisman.
Yes, so it's just Andrew Luck. Throw him on that pile as well.
Yeah, that's Stanford. And he's throwing Toby Gerhart while we're at it.
Oh, I'll take a Toby Gerhart. Who I saw play left field out at Sunken Diamond for Stanford also. Oh, he's on the baseball team.
God, can you imagine McCaffrey played baseball?
Oh, I bet you he was a stud.
Oh.
Shortstop, 3-hitter as a kid.
I got him in center.
Ooh, center fielder?
I think I got him in center.
I say you always put the best kid at short, though, right?
Yeah, in center.
All right.
Maybe a little older. Willie Mays played center.
Yeah, that's true, Murph.
He worked out. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Mickey Mantle played center here.
Jung-Hoo Lee plays center.
I just watched a Mickey Mantle thing on Twitter where he was being interviewed about hitting from the right side versus the left side. And I was like, look at how hungover this guy is right now. It's just insane. And what he accomplished, he actively worked against his own career. You know, the way he treated his body. You know, can you imagine if he had like a Tom Brady style work ethic?
I was going to say, it sounds like a lot of those guys in the generation weren't exactly taking care of the body.
Willie Mays did. Mm-hmm. Willie didn't drink, went to bed early, and look at the results.
But look at what we were talking about this morning with guys like Tom Brady, LeBron James, Pablo Sandoval. I threw out there as a joke, but in correlation to a guy like Steph Curry, who's 36 years old and arguably playing the best basketball of his career.
Yeah, but the Mick was just, oh man, he's from the day he got there, he started working against his career. So anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. We said we'll take more Niner calls on all these topics. Mm-hmm. The Steve Wilkes firing, who do you want as defensive coordinator? The continued discussion that we're going to get into and how true the window is. But Dino and Pacheco has been waiting the longest. Dino, you're on KNBR. Good morning.
What's up, Dino?
Hey, good morning, Murph. Good morning, you guys. You guys are sounding good this morning.
What's
good
up,
show.
Dino? What's up, man?
I wanted to chime in on one last time. I know it's the 49ers game's been over for a couple of weeks now, or whatever, but I feel like it. But anyway, all this nonsense I hear, I keep hearing about Kyle Shanahan. You know, and usually I'm for the longest time I never liked his style of play, but in the bowl I like the way he played, and especially people are giving such a beating about, you know, and it's Monday morning quarterbacking because obviously if they drove down and won the Super Bowl, then you know he's a hero. You know, it's like anything else. You know, but the thing that really frustrates me the most and is how they've been giving him such a beating about receiving the coin flip first and taking the ball first. That dude, I loved it. I mean, it was aggressive, and I think anybody who said it at the time, especially when they were driving, they drove all the way down inside I think they went all the way to the 9-yard line.
Yeah.
And I think at the time, everybody was happy. It looked great. I mean, things were going great, and then
great. You're right. It did. Hey, so you're saying, Dino, is you're basically defending Kyle and saying, listen, the guy, it came down to literally like a fingernail, a game of inches, and that you're loving the standard that he set and the way he's got these guys swinging for championships. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. What I'm saying, really, Murph, is he didn't play scared. I loved it, and he went down. He
went for it on 4th and 3 too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Dino, the one argument you can make about playing scared, and this is Monday morning quarterbacking, is, again, this is all through the lens of what happened, but should he have gone for the touchdown inside the 10 in overtime? He had 3rd and 4, and I think if you could do anything over again, you would play 4 downs down there, run it on 3rd and 4, see what you get, and then play for the touchdown. Again, Monday morning quarterbacking, because in the old kind of way of thinking, a field goal seems like a reasonable thing. But, Dino, thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man.
Mm-hmm. And I get Dino's point because, look, we've discussed the overtime decision ad nauseum. And I think we were on different pages at first, definitely. I thought that he should have kicked the ball and took it second.
I was truly 50-50. Mm-hmm. I hear your argument. I'm not against your argument at all. But I'm also not as stridently against the other argument. I truly do think, as all the analytics have showed, too, you could make a strong case either way. I know that sounds wishy-washy. Mm-hmm. So at that point, then you got to go with the feel of the game, the feel of Mahomes or whatever. So for your point, if Mahomes is on the other sideline, you should probably take the ball second.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to your point.
And we can talk about that predetermined decision to take the ball first in overtime. But I also got to respond to Dino's comments about the criticism of Kyle's play calling in the actual game.
Yeah.
Because I didn't wait until Monday morning. I was sending out tweets in the third quarter after Patrick Mahomes threw that interception, and they passed the ball 6 straight times on back-to-back 3-and-outs.
Bro.
And Murph, I sent out the tweet. It felt like Super Bowl 54 all over again. So that was in the moment. We didn't like those play calling. So I think that's fair criticism.
I might have been. The Super Bowl was one of those rare times when I went Bull Durham on my Twitter timeline, and I was dropping some F-bombs, I think. I was like, run the blanket ball.
Oh, and you like to work clean on Twitter.
I do.
So when you drop
F-bombs,
that's how you know you're serious.
I think I've done it like 2 or 3 times.
Ooh.
Then I showed my kid Bull Durham. Man, oh man, I forgot about all the sex and swearing in there.
I was going to say, there's a lot of F scenes in there, but a different kind of F scenes.
Listen, I know he's heard it all. Listen to the music he listens to. My God. But it's different when your dad's sitting on the couch right next to you.
It is.
I mean, it's like, you should be watching that upstairs with your buddies. You know what I mean?
Well, then especially when you had your buddy over for the Super Bowl and he was dropping F-bombs in the living room.
Crazy F-bombs. And at a certain point, I said, Coach, and he goes, sorry. I go, listen, they've heard it all. Just do whatever you got to do. All right?
There's no new words under the sun.
Jim in Santa Barbara is checking in. Hey, Santa Barbara, 2 in a row. Mike Silver and now Jim. Jim, good morning. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm great. It's wonderful being in Santa Barbara.
It is.
El Sitio has the best breakfast burrito.
Okay.
For Mike.
Tell Mike. Okay, dude, I'm going to drive down there right now and get one.
I say we got to change our flight from Scottsdale to Santa Barbara, Murph.
What's up, Jim? Awesome. What do you got?
Okay, so Steve Wilkes got put in a tough spot. If the Niners are committed to a wide 9 with Kaczmarek, then I think they need to figure out who the defensive coordinator is that melts that. If they play just a straight up, front 4, then that's another story. And I think that Wilkes was put in a tough position, and bless his heart, he's an accomplished guy, and not that he was scapegoated. I don't think he was scapegoated, but I think the right fit might be somebody who just has a whole scheme in mind that's more aggressive. And I think the Niners got the personnel to be more aggressive, and they should be.
Yeah, Jim, I hear you on and the more aggressive point, and appreciate the call and enjoy the burrito, was, the way he played in that overtime when he played off, and Tony Romo called it out, and Kyle called the timeout, and we saw that.
Yeah, that was the drive to me that kind of exemplified everything that was wrong between the Steve Wilkes and Kyle Shanahan relationship.
And then when you do blitz Fred Warner, you kind of telegraph it so they pick him up or hold him. And he completes the pass. Bill Barnwell brought up a really interesting one. If Rashid, the 3rd and 6 pass, so 2nd and 13, yes, we're going to go through this again. We are.
We're going to relive
Valdez Scantling runs backward, which was crazy, by the way.
Chris Jones is losing his mind.
Crazy.
On the sideline,
I was going nuts. Yeah,
you're going the wrong way.
Because he reestablished his run, and they tackled him for a 3-yard loss. And then they played off, and he threw the 7-yarder to make it 3rd and 6.
That's when Steve Wilkes initially put 5 guys back at the sticks.
But then on 3rd and 6, he blitzed, and that's when Mahomes calmly threaded the ball to Rashee Rice on a crossing route, and it was a first down. Bill Barnwell brought up the argument, what if for some reason Rice dropped the ball? Which he's, whatever. Chiefs receivers spent the whole season dropping balls. He said the Chiefs would have been in a really interesting situation there because they could have kicked the field goal to tie the game, or they would have had to go on 4th and 6, which is a bigger ask. That was an interesting one because he said he was making, by the way, he made every argument under the sun, like 10 million words in that story. Ways to vindicate Kyle is, if indeed it was 4th and 6, if you're the Chiefs, are you going for it? Or are you kicking the field goal at that point?
Oh, now we're just going down a whole wormhole of what if scenarios. Like, what if Jake Moody's extra point didn't get blocked?
Right, but that one's a little more simple. It's just a 3rd and 6 play. What if for whatever reason that just didn't
What if
connect?
What if Nick Bosa blew up that read option on 4th and 1?
But this is easier, though. That was a difficult play. All Mahomes had to do was fall forward, and he would have gotten the first down. This one's easier. This is like a simple incomplete pass. Just what they would have done. I don't know. They might have gone for it.
It's a good scenario.
They might have gone
because,
for it.
I
They
mean,
might not.
Harrison Butker has been one of the best lights-out kickers in the NFL,
So
but Andy Reid has been known to risk it.
This was his argument about why Kyle, when he was making the argument for why Kyle wasn't necessarily wrong. He was saying there are several scenarios where the Chiefs would have been in a tough spot, but they executed every single time. They didn't have to. You want a break? Squeeze in a couple calls before we get out of here? I'm telling you, we can talk Niners for the rest of our lives. We really can. But we'll be in Arizona tomorrow. Thursday, Friday. Can't wait, brother. The pop, you're going to pop. The pop of the glove.
Oh,
dude.
the pop of the glove, the crack of the bat, Murph. Ooh, I'm getting excited already.
Don't we have a Nicky T crack of the bat?
Oh, I got it in the system. We'll break it out.
All right.
The crack of the bat.
All right. We'll be in Arizona tomorrow. The thrill of the grass. Waterboy, the thrill of the grass.
Yes!
Or in Bull Durham, just the thrill of the CSs and the Fs.
Hey,
all right,
now.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
All right, our last segment before Arizona, brother. You ready?
Oh, Murph.
You ready?
I've already checked into my flight. I've already started making dinner reservations. No, I'm lying. I'm letting you take care of the dinner reservations, but boy, am I looking forward to it.
I'm trying to think. What time do we land tonight? We land at like 7:30. Little late but we'll do it though. We'll do it. We'll find someplace good. It's just a little bit of a bummer because you have nice. Yeah, then we land till 7:43.
Ooh, that is a little later, but we also get the extra hour of sleep with the show not starting until Arizona 7 a.m.
Wednesday night in Old Town. We can find something, brother.
Oh.
All the legendary spots, though, have gone. Don and Charlie's, Italian Grotto, all the places we used to go. So sad. But we'll find the new spots. I think Culinary Dropout's a good spot to hit, but we'll do that Thursday night. And then we'll listen. We'll figure it out. And then I might leave you in Austin to the young.
That's it, Murph.
Yeah.
My recipe for a successful weekend is simple. Give me baseball, give me beer, and maybe throw in some barbecue.
You should probably stay the extra day.
I'm thinking about it.
You thought
man.
about it?
I have, but I also got to make the move to the city this weekend also.
That's
There's a lot of
exciting,
moving
man.
parts here this
A
morning.
lot of good stuff going on. All right, hey, I moved because Johnny Lund's moving, so I can't see the phone call. So what do you got over there, brother?
Well, let's go and check in with our guy, Leland, out in Sacramento, who wants to talk about the 49er defensive coordinator search. What's up, Leland?
Hey, good morning, guys. Marcus.
I got you, Leland. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, man. I think you need to change your alias because, Waterboy, that's the guy that's not good enough to be on the team, but he likes the sport. Dude, you are legit. You need a new name.
Well, that's the thing, Leland. There's your traditional water boy who stands on the sideline, but I'm Bobby Boucher, baby. I'm coming in, taking down the quarterback, making turnovers. So I'm on another level of water boy greatness, but I appreciate it, Leland. Thanks a lot, man.
Hey, welcome. Hey, so here's my comment, man. Everybody's been all over Steve Wilkes, and I got nothing more to say to add to the conversation. End of the day, we need a new DC. My thing was I just wasn't too into how it was done so quickly. It could have been done with more class because the Niners are always a first-class organization. Moving on. But my point is there were so many little things that went wrong in the Super Bowl. We've talked about all of them. So many little things, the missed PAT, the fumble in the first quarter, Bosa letting Mahomes run for the first down on 4th and 1, and a slew of other things that we could look at, even Big Trent, his penalties. Too many little things went wrong, and I have to say it's coaching. Success rises and falls on leadership, and I just think that Kyle Shanahan needs to take some responsibility here and step up in his level of coaching and leadership. What do you guys think?
Well, Leland, you're not alone, brother. A lot of people have said this one is on Kyle, particularly outside of this market. I think here in the market, there's sympathy for Kyle because he's made the Niners relevant again. He's got the Niners to 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years. I mean, we remember Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly, Dennis Erickson, Mike Nolan, Mike Singletary, all those guys who didn't get it done.
Yeah.
So, guys, I think Kyle gets a wide berth. However, I did mention to you that an old head texted me and said, Eddie would have fired Kyle at this point in time. So anyway, Liam, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. Listen, the heat is increasing for sure. And then he scapegoats Wilkes, as we said, or is it what the perception of the scapegoating?
That's the national story is about him being a scapegoat.
Again, now we go back. We've said this a million times. The Andy Reid and Philly days, right? It is better to have loved and lost. And never, is it better to be in the mix every year? I always talk about the Sabian 97 to 03 years. I loved them. I loved them. I loved being in the mix. It was great to be. I know they didn't win. Now you stick around long enough, and he did do it in 10, 12, and 14. So,
well, that's the question with Kyle Shanahan moving forward. He's at the point of his career where he's either going to be Marv Levy or he's going to be Andy Reid. And he's going to finally get over the hump, or we're going to keep talking about his lack of Super Bowl performances.
And we talked about if you want to go the Andy Reid note, and Kyle's 44, Andy Reid won it when he was 61.
I don't know if I got that much time, Murph.
17. You got 17 left in you?
17?
Will KNBR be around in 17 years?
I got 17 more days, Murph. 17 years.
Johnny Lund with a reaction to that.
That's a lifetime.
We got one more? You squeezing one more?
Yeah, we got Rennell out in Antioch. Ronell?
Wait, Rennell?
I don't think it's Rennell.
Okay.
But hey, we got a Ronell. Ronell, what's going on?
Hey, Rennell spells her name different than me. I'm your old DHL guy, Murph.
Oh, yeah, I remember you, brother. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm just I'm sitting here as a lifelong, born and raised San Francisco 49er fan, and just listen to all the odd critique. It's like he can't even be compared to Marv Levy. The difference is this guy is doing it differently. Marv Levy had one quarterback in 4 years with Jim Kelly. He tried to get a Super Bowl done in an era, in a time period. Kyle has already did it with two different quarterbacks who both are not first rounders. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me the last coach did that. Second of all, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, Joe Gibbs gets a lot of love for doing it with three different quarterbacks, but just to your point.
Yeah, but look how long it's been.
It's been a while.
Right? So what I'm saying is, and we've been able to go to 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks in the last 11 years. So people try to compare us to, like, the teams that, didn't do it with one quarterback or this or that. It's a different era. Kyle is the main one who says every play in a football game is different. Not only every game is different, every play. How do you and when you guys made the comment about, he should have went for it on that 4th down and 3,
mm-hmm.
Well, the last play, you had a seasoned lineman blow a whole coverage on Chris Jones, who I thought, forget Mahomes, I think Chris Jones is the one you always have to worry about when the Niners play the Chiefs. And he straight up, that ball got snapped, he went right to the left, and Chris Jones came in free. As a head coach, I'm thinking these guys are blowing assignments flat out. I don't feel confident on running another play, getting on 3 yards for a touchdown. And then also it might be on Kyle, but at the same time, when was the last time somebody was blocking somebody and a punt ran off their back of their heel? I mean, stuff like this is happening.
I know, Rennell. I know. You're right, dude. You're right. So you're defending Kyle. You're saying it was a lot of circumstances, a lot of weird things, and it's true. What you're saying is true, and that's what makes up winning and losing. Great hearing from you, dude. We got to go. Lund's here. It's 10 o'clock. We got to roll. I'll race you to the airport, brother.
I'll see you in Scottsdale, Murph.
Curly day 2. He's still here. He's doing good.
Mm-hmm. He's not sick of us yet.
And young Tony. Johnny Lund is ready to go. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm freaking jacked.
What are you thinking about? Shoot the ball.
Right.
Lock it, cock it, rock it, restock it.
Good luck in the play-in.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I think the 49ers have had great success with promoting people within their system. All right? It worked on offense. Bobby Slowick moved up the ranks. Brian Greasy has moved up the ranks. I'm just trying to think of other offensive coaches. They've always had success there. On defense, promoted Robert Saleh. He worked out. Promoted D'Amico Ryans. He worked out. And I know that last year when they were hiring, they felt like the right thing to do was, okay, let's stay in-house. But then in the end, Steve Wilkes is so impressive that they're like, you know what, let's bring him in. But it never seemed to fit. Like, you could look at whatever numbers you want. That defense, I'm sorry, just didn't look exactly the same as it had in other years.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't hear any of that. I think it was Schefter, right? I was talking to Marcus because he's going down to spring training for the first time, and I was trying to goad him into staying. So maybe that's where I'll start today. I was going to start somewhere else. What did Schefter say, by the way? Everyone in the audience knows, but I don't know. What did he say, Danny? Oh, Niners defensive coordinator candidates? Oh, he was saying Nick Sorensen. I heard that this morning. Was he saying Nick Sorensen? Did I miss that? Okay, I'll get back to that in just a second. It is a really important hire, and I do have a thought on how they could swing for the fences on this whole thing. And the other thing I wanted to know, because I was listening to Murph and Marcus driving in, there were two things that really caught my ear. And then one thing from Tolbert yesterday that I heard Sam Amick say that I thought was astoundingly interesting. So like it or not, I have to go back to the All-Star game on Sunday because if you missed Sam Amick yesterday, some of the things he said do not put the players in a really great light. And again, we'll go back to how you can fix it. I don't think you can. But we'll get into all that. But the two things that I was listening with Murph and Marcus this morning was, one, I didn't know when I came in, the guys were talking about Shanahan and how long Shanahan gets, and is it going to be Marv Levy? And it goes back to that whole thing, can he win the big one? And I get it. It's a national narrative, and a lot of times national narrative leaks into the national narratives leak into the local, but the locals know what's going on. And I can tell you that Jed York loves Kyle Shanahan, and we've talked about the Super Bowl so many times. Now, look, after a while, because let me just take you back to Sunday night for just a second, and then we'll expand, and I'll tell you what we got going. And we got a ton of great guests today, and the phone lines are always open, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, I didn't get my normal bathroom right before the show, so I'm a little bit cranky, and this segment might be a little fast. Anyway, you probably didn't need to know that. Probably having a bran muffin or something as you're driving in. But the whole discussion of Kyle Shanahan. So Sunday night, we're doing the post-game show, Dennis and Copes and I. By the way, where the hell's Copes? Like, he hasn't done a show since that night, right? Is he in hibernation? Is he still sick? What's going on? I'm not in the loop. But anyway, I digress. So my whole board is, and what I mean by board is there's a call-in line, right? And there's 12 lines in front of me as I'm staring at it. I'll take a picture and tweet it out to you. Right now, there's nothing on there. But we've got a remote broadcast. So on my iPad, as we're taking calls right after the Super Bowl, I'm not kidding. I almost said I S you not, but I said I'm not kidding. Every single line was lit up, and they all just said Shanahan, 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 Shanahan. And I get it because, people are drinking, and he's the most obvious candidate. There are two people in football that are blamed right after the game because it's the most obvious, the head coach and the quarterback. It's really simple. It's low-hanging fruit. And sometimes, let's be honest, I'm fond of a term, and it's a radio term. It's a term for everything, though. It's a term that you can use in business. It's very versatile, and it's not an F-bomb. It's hit the fastball. When something's right down the middle, you hit the fastball. Well, that's kind of – sometimes it is true that it is the coach. The coach has a lot of power. He takes a lot of blame. The quarterback gets paid a lot of money. He gets the blame. Like, they know how that works, right? Kyle Shanahan knows how it works. Brock Purdy knows how it works. There's in sports, the head coach of any team and the quarterback, because it's just the easiest to see. You look at the numbers of the quarterback. If you threw a couple interceptions, or in Jimmy's case in Super Bowl 54, what do you go, 3 of 11 or whatever it was? Like, it's really simple to see. There isn't a statistic for a left tackle, a guard, a center. You don't know how well they played unless you want to go back and look at it, and a lot of times you don't. So I came into the studio today thinking, I have a bunch of things to talk about, and I'm excited about it. And then I sat down and I listened to the last two callers talk about Shanahan, and then Shanahan being on a hot seat or something like that. And I get it, because in one sense, one side of me says it's absolutely ridiculous talk, because I know that he's not going anywhere. I know that Jed York loves him. I know that they have a tremendous culture here. It's not even talked about. It's not even a thing. And what's funny is that at the end of the tenure of Harbaugh, if you remember it, one of the things Jed York says, and this said at the time, and that was a very different Jed York. I mean, we're talking 10 years now, around 10 years since Harbaugh left the organization, right? I mean, 2024, time flies when you're having fun. And one of the things that Jed York levied on Jim Harbaugh is we just worry about Super Bowls. We just count Super Bowls. Well, yes and no, because they like Kyle Shanahan. They like the direction he's taken the team in. They love the culture, as I just said. They love everything about Kyle Shanahan. He's cool. He's offensively innovative. Clint Kubiak just went to the Saints. 2 Kubiaks were on one was a passing game coordinator, one quarterback coach. There's two of them with the Niners. Now there's one. And Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator, former head coach of the Raiders, said that Clint Kubiak has the best offensive system in football, and he was all excited. It's Kyle's system, but okay. It's actually Mike's system. It's it's a variation of a bunch of systems, but okay. I'm not going to say Kyle's the godfather of it, but right now the tree is Kyle's and Sean McVay's, and there's a couple of other trees, but basically it's Kyle. And I've always said this about Kyle. The minute the 49ers were ever to let him go, and at some point they will, sure. And it's always brought up, again, the national narrative because people are starting to comp him to Andy Reid, winning all the, getting NFC championship games, getting to Super Bowls, not winning. And now that, obviously not now, but, they look at the Atlanta blown lead, which is not all Kyle's fault. There's a lot of things involved there. They look at, obviously, Super Bowl 54. Jimmy was terrible, but okay. It's on Kyle. And they look at Super Bowl 58 and last year with Brock's injury. That's not on Kyle. And Jaquaski Tart dropping an interception. That's not on Kyle. I mean, I get it. It's low-hanging fruit, and it's easy, and you can criticize. And I have too. I often say that whether it's Bruce Bochy or Steve Kerr or Kyle Shanahan or Bill Walsh or, name any great coach anywhere, but we focus on the Bay Area. So if you name any great coach anywhere or manager anywhere, Bruce Bochy's going to the Hall of Fame. It's not even close, right? But every decision he has made has not been great. Steve Kerr's going to the Hall of Fame. Every decision he's made has not been great. Kyle Shanahan, Bill Walsh, go on down the line. So to me, I've said this about Kyle. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form they replace him. I mean, sometimes you look at situations and just say, I'm not saying he's blameless. He's the head coach. He's never blameless. But to start having conversations about maybe he needs to move on, that was a national narrative. Maybe he has to go to another team like Andy Reid did. Andy Reid got Patrick Mahomes. Did he win a Super Bowl with Alex Smith that I missed? He got Patrick Mahomes. That makes you look really smart. Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. What a great coach. And then he moved on and had Kobe and Shaq. What a great coach. Did Phil Jackson ever coach bad players? No, he didn't. He was too smart for that. Bill Belichick stayed too long. Man, if he'd have left earlier, what a brilliant guy. Now he can't even get a head coaching job in the league, which we'll talk about Belichick today. Anyway, sorry, I didn't plan on starting with Kyle Shanahan today, but I was listening to the end of the morning show, and there was some sort of discussion that Kyle, not that he's going to be replaced, that maybe he could be on the hot seat. I don't know. And Murph brought up a great comp, which is, is it better to love and lost than have never loved at all, which means you're getting close. And it's really hard to take that final step. It just is. And so, if you want to look back at Super Bowl 58, what I've said the entire time is I think Kyle, 7 out of 13 in fourth downs during the season. I think on those two critical third downs, maybe that's 4-down territory. With 2 minutes left in the game, I thought maybe that was 4-down territory. And third down is a different call. Not that we heard a caller right before I came on who said, what'd you want him to do? Go for it on 4th and 3? No, I wanted him to change the third down call, make 4th and short. Same thing in overtime. You've got to score a touchdown against Patrick Mahomes. Not to go over this again, but I think the third down call should have been different when the 4th down call would have been different. And I think Kyle's such a great offensive innovator that making it 7 times in 13 attempts during the regular season, which were both NFL lows, are way too low. You don't have to be Dan Gamble and go 40 times. But I think you're such an offensive innovator that being in the middle kind of would be fine. And he's old school, and he doesn't like that. And he likes to lean on his defense and his punter and his special teams and all these different things. There's a lot of variables in it. That's the only criticism I would have. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. I would rather, and this is an old sports radio conversation, I'd rather be in the mix every single year. And you're going to win one at some point. Then win one and be irrelevant for 10 years, like the Florida Marlins, right? They win one, yay, they have a big parade, nobody comes out because Miami's not a great sports town, and then the next year they rip it apart. That's cheap to me. I think you build the right way, you build, and I'm always a big proponent, or again, a sports philosophy of mine is players play, coaches coach. If some plays would have been made, and again, at the end of the morning show, they talked about this, a block, an injury, of this, or that. There was a lot of weird things that were out of Kyle's control. I'm not making an excuse for him. He doesn't need excuses. And I've never believed, and I don't believe that Steve Wilks was a scapegoat. I've said this consistently since he was let go, fired, is that to have a scapegoat, somebody's job's got to be on the line. Kyle's job is not on the line. You make a scapegoat because the Wolves are coming, and you've got to throw somebody to the Wolves. You got to throw somebody to the volcano. You've got to sacrifice somebody. He didn't have to sacrifice somebody. He wasn't going anywhere. So anyway, neat national narrative, fun and all that kind of stuff. But to call him Andy Reid, everybody's on a different path. I get it. Everybody wants to comp somebody. Somebody comes out of the draft. Who does that guy play like? Who's that guy coach like? It's real convenient to say he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. I don't remember enough. I obviously watched Andy Reid with the Eagles, and I know I've watched enough of those games, but off the top of my head, I don't remember what kind of circumstances led to them losing games. I do know what led to Kyle losing games. I mean, look, Atlanta, off the air one time, right when he was hired, when I was working with Tom, and this was awesome because Kyle is so honest with everything, and Tom asked him a great question. He said, look, this is totally off the record. I don't want to keep this off the record, but I'm just going to kind of intimate towards something. And we were talking about the Super Bowl, and Tom was curious about a certain play in the Super Bowl, and Kyle said, if this player would have done that, we win the Super Bowl. And again, players play, coaches coach. I mean, that's just what it is. In fact, Kyle has said it on the record. I mean, look, there was a passing play. He's been criticized for it. A running back didn't step up into the hole and hit the blocker. If he does, the player's wide open. The wide receiver was wide open. Matt Ryan makes the throw. They win the Super Bowl, and he's brilliant. So, again, players play, coaches coach. I don't know. Is it Kyle's fault every single time? I mean, he is a common denominator in those losses. I understand that. But can you tell me that one or two plays in the Super Bowl, one or two plays in Super Bowl 54, he didn't make Jimmy go 3 for 11. He called the plays. I get it. And I'm not stuck on the throw to Sanders, not to go back over this ground again. The defense really let him down. And that will lead us into the defensive coordinator conversation today, which Tim Kawakami wrote yesterday. They could be getting close. And everybody's throwing out everybody's name from Bill Belichick to in-house guys like Nick Sorensen. So we'll discuss. Anyway, tons going on today. We'll get into Giant spring training. One other thing, I came in at the start of the show and said there was another thing that Murph said that kind of triggered me. It was something in regards to the Giants. We'll get into that. We'll save Warriors' second half talk till tomorrow. It being very slow in the sports world, I'm just kind of slowly letting out the line here. But the one most intriguing thing is Klay Thompson in the second half of the season. And I don't know if we're talking about it enough because, honestly, this is his career as a Warrior that I think that is on the line in the second half. Or not the second half, the final, 30 games of the season for the Warriors. So we'll get into that conversation today. We'll open up the phone lines. Love talking Niners, Giants. Plus, there's one other thing that is stuck in my craw today in regards to gambling because I read a really interesting piece this morning on it. And obviously, I was in Las Vegas for 8 days, which is 7 too many, during the Super Bowl. And I'm going back for some crazy reason this weekend, birthday weekend in Las Vegas at the Sphere, which I'm very much looking forward to. I may just stay in my room the whole time, though. I lost enough sports gambling and the plus. But a really interesting piece that I wrote today, and obviously we do not have gambling or legalized. We do have gambling, but not legalized gambling in California, which I want to get into as well. Tom and I did years ago with some sort of legislature or congressman or something like that, and then really there's not been a whole lot of buzz. And the way it was presented last time in the ballot was completely stupid. I think there were 2 initiatives, and they got absolutely trounced. And they should have, the way that it was done. So anyway, we'll get into that too. Tons going on today. You can go off the board when we jump in and we ask the show anything at all. We'll do all that. Plus, we'll give you a guest list coming up next. Happy Wednesday. Pop and Lund in. Pop will be back next week, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus to give us thoughts on the 49ers search for a DC, as well as what the 49ers should do with Brandon Ayuk. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. The weirdest things will send you on a tangent during the break. Oh, here comes Walter because he thinks he's going to do the show now. I get this. Oh, you're doing the show wrong, John. What are you fixing? Why are you in here? Get out of here. So you give Walter one show, man, and it's like, that's it. He doesn't want to sit in there with Danny anymore. Danny, is he in there going, I would have said this. I would have done that. He's doing it all wrong. Anyway, that's an inside joke, too. By the way, one thing, I'm sorry, shiny objects get my eye. Did we just add the chat to the screen? Yeah, that wasn't there before, so it's easier for me to look at the chat on YouTube and Twitch. They figured out how to add the chat to this whole thing, so now it's right in front of me. I can't ignore it or anything like that. A couple of things before I get into continue the 49er conversation, because I was fascinated by something the morning show said, so it's going to lead me to my conversation. So I was going to do it later on the show, but I might as well do it now. Keith Law is going to join us at 11:30. Don't miss that. He has the Giants' top 20 prospects, and I probably referenced him, and I apologize for this. I probably referenced him no less than 20 times yesterday in talking about the Giants and some of my pessimism for these young guys who, again, it's springtime, it's optimism time, was reading Keith Law. And so we'll talk to Keith at 11:30 from The Athletic. Zach Harper is great, also from The Athletic. And we're going to talk Warriors second half. And specifically, I'm curious, because we'll get to this at some point today, there are a lot of storylines, I think. Even if I wasn't in the Bay Area, the Warriors have the most fascinating second-half storylines of anybody in basketball. Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Dre at center. There's just a ton of stuff. One of the easier schedules, and everybody's kind of getting optimistic about the Warriors. But the number one thing is Klay Thompson. I think he's playing for his Warriors career in these final 30 games and in the playoffs. A lot of times, his mention was Manu Ginobili, and that's great and everything. I didn't realize that over 1,000 or 1,100 games or whatever Ginobili played, he came off the bench like 708 times, I think it was, and so he referenced him, and that's great, and that's probably what Steve Kerr said in the conversation. But I don't think he wants to play off the bench. If that's what the Warriors think he's going to be, I think it's going to be interesting. Sham said last week that he thinks he's going to test the market and mentioned Miami, Philadelphia, the Lakers. So to me, that's the most interesting storyline, and so we'll talk to Zach Harper about that, and we'll get to it before that as well. But one thing I want to get into, I was thinking about this driving in today, and since we kind of started talking about Kyle Shanahan to start the show, just because the morning show was talking about it at the end of their show, and I wanted to reference it in the first segment if you're just joining us, was I think the thing they need to do, and I'll comp this to the Warriors. Now, obviously, the Warriors had already won championships. This version of the 49ers has not. But I'm going to put myself in the place of Jed York here. And you can agree or disagree. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And in addition to that, I now have the text chat in front of me, which, again, maybe I'm wrong. I look at it all the time. At least the YouTube version of it is in front of me, I think. They're just fighting amongst themselves. So if you want to reference me, that's fine, yes or no. But a lot of times they're just fighting amongst themselves, which I think is kind of entertaining. But if I'm Jed York and I'm the owner of the 49ers and I sit down around a big mahogany table, which is what I envision them doing. Well, actually, I do know the table that they usually sit around because it's the NFL draft table that we normally are, and we'll be there in a couple of months. It's very nice. And so I'm sure they have a end-of-the-year meeting, and Jed York is briefed. And I imagine Kyle is in it, and John is in it, and others amongst the hierarchy of the 49ers. And Jed sits and he listens. And then they say, Jed, what do you think? Or maybe he just interjects when he feels. But here's what I would say after hearing everything and what's our plan for next year and everything. And maybe they don't have their plan for next year, but maybe just evaluating what happened this year and everything else. And I'm staying along the storyline of Jed York. One of the reasons he let Jim Harbaugh go is because he couldn't win the big one. All right. And that's what he wants. I mean, it's great to get to the Super Bowl, but do you realize that as of next season, it will be 30 years between Super Bowls? Now, look, Some teams have never won a Super Bowl, the Detroit Lions, et cetera, but this is a proud organization that is used to winning Super Bowls. Jed said as part of the reason he let Jim Harbaugh go is you win Super Bowls around here. So using that as the backdrop, the only question I'm asking if I'm Jed York is, I'm going to comp this to the Warriors. After they won 73 games and didn't win the championship, they went out and got Kevin Durant. And one of the big questions that has been asked about this version of the 49ers is, how do they take the final step? If we assume, dangerous, ask you me, if we assume that you got to beat Patrick Mahomes every year, because I still think as we sit right now and free agency starts on March 13th, and the NFL is great at this, they don't let things lie around. They don't have a Scott Boras. They don't do those kind of things. The NFL gets it going. Next week is the Combine. Dudes are running around in underwear in Indianapolis. I get excited about it. I watch it. My wife looks at me weird. What the hell's your problem? March 13th, free agency starts. It's over in a day, but it's a lot of fun. They got Javon Hargrave. Remember, right on the air. First day, Javon Hargrave. We're like, what the what? And then it's the NFL draft, and then all of a sudden it's on, and it's June, and it's July, and boom, 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 and it felt like he didn't even have an offseason. I mean, the NFL has it right. But the thing I'm going to ask if I'm Jed York is, who's my Kevin Durant? All right, the Warriors win 73 games, and they could have done what Farhan did. Jeez, we just won 73 games. We're good. We're all good. Farhan won 107 games, and we're cool. These guys will have that same year next year. No. So if I'm Jed York, and again, Super Bowls are my thing because I've said that. I let a coach go who was really, really good and got us close a bunch of times, but he never did that. Got us to one. Guy dropped the punt, et cetera, et cetera. Who's my Kevin Durant? So maybe that could be a player. I read yesterday that somebody wrote, I think it was Bleacher Report or somebody, the 49ers' dream scenario is Patrick Surtain of the Broncos. I've said that they need an edge guy, and I don't know that it's going to be Chase Young. He's still probably priced himself in the 49ers range, but I would get on my knees and beg Jed York again, just like I did for Javon Hargrave, and especially since Brock is still cheap. Positional rankings, the 49ers are 32 at quarterback, and that's good as far as paying him. Free agent Sam Darnold, they don't have anybody really around other than Brock, so that's a good thing right now. But they're paying him nothing. Kansas City's paying Patrick Mahomes next year. His cap number is $59 million. So, and I know they've got to sign Brandon Ayuk. We'll get into that. I know they've got to sign Hufanga. I know that there's a lot of issues, big cap number for Trent and Debo and Kittle and Warner and all those kind of guys. I get it. But you got to ask yourself, what is the thing that is going to put us over the top? Because as we start the show and people are questioning Kyle Shanahan, what I'm thinking is the Warriors and Kevin Durant. They didn't sit there after 73 wins and getting close. They said, let's go get Kevin Durant. Now, there was a loophole there. Absolutely. There was reasons why they were able to get Kevin Durant. But I don't care if I'm Jed York. I shelled out a bunch of money. I've shelled out a ton of money. I want a Super Bowl. So tell me what I need to do. Is it Brian Burns? Is it Donnell Hunter? Is it Patrick Surtain? Or, and I don't think this is going to happen. I really don't, but it should. There's a number of reasons why it won't, but we're talking defensive coordinator this morning because Tim Kawakami put a tweet out yesterday that said the 49ers getting close. Now, they could play it close to the vest. They could get Nick Sorensen. I mean, in-house has worked, right? D'Amico Ryan's on staff. You promoted him, and it worked out pretty well. He was really good. You could do that. Nick Sorensen's a defensive passing game coordinator, played in the league, used to have long hair, good-looking guy, you know. You could do that. There's guys on staff who could do it. There's no question. People have talked Chris Kocurek. And I'll do this coming up next as a mighty tease. There's one Kevin Durant out there. Won't happen. Probably won't happen. But if I'm Jed York, I'm going, why not? Remember John York said when it came to Brock Purdy, well, he's the highest-ranked guy on your board, right? Yeah. Then what are we talking about? I mean, that was the quote in, who wrote the piece? Seth Weckersham or somebody like that? What are we talking about? I mean, he's the guy. We're talking about Super Bowls, and we're talking about like being inches away, literally inches away from winning one of those trophies. They had the Chiefs 4th and 1. They had opportunities on 3rd down. Ball was tipped away. I mean, we're talking literally inches away from winning Super Bowls. So who's the 49ers' Kevin Durant? I'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Would you like to see? Would that be something you'd be interested in? Well, I was. Pop kept coming into the studio and crowing that he was able to see again. And after a while, I finally said, fine. I couldn't see very well. I had actually a procedure done at another place, a LASIK procedure. And look, it wasn't that place's fault. It just, that certain procedure just did not really work well for me. There are different procedures that you can do, but Pop and I did this thing called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement, at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley with Dr. Craig Bindi and Dr. Joseph Ling, who, by the way, are awesome. Only takes minutes. These guys have done thousands of these procedures, so I know we're talking about your eyes here, and you want to make sure that you're going to a right place. And it's interesting, since we started talking about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, I've literally had lots of friends of mine say, does it work? What is it like? Well, this is going to be really easy because you can find out for yourself. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, free, I say free, live CLR webinar. That is Friday, March 1st at noon. It's really simple. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement, all the questions that you have. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? How long does the procedure take? Minutes, by the way. Why can't you get cataracts afterwards, which is great. It is the permanent solution to contacts, glasses, readers, all those kind of things. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and it's really, really simple. It's free, but you have to register. So it's March 1st at noon. Do it right now. You're going to be able to see like me. Isn't that going to be great? That's really the only thing about me that you would probably want to be like, nothing else. But being able to see is awesome. LaserEyecLR.com. Make that appointment today. It's absolutely free at LaserEyecLR.com.
You are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Go talk to the geniuses that are online.
Oh, that would be so good to have around here. Can you imagine? Thanks for joining us. Who is the 49ers Durant? After the 73-9, they could have sat around. And by the way, they probably would have if we remember right. I think I'm remembering right. I've damaged a lot of blood cells and brain cells since then. But if Harrison Barnes says, yeah, okay, I'll sign the extension, there is no Kevin Durant. But they just decide, all right. And there was a loophole, I understand that. But stay with me here for a second. It's not going to be Bill Belichick, but he is their Kevin Durant to put them over the top. And there's a lot of reasons why, and I'll tell you in a minute why not. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, as we await anxiously the most important coaching position on the 49ers, because Kyle's got the offense, needs a great defensive coordinator. So let's think about it in these terms. I mean, you don't have to, but this is how I'm going to present it. You're going to have to deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's the way it's going to be. Patrick Mahomes is 28. They have the youngest defense in the NFL. And they feature Steve Spagnuolo, who might be the best defensive coordinator in the league. And they feature Andy Reid, who, all due respect to Kyle Shanahan, is the best offensive coordinator in the league. Best quarterback, best two coordinators, youngest defense. Now, they could lose Chris Jones, who's been a pain in the ass in Super Bowl 54 and 58. They could lose L'Jarius Sneed, who was one of their starting corners and stuck to the 49ers receivers outside of the time he slipped, but Brock didn't have enough time to get Brandon Ayuk, unfortunately, the ball in the end zone in overtime in that one. But he's pretty good. Maybe they'll bring those guys, maybe they don't. But you know what? As long as they have Patrick Mahomes, they're going to be a problem. So as I look at the NFC, I still think the 49ers are the best team in the NFC. We'll see what happens in the offseason. They could lose some guys. We'll get into Brandon Ayuk in a little bit. I don't think he's going anywhere, and I'll tell you why. But Belichick makes sense on a lot of different levels. Again, let me go back to the big mahogany table and Jed sitting around it with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and everything else. And I'm sure when the Warriors first brought up the name when they were around their big mahogany table and they said, what can we do? We just won 73 games, but we didn't win the championship. Now, they had one prior championship, so it's different. But they just won 73 games. They were embarrassed. They didn't win the championship. What do? Somebody, probably Joe Lacob, brought up the name Kevin Durant. Well, what if we went out and got Kevin Durant? He's a free agent. I mean, the first reaction probably was, are you insane? No way. But they got the group together. They went to the Hamptons. They wooed Kevin Durant. There was a loophole. They get him. The rest is history. They win a couple of championships, and then Kevin Durant gets discontented, as Kevin Durant is wont to do, and he leaves. But they won a couple of championships, and the debate goes on. Would they have won those without Kevin Durant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So they didn't sit on their hands. The Giants win 107 games. They do nothing. If I'm the 49ers, if I'm Jed York, and I'm in charge of this whole thing, and I'm on record as saying the championship or bust every single year. We're the 49ers. We win championships. It's now been, going into next season, 30 years since they won one of those things. There's a salary cap in this league. Pretty sure you're aware of that. So, again, if I'm Jed, I just gave you a boatload of money. I think it's $84 million to be exact. Some of it's dummy money. I understand that. But still, I wrote a big check for Javon Hargrave. Last offseason, you came in, you groveled. John Lynch has talked about it. They groveled. Please, we screwed up. We traded DeForest Buckner. We need a defensive tackle. Fine. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, I just did like the signing a check thing. So Jed signs the check. They get Javon Hargrave. Still not enough. There is no salary cap on coaches. So what direction, how creative? And if I'm in that room and I'm Jed York, why not Bill Belichick? He's my Kevin Durant. And everybody scoffs and says, And look, this is probably not going to happen. It could be Nick Sorensen. It could be, any number one of, somebody who runs a Seattle defense. And look, they'll probably do a fine job. But again, let's go back to Kansas City, the team that you're going to have to beat. This is the mountain you have to climb for the foreseeable future. That's the team you have to topple. They've got the quarterback. They've got the best defensive coordinator. They have the best offensive coordinator. Kyle's probably number 2. Maybe it's McVay. He's in the mix. So despite what people have said about Kyle Shanahan since the Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan is one of the top offensive minds in football. He has spawned, and his father have spawned, a bunch of copycat offenses that have been very successful in the league. So you're set there. All right? You have the talent to do this. I don't think that's in question. If you just went based on talent, overall talent of the team, the 49ers had the most talent in the NFL last year. They have the payroll to prove it. Look at where they are in terms of positional players. But, what they have 9 Pro Bowlers. They had the Offensive Player of the Year. They had 2 of the top 5 MVP candidates. Nick Bosa last year, not this year, but last year was the defensive player of the year, and he was really, really good. He just didn't get the sack numbers, but he was still really good. Fred Warner is considered the best middle linebacker in all of football. Dre Greenlaw is not far behind. Javarius Ward was an all-pro caliber corner. I mean, they have it on every level. Trent Williams, if he's not the best left tackle in football, he's right there. So, I mean, you have a tremendous player at each position. George Kittle was the number 1 tight end in the league. Juice is the best fullback in the league. Not a lot to choose from, but still, it counts. So, I mean, from a talent standpoint, they have it. From an offensive mind standpoint, they have it. You can disagree with it. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. They have it. From a defensive standpoint, Steve Wilks didn't match up. But the year before that, they had D'Amico Ryans. Before that, they had Robert Saleh. But to me, you are, and I'm holding my fingers very close together, you are inches away from winning a Super Bowl. I don't know, stopping Patrick Mahomes on 4th and 1, stopping the Kansas City offense at any of those 4 possessions that went touchdown, field goal, touchdown to end the game, not allowing them a touchdown on the final drive that won the game. I mean, to me, as much as everyone's bitching and moaning about the offense was good enough, I think, to win that game. In Super Bowl 54, they had a defensive breakdown. Nobody talks about it. They talk about Jimmy's throw. It was the defense that let him down. In Super Bowl 58, I understand that they held Kansas City to 19 points, but they gave up a touchdown in overtime when they had just scored a field goal. And everybody in the booth, I was sitting right there. We all looked at each other when Jake Moody made that field goal, and we went, oh, they lost. Wait a minute, they just made a field goal, but they lost. Mahomes is going to score a touchdown. We all know that. So, again, I can complain about the 3rd and 4th down calls in overtime. I would have played it for 4 downs there, and you had to score a touchdown. So you can complain about the offense, or you can say, man, it would have been really nice with all that defensive talent if they could have figured out a way to stop the defense, to stop Kansas City's offense. Who's a defensive coordinator who's done that? Bill Belichick. So if I'm Jed, I'm sitting there, and I know it sounds like Kevin Durant. I'm sure the first time it was brought up for the Warriors after they won 73 games. But there's no salary cap on coaches. Now, therein lies the problem, probably, which is the 49ers don't release the numbers, but people are speculating that Kyle's making anywhere from $10 to $15 million. Sean Payton is the highest paid NFL coach, at least that will reveal the number, which is $18 million. Belichick was making around that number with the Patriots. So, again, we're talking about egos here, probably, of why he wouldn't do it. Bill Belichick, I'm sure, has a monster ego, and it's like, DC? You think I want to grind and be a DC? What I would say, again, I'd get on the phone, because this is an owner thing. I'd get on the phone with Belichick if I was Jed York and say, Bill, he probably can't, Mr. Belichick. Don't call me Bill. Mr. Belichick, all due respect, how cool would it be? And he was friends with the Shanahan family. It's the reason why he picked up the phone and only called one team to offer Jimmy Garoppolo. Thanks a lot for that. If they didn't get, man, never mind. I don't want to go down the Mahomes path. But anyway, he has a great deal of respect for the Shanahans, for Mike Shanahan, for Kyle Shanahan. They're friends. And I'd just say, look, how cool would it be if you got us over the top? That's the way it would be perceived, which is the reason why Kyle probably wouldn't do it. But that might be the way it's perceived. He topples Mahomes. He rides out into the sunset. Or somebody says, I don't care if you're 72. I'll hire you. So, I don't know that from an ego standpoint, Bill Belichick, possibly, and I know that people are going to scream and yell about Bill Walsh, and I get it, but he's possibly the greatest head coach of all time. He's certainly in the conversation. And then it's, hey, by the way, you want to be our DC? I mean, that's kind of like asking, I don't know, a great lead singer to sing backup, Eddie Van Halen to play rhythm guitar. I mean, it's just that it's probably not going to happen. Hey, would you be a part of our band and just be like an average guy? Like Mick Jagger. Hey, Mick, sing backup. Excuse me? Like that's what it's like, and there's a giant ego involved here, so that probably wouldn't happen because Belichick probably couldn't handle it. Although the allure of, hey, I got you over the top, now I either ride out into the sunset or I'm the number one head coaching candidate making $25 million. I fixed that defense. I mean, he'd probably only be around a year, but you just got to win one of these things, right? And then the monkey's off your back like it was for Steve Young. And then from Kyle's standpoint, I don't know that Kyle would do that because Mr. Belichick would walk in and say, look, I got the defense. Stay out of this room.
Yeah, but we're on to Cincinnati.
I don't want to talk. You handle the offense. I handle the defense. That's the way it's going to be. I don't know if he'd want to do that. He'd have an immense amount of respect for him. So, look, would it happen from an ego standpoint? Probably not. And then there's the financial side. which is whatever Kyle's making, let's just say $15 million for the sake of conversation. If I'm Bill Belichick, I'm going to make $14.99999. So Kyle makes $1 more. Are you really going to pay that coordinator that? But the reason I bring this up is that there is no salary cap on a coach. So if you ask Jed, would you pay Bill Belichick nearly $15 million to coach your defense if you win a Super Bowl? It's not even a question. Of course I would. Now, if you ask Kyle Shanahan that, there might be that Kevin Durant asterisk by that, right? Kyle won the Super Bowl, but all the talking head shows would be like, well, he needed Bill Belichick. I'd say, yeah, I think that's pretty smart. Anyway, is it going to happen? Doubtful. Should it happen? Yes. If I'm Jed York, am I calling? And not only people have said, well, you got to make the call. I'm making the call not to talk to him about his summer plans or the dog. Remember the dog in the NFL draft or how his dog's doing? Or I'm saying, dude, I'm serious. I'm serious here. I'll pay you $1 less than Kyle. You get all control of the defense. We need to stop 15. And you're the best at designing these game plans. You're the guy that everybody says, well, he takes one thing away. Now, he's not going to take Mahomes away. But now you're matching up Belichick with Andy Reid, and you're matching up Kyle Shanahan with Steve Spagnuolo. I know it didn't work out great in the Super Bowl, but I sure as hell feel better about my defensive game plan than I did in the Super Bowl. And you can say 19 points in regulation, and I get it. But I'm trying to get the extra inch, that extra play, that 4th and 1 stop. Would Belichick have known what Trent Williams did, when the mic'd up on the sidelines and Trent's yelling on 4th and 1? They win the Super Bowl if they win this, by the way. We haven't talked about that a lot. Patrick Mahomes on the keeper right. Does Belichick know, like he did in the Super Bowl when Seattle, Ricardo Lockett is going to run that play? Remember in the practice that week? They practiced that exact play. Brandon Browner jams the receiver. They should have run the ball with Marshawn Lynch. They didn't. Seattle. And they get the interception. That was Belichick. That was one play in the Super Bowl, and it won them the Super Bowl. You don't want to call that guy? Not just call that guy. Have a serious conversation that says, dude, I can't pay you more than the head coach. I can pay you right there close. You have control of the defense. Nobody's going to walk in your defensive game, your room. I just want you to slow down 15 enough. I just want you to make the play, devise the play on 4th and 1 that he made a big gain on the keeper, just like he did in Seattle, and you stopped that touchdown that would have lost you the Super Bowl. That was Belichick's defense. That was Belichick's play. That was Belichick grinding over film. People say, Belichick won't want to grind. What do you think he's doing as the head coach of the Patriots? Taking a vacation? The same guy who said no days off? That guy? Yeah, he wouldn't want to grind as the defensive coordinator. That's not the issue. The issue is money and ego. And it probably is not going to happen, but I'm just laying out that if I'm Jed York sitting in that room, I would ask the same question that John York asked when they weren't going to take Brock Purdy. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Well, we could win a Super Bowl with Belichick. Nah, we're going with Nick Sorensen. No offense. But if I'm going to line up against Kansas City and Spagnuolo and Andy Reid, I've got to have the best two. Give me your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Keith Law, bottom of the hour at 11:30. We will talk about the Giants prospects. I mentioned him no less than 25 times yesterday as why I was pessimistic. He's the one who wrote it, and then I just read it and regurgitated it. So let's get to some of the discussion of the Giants. So that was the one thing. I was listening about the Kyle stuff driving in, so it got me on this tangent, and I started thinking about Belichick, and that's what we've done for like the first 50 minutes of the show. But there was another thing that triggered me when I was listening to Murph and Marcus this morning in regards to the Giants and the direction that they're going this season. We'll get into that, and we'll lead that into Keith Law at 11:30. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Remember, phone lines open, text lines open, YouTube and Twitch, and I even have the chat right in front of me. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, as well as YouTube and Twitch. The chat is going strong, so you can jump in there, and I'll pick some stuff off there. We'll do that, all that coming up next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
When I got with Jed, one Saturday at my house, Kyle and I had discussed, I felt like I was asking a girl on a date.
Time to win. win, I tell you. And you can start right now with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, of course. So let's go. I'll go with you. Oh, you don't want me to go? Okay. I don't have to go. Grab the keys to your new Toyota. You know you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings, and you can come in and check out all the new models and deals and do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com. You see all the incoming vehicles like I did. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you like, and you get great prices and special lease deals. And another thing I did, because it's my RAV4 hybrid, great looking SUV, by the way, you save on gas. It is a hybrid, of course, and they have many hybrids, cars, SUVs, trucks. Or you can say, adios, amigo. Well, actually, gas is not your amigo. You can say adios to gas altogether with the all-new electric VZ4X at a low price or an incredible lease deal. So it's time to win and time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. And you know, since 1965, and this is hard because it's hard to stay in business, we know that. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota's had thousands of happy customers like me. Don't you see me smiling on YouTube and Twitch right now? Actually, you can't because they're showing the bullpen. I digress. So anyway, let's go. Modesto Toyota. No dealer markup, and the time has never been better. You know that now. And it's where I get my Toyotas. If Danny was going to buy a Toyota, he would buy his there. He's told me that, I swear. So come find out for yourself. Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How long has the Mario's Brothers music been going? Sorry. You can blame Mike Kohler, our acting boss. I just got into a company discussion with him, and I was late. Maybe running a couple minutes. All right, here's the deal. Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us. KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Keith Law at 11:30. It's his fault that I'm down on the Giants farm system, so we'll ask him about Luciano. The pitching, was it Keaton Wynn already? He's coming up with elbow problems. And look, Murph and Marcus are going down, so make sure that you're listening the next couple of days. They're going down the rest of the week to Scottsdale. I'm putting together a trip for some point in March. I want to see the games. I think in early March I'm going to go down there as well. So there's got to be more depth than what I'm seeing because we talked about it yesterday that they could be relying on a lot of young arms like they did last year, position players. I don't think it's great. We'll get into that conversation in a second. I want to finish up for now the 49ers talk. I started the show by talking about Kyle Shanahan because the guys were bringing it up at the end of Murph and Marcus. I morphed that into who could be the 49ers' Kevin Durant. You can mention a player, Surtain or Brian Burns or Donnell Hunter or whatever the case may be. Maybe there's a tackle out there you like, whatever, because you didn't like McKivitz or a guard situation because if they had a competent right guard, they might have won the Super Bowl too because Brandon L'Jarius Sneed had slipped. Brandon Ayuk is running wide open in the end zone after he put a great move on Sneed, and Brock Purdy didn't have enough time to throw it to him in overtime because Spencer Burford went to the inside and Chris Jones went, hey, no one's blocking me. This is awesome. And it could have cost the 49ers a Super Bowl, but it's Kyle's fault. So anyway, whatever it is, I'm just saying Belichick. I'm just saying it's the most obvious thing, and I know there's egos and money and all these different things, and maybe it's Kyle's ego because he doesn't want that big of a name of a coach on his staff. Maybe it's Belichick who's like, I'm not going to be a DC. I'm the best coach of all time. Are you insane? Maybe it's Jed saying that, I'm not paying the going rate because I'm sure if and when, and I think he probably did have a conversation with Bill Belichick and he threw out $1 less maybe than Kyle Shanahan because you can't pay the DC more than the head coach. And maybe it died there. I don't know. I mean, I believe me, there's a 99.9% chance it doesn't happen. So you're probably sitting in your car going, why are you even talking about it? Because I'm telling you, that's the guy they should get. It's obvious. And there is no salary cap on coaches. And if I'm going to go against Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid, and I'm going to assume that the Chiefs are going to be there until they're not, the last two times that the 49ers have gotten so close to a championship, that's been the team in front of them. And Mahomes is a Montana-like figure. And that's the guy you got to beat. Those are the coordinators you got to beat. They have the youngest defense in all the NFL, so it ain't going anywhere. And if Mahomes is running the offense and Andy Reid's calling the plays, they're not going anywhere. You just have to assume that. So that's what I would do. Even if it was like, let's say it's the Bills. Belichick's gone against those guys. So anyway, that's what I would do. I don't think they're going to. So let's finish that conversation, and then we'll jump into the Giants. Matthew's been waiting a while. Again, 415-808-567, 415-808-KNBR, both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line. Hi, Matthew. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, John.
Of course.
I just have a couple of really quick points. One is I totally agree with you. The Niners scored enough points to win the game. And not to defend Kyle a little bit. Kyle wasn't the guy that missed the extra point.
It was blocked.
Kyle didn't. Right, it was blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle didn't cause the flubbed punt return.
Mm-hmm.
They held Kansas City to 3 points in the first half. The defense was doing exactly what it needed to do. They didn't run a lot of blitzes in the first half. Drake Greenlaw goes down in the second half. That's not Kyle's fault that Drake Greenlaw couldn't play the second half, and they changed their defensive scheme, and it worked in Patrick Mahomes' favor. They put up 22 points in the second half, or 19.
You're talking about Kansas City? Talking about Kansas City in the second half?
City.
Yeah, 22.
Kansas City, second half, right. 22 extra points. If you look at the difference there, now, Kyle, did the offensive scheme kind of implode? Yeah. I think he should have ran Debo 5 or 10 times out of the backfield. Should have ran Elijah Mitchell out of the backfield more. He only gave Christian McCaffrey 16 carries in regulation. You should have given him more. There's all kinds of things. I'll close with this, John. Steiny and Guru. Steiny last week was complaining that the
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Opens up 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. So we'll get back to the 49ers because I want to bring up this Brandon Ayuk thing because I wanted to yesterday. And I'm not going to say it's overly complicated, but I have a lot of notes and positional spending and all these things. I want to make it as simple as possible, but I'm not going to rush through it in the, 7 or 8 minutes that I have left in this segment. I want to get into it. And so I'll restart on some 49er stuff. You can always text, hit me up, or call in and we can talk more about Kyle. Like I said, I don't want the last caller to confuse you on my thoughts on Kyle. I'm not blaming Kyle. I just simply said the thing that stood out to me in the Super Bowl is both the third, fourth down combination in the Super Bowl in regulation at 2 minutes and the getting the ball first. I would have called third and fourth down differently. I don't know anything. I'm just simply saying that I'd like Kyle to be more aggressive, not go for it 40 times on fourth down like Dan Campbell. But again, 7 makes 13 attempts in the regular season, both the lowest in the NFL. For a guy who is as smart as Kyle is and innovative as Kyle is offensively, those numbers are too low. And again, I go back to the conversation that if I'm Jed York, look, I stay out of football conversations. But the two things I tell him is, I want Belichick, let's make it happen. And I think we could be more aggressive on offense. So let's see what we do with those kind of things. And I think they're winning Super Bowls. But I'm not down on Kyle. 28-3, if a running back makes a block, they win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's just a fact. If Jaquiski Tart catches a ball that is basically a punt, they go to the Super Bowl and play the Bengals. I don't know what happens in Philadelphia. I can't really project on that. People project they were going to win the game. They got smoked. I can't project that they're going to win that game. I don't know that they would have. I know that Debo says that Brandon Ayuk was wide open on that play and they were going to double move James Bradbury to death. I don't know. I don't know. And then in terms of the Super Bowl, there was just a number of plays. Players play, coaches coach. It was weird that do I need to go over it? No. Does it pain you? Probably. But, Dre Greenlaw, his calls on third down, fourth down, yeah, that's the only thing really I can criticize. But there were a lot of plays. And again, defensively, you might be saying, well, they don't need Belichick. They played great defense in that game. They held them to 19 points. That's the national narrative. They held them to 3 the last play in the first half and gave up 22 in the second half. And the final 4 possessions for the Chiefs were touchdown, field goal, touchdown. They didn't stop them once. That's why Steve Wilkes isn't here. So obviously they need to upgrade at the position of the defensive coordinator, the most important position on Kyle's staff, because he's got the offense dialed. He's got a ton of defensive talent. So why weren't they better down the stretch? Well, it's clearly he thought it was Steve Wilkes. I mean, players play, coaches coach. There was a lot of situations in which players could have played better, but okay. I mean, a DC can make that big of a difference, especially on a staff like this. So anyway, let me tease towards the Giants because at the bottom of the hour, Keith Law is going to join us. And the guys were talking this morning, and Murph just kind of casually, I think, threw this out there, and then and it caught my ear. I was like, whoa, what? Because we always think as fans that a team is doing everything they can to win, and obviously that's not the case. Now, there are different places where organizations are. You can't really say this. I mean, every team hates to say rebuild because it tells their season ticket holders, come watch this crap and pay a top price for it, but we're really rebuilding and not trying to win. All right, so there's the bottom feeders that are doing that, and you see that all the time, right? You see it in baseball all the time. You're trading any established player for prospects down the stretch. You're telling your fan base, but you won't mention the word rebuild, retool, whatever the case may be. But I don't think that's where the Giants are. So Murph was just asking the question this morning, and as they were it was part of a conversation. It really wasn't a point they were driving, but as part of a conversation, he said, are the Giants really trying to win? And so I thought to myself, well, yeah. I mean, they're not, you have the bottom feeders of the league that are perpetually trying to trade established players for prospects, and that's just how they kind of do things. And they think someday, like the Pittsburgh Pirates, for example, I think there was a piece on them in The Athletic, or I saw it. I perused it very quickly, but I mean, we know who they are. There's teams in the NBA that perpetually seem like they're trading players and trying to, get to a certain place. Washington, Detroit, those kind of teams, they just are constantly churning young players, trying to sign guys. Nobody wants to sign there. I mean, we know what those teams are, right? There's teams that are always winning. I'm sorry to mention it, but like the Dodgers, they're always trying to win. There's, so everybody's at a different stage of what they're trying to do. And so it got me thinking what stage the Giants are in. Again, I said this yesterday. Let's throw the let's throw the Dodgers out of the equation. And we can even throw teams like the Yankees and I used to say the Red Sox, but that's not true. I think the Phillies are always trying to win. I mean, there's a number of different teams that are just pedal to the metal. The 49ers are that way. Win, win, win now. The Warriors are that way right now. They thought they could do a two timeline thing. That just doesn't work in sports. You have a clear direction of where you're going. You're either trying to win or trying to rebuild, and the worst place you can be in is in the middle for any team because you'd rather just be really bad and draft at the top and get the top players, and that's just kind of the way it works, right? You don't want to be in the middle. Well, that's kind of where the Giants are, and obviously the baseball draft is different. But where they are right now, I mean, over the last few years, if you throw out the most wins that they had, 107, because right now that looks like, I don't even know what the hell that was. But it doesn't look real. Even though 162 games, you have a hard time saying, well, how is that not real? I don't know. I don't know how it happened, but it did. And then you throw out their worst effort, which is Farhan's first year. He was hired November 6th of 2018, if you don't remember. 2019, they went 77-85. Over those next 3 years, and remember, a 29-31 shortened season is in there, the Giants are 4 games under 500. So let's just say under Farhan, throw out 107, we'll throw out 77, we'll look at the 3 in the middle, and we'll include a short season, which is weird. But they're essentially a 500 team. This year, Vegas has them projected at 79 wins. They won 81 one year. Last year, they won 79. His first year, they won 77. And again, the 107 looks weird. So they were talking about trying to win. And I do think they're trying to win because you don't sign Jung-Hoo Lee for 113 or Soler last minute at $42 million or Hicks for $44 million. I mean, that's a decent amount of money. Trade for Robbie Ray, who's got 3 and 74. So I'm not going to accuse them of not trying to win because there's certain teams out there that are just not doing anything. Hi, Oakland. Hi, A's. Hi, John Fisher. I mean, they're doing nothing to try to win. Right? They're trying to be the Indians from Major League and just, look how pathetic we can be. Please give us a stadium in Vegas. Anyway, I can hear the ratings drop as I mentioned the A's, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to say that they're not trying to win. But the names that I just said, and I'm just going to ask you the question, and then we'll continue the conversation about the Giants as Murph and Marcus are going to be at spring training tomorrow. And we're going to talk to Keith Law at the bottom of the hour about where the Giants are because this is the key to their entire season. Key to their entire season is what the position players were last year, and at times they showed some things, but those guys have got to take a next step. And the pitching, I don't know where the depth is. And I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. Look, I'm not crying over DeSclafani being gone or Ross Stripling, who I threw a party for when he got traded to the A's, or Alex Wood, who I really like as a person, or Sean Manaea, who was at times good in a certain role for the Giants last year. But those guys, at worst, provided depth. And Keaton Wynn already has a wonky, great word, wonky elbow. And those are the guys that Bob Melvin said yesterday, hey, we like the guys at the end. We like the 4 and 5 guys. And Logan Webb is the only guy that is set as a number 1 starter. And then it's hope for Kyle Harrison. And when is Alex Cobb coming back? And we hope that Jordan Hicks can go from fireballing reliever to number 3 or 4 or whatever he's going to be as a starter. I don't know. Maybe he'll be a super opener. I don't know why people are so mad at that concept, but whatever. I don't really care. And then at some point, just stay our heads above water so that Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb can fortify the rotation. That kind of seems like the goal right now. But every single year, the guys that I just mentioned, as much as it's like, they're okay. They don't get me excited. And John Brebbia, a super opener, he's gone. I don't know if Ryan Walker is going to be an opener. I have no idea. But they don't have the depth in the pitching. So what I want to talk about with Keith Law at the bottom of the hour is how close are any of these guys and how good could they possibly be? And Kyle Harrison seems to me like the key to the season, or they could go under that number. And we'll get into a discussion after we talk to Keith Law at about 11:45. I worked out this thing where I see the ceiling for the Giants, what they probably will do, and what could be the absolute floor for this team. Because I'll be honest, I can study other teams, but I know it seems to me like I know who's going to be really, really good in baseball this upcoming year. I know who's really, really going to be bad. And the Giants can fluctuate. Now, I'm not saying fluctuate like up to the Dodgers level or the 107 wins of a couple of years ago. But, I mean, I think they can fluctuate anywhere from 90 at the highest, 89, 90 at the highest, to low 70s at the lowest. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, because if you look at just established, what I like to call in sports as what's in the bank, like what can you completely count on for the Giants? You can count on Logan Webb. Outside of that, you can count on Duvall. I think you can probably count on the Rogers brothers. You kind of know what they're going to give you. But do I know what Lamont Wade is going to give me at first base or any kind of combination? I know that Sable's been there. Do I know what that's going to be? Estrada, I'll give that. Estrada's probably in the bank, although he's had some injury issues. At shortstop, no freaking idea. Luciano? And Keith Law does not love Luciano. I have no idea. I mean, that's why I'm down, is because they're saying, well, hopefully the bat works, but he shouldn't be a shortstop. That's the report right now. And then the backup's Casey Schmidt. No idea. Third base, are they going to get Matt Chapman? Doesn't sound like it. J.D. Davis is solid. I kind of know what I'm going to get. I'm not going to go bank. You're probably saying to yourself, Patrick Bailey, that's bank. Well, it is defensively. I saw where he gained like 13 pounds and everybody got mad at him. He lost a bunch of weight behind the plate last year. He's a catcher. I'm not going to say he's like Engelbert from the Bad News Bears, but I mean, he should have some girth. Should he not have some girth? Lay off the guy, man. And then the bullpen, fairly well. I mean, we kind of know what the bullpen's going to be. I'd love him to add another arm or somebody out of nowhere or something they know more than I do, certainly. So we'll see some new guys out of the bullpen. Farhan loves to churn the pen, so we'll see some arms that we don't know about yet. But the big thing that I want to talk to Keith Law about is it's the staff. I mean, to me, what the pitching staff does could swing this team into, I think their ceiling this year is probably contend for a wild card spot. And I wouldn't say going to get one, contending, possibly getting one. That's where this team has been outside of the 107-win season under Farhan for the most part. Into the last month of the season, they got a chance. That's kind of what this team has been. But the major fluctuation, this team probably fluctuates more than anybody in the league. I mean, just on paper. Don't know what these young guys are going to do from a positional standpoint and have no idea until Cobb and Ray get back. And even that's a little bit of flux because Ray is coming back from a Tommy John. But other than Webb, who's in the bank from the starting rotation? Cobb is hurt. Ray's off Tommy John. I don't know about Kyle Harrison. We've already got a wonky elbow report. So, I mean, look, now the one thing I told myself as I was driving in today to not be too down on this team is to say Bob Melvin's really good. So what's he worth? I don't know. I mean, I'd have to, what do the analytics say Bob Melvin is worth? I already love, no offense, I like Gabe Kapler and the cooking stuff he does on Instagram, but as a manager, well, I just did a Bochy for him. That's not it. But I mean, it's like the philosophical crap and all this kind of, like, dude, I get it. We're doing numbers. I understand. But it was like everything had to be this, like, composed thing. And Bob Melvin just, he speaks in English. Oh, okay, I understand what you just said. He speaks in layman terms. I like it. You have to dumb it down for me. Anyway, give me your thoughts. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll continue the conversation to the bottom of the hour, and then we'll talk to Keith Law. Maybe he'll be more optimistic on the radio than he was in writing for the top 20 prospects for the Giants. We'll get into that conversation with him in 15, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fire and smoke.
That is his true calling. I know he's got some position in the front office of the front office of the Red Sox, but that's his true calling. Anyway, I digress. Tim Kamakami reports the 49ers search for a new DC defensive coordinator could end soon. That story and more turning right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app and KNBR Livestream on YouTube.
sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
1-2 is called strike three. Fastball 94 miles an hour. Got him. That's 4 hitless innings against the Dodgers with 4 strikeouts for young Kyle Harrison.
I think he's probably the key. I mean, it's weird in baseball. I mean, you got a 25-man roster. There's so many different things. I mean, is Kyle Harrison the key? He is until Cobb and then at some point Ray come back. And look, when those guys come back, we're going to talk to Keith Lawn about 8 minutes about which I think the whole key to the season is how do these young guys in year number 2. Now, we saw Matos in the pictures look bigger, and I think they said he gained, 13 pounds of muscle in the offseason. By the way, how do you do that? We have a trainer in the crowd, 13 pounds of muscle. That's serious. Every day. Don't you have to be cranking a couple of 2-3 hours a day on that and eating everything? I mean, 13 pounds in an offseason. When did offseason start? Like first week of October? We're in February. What's that? 6 months? I mean, 6 pounds. I guess it can be done. Patrick Bailey added a bunch. So, look, they did all the right things, it sounds like. Your exit interviews, go do this, go do that. It seems like all the young guys did that. I don't know what to expect out of Luciano. Like I said, Schmidt, Matos. I have a philosophy of when you have a lot of what if. Well, if this guy, if this guy, if this guy, if this guy, if this guy. None of that comes true usually. And that's what I mean. I mean, we'll talk after Keith Law about ceilings and basements as far as the Giants are concerned. It's probably going to land somewhere in the middle, but there's a lot of questions about the position players, and there's a lot of more questions, I think, about the pitchers, especially at the beginning of the season. One of the reasons I'm skeptical about the Robbie Ray trade is, I mean, that's all great and all, and I don't know what the timeline is. I don't know that the Giants have provided one, at least publicly, but let's say he comes back after the All-Star break, which I think is what they're talking about. Then after the All-Star break, are you in it? And I'm not, look, I'm going to beat this horse probably. I'm not even looking at the Dodgers. I'm not. I mean, I think it was Jason Stark in The Athletic today came out with, he talked to GMs and all these different things. He does this every single year. And like every superlative is Dodgers. Who had the best offseason? Dodgers. Who signed the best guys? Dodgers. Who signed the best position players? Dodgers. Who signed the best pitcher? Dodgers. I go, okay, I get it. You probably just puked on your steering wheel hearing me just say that. I mean, it's just like they were good before, really good. And then they didn't, last offseason, they're like, no, we don't need Trey Turner and Justin Turner and all these guys. We'll wait. And then they just explode like they did. And I get it. Susan was on yesterday, Susan Slusher, who's great, and we're happy to have her back another year. The Giants spent the second most money. That doesn't mean you're going to sign the best players. I mean, they spent a lot of money last offseason. How'd that work out? They got Ross Stripling, Sean Manaea, Mitch Haniger. You want to puke on your steering wheel. I mean, it was terrible. So, look, color me skeptical when I look at this year's group. Lee is a question mark. Soler can be really, really good. Hicks, these are the main guys they signed. Hicks is going to try to go from a reliever to a starter. Tom Murphy doesn't excite me. And Robbie Ray's coming off TJ. And they traded that, and this is my thought. Is that what I just mentioned to you? Would you make a trade for the guys that I just mentioned? So let me do it one more time. Jung-Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler, Jordan Hicks, Tom Murphy, Robbie Ray, for the guys they let go, the main guys, Brandon Crawford, Ross Stripling, Mitch Haniger, Jock Peterson, Alex Wood, Sean Manaea, John Brebbia, Anthony DeSclafani. Would you do that trade? Probably. Like I said, the only thing I see on that list, and I love Brandon Crawford, but he wasn't himself last year, to be nice, on either side. Wood, Manaea, DeSclafani, Stripling, those guys provided the depth, even though it wasn't great depth. Somebody texted me that yesterday. They're like, yeah, it's depth, but it's bad depth. Like, I get it. Those are a bunch of 4 or 5 starters and mainly 5 starters now, but they 8 innings. Like, Wood and Stripling are on the A's this year. They'll probably give those, I mean, I don't know. They've been injured. I get that. But, I mean, they're capable of giving the A's 150 innings apiece, 130 innings apiece, maybe more. I don't know if they stay healthy. Who's going to eat those innings here? Because, like I said, Ray and Cobb are going to take a minute. Ray's longer than Cobb. Hopefully Cobb comes back sooner. But as I talked about putting guys in the bank, it's Logan Webb and what? It's going to be tough. There's going to be a lot of question marks. So we'll talk to Keith Law about it coming up next. He's got the 20 top prospects for the A's, and it's huge, bigger than normal, because where last year it was position players for the Giants and the questions and running them through the system quickly, they may have to do that on the pitching side this year, given that they don't have a ton of depth in the rotation. So who could we be seeing come up and making starts for the Giants from a rotational standpoint? We've heard the names, Birdsong and Black and Wiz and Hunt and those type of guys. How close are they? How effective can they be? We'll ask Keith Law about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Luciano in from the right side, still looking for his first, and he swings and drives that one. He may have found it. Going back is Hummel to the corner, and it's gone. And on cue, Marco Luciano hits his first AAA home run.
That's Joe Rizzo, Marco Luciano. He is going to be one under the microscope for the Giants in spring training, but there's going to be a lot of guys. This team, I think, can fluctuate more than any others. The young guys who came up last year, what are they going to do? In their second time around, the rotation is interesting. You got Logan Webb, then what after that? Kyle Harrison, obviously. You got some injuries, Robbie Ray, all those things. The great Keith Law joins us, and he's got did it yesterday, the top 20 prospects for the Giants. People love talking Giants prospects. Let's do it. At Keith Law, and you follow him, and, of course, read all his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Keith. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
So I was obviously going through your prospects, and we had a Luciano home run there. So let's start with Luciano, because it seems like Giants fans have known this guy forever. Went through a lot of injuries last year. We saw him briefly. But as you point out, I mean, it seems pretty dangerous, almost downright reckless, to put him at shortstop, because he doesn't seem like a shortstop, and then we're still not sure about his stick. So tell us about where Luciano is now.
Yeah, I mean, he should start the year in AAA, and they should pick another position for him. And there's a lot of disagreement over what that position might be. Do you just put him at third base and say, look, he's a natural shortstop, he should be able to handle third base adequately? Or do you just stick him in the outfield, not just because he's a rough defender on the dirt, but because he's had some injury issues? And do you just stick him in left or right field and say, well, hopefully those back issues that ended his 22 and affected the start of his 23, you just want to keep him healthy because you believe so much in the bat. I'm probably more in the latter camp and just saying just put him in the outfield and be done with it. But either way, he showed his bat is not ready for the major leagues. So I don't know what they think they're accomplishing, saying we're going to give him the shortstop job. Why? So he can fail both ways? That just is not how you develop players. I don't care how long the guy's been in your system. I don't care how much pressure you feel to win right now. It's reckless. And it is not going to help the team get better this year, and it is not going to help the player develop. Because I do still think Luciano has a chance to be a pretty good big leaguer if they handle him correctly. Well,
and just to kind of to your point here is the one thing, because this is a staff that pitches to contact, or was. I'm not sure what they're going to be this year, which we can get into in a minute. But if you're going with the left side of the infield, J.D. Davis is okay at third. I know they're still talking about Chapman around here. I don't know if that's likely. But then you put Luciano at short. I mean, you're not catching the baseball. And for a long time, Farhan has been talking about getting more athletic, getting better defensively, and that sure doesn't sound like it on the left side to me.
No, I would agree with that. I think that is a poor left side of the infield, and you're going to make your pitchers, not just their performance worse, they're not going to work as deep into games as a result. You're going to start to overtax your bullpen. There's a whole ripple effect from doing that. I think lots of teams can live with a poor defender somewhere. If you got a good shortstop but not a very good third baseman, fine. Most teams can handle something like that. But asking, making the whole left side of your infield poor defensively, it's going to have limited range. That's a lot of balls getting through. I think Davis is below average defensively at third, pretty good at first. I think Luciano will be pretty comfortably below average at short. It's just a lot of ground balls getting through to left field. And again, I think it just has the effect of making multiple other situations worse when you're punting defensively on two pretty important positions.
So, Keith, obviously Brandon Crawford is not around, so they're kind of counting on maybe Casey Schmidt to be the backup at shortstop. Based on what you saw in your projections, we don't know what he is. I mean, he's a pretty good glove. I don't know if he can hit. Where does he fit best? Is he a shortstop? Is he a third baseman? Because he seems like he's the backup plan to Luciano at short.
Well, if he's just your utility infielder because he can defend, that's fine. He doesn't hit. I mean, I said this before. There was all this hype about him coming into last season. Like, I don't get it. This guy has major, major approach issues at the plate. And that turned out to be true, right? The guy swung at everything in his limited time in the big leagues and didn't do all that well on contact because he just does not have the pitch or ball strike recognition to play regularly. And my concern then is if they're going into the season, say that they say, well, Luciano's the starter and Schmidt's the backup. Well, look, I think Luciano's not going to hold the job. He's not going to hit or defend well enough to hold that job. but then your backup isn't good enough to play it regularly anyway. So it's not much of a plan. You've got to have someone, and maybe that means bringing someone in from outside the organization, who can step in and at least give you a little bit more floor. I mean, Casey Schmidt, I think, can handle shortstop, but it's nothing with the bat. You need a little bit better than that. If you're starting a shortstop who you know has a reasonable chance that by June 1st you're going to be thinking about sending him back to AAA.
Let's talk about Jung-Hoo Lee, because it seems like other than Robbie Ray, we're waiting on Tommy John, is their big signing of the offseason, and it seems like people are split on him. Obviously, the Korean Baseball League is not Japan, and it's taken some players from there a little while to adjust. So what are we in for with Jung-Hoo Lee, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think you're in for – I liked the signing, and I think it's contact. He's going to put the ball in play a ton. I don't think the power that he showed in KBO is going to translate that well. The ballparks in Korea's professional league, are smaller. The quality of pitching that they see on a regular basis is even below what players in Japan's NPB typically see. So my expectation – this is from more than anything from talking to scouts who've spent time in Korea and evaluated him, not with the Giants, but with other clubs, and who pretty much all agreed he was an average big leaguer or something more, who's going to hit for average, make a lot of contact, probably post a strong on-base percentage, not hit for a ton of power. And there's some debate over how good he was going to be defensively with smaller outfields there. I think it's a little tougher to get a read on those guys, on what their defensive skills will be like coming over to Major League Baseball. But I think he'll help them offensively. I know that for a while now they've been trying to get more contact-oriented. I think a lot of teams in baseball say they want to get more contact-oriented. Then they wonder where all the home runs went, and then they decide, okay, we can afford to strike out a little bit more, to put some more balls in the seats. So if you're signing one Jung-Hoo Lee, that's great. I think he helps them. I wouldn't want to build a whole team out of him.
Right. Keith Law is joining us. Make sure you're following him at Keith Law. Does a great job doing with the minor leagues. Of course, former front office executive. Go to the Athletic. He's got the top 20 Giants prospects. My real concern, and look, the guys they lost in the offseason, guys like Alex Wood and Ross Stripling and Anthony DeSclafani and so forth, I wasn't doing cartwheels over those guys, but at least they provided depth and innings for this rotation when they weren't hurt. But now I look at this rotation and I say to myself, okay, Logan Webb I can put in the bank, but Kyle Harrison, you've got him as your number 11 prospect. We saw what he did last year. Hicks, they're going to try to go from the bullpen to starting, and then Keaton Wynn, who's already got a wonky elbow, and Tristan Beck. And I don't see the depth there, and I know they've got a lot of young pitching, so I don't know how close it is. So how do you look at this rotation?
I'll give you Kyle Harrison because I think he's a stud, right? I think he was the top left-handed pitching prospect on my list. Mm-hmm. He may have been the top pitching prospect of all on my list. He was first or second. I don't have to apologize. I don't have the list in front of me, but he's really good. He's going to miss a lot of bats. And I still think he's got things to work on, but that's okay. I also don't think there's, to contrast him with Luciano. You send Harrison to AAA, he's just going to carve up hitters there. I think the stuff is too good, and now that he's got Major League experience too, he would take that back to AAA and just dominate without really learning anything. So I'd much rather see him continue to develop in the majors. And I will accept any projection or prediction that says he'll be a league average or better starter this year. Great. That gives you 2. Mm-hmm. Last time I checked, you need 5 to fill out a rotation. And none of the other guys you mentioned gives me any confidence they can last through a full year. Jordan Hicks was a starter as a prospect. There's a reason they put him in the bullpen. He couldn't throw strikes. Keaton Wynn, no history of staying healthy. I do not know a single scout who thinks he can last as a starter. Even the Giants folks are saying, look, we recognize there's reliever risk, given the injury history, given the lack of a clear breaking ball, his questions, fastball is very hard. Does it really play? He's got the out pitch in the splitter. You put that guy in the bullpen, he's going to strike out a ton of guys right now. There's just, it's not even that there's no depth. You're right to say there's no depth, but when I talk about depth, I'm generally assuming that they have 4 or 5 guys to start the season. And right now it looks like they have 2. And even if you assume one of these guys they're trying to stretch out as a big league starter can handle it, then great. You're still 300 innings short of a rotation, 250 innings, maybe with the way that 4th and 5th starters typically work at this point. I think they need to go add, a Ross Stripling type. It doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't even have to be elite. You're just looking for a guy who can come in and take the ball 25 times, because I find it hard to believe that those 5 guys you named are going to add up to 140 starts over the course of this season.
Keith Law joined us, and that's my major concern. Is we just talked about the position players it's hard to get through a season in which all the guys that I just mentioned that they lost, and again, I don't love those guys, but they gave you the innings. So as far as the young guys, how close they are, Wisenhunt you have as just missed. We've heard a ton about him. Mason Black is a guy that Farhan has mentioned as somebody who'd be close. We hear Hayden Birdsong's name. I know Reggie Crawford is down the line, but I mean, how close are some of these names to potentially, because what I'm thinking is last year where all these position players were kind of rushed through the system, are they going to have to rush some of these young pitchers through the system to get through the season?
Well, that's the fear, right? Of those guys you mentioned, Crawford's not for this year, right? Last year was his first year back from Tommy John. He didn't pitch a lot before he blew his elbow out. He was a two-way player at University of Connecticut. They've given up on the two-way thing, which is good because he couldn't hit at all. Huge power, but the man could not hit. He's a pitcher. But it's going to be another year I would say at least 2 full years in the minors before we can reasonably talk about him impacting the Major League roster. Wisenhunt could get up at some point this season. Birdsong could get up at some point this season. I would guess in the abstract that they'd probably be second half of the year, that I think Wisenhunt really has to work on command. He has never found a consistent breaking ball. I do think he could be a Michael Wacha type because he's got that good of a changeup. He's got to throw more strikes, and he's got to get some kind of consistency to the third pitch. I think Birdsong is in a similar boat in terms of probably not for right away, but if you called him up June, July, given the trend line on him so far, he could be ready at that point. Black is the one of all the guys you mentioned, and anybody else in their system really, who's close to the majors, definitely a starter, and has enough high minors experience where I'd be okay if he broke camp with them or ended up in the rotation by the end of April. And I do like Mason Black. He started using a changeup really quite a bit more last year at the Giants' direction, and it seemed to really help give him the chance to get lefties out, to be more of a starter, work deeper into games. He's close enough. And he would constitute your depth if you had 5 clear starters at this point. Or, if he's your 5th starter and Tristan Beck becomes the depth guy. That's something. I just don't think it's enough, right? This team is not trying to just win 70 games. They have thoughts of contention, and that is not a contender's rotation just yet. Recognizing there are still starters on the market they could bring in and massively help the big league rotation.
Let me ask you about that. I know that obviously we're talking about your top 20 prospects, and you do such a great job, and we can obviously hear how detailed you are with these. But do one of these guys fit better of the Boris 4? Because that's what I'm kind of pounding is they've got to get Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, and you probably talked to a lot of shows that are saying the same thing. But to me, I mean, Blake Snell pitched for Bob Melvin. Brian Price is here. They know of him. I know he doesn't go maybe into as deep of games as they'd like. Or a guy like Jordan Montgomery. Don't the Giants need one of those guys about as much as anybody?
Yes, I would agree. If the goal is to contend this year, and also I have nothing against Farhan. I think he's brilliant. I have known him quite some time, but I also recognize there is some impatience there that the team outside of the 1 year where they won 100-plus games, there's the sense that the team hasn't progressed enough, and they're not seeing enough results on the field to the things he's been doing behind the scenes. So if I'm just trying to imagine if I'm in his shoes, I'm thinking a bit more, I got to win this year. I got to win enough games that I can continue in the job and continue the work that I'm doing, recognizing that building or rebuilding an organization takes 5-6 years sometimes. So I would feel quite a bit of pressure to go add one of those guys. Blake Snell really scares me. He's had 2 good seasons in his career, 2 years where he was healthy and effective, made every start. Of course, both those years he won the Cy Young Award. So right. That's not nothing. It's just, that's a pretty scary track record. That's a guy you sign who walks 98 batters this year. Jordan Montgomery, I feel much more comfortable in what I'm getting. Even if he doesn't offer Cy Young potential, Jordan Montgomery making 30 starts for me to the next couple of years and being a league, an above league average starter helps the Giants a lot. And suddenly that depth problem that you're talking about doesn't look so serious because he slots in as your 3. And then one of these other guys who we don't believe is going to hold up as a starter suddenly is the 6th guy or the swing man. You put Keaton Wynn directly in the bullpen, and now your rotation's better and your bullpen's better.
That's great stuff. Keith, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. I know we'll talk to you throughout the season, but your work is awesome. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thanks. At Keith Law, make sure that you're following him. I'm sorry. I mean, I told you this yesterday when I mentioned Keith Law probably 20 times ad nauseum, and it made you probably switch. But I read it yesterday, and the way you feel right now, that pit that is in your stomach as you're driving around, that's what I had. And I just wanted to kind of make sure that I had read this correctly. He doesn't think Luciano's a shortstop. He gave you a lot of good stuff on Kyle Harrison, but I saw the same thing he did, and I needed to bring in an expert to make sure that I wasn't absolutely crazy.
Brutal!
But do we have some happy music we can play? I mean, he said Webb. He even gave us Harrison as, I've been going with this theory of who's in the bank. Webb's in the bank. He said Harrison's in the bank. He was not high on Hicks, nor was I, by the way. Can everybody back me on that now? 4 for 44 for a guy who's a fireballer who couldn't throw strikes out of the bullpen, but is all of a sudden going to become a starter and throw strikes? I didn't love. Oh, yeah, I did give up a bomb to Ramos, didn't he, already? Keaton Wendy said can't stay healthy. He's got a wonky elbow. Tristan Beck, I mean, he wasn't excited about those guys. So now, as I asked him that question of how they rushed guys with mixed results, and I'm being nice, of the guys, the position players. I mean, Bailey was great defensively, still bat. Matos has gained weight, let's hope. He just absolutely took a royal S on Casey, my guy Casey Schmidt. I said Luciano can't play short. I mean, I read all those things, and I think all those things, and I'm thinking to myself, and so now the game we'll play next is what's the ceiling, what's the floor, and what will they probably do? He didn't paint a rosy picture. I mean, I think I need a cocktail after that one. I need a drink. I need a rinse. I don't know what I need, but I read the same thing, and I thought, let's have Keith on, and maybe because he's on in the market, but that's not how he is, which I appreciate. He basically just went, this rotation is not deep enough. It's the same thing I saw. I'm like, who am I missing? Is there a non-roster guy? Is there, it's hard to get through the season if you have 8 or 9 guys. And again, I didn't love Alex Wood or Ross Stripling or Anthony DeSclafani or Sean Manaea. They were varying degrees of success. In Stripling's case, none at all. But still, I was like, they provided something. I mean, I didn't have to pitch. There's just no depth. And the depth there is, it's just a lot of question marks. And then he just mentioned and gave us some insight into some of these guys, into these pitchers. I mean, they're going to have to rush them through the system. And maybe they're going to be miracles, and maybe they're going to be great. I don't know. But he didn't paint the rosiest of pictures, I guess is what I'm saying. And Farhan's been saying for years, we're going to get better defensively. We're going to get more athletic. J.D. Davis and Marco Luciano on the left side of your infield don't exactly paint that picture. And Estrada's not bad at second. First base, not great. Said Davis would be better at first. Then you'd have Chapman at third, Davis at first. He said he doesn't love Blake Snell, and obviously no one does to that extent, and everybody knows his track record in the league. He said he's been healthy twice, won this side both times, but nobody wants to give him probably what last year suggests he should get. Nobody wants to give him 7-8 years, let alone, whatever. The going rate, that's a lot of years for a guy who's had 2 really good years and kind of on the rest. And if someone was going to sign Blake Snell, it'd be his manager from last year when he won the Cy Young, and his pitching coach, he was the pitching coordinator or advisor, whatever he was, Brian Price, who's now the pitching coach, and they don't want to pay the going rate for him. They haven't exactly pounded the door down, or he'd probably be a Giant. So anyway, not the rosiest of pictures. All right, here's what we'll do coming up next. Off of that. Sorry. It's the most optimistic time of the year. Spring training. We got this. Ask the show anything at all. So we can run with flames away from that if we want to, or you can ask and talk about the Giants. 415-808-5627 and disagree vehemently if you'd like. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Hit me up with a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or call the show. Lines open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. It could be Brandon Ayuk, defensive coordinator. I'm advocating Belichick, even though it's not going to happen. I can explain that again. We have not talked about the Warriors in the second half of the season. How far do you think they'll go? Klay Thompson's situation is interesting to me. A ton on the table there. Or if you want to go completely off the table, something that I have not mentioned today in the last few days, whatever the case may be, something that is stuck in your craw or you're wanting to discuss, jump in line as well. So we'll ask the show anything at all. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
To me, he should start the year in AAA, and they should pick another position for him.
$1 billion.
Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Billions with a B. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or her. They're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the state. That is ludicrous. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, though, they are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, and this is where it comes in, that billion you just heard, more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B, as you heard Dr. Evil say. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
People are, what's the right term, Danny? People are not happy. I'm going to try to keep this upbeat. People are not happy with Keith Law. They're like, get him off the air. I hate Keith Law. On the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, ask the show anything at all. Does not have to be Giants related. Remember, this is the most optimistic time of the year, spring training. I'm smiling from year to year. But Keith Law basically said what he wrote. Just to recap, and your thought, and look, you can disagree, and it doesn't mean that he's infallible and everything he says is absolutely 100% going to happen. But just to recap, he crapped on everybody but Kyle Harrison. Said he's going to give you Kyle Harrison, put that one in the bank. Okay, I will. By the way, he liked the young pitching. He said that Mason Black could do something at Birdsong at some point this season. He said maybe Carson Wisenhunt, and I think they're going to need him because Wynn is already down. Keaton Wynn is already down. Not down. Shouldn't say that, but his elbow's wonky. And as Keith Law said, and I hate to say this because you're all going to get mad at me, and I'll read some of the best ones on the text line. I don't know what he said that was either inaccurate or isn't kind of the industry thought on guys. Like a lot of people are saying Luciano is not a shortstop. That's not a Keith Law thing. There's a lot of people saying that. And he's saying in his strikeout rates went up and up and up. So, look, maybe he had a great offseason. Maybe he's working a ton in the field. I haven't seen him. Maybe he's going to be great. But realistically, if you're not putting orange and black glasses on right now, having Casey Schmidt as the backup plan is not great. And he was not inaccurate. And believe me, we've joked about this a ton on the show. I have a bunch of Casey Schmidt signed cards and rares and all this kind of stuff. And when he was tearing it up at A-ball and AAA, and we always made about my kid, he's going to put my kid through college. Well, not so much. I mean, look, he swung and missed at a lot of balls last year. It's a fact. He's a really good defender. Keith Law did not paint a pretty picture. Maybe he's better than that. There is concern about the lack of depth in the rotation. That's just a fact. Somebody texts in and says, "This is the Giants' flagship." Do you have any positive music? Everything's going to be great. That's not my job. I'm just trying to tell you how it is or how I see it. I hope they're great. But the other thing Keith Law said here, and again, I'm not trying to be Johnny. Somebody called me Johnny Raincloud. I'm not trying to be Johnny Raincloud at all. I'm not. It's to our benefit on KNBR that carries the Giants games for them to be great. I'm rooting for them. I hope they do well. It helps our numbers. It really does. It's huge. When they're good, it helps. I don't want them to be bad. I want them to be good. But I'm just looking at it, and again, tell me where I'm wrong here. Ask the show anything at all, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. And we don't have to stick to Giants. We can do Niners, Warriors second half, Brandon Ayuk talk, Kyle talk, DC talk. Yeah. Woo, the Giants are great. I think it's going to be like 2021, and they're going to win 107 games. Rotation smotation. Logan Webb can go 5 times in the rotation, like Bugs Bunny. Who's on first base? Bugs Bunny. Who's on second base? Bugs Bunny. He said he'll give you Kyle Harrison. That's 2. I don't see it. First base is a question mark. Shortstop is a question mark. Third base is a question mark. Can Patrick Bailey hit? Can Conforto stay healthy? Jung-Hoo Lee, he said, was going to be solid in center. Yaz is good and right when he's healthy. I mean, there's no way around it. Guys going into their second year are the key, and young guys who are as Keith Law said, in the system are probably the key to the pitching staff, and Robbie Ray at some point, and Alex Cobb. But right now, as we sit, without Alex Cobb being healthy and with Robbie Ray rehabbing, the rotation is Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison. Wynn is already hurt. He didn't love the Hicks move, nor did I, for 4-44 for a guy who has 7 career starts. That's a major question mark. And again, philosophically to me, no matter what sport we're talking about, if is a bad way to go into a season. That's all I'm saying. I'm not bashing anybody. I'm just saying that's what I see. Somebody texts in and says, if they're wearing Dodger blue, Keith Law would love all of them. They kind of got a track record. Sorry, I'm not trying to be Dodger rah-rah guy, but I'm just saying, like, they've pumped a lot of good guys out of their system. I hate it too. You know? I'm not down on it. I'm just looking at the situation, and there's a lot, and I think you'd have to admit with me that there's a lot of if. It's if Kyle Harrison, and if Jordan Hicks, and if Keaton Wynn, and if Luis Matos, and if Casey Schmidt, and if Marco Luciano. I mean, if Patrick Bailey can hit. If. In the bank for the Giants is Logan Webb, Patrick Bailey's defense, Mike Yastrzemski when he's healthy is pretty good. Michael Conforto when he's healthy is pretty good. Duvall is awesome. The Rogers brothers are solid. That's it. What am I missing? I mean, I'm sure I'm missing something, and you'll remind me here in 3, 2, 1. I mean, I'm just saying. And I'm not even talking about the Dodgers. I'm talking about a wild card spot. And again, the one thing I would say too is just track record. I don't want to throw out 107 wins for Farhan. I want to give him that credit. He deserves it. And over 162 games, I don't know how you can fluke through 162, but it kind of seems like that was. But it's 77 wins, 29-31 in a shortened season, 81 wins, 79 wins last year, and Vegas is projecting at 79. If that's acceptable to you as a Giants fan, that's cool. But biting, scratching, and clawing for a wild card every single year is probably not what Giants fans had in mind when they've hired the guy. They probably had higher expectations. And for the first 2 or 3 years, and I got bashed for this too, I said, in Farhan we trust. I did. I said that. I own it. But now it's kind of like, ugh. And I don't dislike him. I like him a lot. When I was working with Tom, we'd have Farhan all the time. He's forthright as he can be. He's funny. He's fun. He plays fantasy football. He's he's an average kind of a guy, but he just happens to be really, really smart. And I'm not sitting here in any way, shape, or form saying that I'm even close to as smart as he is, especially when it comes to baseball. I'm not. I'm just outwardly looking at this team going, geez, I see another Farhan-ish type of team that's going to win 75 to 80 games and scratch and claw and hope for a wild card. And that's going to be very difficult to do if I assume Atlanta wins the East and the Dodgers win the West, and I don't know, Cubs, Brewers, Reds, somebody comes out of the Central, and then you're dealing with teams like the Phillies and the Diamondbacks who won the NL. I mean, can they be in that mix? Absolutely. I don't think there's any question. I think that's what the frustration is for the Giants fans, and go back to something I talked about with Keith Law, which is, shouldn't they be looking at Jordan Montgomery? Shouldn't Bob Melvin and Brian Price know Blake Snell as well as anybody, seeing that Bob was their manager last year when he won the Cy Young, and Brian Price, now the pitching coach, oversaw the organizational pitching for the Padres last year? I mean, there must be something wrong with that dude. Or maybe it's just Scott Boras asking for an astronomical contract, which it probably is. But everybody probably is saying this to Keith Law, the very question that I asked him, which is, don't the Giants need one of those guys more than anybody? It would seem to me. And again, you know what? Maybe he's going to laugh like that in my face, and I'm 100% wrong. I'm hoping for it because, like I said, it's good for us. We carry 162 games. That's more than any other sport. Baseball has more impact on a station like ours than any other sport, obviously, because there's more nights. So if they get going, and we've obviously had that happen a few times, if they get going, if they win the wild card, if they get rocking, that's good for us. I'm all for it. I'm just telling you what I see, and everyone's getting angry with me. Don't kill the messenger. Me and Keith Law getting crushed.
Blame Walter.
I know I am. All right, 415-808-5627. Rant over. Tristan leads us off in Sacramento. Hi, Tristan. Welcome.
How you doing, John?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I totally agree with you and Keith. The Giants, they can't compete with L.A. They're going to or the other teams in the West. They're just going to keep getting passed by. And Farhan hasn't created a winning culture to a place where free agents want to come to. We look forward to, the winter meetings. He's going to make promises. He's going to be aggressive. But 2 years in a row, nothing has happened. So why would I want to go to a Giants game to see a mediocre team?
Crab sandwiches, weather's nice, sun. I love going to baseball games. I'm not saying don't go to a baseball game. Enjoy yourself. If that's what you do. I mean, baseball games are great. I'm not going to say that. What I've said in the past is, and this is, look, we're not LA. We don't have to have like all the stars. We don't, a Lakers game, if you don't have LeBron or something, we're not interested. Or if the Dodgers don't have a bunch of stars, we're not interested. Like, we're not that market, but we also won't go out for nobodies either. We're kind of maybe middle that way. I mean, there's got to be somebody, right? There's got to be somebody on the mound where I go, I'd like to see that guy pitch. Or, hey, like Jorge Soler helps, no question. Like Jorge Soler at bats are going to be a must watch. I mean, the guy can hit it into orbit. I don't know that he can hit it into the glove, but I mean, he's got a ton of power. That's exciting. That's good. Logan Webb on a certain night, exciting, good. Kyle Harrison, Keith Law gave Kyle Harrison props, by the way. Just let you know. He did say one nice thing. He might have crushed Luciano Schmidt. Who else? Into absolute powder, but he gave some props. He liked the young pitching. Is saying, was that Tristan? People are gonna hate Tristan too. I hate that guy. I don't even know that guy. Kevin in San Mateo. Hi, Kevin. Welcome.
Niners schedule's out. I got them winning most of their home
Let's
games.
Go.
Huh?
Let's go. Tell me more about the Niners schedule. They got a good schedule.
At home, they got the Chiefs and the Lions.
Right.
I forgot. Away, they have the Packers, Minnesota, Miami, Buffalo, Tampa Bay.
Look at you. Are you doing that off the top of your head? You are.
No. I wrote it down.
Oh, okay, you wrote
I'm preparing.
No, I know. That's a good schedule.
I got the Giants at 70, 75 wins, and the Warriors, after this 3-game set, they got 16 on the road and 10 at home. They're going to be toast by the time playoffs come. Thanks, Lund.
Thanks, Kevin. Dude, don't keep crushing stuff, all right? If I deciphered his call right, he was positive on the Niners, but just crushed the Warriors. I think, don't the Warriors have, and I'll double check on his home road splits, not to say that he's not accurate, because he said he wrote it down. But they do have, I think, the second or third easiest schedule in the second half of the year, if that means anything. I know they have San Antonio a couple times, all that kind of stuff. We'll take a look at that. Seth is up next. Hi, Seth. Oh, sorry. Big Al. My bad. Hi, Big Al.
John, it's a privilege. I love a John, so I'll have to love you. That was my dear daddy's name.
Very nice.
Who taught me baseball. I mean, the man played. So I'm so old. My daddy played for the Coast Guard in World War II, before he shipped off. So, probably on those kind of teams. Anyway, he raised me to enjoy the game. Different game now, obviously. But in any event, lifelong Giants fan. Only one of the teams in the Bay Area that I love to root for. A little disappointed at times. Except, you can't say anything disappointed from 2010 to 2016, right? You really can't say that. Or 2014.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can't say that at all. So in any event, we'll be. I'm totally with your analysis. I loathe and detest anything Scott Boras, but
yeah, me too.
That's what's going to happen, and he does great for his clients, and that's why clients want to use him, and he gets great deals for them. And if you got to pay Snell some great market rate, because I agree with you, I mean, they need a proven frontline pitcher would help them a lot. Then the offense could kind of rink around. I say 75, maybe as high as 82 to 85. I'd say. But you're right. Your analysis is right. We're playing for a wild card spot. And then, as one of your colleagues, the great TT, Tommy Tolbert, said, hey, then in the playoffs, anything can happen.
Absolutely. By the way, I'm with that. Thank you, Big Al, and I appreciate the call. I really do. And thanks for bringing up your dad. Look, that part is true. Arizona won 84 games and went to the World Series. I mean, you can get hot. They didn't have anything special in terms of a rotation or anything like that. Guys pitched well at the right time. They're an athletic, young team. The Giants certainly aren't that. I guess the question I would ask after all that Keith Law analysis, and again, love your calls, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Ask the show anything at all. We'll keep that going. Coming up next. Zach Harper is going to join us. He's great at the bottom of the hour. We'll get into the Warriors in the second half and all those kind of things. If that happens, and I'm with his analysis of Farhan has won anywhere from 77 to 107, but if you throw the 107 out, which is crazy, then they average around, again, 81, 79, 77. Like that, this team looks in that range. Could Could a 2021 happen? Sure. I mean, that was the craziest thing. I don't know what happened. Somebody sold their soul to the devil, I swear. Something I'm very familiar with. But anyway, I don't want to get into religion. That's a channel changer. But it's probably going to be in that range. Throw the 107 out. You can even throw the, like a test score, right? Throw the high, throw the low. He's been around 500. His teams have been around 500. This one scares me because of the lack of pitching depth. That's all. But you know what? Maybe all these young guys come up and they're awesome, and Keith Law can suck it. I mean, I don't know. He seemed to piss everybody off, and I'm associated with him because I brought him on, so everybody's pissed. And I get it. It's the most optimistic time of the year. Don't take our spring training optimism away from us. What are you, insane? All right, 415-885-5627. You can call, or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open under that same number, 415-808-KNBR. We'll continue to talk about it next. We're going to flip to Warriors at the bottom of the hour with Zach Harper on a Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
They got 16 on the road and 10 at home. They're going to be toast by the time playoffs come. Thanks, one.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Pessimism is trending. Pessimism. Also, Sam Amick joined Tolbert and Gary Crowley yesterday to break down the Warriors looking primed for a second-half playoff push and other news around the league. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Thanks, one.
It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He will give you that optimism that we are looking for on the show because he's going to help you with all your tax issues, including the IRS. Are they coming after people right now?
Yes, they are. For the first time in 2 years, the IRS just started sending out collection notices. And here's what happened. During the pandemic, they stopped doing it. And then when they went back to work, they had a lot of other things to do and they didn't get around to it. And, there's some people that owe taxes, and if the government wasn't chasing them, they said, okay, they just didn't do anything. They forgot about it. Well, then the IRS hired all these new IRS agents, and now they're chasing people down. So the bottom line is, if you owe some taxes, don't panic. Don't be either extremes. On the one hand, don't ignore it. But on the other hand, just because the IRS doesn't automatically mean they're right, if you come to us, the first thing we do is check the bill. Do you really owe it? And a lot of times you don't. And if that's the case, we'll go ahead and we'll get the bill corrected. But if you do owe some money and you can't pay it, that's okay too. We'll explain to you all the different deals that are available. We'll choose what's best for you, meets your needs, and then we want to go and do it for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. Look, we have a free consultation, attorney-client privilege. We'll explain everything. What do you have to lose by calling us? Let us explain it. And just think how you feel if we just take this burden completely off you and fix it for you.
The IRS, if they're coming after you, you have no choice. You have got to call Steve Moskowitz. You have to have him in your corner. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're, 50 minutes away from Keith Law. They're still very angry. To surmise, we go to The Athletic, and he's got the top 20 prospects. Not extremely high on Luciano at shortstop. I'm being kind. Told me I could put Kyle Harrison in the bank. I said Webb's in the bank as far as the rotation. Who else can I put in there? He put Kyle Harrison in there, so that's a positive thing. He is not excited about Hicks, Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck as the latter half of the rotation. Also talked about the need for possibly Snell or Montgomery. He would take Montgomery over Snell as far as the Boris 4, one of those pitchers. Kind of down on the left side of the infield as well, those things. So let me further this conversation. Then in about 10 minutes, we'll flip this thing over to WERS, and we'll talk to Zach Harper about it. I was thinking about this morning. So, again, throw out the 107, and we can even throw out the 77 of Farhan. And this team under Farhan's basically that team kind of scratching and clawing and hoping for a wild card. And I think that this team is going to be the same kind of way. I think they're going to be in the upper 70s, lower 80s. Last year, Arizona got in with 84 wins. Chicago was a game back at 83. So, I mean, they'll probably, I think, be in that mix. I am concerned about the starting rotation, just like Keith Law was. I am concerned about a lot of what-ifs about the positional players. And so upside to me is probably high 80s. I mean, the most optimistic me, right? The Mike Krukow me, the most optimistic is saying if everything comes through, so Patrick Bailey is hitting, Luciano does not subscribe to what Keith Law says and is a solid defensive shortstop and can hit. Maybe they sign one or two of the Boris four, so Chapman's at third, and that makes the left side of the infield much better and helps the pitching staff. Conforto stays healthy. Jung-Hoo Lee is a little bit better than what people think he is. And again, nobody's down on Jung-Hoo Lee. They're just kind of being realistic on what he's going to be, which is solid, not spectacular. Let's say he is more towards spectacular than solid. Mike Yastrzemski stays healthy and right. Jorge Soler breaks the streak of not 30 home runs. Let's say he's, what he is. I mean, I don't know, 30, 35 home runs in there. Very solid. Gives him 140 games at DH. Maybe that's a little high, but something in that range, right? And Pablo doesn't make this team because they're too good. That's the high end, right? The low end is a lot of these young guys don't take that next step. Patrick Bailey's not hitting, even though Matos adds a little weight. He's not any better. Jung-Hoo Lee is lesser than what people think he is, and the pitching rotation doesn't have enough depth. Therefore, like they had to speed guys through the system from a positional standpoint, they have to do it with the pitchers, and they're just not ready. All right, so that's the lowest side. I could say that maybe low 70s. And then what will probably happen is a combination of those things, right? That's generally what happens. A couple of the pitchers come through. Robbie Ray is back a little earlier than we think. Alex Cobb is back a little earlier than we think. They're effective. Kyle Harrison's at a really high end. Wow, we're talking Kyle Harrison is Rookie of the Year or somewhere of that ilk. Guys stay healthy. That is the key to every single season. So Yaz, Conforto, et cetera, and down the line. Guys who are older who, that kind of a thing. And that's an optimistic view, but not quite into the 89, 90 range is the most optimistic. So probably, around 500. So, I'm not saying that this team can fluctuate from 65 to 95. I don't think that's the fluctuation for the Giants. The fluctuation to me is low 70s to maybe 88, 89. Which 88, 89 is a solid wild card team. As you well know, Arizona went to the World Series in 84. When Philly went there 2 years ago, what did they have, 90? I think they were 90 and 72. I'm doing that off the top of my head. I could be wrong. I think they were 90 and 72. I don't know if this team is quite that, but I'm saying high 80s, so okay, it could be that. So if everything breaks right, everything, maybe 89, 90. I know that sounds optimistic. Low end, low 70s. Probably somewhere in the middle where a couple of these guys come through, a couple of these guys don't, a couple of young pitchers are ready. Injuries are minimal. This team is going to be in the wild card mix. What do you think of that? So that's high side, low side for the Giants. And it's probably going to be somewhere in between. My fear is, and this is just, again, everyone's optimistic at spring training. My biggest fear is I think some of these positional guys will be better than what Keith Law says. The Giants are pretty smart. If they're sticking Luciano in there, and maybe there's a move to be had, but if they're sticking Luciano at short and having Schmidt as the backup, which to me sounds, I'm nervous about that. They know more than I do, and so maybe Luciano is better than what we think, and he's going to surprise everybody. That would be the biggest thing from spring, and we're going to find out this Saturday. That's when the games start, so we'll see. But the biggest thing to me is the rotation. Webb, Harrison, Hicks, Keaton, Wynn, Tristan Beck right now. Getting Robbie Ray back at some point, getting Cobb back at some point. Now, you get those guys back, and now you're looking at 7 guys. You probably still need more. You're probably still going to see some of these young guys. And by the way, Keith Law was complimentary, I dare say, on the young pitchers. I know that we stick on the negative. He just said Luciano can't play, and we've been hearing about Luciano for years. Hell with that guy. That's a lot of the. I'm surmising the text line in one simple little thing.
Thanks, one.
Yeah, he was very negative. Anyway, give me your thoughts. All right, let's flip this to the Warriors, and we're going to talk to Zach Harper coming up next, who does a great job summarizing the NBA every day. They do a great job on the bounce. It's a great piece that you need to be reading every single day. But we'll start at the All-Star game in the weekend and all that kind of stuff. Sam Amick wrote a great piece in The Athletic that Tom and he had a great conversation yesterday about, they trying to improve it and all those kind of things and so forth. And then, of course, we'll look to the second half of the season, and specifically the thing that I am most intrigued by, which is Klay Thompson playing for his Warriors life in the second half of the season. So we'll get into that conversation with Zach Harper. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. would you like to see? Would that be something you'd be interested in? Well, I was. Pop kept coming into the studio and crowing that he was able to see again, and after a while, I finally said, I couldn't see very well. I had actually a procedure done at another place, a LASIK procedure, and look, it wasn't that place's fault. It just that certain procedure just did not really work well for me. There are different procedures that you can do, but Pop and I did this thing called CLR, custom lens replacement, at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley with Dr. Craig Bindi and Dr. Joseph Ling, who, by the way, are awesome. Only takes minutes. These guys have done thousands of these procedures, so I know we're talking about your eyes here, and you want to make sure that you're going to a right place. And it's interesting, since we started talking about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, I've literally had lots of friends of mine say, does it work? What is it like? Well, this is going to be really easy because you can find out for yourself. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley free, I say free, live CLR webinar. That is Friday, March 1st at noon. It's really simple. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement, all the questions that you have. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? How long does the procedure take? Minutes, by the way. Why can't you get cataracts afterwards, which is great. It is the permanent solution to contacts, glasses, readers, all those kind of things. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and it's really, really simple. It's free, but you have to register. So it's March 1st at noon. Do it right now. You're going to be able to see like me. Isn't that going to be great? That's really the only thing about me that you would probably want to be like, nothing else. But being able to see is awesome. LaserEyecLR.com. Make that appointment today. It's absolutely free at LaserEyecLR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're looking for Clay. Fly by. Another three. 35.
Bob Fitzgerald, NBC Sports Bay Area. You will once again hear the Warriors, see the Warriors starting tomorrow. Not the second half because they're past the halfway point of the season, but that's what we call it conveniently after the All-Star game. Zach Harper is going to join us in just a second at Talk Hoops, and they do a great job over at The Athletic, The Bounce. Make sure that you check it out. Keep up on all of the NBA. We'll discuss the All-Star game, the Warriors' second half, the Western Conference, all the different things. While we're waiting for Zach, I would encourage you to go to KNBR.com where we house all of the interviews done on the station and listen to Sam Amick yesterday with Tommy. It was a great conversation about the All-Star game and something I talked about yesterday, which is, how do you fix it and all these kind of things. I don't know if the fans think it's broken. I mean, the numbers are up. They do certain things. It's for a younger demographic, all the different things I talked about yesterday. But the one thing the players said is, you want effort from us? Well, what Sam revealed is the winning team already gets $100,000. The losing team already gets $25,000. They most, if not all, those guys have bonuses connected in their contract that give them money. And by the way, they want more money and they want to play in a place that they'd want to play in, not Indiana, like a place like Vegas, for example. If you want them to give effort. You want effort. That's different. So we're going to discuss that and more. Zach joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, again, at Talk Hoops. And you're not informed on the NBA if you don't check out The Bounce. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Zach. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I know you read Sam's piece, and it was great. He was on with Tom Tolbert here yesterday and talked about, because to me, to give effort, we all grew up a certain way, and now it comes out that like Dr. J and Larry Bird and Andre Iguodala went into the locker rooms and said, hey, man, you got to give effort. And then we got what we got. So, look, I'm not much of a complainer on it. It is what it is. I don't know how you improve it. The players in Sam's piece, they already get $100,000 for winning the thing, $25,000 to lose. They don't want to play in Indianapolis anymore. They want to play in like Vegas, somewhere they'd actually really like to go. Is there a solution to this thing, or is it just the All-Star game is what it is? Shut up, sit down, and move on. How do you see it?
I kind of think it's the latter, unfortunately. I mean, one thing I know about young people is they love it when older people come through and tell them how to act.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's I get it. It's Dr. J, it's Larry Bird, but I'm guessing they don't care. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, they don't care. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars promised to them already or in the bank already. I don't know. I don't think there's a surefire fix to it. I think you're going to have ebbs and flows with the competitiveness of this. I think for the most part, and I kind of think it's been this way for a couple of decades, if it happens to be close towards the end, we'll get the effort. Right now, I think that's less and less likely to happen these days with just we had 3 fouls, right? 5 free throws, 3 fouls. It's just not there in terms of any kind of defense. But I think for the most part, if it happens to be close in the last 7-8 minutes, you'll get a great finish. And if not, they're just trying to get out of there and get to a couple of days off before they have to get back to the grind.
I agree with you 100%. In fact, I told people on Friday, I said, it is what it is. You're not going to see an Oscar-worthy performance. Don't walk into the theater thinking that you're going to see medium Adam Sandler movie. So if you get your mindset to that, rather than thinking you just saw the Super Bowl, now you got the NBA All-Star game, it's just not the same thing. So I think the expectation level is different. And to your point of them not caring, I have a 20-year-old, and he watches everything on clips. So to him, he got the center stake so that he didn't get the LeBron off the backboard, missed the baseline jumper. He got all the cool stuff of the game, and he went, well, what are you guys bitching about? I thought it was cool. That's how younger people consume this. And that's what I was trying to explain to people is it's really not made for an older demographic who are screaming and yelling that, like you said, there was a Larry Bird who kept tabs on people, or there was Dr. J, or there was MJ, or there was Kobe. That just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it just doesn't. And, that's part of just the conversation in general about today's players. And I'm not one of those today the game's in trouble. I think the game's in great shape. I think the quality of the league is as good as it's ever been. Now, I'd like some more defense, right? I'd like some of the rules to make it less, easy to score at will. And I do think there's some stuff that can be done to create competitiveness on both ends of the floor. But that doesn't necessarily mean we need to overhaul all this stuff. No, the league's in great place. The talent's incredible. The stardom's incredible. I don't think we really have a lot of problems with the playoffs. It's the journey that people seem to dislike now or be disinterested in, which I think is just society in general.
That's a great point. I want to ask you about the Warriors, and there are a lot of intriguing storylines with them, but the one that I keep going back to is, in your opinion, is Clay moved to the bench, and I'm not kicking him out of town, and I love Clay, and he's going to have a statue regardless. But do you think in the second half of this season, is he playing for his Warriors' life here in the second half?
I think that's entirely up to him. I think the Warriors would love to have him back. I don't think they want to give him a 4-year, $100 million contract, right? Like based on the way he's played. But I don't think there's a disinterest in keeping him around. I think it's just a matter of you're going to get down to negotiation. I think everything he's doing the rest of the year kind of determines how long that contract is. It wouldn't shock me if the Warriors gave him, and I'm just pulling these numbers out. Like none of this is, reported or anything. Like if they were like, hey, we'll give you 2 years, $50 million this summer. And he's like, I'd really like a 4-year deal or a 3-year. Like, I want to be around here with the guys and everything. And they're like, we feel comfortable at 2. I think that's a solid deal for how he's played. But I also get wanting that security. I think ultimately he sticks around. I don't think he's going to deteriorate as a player so much that they don't want him. But it's a gut check, right? Like either he can find that magic consistently that made him so great and made it so egregious that he wasn't on the top 75 list, right? Or he has to accept that those days are long gone. He's more of a role player now than ever. And what does he feel that value is?
I think you just hit it right on the head because it just depends, because he was all fine and good when he gets the 35 off the bench right before the break in the 140-137 win over Utah to 18 in the third quarter. But I think it's kind of funny. I was talking to Marcus Thompson about this, where he kind of made a statement that I'm not a bench guy, but then the Warriors probably took it as, damn, you're a really good bench guy. And so to me, it could be like they're going to try to keep having Klay off the bench as the leader of the second unit. He doesn't like it. And then, like you said, they kept Draymond Green at that 4 years that you just talked about. They're keeping Curry forever. It's more, as we talk about what used to be and what is, it's more and more difficult to keep a guy who's not Steph Curry for the duration of his career. And again, I love Klay, and I love that the fact he's going to have a statue and he's celebrated here. But to keep Draymond, and Klay all together for all of their career, I almost think is an impossible thing.
It's rare to have the one guy,
right?
Like Steph, it feels like that's going to happen, right? And it's a very like Dirk Nowitzki, Kobe Bryant-esque way, Tim Duncan-esque way of doing all this. But to make it all three of them, you're right. Like it's damn near impossible, and it's going to take sacrifice and a gut check. I mean, I think Draymond, the Kings wanted him. There's rumors about LeBron wanting him. All this stuff. Draymond had to kind of say like he probably could go get more than $25 million on the open market, but he wanted to stick around, and so he quote unquote takes a sacrifice there. But it's and I don't even expect Klay to be out of the starting lineup the rest of the season. There are going to be injuries. He's going to play well at times. I bet he's in the starting lineup at points in the playoffs. Like it's just that consistency that made him so great. It's just not there.
I would agree. Zach Harper is joining us. Make sure that you're following him at Talk Hoops, and of course the Bounce, which is absolutely awesome with The Athletic. In regards to the Western Conference, it's really interesting because you got a couple of teams at the top, Minnesota and Oklahoma City. Then you got Denver, the champs. And then you got all these veteran teams, and I don't know, with championship experience, like the Clippers and the Suns and the Warriors and the Lakers. And I don't know who's going to kind of separate themselves, or maybe they just won't. But how do you look at this from the young team to the champs to then all these veteran teams?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely take Denver over the field just because they seem very comfortable. Like that's the thing that, you look back at when the Warriors winning titles, they just were comfortable with who they were, right? Like even the mistakes, the turnovers, all that stuff, they knew what they were and they were comfortable in that and they believed in that. That's where I see Denver. Like they're kind of coasting and still, still arguably the best team in the league, or at least in the Western Conference. Everything else is just so up in the air. Like, is Phoenix going to be able to play enough defense or be healthy enough? Are the Clippers going to not be the Clippers, right? Is Paul George going to make big shots, or is James Harden going to not fade away in the playoffs, or is Kawhi just going to be so healthy that he can carry another team to a championship? And, I see a team like Dallas being super dangerous. OKC, they don't really have any experience. It's hard to jump through that. The Wolves are the Wolves. Like, there's a lot of good there, but a lot of question marks. I look at the whole landscape and just think, yeah, I trust Denver more than I trust any other team to make that leap.
What you just said is some people are trying to apply it to the Warriors because they're trying to be optimistic around here. They're 8-3 in the last 11, playing better defense. Draymond, Kuminga's coming. Are the Warriors a feared team, a team you don't want to see in the playoffs?
Yes, I believe they are because Steph's still that guy, and they can still bring some of that magic, and I think they would be a very tough out. I don't know if you can consider them title contenders because we know what it looks like when the Warriors play championship basketball. I don't really think we've seen any of that this season, at least not for a week, 2 weeks at a time. And so I think that they're one of those teams where it's just like, man, it would suck to get matched up with them in the first round, right? Like I think we would win, but that would be annoying to have to chase Steph around or deal with Draymond or, what if Clay get hot? Like I think most teams fear them, but not in a way where it's championship level basketball.
Right. Zach, the way I see it, I think you just described it perfectly, which is kind of like last year where if they get matched up with an OKC or a Minnesota, I could see both those teams going, damn, kind of like Sacramento. Yeah. And then you get into the next round and you play the Suns potentially or the Lakers with their size or whatever. And I think it's kind of the same scenario as last year.
Yeah. I think, I could see them upsetting the Thunder in a first round series because OKC doesn't have any of that experience, right? I could see them upsetting the Wolves because you can pick apart what they do well in certain areas. But if they get matched up with Denver would beat them. Like they just will. And I think that, but I think like we can't judge. I know we're supposed to. But we can't really judge this Warriors team on can they win a championship or not. It's like I think based on the season they've had and how up and down it's been, if they get to the second round, that's pretty successful. I know that's not the standard that they want, but that's the standard of this season.
See, and what's going to be interesting there then becomes, all right, what does Joe Lacob say after that? Because here he's been sitting near the bottom here in the West. I don't mean Portland bottom or San Antonio bottom, just based on where they've been. And then they get into the second round again, and he's paying all this luxury tax money because he's said that with Tim Kawakami with The Athletic, he has said, well, we're going to try to do both. We're going to try to cut back and get under these tax thresholds and win at a really high level. And I don't think you can do both.
At this point, the toothpaste is out of the tube, right? Like it's too hard to do. Now they could restructure things. They could trade guys. They can, try to take advantage of a situation where a star gets upset that, the rest of this year, this summer, there are things that can be done, but just in terms of keeping it status quo, keeping the team together, and expecting that. It's just tough. Like, especially like the West is just good. Like you have legitimately 10 really good teams. Yeah, it's tough. Zach, you're awesome, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Love the bounce, and we'll talk to you soon. I'm sure you got it, man. Thank you. Anytime.
Yeah, you got it. All right, at Talk Hoops. Make sure you follow him. And again, the bounce is awesome. He goes right through the association every day. It's an awesome piece. You need to check it out in The Athletic. And I just referenced a bunch of guys. From Sam Amick to Kawakami, all those guys do a great job in covering the league as well. By the way, if you missed it, just real quick, the conversation that Tolbert and Kerry Crowley yesterday had with Sam Amick, just back to the All-Star game. I know I beat this thing up and talked about it a ton yesterday. I'm with Zach in terms of kind of is what it is. And the numbers, what's funny is as the media, we're just like, we're such purists. You got to play hard and you got to do this. He brought up a great point. Dr. J, Andre Iguodala, Larry Bird, they go into the locker room and they're like, hey, man, you at least got to give effort. And I know that pisses off the general sports public when it's like the least you could do, because I've always had this theory, the least you could do is try. They didn't really do that. And so, yeah, a lot of people feel angry about it, but I'm not. Because like I said, on Friday, I told you this is the way it's going to be. This is the way All-Star games are, and especially in the NBA. But the real kicker in the groinal region is Sam's piece, and then talking to Tom yesterday, which is the winning team makes $100,000. All of those players have all-star incentives in their contract where they make quite a few bucks to be there. So they are getting paid handsomely to play and win $100,000. To be there, incentives in the contract is pretty lucrative. But again, they make so much freaking money on average. The All-Stars probably just the All-Star team itself. I mean, Steph makes like 50. There's other guys who, probably rookies or on rookie deals or whatever. So, I think on average, I don't know, I haven't done it, but 30 million plus. So, $100,000, I don't know what that is to you and I, but it's not much. Incentives in their contracts, fairly good. But again, for Steph, if you're making $50 million, I don't know what the incentive is. $1 million. Again, you and I would be literally running through a brick wall for it. You want to give me $1 million? You remember that show? What was the show that Joe Rogan used to host on NBC? You had to eat weird stuff and do weird stuff and drop from a plane, and Fear Factor. Like, I'd do everything I ever saw on Fear Factor for $1 million. The scorpions, no problem. Lay in a bed of snakes, get dropped from an airplane, whatever. We would do anything for it. But if you make that kind of money, it's kind of like, eh. So as part of that, he said that basically the demands were, I get it that we get $100,000 to win it. I get it that I get, millions of dollars as incentives to be an all-star. But what we also want is more money, and we don't want to play in Indianapolis anymore. We want to play in Vegas or somewhere or Miami. Somewhere we want LA. We want to be somewhere we want to be, where we could actually take our vacation there, combine it up. Hey, we get a vacay in Miami, a little bit of all-star game, a little bit of break. Our family comes down, or in a lot of these guys' cases, not. Please don't come down. We get a break here. They want it all. And you know what? They have the leverage to do it. And then we'll give you effort. And when I was driving around and Sam was saying that to Tom yesterday, I was thinking, oh, this is going to go over well. I think Sam did call it like they are just not in reality. But that's the way it is. I mean, basketball more than any other sport, to be honest, because you need to have a certain amount of size. I mean, I know there's a Spud Webbs of the world and Speedy Claxtons of the world and stuff like that, Muggsy Bogues of the world. But generally speaking, I mean, if you show early in height, like you're 6'7" and you got some skill, you're just getting treated differently. And a lot of these guys, it's like, look, they won the genetic lottery. They get treated a certain way. They're used to being treated a certain way. So if you want to give me effort, I know it's puke-worthy, but if you want me to give effort in the NBA All-Star Game, it's not $100,000 and it's not in Indianapolis. It's I don't know, $1 million extra bucks on top of the $1 million I'm making for making it. And if I win, I want $500,000. And I want to go to Miami, LA, or Las Vegas. I mean, it's not a great look, but that's kind of what they're telling you. Or, as Zach and I were just talking about, you can just leave the damn thing alone. Don't have to watch it if you don't want on Sundays, or do what I do because I do this for a living, so I kind of have to, is I put it on a DVR. I go have fun. I do what I do. I come back to the thing. I zip through the DVR with it on, and I see a good play. I stop it. I see a bunch of circus crap. I fast forward it. So, I mean, I just enjoy, and I know what to expect, and I enjoy it a lot more. All right, no more All-Star Game talk. I know. 1 o'clock hour, about 10 minutes from now, we'll give you a foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear to be a contributing member of society. I've been promising this Brandon Ayuk 49ers discussion, and a lot of those guys have been waiting. And so I will do that in the 1 o'clock hour. I promise you, because I do see one text in front of me at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That says, what the hell, bro? Where's the Ayuk talk? So that's been a hot topic. I'll give you that. Plus, I really like having this chat open on YouTube, so I don't have to go back to the YouTube that's right in front of me. So I'll get to some of those as well. We'll do all that coming up next in the 1 o'clock hour. Papa and Lund. Lund in, Papa back next week on the Sports Leader.
I waited.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, and obviously having the coaches so aligned, Sean McVay and Kyle, during the run here, we're talking about. Sorry, I got something in my throat.
Okay.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, okay.
Jump in, John. Ask a question.
That is wrong. That is so wrong. Who were we interviewing? Oh, man. It continues. The drops that Papa would not like, but when he's on vacation, we play. Thanks for joining us. We should be making fun of a guy who's, sounds like he's dying. That wasn't a peanut? No, I mean, because he doesn't eat during the show. Like, strangely, because we've had this conversation a million times. We'll give you the foreplay in just a second, but Walter just gave me the list, so it's going to be a minute. Because, like, Bill King, he would work with Bill King, and Bill King would eat popcorn and all the things. Like, you're not supposed to eat. Like, if you do eat, and sometimes on the on Twitch and YouTube, people scream at me and yell at me, like, you can't eat during a segment. And I just, whatever. If I feel like taking a drink of water, I do. Turn my mic off. Maybe I'm interviewing somebody. I know it's going to be a second. Like, if I ask a question, if Papa is here, I'll pull back the curtain a little bit, give the foreplay in just a second. If I ask a question and Papa is here, that means I have the guest answering, depending on the guest. Like, if it's, I don't know, Tim Ryan, I got like 10 minutes. If it's Bill Walton, I got a half an hour. I mean, some people will short answer. If we got Debo, I got 12 seconds. So it runs the gamut. But generally, let's say a general guest, if I ask a question, they answer, then Papa asks a question, and then they answer, I've got anywhere from probably, I don't know, 3 minutes on the low side to 10 minutes on the high side. Yeah, that's true. And then the interview's over. But so, like, I can, like today, I can give you, I'll hold this up to the camera. I got like a Think bar here. Kind of healthy.
Excuse me.
I got
on a peanut.
That was Sean Estes. I got a mini pack of like Jack Link's beef jerky. I had a drink here, it's all right. I can do it. I got time. Now, when you're by yourself, it's different. Like, I don't, like, Zach Harper is just on. I don't know how, we have Zach Harper on, I don't know, maybe 2-3 times a year. He's really good. He wasn't a short answer guy, but he was on average, what was he, 60 seconds? I'm not going to take a chance on that if I'm by myself.
You need to just tell Walter to hop in.
Oh, by the way, thank you for the sheet, Walter. I appreciate that. Very nice. Very nice. He just told us during the break it's beneath him, but he'll give it to us anyway. It is Papa and Lund on KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We'll get to the foreplay in a minute, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear so that you can be a productive member of society. And we'll give you a little bit of Steph Curry as I'm looking over this. I'm not playing Cam Newton anymore. I don't need to hear his stuff. Let's see. We'll get a little J.J. Redick. J.J. Redick is like, he's not a hot take artist so much. And he's a play-by-play guy, too, but he's always getting into it with somebody. Like, there's a whole Doc Rivers thing going on right now. He was asked on one of the car wash shows in the morning about Doc Rivers, and he played for Doc, and then, who was it? I think Patrick Beverly got on him about it, and then Doc Rivers' son is doing ESPN now, so then he's all mad at him and stuff like that. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on as far as that goes. But we'll give you a little NBA Get a little 49ers in there as well. And then, like I said, I promised. So at about 1:15, and this will probably last the rest of the show because it's, like I said, I'm not going to say it's in depth, but it kind of is. I mean, I don't want to sound a jerk about it, but it's kind of the in-depth thing on Brandon Ayuk. And so many people took one thing that one person said and then assumed because they traded DeForest Buckner that they've got to trade Brandon Ayuk, and I just don't see it that way. So we'll do that at about 1:15. So let's do it. Well, hang on a minute. We got 51 seconds. I don't want to jump it too early because there's some people who listen to the foreplay. It's like, oh, it's 1 o'clock. So then if I jump on this too early, no, let's just do it. It's Papa in London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station. It is time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, I'm buying Danny some time here. We'll talk some Warriors. Interesting conversation with Zach Harper. I asked him point blank, is Klay Thompson playing for his Warriors life in the second half? I don't want to make it sound that dramatic. He's not dying or anything. It's just that he goes to the bench. And I'm not making too much of that. Maybe it's a Manu Ginobili thing because Podziemski fits better potentially with the starting unit. Maybe not. Zach Harper said that he thinks that, eventually he'll start again. But my point in the whole thing was it's really difficult in our day and age for one great player to stay with one organization. Steph is clearly going to do that. There's under no circumstance, I don't think, will Joe Lacob ever trade Steph Curry. He's just meant too much to this organization. Unless Steph, and I just don't see this either, because it'd be bad for his image, where Steph would just say, look, we stink, trade me. I don't see that. Draymond Green just signed a 4-year, $100 million contract. Maybe at some point he gets too much to handle and they just say fine and they trade him to his buddy and he plays with LeBron. I mean, I guess that could happen. But right now it seems like there's kind of a wide gap, if reports are correct, on what Klay Thompson thinks he is and what the organization thinks he is. And then you couple that with Joe Lacob saying, hey, I think we can cut major cost here and win at a really high level. Well, who does that point at? Because Chris Paul, his money's going to go off the books. Curry's not going anywhere. Draymond's not going anywhere. I mean, can you trade Wiggins? I guess that could point to Wiggins in the offseason. Kuminga's not going anywhere. So, I mean, you start paring this thing down. Who makes a lot of money, or more so, who's overpaid? Well, right now, Klay Thompson is. And in the offseason, they have an opportunity to say, look, dude, we can't pay you, I don't know, $40+ million, but we can pay you 20, which, again, we're all going through a brick wall and eating everything on that Joe Rogan show. I forgot the name of it again. I have short-term memory loss. Fear Factor. Like, we'd all buy, but an NBA player, it's like, look, I've made X amount, and Klay is struggling with his mortality. Maybe he just says, you know what, my dad's down in L.A., that's where I'm from, and he's broadcasting for the Lakers or the Clippers right there, or Miami. Pat Riley's there, somebody I'm sure he knows and respects. I mean, there's all sorts of speculation. You mean Joel Embiid's going to be down low, and you can kick it out to me with the 76ers? I mean, there's a lot of teams who would say, hell yeah, I'll take Klay Thompson. And maybe it would make Klay it easier for Klay to say, look, I've been so great with this organization, but now it's going to be really tough for me to make that transition. I might as well just go to another team and be a secondary player there. That would be easier because that fan base doesn't expect me to be what I was. So I don't know. But I'm just saying that I think he is, in the second half of the season, possibly playing for his Warriors life. And I put it dramatically like that. But what I'm saying is that if the organization is saying we want to cut major cost and yet still be ultra competitive at the top, that's going to be really difficult to do unless you decide, you know what, if as much as we love Klay and we're going to build a statue regardless of where he goes, Podziemski and Kuminga and Wiggins, they kind of make more sense and they don't make as much. So anyway, look, if maybe they just say to hell with it, we're keeping these three together, we don't care. Maybe. All right, second half of the season starts tomorrow night. Here's Steph Curry on how the Warriors can climb up into West playoff contention.
But if we take care of home court, we got, 30 games left. I feel like we can steadily climb. As long as we get into the playoffs, no matter how we get there, whether it's the play-in or whether it's, climbing into the 6th spot or whatever, we know we're a tough out. We know nobody wants to see us when we get there. We just got to get there.
We'll talk more about the Warriors in the second half tomorrow, since they're going to start the second half tomorrow. So I wanted to bring up Clay as I think the most interesting second half storyline for the Warriors, and I don't think it's particularly close. But just as kind of a teaser towards tomorrow and talking a lot about the Warriors in second half and what they can do and kind of to reference Steph and to get further and further away from the All-Star game talk. It's again, it's not like the Giants, but what I'm saying is my philosophy of if, because it is if Klay Thompson plays better, if Draymond Green can hold up at the 5 the entire second half, if Jonathan Kuminga can even be more consistent, if Wiggins can be consistent at all, if Podziemski can be what he was in the first half, which I think he can, if Chris Paul can come back, if again, it's if they can hold up health-wise because they're older. There's a lot of ifs with the Warriors, and so if you ask me right now where they are, Lund, where are they? Thank you. I'm glad you asked. They're like they were last year. I think that if I'm Oklahoma City or Minnesota, I don't want to see them. No way, shape, form. Their experience matters. We saw that in the Kings series, even though it took them to 7. Steph scored 50 and said goodnight, everybody. I mean, they can do that. But then they get into the second round, and size is going to be an issue against the Lakers. Denver's just flat out better. I don't know what the Suns are going to be. So then the second round starts to be question marks. And that's assuming that they don't have to play in the play-in, which is a pain in the butt for an older team, that kind of a thing, and that they can get up to 6 and just not have to deal with that, which they can do. There's no question. So anyway, I don't know that I see them much beyond that. But again, in 2022, I certainly didn't. But these guys are a couple of years older, but not that much older. So, yeah, they're a team right now, if I was to categorize them, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow, I put them in. You don't want to see them in the playoffs, but they're not a championship contender. Could be wrong. Speaking of, here's J.J. Redick, who I mentioned from ESPN. They were having a conversation. This is First Take, or one of those shows, on whether Steph or LeBron would get a ring first.
The question here is the likely. That's the key word here for me, likely. I don't think either of these teams are likely to win a championship this year. The good news is both of these teams going into All-Star break started to trend in the right direction. Stephen A. brought up Kuminga. He's been awesome now for a few weeks. Their defense with Draymond Green back has been much better. The Lakers' offense, because of the shooting of Austin Reeves and D'Angelo Russell and Roy Hachimura, they've been so much better offensively. These teams are trending in the right direction. I still don't think they're in the upper tier. And we can talk about sleeper teams in the West. They're not even on my list of sleeper teams. I would put the Dallas Mavericks or the Phoenix Suns or the New Orleans Pelicans as sleeper teams, teams outside of the top 4. I don't think it's likely that either gets a 5th title unless they're willing to go somewhere else, because I just don't see either of those teams being capable of making a move that moves the needle in the next few years.
All right. Look, I respect J.J. Redick's opinion. I like him as a broadcaster. He's a hot take guy on some of those shows. He played the game, et cetera, et cetera. I would not want to see the Warriors. I would not want to see the Lakers. I got an immense amount of respect for LeBron James, especially at the age of 39. The playoffs are just different. You get days off. It's just completely and totally different. Now, would I take the Lakers as a title contender right now? No. Would I take the Warriors as a title contender right now? No. Phoenix, I have a feeling, just because I think if they can be healthy, Booker, Beal, Durant, I kind of like that better. But if you're a Warriors fan driving around right now and you're thinking to yourself, well, is there a lot of difference? I mean, Durant's never done it alone. It's a good point. I just like them better. And then those two young teams are a question mark to me in the playoffs. Lots of teams have won lots of games in the regular season and not won the title. I'm not naming any local teams. And Denver, as Zach Harper said, and we've had a bunch of people on talking about the Warriors in the second half, I think Denver's the team to beat, obviously. And not just because they won a championship, but they do have a championship swag. And once you've done it, much like the Warriors have, then you just feel like you can. And Jokic is a major problem, and Draymond's playing at the 5, and I just don't know that they have anybody matchup-wise. That's what it really comes down to, matchup-wise, to beat them. All right, let's just play 3, because the other ones I don't like, and I want to lead this into Brandon Ayuk, a discussion, and really at the rest of the show. We'll start that at 1:15. I'm not playing any more Keith Law. People are threatening my life and my family. No, they were not. But we can get more into the Giants, too. But here is Adam Schefter talking about the ultra-coveted 49ers DC defensive coordinator position.
And to me, the guy that you look at on staff right now
would be the former safety who once played for the Kansas City Chiefs, Nick Sorensen. He's on the staff right now, young guy, right? Has had something of a history with the 49ers. Right now, they call him the defensive passing game specialist, nickel back coach, born in 1978, so that would make him, 44 years old. He basically played as a safety in the NFL in St. Louis, in Jacksonville, in Cleveland, and has been a pro coach in Seattle with the Jaguars and with the 49ers since 2022. He's a guy that they've groomed. So we'll see whether or not they turn to him, but he's a guy that makes a lot of sense to me.
First of all, it sounds like Schefter's reading off of Wikipedia and not very well about the background of Nick Sorensen. Look, I knew who Nick Sorensen is, and I remember him as a player, and I don't know enough about him. And they have had success, obviously, promoting from within. D'Amico Ryans was great, and so maybe he is going to be the next defensive coordinator. But I started the show because Murph and Marcus this morning were talking about Kyle Shanahan, so I just kind of dovetailed off of that, and then I moved that into a conversation about Bill Belichick. And the reason why defensive coordinator is coming up again is that Tim Kawakami put out a tweet yesterday that kind of perked everybody's ears that said, hey, the announcement could be coming soon. And this is a 99% probability against, so it's not going to happen. But I brought up this mahogany table that I believe that Jed York and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the powers that be for the 49ers were around. And although Jed York generally stays out of conversations, I'm sure at the end of the year he gets briefed on a discussion, and I'm sure it probably takes a while to say, okay, what did we accomplish and what are we trying to do? And Jed is on record many times, and it's one of the reasons why he said he fired Jim Harbaugh was we're not based on NFC championships, NFC championship games, divisional wins, wild card wins, 12, 13, 14, 15 win seasons. We're judged on Super Bowls. And when Jim Harbaugh didn't get it done, he let him go, and that was one of the reasons why he said he did. So if we apply that same logic, and we know you don't need me to go over every single play of the Super Bowl, but suffice to say that if any of those plays, whether it be third downs, fourth downs, Dre Greenlaw injuries, punt return fumbles, just dive on it, dude. Any of those kind of things and more had gone the 49ers' way. Patrick Mahomes, 4th and 1, we forget, the keeper. If they had stopped him, they win the Super Bowl. So to quote John York for Jed York, remember when they drafted Brock Purdy and they were debating back and forth, and John York finally said, well, is he the best player on your board? And he goes, well, yeah, but they didn't want to screw up the mentality of Trey Lance. So John York said, what are we talking about here? Draft the guy. Well, it's the same thing to me with Bill Belichick. Is he the best guy on the board by a mile for the defensive coordinator that if you make one play, isn't Bill Belichick worth one play? He sure is. He's played against Patrick Mahomes a ton of times. Now, look, it's not going to happen because, first of all, Belichick's going to want a truckload of money, more than what Kyle Shanahan probably makes. The ego of Kyle Shanahan just completely giving it to Bill Belichick. In other words, Bill Belichick's going to say, don't come in my room. Don't come in my defensive room. Don't come in my office. I got the defense. You got the offense. I don't think that Kyle's going to want to do that.
Go talk to the geniuses that are online.
I don't think Kyle's ego. I don't think Belichick's ego. I think Belichick's like, I'm the greatest coach of all time. You want me to just coach your defense? No. So there's a number of reasons why, financially and ego-wise, it probably won't work. But if I'm Jed York, and I liken this to Kevin Durant, you win 73 games, you don't sit on your hands, Farhan, after you win 107. You go get Kevin Durant. You are one play away from stopping Patrick Mahomes. And if you assume that Patrick Mahomes is going to be in your way for the foreseeable future, and he's 28, and that Andy Reid is going to keep coaching, so you got a great offensive mind you got to deal with. And, oh, by the way, Steve Spagnuolo is probably the best defensive coordinator. Don't you want to go into the game against Patrick Mahomes with the best offensive mind you can, which they are doing with Kyle Shanahan, regardless of what you think, and the best defensive mind, which is Bill Belichick, and he's available? Like, this is a Jed York conversation, and I'm calling Bill Belichick, and I'm saying, look, man, wouldn't it be cool if you got us over the top and rode on into the sunset? And they have a good relationship, the Shanahans, with Bill Belichick. Now, look, maybe ego-wise it wouldn't work, and maybe financially it wouldn't work. But I've heard people say that you got to make the call. You got to do more than make the call. You got to call and say, dude, I'm serious. Like with Kevin Durant. Like, did any of us think? I remember when he signed, it was July 4th. And I'm like, what? Like, nobody thought Kevin Durant was coming to the Warriors. There's many examples of that through the years where it's like, that guy will never come here. That'll never happen. Well, pick up the phone and call. Like my dad used to say, the answer's always no if you don't ask. Like, you got to call Bill Belichick and not say, hey, bro, how's the dog? How's the kids? How's the girlfriend? How's, whatever. You say, dude, you're going to be my DC. What's it going to take? Is it going to take $1 less than what Kyle Shanahan makes? Is it going to take total control of the defense? Is it going to take whatever it's going to take? We want to do this. Now, maybe Bill Belichick says that's not enough money and I got too big of an ego and not going to do it. Now, maybe that's it. And he would probably only do it for a year. The thing that is most comical to me is Bill Belichick's not going to want to grind. That's what he does. No days off. That's what he does. Like, you don't think he grinds as the head coach of the Patriots? So maybe it won't work, and it probably won't. And 99% probability it's not. But all I'm saying is if you are, and I'm holding my fingers very close together, if you are that close to winning a Super Bowl and people are saying Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one, don't you want to be armed with the best? We can talk, and we will talk. March 13th is when free agency starts. And we're going to talk about, Brian Burns, great edge guy with Carolina. Will Jed open up his wallet just one more time? He did it for Javon Hargrave. Could he do it? Would he do it for a Brian Burns or a Donnell Hunter? Would they be aggressive in trade for a Patrick Surtain or somebody like that? I mean, that would be awesome. It'd be great. But to me, scheming what you already have, probably the most talent in the NFL as far as a total team you do, and as far as a defense, you're pretty damn close. I mean, Baltimore's there, Cleveland's there. There's a lot of good teams with a lot of talent. But the Niners are up there, and they didn't play like it for the majority of the year. Did D'Amico Ryans make a difference? Hell yeah. Did Robert Saleh? Hell yeah. So why wouldn't you want to get the best possible guy when you are inches away from winning a Super Bowl and people keep saying that Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one? Wouldn't you want to get the best possible guy you could get if you own the 49ers and said, I got to figure out a way? Now, probably not going to happen. I'm just saying I'm advocating for it. Give me your thoughts. All right. I promised it. People were upset. I didn't get to it yesterday. So we'll get to it coming up next and probably spend the rest of the show. This whole Brandon Ayuk stuff has gotten out of control. We'll explain it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nick Sorensen. He's honest.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus to give us thoughts on the 49ers search for a DC, as well as what the 49ers should do with Brandon Ayuk. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I like this a lot. Billions with a B. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the state? That is ludicrous. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, though, they are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. And let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, and this is where it comes in, that billion you just heard, more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B, as you heard Dr. Evil say. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you paid nothing up front, nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Whatever we're calling that thing, it just doesn't have the juice that they didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm sorry to inform you. That was the BA catch off of the face mask of the Lions defender. So here's the deal. I've been talking about this for a couple of days. Somebody just texted in, this BA thing better be worth it. So I'm under a ton of pressure here. So here's how this started. It's logical, I understand. But Brandon Ayuk has a cap number next year of 14.1. They are picking up the 5th-year option on that. And clearly the 49ers have issues. I mean, they have the top-paid player at left tackle. They have the top-paid tight end. They have the top-paid middle linebacker. But where this all really started was after they lost the Super Bowl, after they lost Super Bowl 54, they made the ill-fated decision of trading DeForest Buckner, you know that, to the Colts. And they thought this will be nice and convenient and tidy. We're going to pick a defensive tackle, and we're going to reset the finances of the position. That player was Javon Kinlaw. Hasn't quite worked out. He's been a really nice player as a backup, playing about 20, 25 snaps a game, but that's not what you trade DeForest Buckner for. So it was a nice, clean thing. And everybody decided on a national level that, geez, they traded DeForest Buckner after their last Super Bowl loss because they wanted to reset the position. There's a convenient storyline of just trading Brandon Ayuk and then getting a certain pick from a certain team in the first round. So first of all, the problem I have before we start into any of this kind of conversation is that's the premise, and then it started and then got picked up nationally, and then now everybody's talking about it and everybody's got an opinion on it based on the fact that they did it one time. Now my thought would be they learned from their mistake because they don't have to trade Brandon Ayuk. They can extend him. Parag Marathe is absolutely great at this. And if you want to keep kicking the can down the road, or the easier way to put this is keep putting everything on credit if you're the 49ers. We all know that that's dangerous, and at some point you got to pay. But we also know that you can manipulate the salary cap again and again and again and again. And so this is not the time when the 49ers, again, I'll hold my fingers very close together, are inches away from winning a Super Bowl. I know what will make us better, Brandon Ayuk. No, it won't. They're not in rebuild mode. They are in, I can tell you, because you can feel it when you go down there during the season. Desperate is too strong of a word, but there's an urgency with the 49ers to win a Super Bowl. You know that. And the urgency even got stronger because you can't carry this forever, especially, say it with me, when Brock Purdy's going to make $50 or $60 million in a couple of years. That's a fact. That's what he's going to do. Baker Mayfield's going to make like $40 million this offseason. I was talking to everybody down at the Super Bowl. I'm like, really? I even saw Baker Mayfield and went, are you really going to make that money? No, I didn't. But we did talk to a bunch of insiders like Ian Rappaport, both on and off the air, and Dan Graziano and all these guys, and they're like, Baker's getting paid. So obviously Brock's going to get paid. Okay, so let me make this easy. The only why in the why column that Brandon Ayuk's going to get traded is because after Super Bowl 54, the 49ers seemed to have an excess at the position at defensive line and decided DeForest Buckner, we're going to keep Eric Armstead, and people forget this, we're going to take the money and re-sign Eric Armstead and Jimmy Ward. So it was Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead for Buckner, and conveniently you get the 13th pick, which then they traded to Tampa and got the 14th pick and took Javon Kinlaw. So they weren't wrong in their thought process. It just didn't get executed properly because Javon Kinlaw hasn't and probably won't, I don't know if they're going to re-sign him, live up to expectations. So that's done. So first of all, the very reason that people are saying they're going to trade Brandon Ayuk blew up in their face the last time they did it. So, hey, let's do it again. But nobody conveniently goes that far. And it's really not that far to go in the discussion. So what we do in life is we live and learn, right? So first of all, they did it the last time, which is the premise that everybody's using why they're going to do it this time. But it didn't work last time. So in the why not column to do it, it didn't work last time. Secondly, every player that they've wanted, that they've drafted, so they didn't draft DeForest Buckner, but every player that they have drafted and developed and wanted, they've kept. They didn't want Trey Lance, so you don't text me that because they didn't want him. They drafted, developed, and re-signed Bosa, Kittle, Warner, Greenlaw, and go on down the line with me. Who did they draft, keyword, develop, and then say, nah, that they wanted to keep, that they desperately wanted to keep? Even Debo did that whole trick of, Debo's removed everything from his social media accounts. Guess what? He came back. He's never going to resign. He wants out. He doesn't want to be a running back. All that stuff was said. Him and Kyle sat down. He stayed. So everybody they have drafted, developed, and wanted, they kept. Buckner wasn't drafted by them. All right? So that's another thing. He was drafted in 2016, I think, and those guys came in 17, I believe. Yeah, by this current regime is what I'm saying. So, and here's the other thing too. As far as a fit, and I'm not advocating, this is why it's going to take longer than this segment to talk about. Because I'll give you positional spending. I don't want to make your eyes roll back in your head. I don't want you to get the glazed donut look. I don't want to make this too complicated, but I'll get into, because, yeah, could they do that? Could they possibly trade someone and reset at the position? Sure, they could. They could. I mean, people have brought up Debo's name. They've brought up Kittle's name. They've brought up Greenlaw, and even though that would be heartless, it is what the league is. I mean, he's got a cap number of over $8 million. He's injured, obviously, right now with a horrendous injury. I mean, could they do that? They could. But again, I'll reiterate this. You can keep the credit card bill coming. You can pay the minimum payment and keep the credit card bill coming. They want to win a championship. Does it sound like trading Brandon Ayuk for, a first-round pick or whatever it would take for a team? Is that making them better? And then let's bring Brock Purdy into the conversation. All right, again, I'm not bashing Debo. I'm not bashing any other receiver. But who does Brock Purdy, your prized quarterback, all right, you want him to develop? He's just finished his second year. He's 23 years old. Who has the best chemistry with Brock Purdy? Not even close. It's Brandon Ayuk. They're good friends. This offseason, he's actually going to get to work with him for the first time since being a starter. Obviously, last year he couldn't. They're going to get better together. Brandon Ayuk's 25 years old. Does it sound like, just given the history, and that's all we have to go on for the 49ers, given the history where they are, they want to win now. He helps Brock Purdy. They have the money. They don't have to they can give him an extension. They've been planning for this. All those different things that I'm talking about. They love him as a player. Remember the old discussion? Brandon Ayuk's in the doghouse. You know how hard he worked to become the type of wide receiver the 49ers want? He blocks. He plays hard. He makes great catches. He's great against man coverage. I saw where Bucky Brooks said he couldn't get open against man coverage. Did you watch the Super Bowl? They just couldn't get him the ball. He put L'Jarius Sneed on the ground on the in route, and he could have had a touchdown if Brock Purdy had like 0.1 more seconds. I mean, he gets open. He's everything the 49ers want from a player perspective. What people are going on are two things. I forgot another thing. They're going on, they traded DeForest Buckner after a Super Bowl loss, and they're going on something that every player does, and their agent tells him to do. So when he goes to his locker on locker room cleanout day and they say, hey, Brandon, you want to be part of the 49ers? Well, if it's best, that's his agent. It's like that movie with Steve Martin. What is it, Roxanne, where he's saying it? His agent might as well have said that. He told him before he went to locker room cleanout, hey, Brandon, don't say anything great about the 49ers. You are a free agent, and we are officially in negotiation mode. Everyone says that. If it's right, I mean, I get it. Mike McGlinchey last year, I remember, had some sort of, I don't know if it was like a flex, just total generic sweatshirt, and said the same thing, and he was gone. But we knew that Mike McGlinchey wasn't coming back. We knew it. And again, I'll go back to the premise of drafted, developed, and wanted. And it's nothing against Mike McGlinchey. They knew the number was too high. They weren't going to do that. Brandon Ayuk is a player, and we're in a league now where we used to say, wide receivers are replaceable. They're not. He's not Tyreek Hill. They're not saying, you know what, we don't need Tyreek Hill to win championships. They need Brandon Ayuk. And he is the exact player that they want. He is Brock Purdy's pal. They're not doing away with him. They drafted and literally developed him and said, this is the kind of wide receiver we want you to be. And he did everything that they asked. He's that type of guy. He's a culture guy for the 49ers. He might not be the loudest guy, but he's a culture guy for the 49ers. He is the shining example of this is what you were, this is what you are, and this is what we want you to be. And that's what he is. So I don't see a scenario in which they trade Brandon Ayuk. And you can keep this, and when he gets traded or if he gets traded, it's crazy. And then I'll give you the positional spending and everything else. The bottom line to it is they don't have to trade him. And I use the whole Buckner thing where everybody else uses it as an example of they're going to trade him. I use an example of it blew up in their face and they learned from it. There's no problem making mistakes in life. It's just that when you trade Buckner for Kinlaw, basically, and it blows up, you're going to do it again? Hey, let's do that again. That worked so well the first time. And they could have kept everybody. They just decided they were going to that was the convenient spot. And so now everybody's saying, okay, they lost another Super Bowl. They're really high at the wide receiver position. I'll give you a tease next segment. For 2024, they have $46 million, and that includes Brandon Ayuk's $14.125. They have the 6th highest wide receiver room financially in the league, 6th highest. Now, do you want to be that? I mean, you can be. But there are other position groups, and there are other players who they could potentially do it. But again, I will reiterate, they don't have to. They are doing the financial gymnastics. And again, I'll ask you, and then we'll get into this next, if you're in win-now mode, which they urgently, not desperately, but urgently are, and are this close to a Super Bowl, and they want to win one maybe more than anybody in the NFL and are this close, and know that Brock Purdy's number is going to kick in, and that you can do all the financial gymnastics you want. If you go from $1 million to 50 at a position, it's going to affect you. I know you know this. They're 32nd in positional spending at quarterback. That is a massive advantage for at least a couple more years. So they can keep Brandon Ayuk. There's no question. And there are other guys that they could move potentially now or later. So because it's convenient to say they did this once, but it failed, doesn't mean that Brandon Ayuk is getting traded. And I would be shocked if he were. It just doesn't make sense. And here's the other thing. Hey, trade him for a first-round pick. He was a first-round pick. And you developed him. So why would you want to reset at the position financially? I understand that. But you're also resetting for a guy because he played wide receiver in Kyle Shanahan that has a huge and high expectations at the position. And while some guys will come into the league like Puka Nacua and just be great right out of the gate, that's not the norm. And there's a lot of guys who come in, Jamar Chase, Jordan Jefferson, guys like that who come in and are great. That's not the norm. So now the 49ers who desperately want to win a Super Bowl, their best guy against man coverage is gone, and a first-round pick comes in, and they will conveniently try to then draft the guy. Well, why would that team, like I've seen the Jets being talked about or the Raiders being talked about or a number of different teams, why would you give them a seasoned guy who's only 25 years old for a rookie wide receiver when you're trying to win the Super Bowl? That flies in the face of what you're trying to do. So, I think it's a convenient narrative for people who haven't looked at the situation real deeply and said, well, that's what the 49ers are going to do because they did it once. Doesn't make any sense. So give me your thoughts, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. I'll give you a little bit more on this coming back because some of it has to do with positional spending, which they are high at the wide receiver spot, but they're high in other places as well. So if they're going to do this, and I really don't think they're going to do it with anybody, there are better candidates, actually, than Brandon Ayuk. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Stone Ridge, where I go, lower level, right near J.C. Penney, where John often visits.
Why do you say that? Clearly, J.C. Penney is not a sponsor. I have not been to J.C. Penney for a long time, although I will say, before I finish our conversation on Brandon Ayuk, lines are open. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Both the call-in, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and of course, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Did J.C. Penney have the Tough Skins? Does anybody remember Tough Skins? My mom, they have like these patches in their knees because when you were a little kid, like just I'd run around and slide around the house and I'd do like play-by-play like of myself. I'd have like a sock rolled up and I'd hit it. Oh, he hits it deep. My mom, that's all the pants she would buy me until I was like, I don't know, I had to outgrow them. And I don't know, what was I, like 12 or something? They came in different colors. Somebody backed me up on that. And so then when I got my first pair of pants that did not have like patches in the knees because I was sliding around and jumping around and stuff like that, I was like, what are these? I didn't know. My mom would dress me in all these weird colored pants with patches in the knees. I think they sold them at JCPenney, if I'm not mistaken. Back me up on that, or not. By the way, before we get out of here at the top of the hour, we haven't been doing the caboose lately. There's been so much stuff going on. But Tim, because they're going to have Mike Breen on with Tolbert, and is it Tolbert with Carey again today? Tolbert and Carey, right? They're going to have Mike Breen on at 5:30, so don't miss that. So that's usually when they do their stories, and so he handed me one that I'm going to do before we get out here at the top of the hour, so don't let me forget about that. All right, I just gave you the reasons why the 49ers are absolutely positively not trading Brandon Ayuk. I don't think they need to, first and foremost, and the very reason why, just to surmise, the very reason why everybody's saying they're going to, because they traded DeForest Buckner at the end of Super Bowl 54, well, that worked out so well, let's do that again. So there's a lot of different reasons that they're not trading Brandon Ayuk to me. If they were going to decide to cut at a certain position, and again, at wide receiver, and I'm just looking at positional group spending, at wide receiver, they're at $46 million going into next year, which is sixth most in the league. Quarterback, they're at $1.04 million last, which is good. Running back, because of McCaffrey, they're fourth most at $16 million. I love Juice, the football player, and Juice itself. Juice is very good. A lot of sugar, though. But Juice is at $7.6 million, and I love the guy, and I don't think he's going anywhere, and I don't want him to go anywhere, and his wife's great, and all those different things. But if you're looking to cut, and again, they're around the big mahogany table, is Juice a luxury at $7.6 million of cap space next year? Maybe. Tight end, they're second most in the league. And this is what people are talking about when they say limited window when Brock gets his $50 million. The second most at tight end, $25 million. That's George Kittle. He's got a big cap number. Offensive line, as you might guess, they're at $48 million. That's 20th in the league. They need a new right tackle and right guard. This is the one that is interesting to me. So defensively, they spend $137 million, which is third most in the league. Eric Armstead, ironically enough, leads a interior defensive line, he and Javon Hargrave, of $48 million, which is the most in the league. So did Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, it's not Armstead's fault. He was injured a lot of the year, and we found out at the end of the year. We knew during the year, but we found out publicly at the end of the year that he was dealing with plantar fasciitis and a knee injury that he had to have surgery with. But they're number one in the league at $48 million. That's going to bear a look in the offseason potentially. Defensive end, because of Nick's low number right now, they're at 18th, $20 million. Linebacker, that's another spot, and this is why I bring up Dre Greenlaw's name if they're going to cut or reduce. $37 million at the linebacker position, number one in the league, and that's Fred and Dre. Would they be so heartless to go to Dre Greenlaw and go, man, I love you, and I hate that this Achilles injury happened, but we got to reduce your number or restructure? That's possible. Safety, they're not overspending. Corner, they're 10th at $28 million. And on special teams, kicker, punter, long snapper, $5.5 million, they're 13th. So to surmise that thing very quickly, great that they're last at the position at quarterback. That's going to change in a couple of years. Guys who could be on the block beyond Ayuk. And again, I don't think they're going to cut, or they might restructure. Again, that's the credit card thing. They're going to restructure guys because they always do. and they don't need to cut anybody off this roster. But Juice is at $7.6 million. That's a lot. They're second in tight end at $25 million. Probably restructured George Kittle. They're number one in money spent on the defensive interior line, which is Armstead and Hargrave. They're either going to restructure or, ironically enough, maybe Armstead's not here. Linebacker position, they're going to restructure Dre Greenlaw and possibly Fred Warner and just keep kicking the can down the road. I mean, those are the positions. Fred and Dre, Kittle, CMC, Debo, Armstead, Hargrave. They make a lot of money. Trent Williams, $31.5 million cap hit. I know these, I don't want to do too many of these numbers because, to be honest with you, it's like, come on, man. Don't care. Want them to win. They're getting paid a lot. I get it. Move on. I understand that. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because Ayuk's been talked about a lot, and Ayuk is the 10th highest number next year. And if they do a new contract with Ayuk, guess what? The number goes down. That's another thing. Like Nick Bosa, he does the deal. Last offseason, his number went down. So everybody who's yelling and screaming saying, obviously, Ayuk's going to be traded, did you hear what he said at locker room cleanout? They always say that. Their agent tells them to say that. So that's not relevant. Oh, they did it after Super Bowl 54. Yeah, it worked out very poorly. They're not doing that again. So it's a really convenient storyline for everybody to talk about Ayuk. Number one, they don't have to do anything. Number two, if they sign Ayuk long-term, his number goes down, not up. Long-term, it goes up. They're in a not desperate but urgent situation to win a Super Bowl. Ask yourself, does trading Brandon Ayuk for a number one pick, does that make the 49ers better at the position? Because they're just going to have to address it. And if they don't address it in the draft, because generally speaking, and again, there are a number of guys who have come into this league. Even Puka Nacua from the 6th round last year was great. And Jordan Jefferson and Jamar Chase and a number of guys come into this league and they're ready. Most guys don't. Not at the level the 49ers need them. You got to be precise in your routes. We know that Brandon Ayuk wasn't when he was in the doghouse years ago. You got to be able to block. Brandon Ayuk didn't. You have to have a proper level of intensity and toughness and physicalness as a wide receiver. Most guys don't come into the league like that. They're just not trained that way. So it generally takes the 49ers guys a while at the position. Even Debo. Debo had a special talent his rookie year to do a lot of different things. Run the ball, be physical. He was already a lot of those things, but he still isn't a refined route runner. And I'm not saying that they should cut Debo. They shouldn't. And I'm not picking, a lot of the guys came out and said, well, would you keep Debo or Ayuk? It's not really a question of that. It's a question of, if you're going to do that, there are a lot of other candidates on the roster who would make more sense than not signing Brandon Ayuk to a long-term contract. And the overriding factor of the whole thing is they're trying to win a Super Bowl, especially before Brock Purdy's number explodes. It doesn't help you to have Brandon Ayuk gone and a rookie at the position who you've got to then do exactly what you did with Brandon Ayuk. By trading Brandon Ayuk, what you're trying to do is find another Brandon Ayuk. And it's not conducive to winning now. So I've given you a ton of different reasons. I know that it took off. You start believing it because they're talking about it on national shows. But a lot of times on those national shows, they're just hitting the surface. And the surface was they traded Buckner after the last Super Bowl loss. They're going to trade somebody again. Oh, look, there's a free agent at a position of excess, financial excess. That guy's getting traded. And Brandon Ayuk said it is locker room clean out. We'll see if I'm here. Guys do that all the time. Now next, he's going to take all Niners stuff off his Instagram and everyone's going to freak out again. Justin Fields did that. He is getting traded. But more times than not, I think Debo did that. Lots of guys have done that. Didn't Anthony Davis do it at some point? All those guys do it. And then everybody freaks out. And more times than not, they just re-sign anyway. Anyway, give me your thoughts. All right, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, and it's Carrie and Tom. And again, amongst their guests today, Mike Breen at 5:30. Tim gave me a hilarious story. I do love day drinking, but this is to excess at a place that you don't want to be caught. Anyway, we'll do that coming up next. Take your thoughts. I'll check out the text line and the YouTube and Twitch. We'll do all that as we give you some remnants before we get out of here at 2, only here on the Sports Leader. there. It's time to win. Win, I tell you. And you can start right now with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, of course. So let's go. I'll go with you. Oh, you don't want me to go? Okay. Grab the keys to your new Toyota. You know you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings, and you can come in and check out all the new models and deals and do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com. You see all the incoming vehicles like I did. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you like, and you get great prices and special lease deals. And another thing I did, because it's my RAV4 hybrid, great-looking SUV, by the way, you save on gas. It is a hybrid, of course, and they have many hybrids, cars, SUVs, trucks. Or you can say, adios, amigo. Well, actually, gas is not your amigo. You can say adios to gas altogether with the all-new electric VZ4X at a low price or an incredible lease deal. So it's time to win and time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. And you know, since 1965, and this is hard because it's hard to stay in business, we know that. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota's had thousands of happy customers like me. Don't you see me smiling on YouTube and Twitch right now? Actually, I can't because they're showing the bullpen. I digress. So anyway, let's go. Modesto Toyota. No dealer markup, and the time has never been better. You know that now. And it's where I get my Toyotas. If Danny was going to buy a Toyota, he would buy his there. He's told me that, I swear. So come find out for yourself. Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't do the game. I'm sick. I can't do it. I got the class.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Tommy and who's with them today? Oh, the great Carrie Cowley at 2 o'clock. 408 Texan says Brandon Ayuk couldn't get an open against the Chiefs secondary. Go back and watch it again. He didn't have time. He was wide open in the end zone when he juked L'Jarius Sneed, who slipped, was open. There were three other times. I love Brock Purdy. He's great. I love the story. I love everything around it. I'm amazed at what he did coming back from a bionic man surgery in the offseason and was better with his pocket presence, and I expect him to make another jump in this offseason. And one of the ways he can make a jump is seeing open receivers who he missed at times this year. I'm not saying it was a ton, but in the Super Bowl, there were 2 or 3 times that he missed Brandon Ayuk, a couple other times where he didn't have the time to get the ball to an open Brandon Ayuk. And even having said that, on the times that Brandon Ayuk was locked down, and he was at times, no question, L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie are really, really good. In terms of taking the whole ball of wax in regards to Brandon Ayuk during the season, he got open a ton. And he's absolutely positively everything that the 49ers want to be. He was raw coming out of Arizona State. They asked him to do A, B, C, D, block, be tougher, run more precise routes. Those were the problems when he was in the doghouse. When people said he was in the doghouse, he wasn't running precise enough routes. He wasn't a dog like he is now. He didn't understand the work ethic required for 49ers wide receivers. He is incredible at all of those things. And why would you draft and develop a player and not re-sign him? Again, I'll go back to this. There is not a player that they have drafted, developed, and wanted to keep that they didn't. DeForest Buckner was drafted before they got here. People have come in with Trey Lance. They didn't want him. They've signed everybody. And the number goes down for Brandon Ayuk when he gets an extension. And you're desperate to win a Super Bowl. Why would you restart at the position? Again, I just think it's a convenient narrative for those who say after Super Bowl 54, you reset at a position, you're going to do it again because this guy's a free agent. Makes a lot of sense. ESPN grabs it. They run with it. And there's guys who say, well, it makes sense. It makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense because the very reason that you're bringing up is they did it with DeForest Buckner, and it worked out so well. Let's do it again. Anyway, I'm done. Good thoughts. Good conversations today. We will get more into the Warriors second half what they'll do because there are so many storylines. We scratched the surface a little bit on Clay, but we'll do more of that tomorrow. One quick one. I'm all for day drinking, but a 41-year-old inebriated man who vomited pizza all over himself and passed out in front of a Denny's restaurant was arrested on criminal trespass and disorderly conduct charges. Here's the part that's interesting. Bryson B. Lewis reported asleep outside Denny's February 6th at 4:20 p.m. I looked at that the first time and thought 4:20 a.m. I could see 4:20 p.m. That's aggressive day drinking, bro. With pizza and moons over my ham, he puked all over your shirt. That is aggressive day drinking. I love day drinking. Like on a Saturday or something, you start maybe a little brunch, maybe do a little, tavern crawl, take an Uber home. You're asleep by 8. You feel great the next day. It's underrated. It's awesome. But puking all over yourself at 4:20 p.m., that's so much. That means you're starting, 8, 9 in the morning, which, again, if you're going to a tailgate, I understand. The funniest part of the story, of course, at the end, police arrived at the scene and saw Lewis was stumbling, unable to keep his balance, slurred his words, and smelled of alcohol. Cops said Lewis was covered in pizza and regurgitated food. He was uncooperative and reportedly told officers he was a gangster. That's gangster. Yep, that's gangster. All right. Thanks as always. Zach Harford joined us today from Talk Hoop, and he does a great job with the bounce. Make sure that you check that out as well. Great job by Walter, by Danny, and the whole crew today. Much appreciated. Be back tomorrow for the Thursday edition of the show. We'll get more into the Warriors in the second half of the season, expectation levels, and the such. A lot of great storylines around the Warriors. We'll do that tomorrow. Kerry Crowley and Tolbert next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Well, if he's just your utility infielder because he can defend, that's fine. He doesn't hit.
NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes will be back tomorrow. Kerry Crowley filling in for another day. We're going to talk to Tim Kawakami and Mike Breen. Talk, about anything we want to with Tim Kawakami since he deals with, everything. And we'll talk to Mike Breen about the All-Star game and that fiasco. I don't want to get too much into that, but we'll get his thoughts on it. I'm sure he's a very sane human being. I'm sure his thoughts will mirror a lot of ours. And then we'll get his thoughts on the second half of the NBA season, how tough it is, lead broadcaster, to have one of your partners bail halfway through the season, for lack of a better term, and how disruptive that can be. So we'll get into all that with Mike Breen and Tim, and we're trying to get Brian Sabian on. It might be tomorrow, not sure. Camp's just starting, so we're going to try to get a hold of another person who's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Terry, what's going on?
Not a whole lot, Tom. Copes picked a few good days to miss. The sports calendar's just about empty right now, huh?
Timing's everything, as they say.
Exactly.
Timing is everything, as in comedy and sports talk radio. And everything, to be perfectly honest with you. Timing's good. God, if I'd have just crossed this street 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have got smashed by that bus. Oh, timing. You know what that is? That's poor timing. Is what that is. So, we can get some Giants today. We get into some NBA hoops. If we can go through the not just the Warriors, but kind of the outlook on the season. We got the Brandon Ayuk decision that kind of looms. Once again, the 49ers will be looking for a defensive end opposite Bosa. Could that be Young? Do they even want him? Could it be too expensive? So we got a lot of stuff that we can get into. National stuff as well when it comes to baseball storylines. I know you wanted to get into some baseball stuff and on the pitching side of it, and we'll get into that as well. So anything you want to get into, you have carte blanche.
Yeah, the floor appears to be mine, Tom. How about that?
The floor is yours.
4 minutes into the show, that's a first. But I was just struck today that, Keaton Wynn, who the Giants essentially yesterday said he's penciled into one of our 5 rotation slots. I know that this guy hasn't done a whole lot at the major league level, but we believe in him, which is nice, Obviously, you want an organization that trusts its prospects. There's a lot of people who've been screaming for years. If the Giants would just play the kids, we'd finally get an opportunity to see them and what they could do. And so he's penciled into a rotation slot, which, in a great world, he's probably fighting for a 5th job, but today, Andy Baggerly breaks the news that Keaton Wynn's dealing with some elbow trouble. And this is not the first time that Keaton Wynn's dealt with elbow trouble. And, there's still the optimism that everyone has in spring training that he'll be ready for opening day. But the reality is the Giants are like 1 or 2 pitcher injuries away from telling Pablo Sandoval, ditch that third baseman's mitt and go start warming up in the bullpen. That is how thin this pitching staff is right now. It's practically malpractice. To walk into a season with this few experienced pitchers and to expect it to just all work out for you. I mean, they're betting on prospects. They're betting on guys who've never done things at the major league level to come in and not just give them 50 innings, 75 innings, to give them 120, 140. Keaton Wynn's one of those guys, and now he's hurt. So where do you turn? Because it's just nothing but question mark after question mark. And it is truly, I said this yesterday before Keaton Wynn's injury, the Giants are taking a once-in-a-generation gamble with their starting rotation right now. It's truly one of the most confusing things they've done this offseason is not sign a veteran starting pitcher to at least give them someone you can count on. I mean, gone are the days when you want Jeff Samardzija soaking up innings in your rotation, but the Giants could use Jeff Samardzija right now. That's how drastic this situation is.
Yeah, it struck me yesterday when you talked about the innings thing, and I was thinking, man, they got a lot of those guys, and that's going to put a wear and tear on the bullpen, which worked out great a couple years ago. Didn't work out so great last year. That last couple years, 2000, where they had the 107 wins. Like I said, everything about that year went right, bullpen included. Yeah. But you're really gambling a lot on the bull. You're gambling a lot on everything, seemingly. You're gambling a lot on guys doing what they've never done at the big league level. And then if they can't do what you're hoping they could do, and even if they do to a certain extent, you're gambling on the bullpen being really good this year. And that is it is. I agree with you. It's a massive gamble. I mean, I don't know what they're hoping to get out of Harrison this year. I think Harrison has the type of arm, they could go, 150, maybe even plus. But he's got to throw it over the plate. Like he's the guy right now that you look up, you're like, oh man, his stuff looks great. He's only given up one hit through 5. He has 104 pitches. That's the type of guy he is right now. And until he learns to get the ball over the zone where he wants to put it, then that could be an issue. And you're right. They don't have the guys that you look at and go, they're going to be able to eat up innings. Now, I don't know what the options are at this point. I don't know if they're still in it on Snell or Montgomery. And hell, if they get Snell, I mean, that's a guy that generally give you 5-6. But if he gives you 5, I mean, that's still somewhat of a bullpen game. I mean, you're still counting on the bullpen that game. You have one guy in your rotation that when you hand him the ball, there's an inkling he might go 9. I think he did it a couple times last year. He could. Going 8, and that's reasonable, and going 7's okay. That's kind of what we expect from Logan Webb. But you're absolutely right. It's such a huge gamble that they're taking right now with the young starters and the bullpen behind them, that a lot of things, when you start looking at it, a lot of things have to break right for them, where only a few things have to go wrong. And this thing could, this thing could really come off the hubcaps quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Kyle Harrison and maybe 150, maybe 170. He's 22 years old. You'd love to see that be the case for him. But I think back to 2010 when Madison Bumgarner was in Kyle Harrison's position. And, he'd made his debut the year before, and he was coming up, and the Giants wanted to see what Madison Bumgarner could bring to their rotation that year. They thought, okay, this is someone who by the end of the season we can depend on to be a quality arm. He wasn't that guy coming out of spring training. I think it was Todd Wellemeyer who had the 5th starter job at the time. But Bumgarner becomes that guy. He takes over that 5th slot in the rotation, and then he throws valuable innings for you in the postseason, and that's great. Right now, Kyle Harrison is pitching Game 2 of this season. He is facing the San Diego Padres right after Logan Webb does. I mean, otherwise it's Jordan Hicks, it's Tristan Beck. You're asking him to take down 30-plus starts this year unless you trade for someone, unless you sign a Snell or a Montgomery, and that's another issue. It's fine if the Giants want to sit out the top end of the market. I kind of get it. I don't, but I understand if, there's financial limitations. But if that's the case, sign someone else. Sign someone who is going to give you 120, 130, 140 innings. I just don't get what they did this offseason to solidify this rotation and get it ready for the beginning of the season.
Well, hopefully we'll have Farhan on at some point before the season and ask him what the kind of the game plan is, the blueprint for this season. But yeah, because it didn't really hit me. And I'll be honest, yesterday, we were talking about, we started talking about the Giants a little bit. My brain hasn't fully kind of transitioned into baseball mode. So thinking about, like, okay, what's the rotation look like? What's the bullpen look like? What's the lineup look like? It just hit me. We didn't talk about this much. You're a pain in the ass today, I got to tell you. Not you, Kerry.
I'm watching. I'm watching.
When they signed Robbie Ray, we didn't talk about it much because it was still football. They had 49ers and everything going on. And it was such a curious signing, other than the fact they moved off from some contracts, and I think that had something to do with it. But they ended up paying, too. So... you don't have this guy until the end of July, hopefully, maybe middle of August. Who knows? Maybe you get 10 starts out of him, and so that going in, and you're hoping for what exactly? That you're still in the picture, and that he could be a guy that could help you secure a wild card, and then all of a sudden you make it to the playoffs, and if things break right. Harrison's pitching well, Webb is Webb, and then all of a sudden Ray's back, and you got a nice three-headed monster, which is like, you try threading that needle. Like, good luck with that. Good luck with that to go through, because there was a lot of like 50-1 shots in that parlay. That's why it's going to pay so well if it hits. Most likely it's not going to hit though. So that was curious, and then you start thinking about the rest of the staff. You're like, now to your point, well, okay, now what? And look, I love watching the young guys, and I think there's a lot of Giant fans out there too. They're like, you know what? If this is the type of style we're going to play, let me see the young guys, because there were times last year where they were like, it was fun to watch. Like, the young guys, you get new guys. It's just fun to watch the new guys in baseball. You don't know what they look like. You haven't seen them. It's not basketball or football where you've watched them in college. You get a chance to watch them come up and play. And it was fun, for a while. And then some of the young guys went away. And, like, the young guys are really fun to watch until you realize they're not great. Then it's like, well, that's not as fun as I thought it was going to be. And then let's be honest, the last month and a half of the season, this team was a brutal watch. Maybe 2 months, maybe even 2.5 months. Like, it was tough getting to a baseball game. The Giant fans, I think everyone can agree on that one. Yeah, there was not a baseball game you sat down and go, it's going to be exciting. No, it was boring baseball. So I get where they're trying to go. And again, I'll stick by what I said yesterday. This isn't about winning the division. This is about just finding your way into the playoffs and then just going from there. And hopefully they can, they're thinking, hopefully we can just do that. But to your point, there's a lot of finger crossing in crossing that bridge to get to the playoffs. There's not a lot of knowns. And, I don't mind the knowns, the unknowns so much. I'd almost rather have that than the knowns that are like, man, this guy's going to give you 110 innings, 4.80 ERA. He's not great. He's okay. Who knows? He might be a starter some days. He'll give you maybe give you 4 innings. Like, I am kind of tired of those guys. At least give me some unknowns that I don't know about. So from that standpoint, I think it makes it more exciting, at least initially.
Yeah.
To my point, if they're not great, then you lose. It's like, well, this isn't all that fun. It's not super exciting or fun, to be honest with you. I'd rather have some guys that are fun and exciting. So I don't know what they do. Who are the other candidates right now? Like, if you had to guess let's say Wynn can't start the season, and we're just guessing. I'm just guessing here because we don't know. It may just be something, but when you hear elbow and pitchers, usually it's not followed by, hey, he's good. We're all good. No, nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. We're going to just keep moving on. But hopefully that's the case. But let's say he's not. Let's say he can't start the season anyway. Nothing major, but he can't start the season. What does their 5-man rotation look like? And does it include, I dare say, a starter? I might just skip those games. I might boycott starter games this year. Like, when I saw they had the same guy starting Saturday and Sunday, and not a week apart last year, I go, that's it.
You're not a John Brebbie, a 70 start kind of guy?
I'm like, come on, he seems like a really cool guy too, but I'm like, come on, bro. I looked on my phone, I go, wait a minute. Didn't he start yesterday? Oh, yeah, He did start yesterday. Okay, cool. I was like, yeah, why don't you just get on top of the dugout and say, we need pitching. We need pitching. We're starting the same the 2 days in a row. Help us out. Please, somebody. Don't do that to me.
Yeah. Exactly. So we'll get into that. We'll talk about some of the names that the Giants will now look at now that Keaton Wynn is potentially, he is dealing with an injury. He could potentially have opening day in jeopardy. We'll talk Warriors after this. We'll look at the 49ers, where they stand in their defensive coordinator search, and we'll do all of that here on Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
San Francisco Chronicles' Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus with his take on the 49ers search for their next defensive coordinator. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on a Wednesday afternoon. Talking a little bit Golden State Warriors basketball headed into the second half of this season. Tom, yesterday kind of broke down this Western Conference. Warriors at 27 and 26th, sitting at 10th in a just brutal Western Conference right now. You compare where the Warriors are to where the Atlanta Hawks are. I think 24 and 31, sitting in the 10th spot in the Eastern Conference. And it's night and day. No surprise, the talent has always been in the West, at least last several years. But we didn't talk about some of the individual players and kind of your expectations for where things might go during the second half of this season. And one that I'm particularly fascinated about is Klay Thompson and whether this bench role works for him, whether Steve sticks with it for him coming out of the second half of the season, and how it could define the next chapter of his career, and your thoughts on, I guess, where Klay goes from here, because it feels like the Warriors probably don't do much in the playoffs if Klay doesn't thrive in his role, whatever that may be.
Well, anybody that's watched the Warriors for an appreciable amount of time should know that if things are working, Steve ain't changing. If it's working and the team's winning, first and foremost, it's staying the same. So for the time being, yes, Klay's coming off the bench. And I think that's a good thing for him. I think it's a good thing for the team. He's going to have to continue to play well. He doesn't got to do what he did against Utah. I mean, you can't expect that from anybody. I mean, even Steph, that'd be tough to do on a nightly basis. So just good shots, good teammate, bust your butt on D, even though you're not the same guy. It's harder for him to keep guys in front of him. Better team defense, better off the on the weak side. But mostly just good teammate. I'm there for you. I can still hit open shots. We know he can do that. But I think that will be something we see for the foreseeable future. Fine, because Bajemski can do a lot of the things that Klay doesn't do at this point. He is a much better playmaker. Like, he's really good. He understands the offense, setting guys up, creating for others, all those things that Klay really never had to do and wasn't great at anyway. So I think Klay could be fine in this role. I really do. Again, we talked about this extensively yesterday, that there isn't a team out there that I look and see this Warrior team and say they can't beat them in a best of 7. Yeah. Like, it would be really, really hard. Like, it's going to be it's more difficult, probably at Denver would be number one. I know OKC's giving them problems, but all those games could have gone different ways. They all could have gone different ways. I mean, Steph won 1 at the buzzer, or they won 2 at the buzzer against the Warriors overtime game. So they could beat them. They could beat Minnesota. Minnesota's obviously tough because they're so big. But point is, there's not a team outside of maybe Denver you look at and go, that will be. And they had Denver by 18. At home. So they've had these teams. They just haven't been able to close out. But Wiggins, I said yesterday, Wiggins will be the most important. He'll be the most important Warrior as far as keeping his play where it is now. Like, there's a reason they've been playing better the last couple weeks. There's a reason defensively they've been better the last couple of weeks. He is a huge part of that. A huge part of that. Because as good as Kuminga is and has been on offense, he got a long way to go defensively. Long way to go defensively. So he to me is the key. And then let's see where Chris Paul fits in. Chris Paul, super vet. He'll probably be in the closing lineup because a lot of the mistakes have been self-inflicted mistakes, and he'll be able to help with that. Like he's really good. Maybe one of the best I've ever seen at clock management. Like when he's out there, he understands time, he understands clock, he understands I just said the same thing, time and clock. What's the clock say? 6:30. What time?
There's a difference between time and clock. Time is game time.
It's
clock is shot
9:15
clock
actually.
time.
9:15, but game clock says 6:30. He's good with time and score, the relation of time and score. Like, what do we need here? Do we need to go quick? Slow it down? Like, what's the other team trying to do, and how do we combat that? Like, he's really good in those situations. So having him on the court will be a big help. I don't want to overstate it too much, however. He was on the court for a lot of those bad losses. So it just, we talked about what they need to clean up. End of the game stuff is number one. Keep the defense solid. End of the game stuff has got to be solid. And everyone's just got to be willing to suck it up and say, you know what, if I'm not in the closing lineup tonight, I'm not in the closing lineup tonight. Because you'd love to have a set five in your closing lineup. That's just not the case with this team. Like right now, I would think the closing five will be Steph, Chris Paul, Draymond. And then after that, it could change game to game.
Yeah.
Depending on who's playing well, what the matchups might be, he might change those last two spots. But I think Draymond and Chris Paul, because they raise the overall IQ of the basketball team when they're on the court, specifically together. They do it alone, but when they're together, you have two of the smarter players in the league on the court. And then you have Steph, who's just Steph. Of course Steph's going to be on the court. You're not taking Steph off. So you have three guys, and then after that, you're like, okay, who's the other two? Well, again, what's the situation? Who are we playing? What are the matchups? And how are they playing tonight? And then you go from there. But everyone's got to be willing to just say, you know what? We know the deal. We know the deal. I'm not going to get butthurt. You go ahead. I'll be rooting for you. If I'm out there, root for me. If you're out there, I'll root for you. Like we're going to be good. We're going to be in this for the team. And again, that's easier said than done. When things are going great, it's easy. I always got a kick out of the Giants in 107 wins. Gabe Kapler's saying, this was the most together I've ever seen a team. Guys pulling for one another, guys rooting for one another. You saw it. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you're winning. And everyone's getting a chance to play. Like, that has a tendency to throw that magic pixie dust on a team. Like, it's not the other way around, although I do think it helps. I do think chemistry plays a part in winning, but not to that extent. And when everything's, I said with Klay Thompson, everybody's like, oh, it looked like he handled the role well against Utah. I'm like, well, yeah, he scored 35 and they won. I mean, you're not going to bitch about that. If you do, then you get real issues if you do that. But when things are going, when you take a dip, that's when things really kind of surface. And we saw that. Didn't we hear that from, who did we hear that from last year with the Giants? Saying, yeah, it kind of pulled apart a little bit and everyone wasn't on the same page.
Yastrzemski or Slater, one of those guys?
Yeah, I think Yaz. Yeah. I think you're right. Yaz. And it's like, well, shocker. They weren't winning. What a shocker.
When the team falls apart.
Everybody's not the Three Musketeers this time around. Hip, 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 hooray. I'm one for all for one. Nah, suck it. I want my bats. Like, what are we doing here? I got 2 hits in the first 3 at bats, and now you're taking my last at bat away from me? Bite me. I'm not down with this year. Well, of course. So if they're winning, I would expect things will go that. But if they lose 2 or 3 in a row, I mean, we'll see. This thing's kind of, who knows what it is this year? It's been about 10 different things.
Now, it's a great point on the Giants 2021 and the Warriors where they're at right now, because I think it's a lot easier to come out of the game when the guy who hits for you hits a home run, which happened just about every time in 2021.
I mean, you can't bitch about that. You'd be a real a-hole if you did.
Exactly. I could have done that.
Lucky. How come I never got that pitch?
Yeah. So we'll see. Klay Thompson, when he's not in the game in the fourth quarter, when he's 4 of 16 from the field off the bench, we'll see how this bench roll works out for him. I think that will be kind of a defining question for the Warriors in the second half of the season. We'll talk more Dubs throughout today's show. Tim Kawakami going to join us at 3:50. Mike Breen will be on at 5:30 this evening. On the other side, we'll talk 49ers as well. But before we do, want to remind you that we are giving away tickets every day this week here on KNBR. 2 tickets to see Revolution with Chloe Kai, Modest Yahoo, Sideways, and more. Concert taking place August 17th of this year at Shoreline Amphitheater. So tune in between now and 6 p.m. every day when we give the cue to call, which is... I may have missed it. Did I, Tom?
No. That's going to be a tough cue.
There you go. That's the cue to call.
All right.
Be the 10th caller into the studio when you hear that during today's show at 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. A reminder that my show doesn't give away tickets, Tom, so I'm bound to mess this up just about every time I do it. Furnished by Live Nation. You can grab the official rules for this contest at KNBR.com. Tickets for this concert on sale Thursday, February 22nd at 10 a.m. through LiveNation.com. Once again, here is the cue to call. Oh, it's not working. Okay, so it's not just me. It's not just me messing this entire operation up. Anyway, Copes will be back tomorrow. Good time to remind everyone that Copes will be back tomorrow. Crowley in for Adam Copeland here with Tolbert. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland, who will be back on Thursday to ride out the week with Tom. The big decision that the 49ers must make soon. No, it's not one on Brandon Ayuk. That is not imminent. The big decision the 49ers must make is who will be the next defensive coordinator for this team, because they went outside the organization to hire Steve Wilks, and now Kyle Shanahan could be closing in on his next defensive coordinator. He had a lot of success the first two times around with Robert Saleh, who became a head coach for the New York Jets, and of course DeMeco Ryans, who became a head coach for the Houston Texans. Where do the 49ers go from here? Here's what Adam Schefter said earlier today about promoting from within on his podcast. Here's Adam Schefter.
I think the 49ers have had great success with promoting people within their system. Right? It worked on offense. Bobby Slowick moved up the ranks. Brian Griese has moved up the ranks. I'm just trying to think of other offensive coaches. They've always had success there. On defense, promoted Robert Saleh. He worked out. Promoted DeMeco Ryans. He worked out. And I know that last year when they were hiring, they felt like the right thing to do was, okay, let's stay in-house. But then in the end, Steve Wilks is so impressive that they're like, you know what, let's bring him in. But it never seemed to fit. Like, you could look at whatever numbers you want. That defense, I'm sorry, just didn't look exactly the same as it had in other years.
He's right about that. The defense did not look exactly the same, but nevertheless, the 49ers are now faced with the decision, Tom, as there's a number of prominent names that don't necessarily seem gettable in my eyes to the 49ers. I don't think that, Bill Belichick or Pete Carroll's going to be walking through that door, but they could go to another organization. Chris Kiffin with the Houston Texans has experience in the Niners organization. Jeff Ulbrich with the New York Jets has experience, of course, playing for the 49ers, understands the system, now working with Robert Saleh. How do you see this shaking out? What type of a hire do you see Kyle prioritizing here? And is it just someone from within, like defensive backs coach Daniel Bullocks?
I'd go Dick LeBeau. Let's bring back the zone blitz.
Not a bad choice.
How old is Dick LeBeau? Probably 85. Dick LeBeau.
Yeah, hard to beat his track record, though. Hard to beat his track record. He's 86.
There you go, Dick LeBeau. Let's get Dick LeBeau back. Let's bring back the zone blitz. Get after it. Let's go. That was the thing that I was trying to articulate, like, for about a half a year last year. Like, this defense isn't what it should be, isn't what it was. But while saying that, still acknowledging they were pretty good. It wasn't like they're bad. It's just when you look at that defense, you expected to see, well, kind of what you saw in the Super Bowl. But you didn't see that all the time. If you did, they wouldn't have got behind to the Packers, and they wouldn't have got behind to the Lions like they did. But it just wasn't, especially the run defense. It wasn't nearly as good. So whoever is the guy needs to connect with the front seven or front six. A lot of times it's six, but that's really kind of the strength of this team. And it was great that Wilks connected with the DBs, but that's not the strength of this team. So I don't know if he just expected things will go on. Like, they're fine. They're good enough. They can figure it out. And this isn't like when people phrase it, and most people haven't, but some, like scapegoating. Sometimes things just don't work. You can have a really good coach, really good organization, and it doesn't click for whatever reason. And it didn't click. He was trying to learn. Like, it's just weird coming in here and you're not really running your own defense. I mean, you're going to keep the terminology, but you can do some of this. I mean, that whole thing's kind of weird. So, again, I think Wilks is a good coach. I think he'll land on his feet and he'll be fine. Just, no harm done, except for last year. And even then, they got to the Super Bowl. I mean, they made the damn Super Bowl. It wasn't like this team went 9-8 or 8-9. Like, oh my gosh, what happened to these guys? I mean, they were still like one of the best teams, widely considered by many the best overall team in the NFL. just got beat by an all-time great. So, yeah, but I don't know. I don't have a great feel. I'm assuming Kyle will try to get somebody that's been in if he can, get somebody in this system. Like I read about Ulbrich today, and I think he was the defensive coordinator for the Jets. So I don't know if teams generally let you make lateral decisions or lateral moves. I don't know how that works. If the money's more, maybe they let him. I don't know. But I'm sure he would like someone certainly familiar with the scheme that he wants to run. I think that's a given at this point. But I think he'd probably like someone who has some ties to maybe the organization somehow, some way, whether it was, Kyle knowing him in Houston or Washington, or knowing him somehow, or somebody that was actually in San Francisco. But yeah, that should be. I mean, you shouldn't really be able to run too much on that defense with the talent they have. I mean, Hargrave, Armstead, Bosa, then you had Young for half a season, then Warner, then Greenlaw. Like that does not sound like a defense you should be averaging like 4.6 or 7 yards against. It really just does not. Now, I did underplay Hufanga, I think, looking back on it, probably for most of the season. I mean, you can't mention a guy that's injured on IR every single week. It just, everybody knows, but he's pretty important. Like, he's a hammer. He's just a hammer down there. And he's a playmaker, and he's one of those guys that's just around the ball. So they're going to get him back, and that'll be huge for them. But that's kind of what I think. Somebody that Kyle does know in the system, in his system particularly. I don't think they're going to go the route where they just say, okay, let's just bring in somebody who has good chops, good credentials, and he doesn't particularly run this, but he can fit in with them. I think that was a one and done. Like, they tried it, didn't work as well as they liked, and now they'll move on and go back to what did work.
Yeah. I think the hypothetical that I find interesting, and you can tell me that this is stupid, you don't have to answer this, and in fact, you may well tell me that this is stupid, but Kyle was clearly so frustrated with Steve Wilks during the season, having to bring him down from the box to the field. He was clearly frustrated with him during the Super Bowl, taking the rare timeout on defense, that even if the 49ers win that game, would Steve Wilks have returned? Would Steve Wilks be back as the defensive coordinator if the 49ers are Super Bowl champions? Because I don't know that I can convince myself that that's the case. I think that relationship was probably damaged at some point, or Kyle just lost trust in him at some point, that even if the 49ers came home with a trophy, they may be looking for a new defensive coordinator right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's dumb at all. I think that very well could have been the case, where he thought we didn't win because of defense, not necessarily in spite of the defense either. It's just we won because we were more talented than everybody else. But I think you always have to ask yourself that every year: can we do better?
Yeah.
Can we get better? And it's tough. When you win, it's tough. I mean, that's a tough sell. Yeah, we won a World Series. We're changing our pitching coach. Like, what? Why? You guys won a World Series. Well, because we can do better. We won a World Series. We're getting rid of our left fielder. Why? We won a World Series. Well, because we think we can get more production out of that. Like, those are tough organizationally, because every year teams will tell you, we want to do what's best for the team. We're going to try to make the team better. It sounds great in a soundbite. That's not always the case, because there's seats they need to sell. There's people's attention they need to garner. And they don't want to turn the public against them by getting rid of somebody that helped them win, even though they know, we could do better than this. We could do better than this. So I don't think that's dumb at all. Would he have done it? That's a tough one, because it's awfully hard to do. Like, if they win that game and they hold the Chiefs to 19, that's a tough sell. Even though those of us that have watched the team all season long know the defense wasn't what the defense should be. But yeah, that's a tough sell. Hey, congratulations, they won the Super Bowl. You hold the Chiefs to 19 points. Yeah, we're going to let him go. Like, that's a tough one. People are going to be like, what are you talking about? How could you do that? And that's where it takes, stones to do stuff like that. Like, look, this is what's best. Yeah, thank you. This is what's best, and I know this is what's best. It's not going to be popular, but I got to do it. Like, those are leaders that do stuff like that. Not the ones that say, well, I don't know, how's this going to play out in public? Or like, Chris Cohan. I don't even know if he knew that trading Monte was best for the team, but he wanted to do it because, well, he sells the tickets. Everybody likes Monte. It's like, show? Do you want to be good or do you want to be liked? Like, do you want the public to like you or do you want to be good? People. Like, if you listen to the people, you're going to be sitting among them soon enough. It didn't work that way. So, yeah, I think that could have happened. I do. I think that's a possibility that could have happened. Because clearly, looking back on it now, they just weren't on the. They were never on the same page, and it was a misstep to begin with. I don't think obviously they didn't know that. Wilkes didn't know it, and they didn't know it, and they thought they could make it work, but they tried it. It didn't work. And sometimes when things don't work, it's nobody's fault. It just doesn't work. Doesn't happen. And that's kind of how I look at this.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the names that have been floated out there, guys who know the system: Jeff Ulbrich, who of course coaches under Robert Saleh with the New York Jets. You've got Chris Kiffin in the Houston Texans organization right now, who's coached for Kyle Shanahan in the past, working for DeMeco Ryans right now. Names that have been floated internally within the 49ers organization: Chris Kasarik, but oftentimes you just want your D-line coach to be your D-line coach. Yeah. The 49ers learned that with Jim Tomsula once upon a time. Sometimes those guys are just better fit for a lower profile job. And then Daniel Bullock's defensive backs coach. So those are just some of the names who've been floated out there. And with the combine next week, we could have a hire relatively soon here because Kyle typically likes to get things done. So we'll talk to Tim Kawakami about that at 3:50, among other topics. We'll talk some Giants baseball, some Warriors basketball, and then some WCC basketball, Tom, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour.
Good game last night.
Exactly. So
good game.
Some Bay Area schools representing as well. So Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. Believe it or not, Giants baseball returns this weekend. Broadcaster Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus with players to watch for spring training. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. Talked a little Dubs, then 49ers. We'll circle back to San Francisco Giants baseball now that the Giants are taking the field on Saturday for their Cactus League opener. Giants full squad workouts have begun this week. There are a ton of free agents still unsigned who clearly could help this San Francisco Giants team, in my opinion. Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery. But the Giants seem to be betting on the kids, and it's something that fans have begged for a long time. I don't know to this degree that they've begged for, but nevertheless, the Giants have leaned in the rotation. We talked about Keaton Winn and his injury at the top of the show and where that leaves this Giants pitching staff. I'll spell it out for you. In a terrible place on February 21st. But also, Tom, I mean, shortstop, they didn't bring back Brandon Crawford. Marco Luciano has 39 career at-bats. He's the guy. Patrick Bailey, sub 600 OPS at the end of last season. Down the stretch, he added 25 pounds this offseason, apparently, so that he could get through the entire season. You've got Casey Schmidt, Tyler Fitzgerald, Luis Matos. I mean, they are taking a bigger gamble on this farm system than maybe we've seen, I don't know, since Oracle Park opened.
Baby needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, 7 out. Yeah, I mean, let's acknowledge this, that they could still get those guys because nobody has signed them. And I think they're sitting there waiting for, it's almost like a game of poker. I mean, Scott Boras is trying to, and sometimes if you're a player, you might as well just go on vacation when Scott Boras is your client, because if not, you're going to be pacing your house, calling him, going, what the F's going on? What are we doing? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And he'll probably tell you, look, I know what I'm doing. And you'll know he could back it up with numbers, but you're still probably like, what are we doing here? Could you get me in camp somewhere? I want to be on a team. Let's go. But that's not the way he operates. Like, he wants top dollar for each of these guys. And now that no one has jumped in on him, I think you're starting to see teams thinking, well, maybe we can get these guys, but let's wait it out and see what kind of deal we can get.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get one of those deals where it's like a 3-year deal and it's just a high AAV. Maybe a 3-year deal with an opt-out after 1 year.
The Giants special.
Very Giants-like deal right there.
Can't wait for that one.
Very Giants-like deal. Giants signed Matt Chapman. Oh, opt-out after 1 year, though, if he wants.
Yeah, guess what?
Really?
If Matt Chapman's good, he's only a Giant for one season. If he's bad.
I'm so tired. Tired of those deals, those one-way deals where you know what's going to happen. They're not very good. Johnny Cueto. Hey, I'm sticking around, baby. I know you don't want me. Bro, party's over. Okay, no, it's not. Party's not over. Where's that extra beer? I know you came around here. Or the guy that says, you say, dude, you kidding me? Party for you? Party's still going. Let's go. He goes, nah, I'm tired. I want to go home. It's like, well, no, we want you to stay. Nah, I don't want to stay. So I just hate those deals. If I was a player, I'd want one of those deals. And it's great if you're a player because it's a one-way street. You stink, you get paid. You're great, you get paid more. What's not to like about that? So, yeah, I think teams are waiting it out and saying, okay, will Boras at least buckle a little bit? And what kind of deal can he come up with? Will he have to structure some of these deals like he did the Correa deal, where it's, 3 years, I think a little over $100 million, but then it could extend out further. Now, I don't think, Chapman's not getting that type of deal, and the pitchers aren't, but Bellinger may be looking for a deal that could be 10 years, possibly. And look, we talked about it yesterday, right? All these guys, there's reasons to like all of them. And then there's reasons to not like all of them based on what they're asking for. It's like, yeah, I really, really like you, but not as much now. And the more you talk, the less it gets. So, guy, who wouldn't love to see Bellinger in a Giants uniform? I would. Even though I don't want to pay Snell what he wants because he's not an ace, I would love to see him in a Giants uniform. Yeah, absolutely. but there's a little thing called contracts and costs that go with it, and that's when you fall a little less in love. And if I'm going to pay big money, and maybe extend myself, I'm not sure that those guys are the guys I would do it for.
Even Jung-Hoo Lee got an opt-out. A guy who's never played Major League Baseball, 25 years old.
Maybe it's just in the standard giant contract, Carey. It just is there. Unless you ask for it to be taken out. It's just like, oh, yeah, that's part of our standard operating procedure. Everyone gets an opt-out.
Yeah, you get your 1% donated to the Giants Community Fund. Thank you for your service and helping out the community.
It's like tithing.
Yeah, exactly. It really is. It really is. And then at some point along the way, you get to decide, hey, if I'm good, I don't want to be here anymore. Jorge Soler did not get the opt-out. Jordan Hicks did not get the opt-out. But the guy that they traded for, Robbie Ray, has this fascinating opt-out where he's got, 10, 12 starts down the stretch that he'll make for the Giants coming back from Tommy John surgery. And if he's good, he'll hit the open market and he'll be a free agent. If the elbow's trouble, if he doesn't quite come back from Tommy John, guess what? The next 2 years, Giants owe him $50 million. You think that guy's going to opt out if his elbow hurts?
No. He'll call Cueto for advice. Hey, what'd you do? Oh, take the money. Take the money, senor. You're good to go. Here's the thing, though. If you're the Giants, would you what if he came back and he looked great and the elbow was healthy for 3 starts and you weren't necessarily in the playoff picture? Would you just go, we're going to sit him the rest of the season so he doesn't showcase himself? I'm guessing that wouldn't go over too well with the players union or other agents.
Robbie, we see some inflammation in that elbow right now. I know you cranked it up to 99 and you struck out 10 in 5 innings, but it's not looking good for you right now.
We'd love to give you 4, 5, 6 weeks to kind of
–
rest, and let's revisit this during the off season, knowing full well we want to keep him. We don't want him off. We don't want him opting out. It just I mean, as a Giant fan, it's not I don't want to say it's the A's because it's not the A's. It most certainly is not the A's.
The A's are the Giants past their prime. They've got Alex Wood and Ross Stripling.
Yes, but it does feel like I don't know. I don't know what does it feel like? It doesn't feel cheap, but it just feels like they can never fully. It's like they have to do that, but I think they want to do it kind of. But the players, maybe the players coming here, realize the Giants can, for lack of a better term, rehabilitate their reputation. I'll show I can pitch. I'll show I'm healthy, but I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be tied down. The Giants don't get married so much as they get engaged. And then the engagement doesn't lead to marriage. It's just you can have the ring back. We're good. I'm going to go somewhere else. But you want to get now. I also have to acknowledge Correa was going to be no opt-outs, and that was going to be a long-term deal. It just didn't get done. So I always have to remind myself of that. Yes, it didn't get done, but it was agreed upon, and that was a massive amount of money, a massive number of years. So for the right person, they are going to be willing to overspend, overpay, and they finally had someone that said yes. It didn't work out, but I'm just so tired of those type of contracts. You just half expected. Oh, they signed so and so to a 2-year contract. What, with an opt out after 1 year? How'd you know? Yeah, well, it's the Giants. That's just kind of what they do. So I don't know. I guess, and it's so funny too. The funny part is I'm not even a Giants fan. I'd like to see them do well, but it's just frustrating watching it happening and it's what really upsets me is the 2 teams I watch most in baseball just are frustrating as hell to watch, and it almost makes you want to quit baseball. Baseball sucks. I don't want to watch baseball. This team's boring. That team sucks. I don't want to watch baseball for. So I don't know.
Heck of an advertisement for the sport, right there.
It really is.
I wonder why. I wonder why baseball's dying.
Giants
Tom.
games and Angels games. Now you know why I'm bitter. Yeah. I was bitter I was bitter before August, but August was just oh, what are we doing here? The Giants are unwatchable. And the Angels have no Trout, no Ohtani, no Chance. These guys are terrible. God,
they have Rendon at that point?
Yeah. When do they have Rendon? When do they have Rendon?
No
I keep
Trout,
telling everybody.
No Ohtani, but you have to watch Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, Rendon's best hit was a strike he had on an A's fan That was his best hit in Angels uniform. And we talk. Oh. And then he's talking about, well, you know what? This is my faith and my family. Baseball's just a job. Okay, that's fine. Just don't say it.
Yeah.
Just don't say it. Oh, my goodness. I'm glad Ron Washington's the manager. I like Ron Washington.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, I'm glad he's the manager. And he's a vet guy. Hopefully he can talk some sense into a few of those.
That's never been a top priority for me.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. I mean, you just want to see the Giants go get somebody. And I don't, again, we talked about this yesterday. I don't want to be the guy that says just get somebody. Because I'm not that guy. I just go get somebody. I don't care. Go get somebody. But you want to see him like, and Soler was a good get. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Soler was a good get, and I think Lee was a good get. You just want to see him get like a top of the market guy, like have a marquee like guy that's going to be theirs. Like you knew Buster Posey was going to be theirs. Like Giant fans could know they go to bed every night, head on the pillow, and go, Posey's ours, and Posey's going to be ours for a long time. And then they signed him to a long-term deal. He's ours. Like they just had so many players that were part of the championship runs that it was like it was cool, right? And Giant fans probably like, this is awesome. We know we're waking up tomorrow. We got Pablo Sandoval. We got Brandon Crawford. We got Brandon Bell. We got Tim Lincecum. We got Bumgardner. We got, and then, some guys, here
Giants
there,
still have Pablo Sandoval.
Yes, they do have Pablo Sandoval. Yeah, that's more like you wake up in the middle of the night going, we have Pablo Sandoval? Like, you don't go to bed thinking we have Pablo Sandoval. You're like, oh, God, we have Pablo Sandoval still? Really, what happened? Did I drop into a coma for just think if you did. Just think if you were in a coma for 3 years and you go, of course we have Pablo. We've always had Pablo, haven't we? Well, I got a story to tell you. Sit back, relax. Let me fill you in on the last 3 years. It's been kind of wild. But about the Pablo Sandoval thing. So, yeah, it is. It's frustrating when the Giants give out all these contracts that are one-way streets, basically. It's just kind of a bummer.
Well, I think the purpose of this season, the way that they've set it up is, look, Farhan's been given this 3-year extension that, right or wrong, he has it, so they're not going to fire him today. There's a lot of Giants fans who hit the text line who say, if they don't get Snell, if they don't get Chapman, fire Farhan. It's not going to happen before opening day. But they've set up this season to essentially see what's in their farm system and see what Farhan and farm director Kyle Haynes and scouting director Michael Holmes, what they have done in the last 5 years. And if Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, who, by the way, they've been in the organization since the Bobby Evans days, but Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn, Mason Black, the list goes on. If the Giants succeed this season, they may be able to stop giving out those contracts with opt-outs because it will mean that those guys produced. You've said it, I've said it, this season's all about the kids. And if they don't succeed, if all those guys are terrible, or most of them don't pan out, or they're just fringe major leaguers, and this team wins 72 games, Farhan has 2 years left on his deal at that point, and I don't know that you're coming back from that because you just had your audition of what's to come in the farm system, and you just don't get 8-9 years as a president of baseball operations or a general manager for these teams. And it's one of the reasons, he operates with someone who has Brian Cashman level job security, in my opinion. He operates in the, we're going to take this slow. We're not going to overcommit because we don't have to yet. But the reality is he was hired November 4th, 2018. That was the introductory press conference. And we're almost 6 years past that point. The Giants have been in the playoffs once. And I know that the 3-year extension was given out, but if the prospects don't pan out this year, I think the Giants are going to enter a long rebuild. And I think that it will be headed up by someone else because they've set this season up to gamble on what has come through this farm system.
Yeah.
And if it works, tremendous. If it works, you're set up for the future. The opt-outs are gone. The opt-outs, those supplementary talents, you can kiss that goodbye because then you're just filling from the outside with superstars who want to come play with a Kyle Harrison and a Keaton Wynn and a Marco Luciano and a Patrick Bailey because that's your core. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's part of your core. But beyond that, this is a gamble, and it needs to be a gamble. It almost needs to because when you've gone this long without making the playoffs or making a deep run in the playoffs, winning a playoff series, 2014 World Series was their last one, it needs to be that way.
Yeah. Somebody actually on the YouTube text thread wanted to know, and I forget about this. This is going to be, I'm digressing. It's completely off topic, but somebody brought it up, so I thought I'd just fill everybody in on this because I never used to be on TV, and I still don't want to be on TV, but we have to because Cumulus says you have to, and obviously Cumulus knows everything, so they must be right. But I didn't think that, I have this like circle on the side of my head. I don't even know where it is. Oh, it's right there. It's over here. And it's a white circle, and somebody asked if that was a nicotine patch. And I laughed a little bit because I actually keep that one between my cheeks so no one will see it. This is not a nicotine patch. This is actually a piece of skin. I'm not sure where it is. Is it this arm? Yeah, it's right there. You can see the scar. That's actually skin from my underarm that's been there for about 3 or 4 years because it looked like somebody took I'm guessing about a .22 and just shot it out from inside out of my face because I had I don't know, I guess it was like skin cancer that had been there a while, but this is like 4 or 5 years ago, so I ain't going anywhere, okay? I'm okay.
Yeah.
But they had to replace, it would look horrible. When I say a gunshot, I'm not lying to you. If I had a picture, which I might on my phone, because I took a picture of it, then I sent it to my buddies in a group that I thought they'd get a kick out of it. But I'm not showing it to anybody else because I don't want to make you guys. I don't want to make you guys vomit because you literally would vomit. You might vomit thinking about vomiting. That's how disgusting it was. So no, what happened is they took that off, and thank you, and took the skin from my arm, and a nice little Susan B. Anthony, I think, about that size, and put it on there, and then that's the story. It's nothing more than that. Although he did tell me, and he was not forthcoming in this, or maybe he just didn't know any better. I think he did. At least I think he's a vet. That at some point it would tan like the rest of my face, and that has not happened. And I go out during the summer and play golf and stuff. It is literally like if you put my face up in the sky, it would look like a star. That's how bright it is. It's like my face gets dark, even though I wear a lot of sunscreen. It still gets dark. And but this will not, like, there is no what is it? Not melatonin, but melanin in the skin. It's just nothing. It's just white.
That's why you don't play defense with your face.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. So there you go. You have your answer to that. It is not a nicotine patch. It is a patch of sorts, but it's a patch of my own skin that will not tan. So take it from me. You can lay out all you want in the sun like this, and you're not going to burn your underarms. Your underarms will, little known fact, underarms will not burn. How do I know? Because I have underarm skin on my face. It doesn't burn. So I got that going for me, which is nice.
Love to see it.
There you go. Well, the destruction from within, the story of the 2023 San Francisco Giants and Tom's face. There you go. On the other side.
And my patch on the face has an opt-out after a year. So
exactly. It didn't perform well. It didn't tan, so it got stuck there, Tom. So on the other side, St. Mary's, big win over USF. Number 1 in college basketball goes down. We'll do a little college basketball, and then we'll get back to talking Warriors and the NBA very quickly. Tim Kawakami will join us at 3:50 today, talking all things Bay Area sports. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
The Athletic Zach Harper discussed if Klay Thompson is playing for his future with the Golden State Warriors. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
It's the Gales gone wild. It's the Gales gone wild.
Gales gone wild. Welcome back. Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. Time for a little college basketball talk. Tom, St. Mary's rolling 13-0 in WCC play. They're putting some distance between themselves and the Gonzaga Bulldogs, and they added to their impressive resume with a 70-66 win over San Francisco last night.
Yeah, it was just a grinder of a game. I mean, it was hard for them to score, hard for USF to score. Williams had a real nice game for them, and they made some shots. I'm not sure exactly what they were from three. I will look that up right now. I know they were better than St. Mary's. St. Mary's hardly hit a three except for Dukas. They were 9 for 22. St. Mary's was 4 for 11. So they were better from the perimeter, but St. Mary's killed them, like bludgeoned them from the line. They got there 32 times and only made 22, so not great, 69%. But USF was 5 for 8. Got outscored by 17 in the free throw line. 69. Thank you. Looks like a damn Warrior game where their opponents have like 9,000 free throws. They have like 12. Although they've been better at that since Kuminga's been in the lineup because he goes to the line a little bit more. But yeah, they're just a solid game. If they win their next two, it won't even matter what happens against Gonzaga. They will have a 2-game lead over Gonzaga. Gonzaga lost to Santa Clara and St. Mary's at home, so it won't even matter if they win. I think they got San Diego and Pepperdine before they play Gonzaga. Obviously, it'd be nice to go undefeated. That'd be something that, I mean, it's like the Price is Right. Once you win a prize, yours to keep. No one can ever take that away from you. You'd be, I don't know. I'm sure Gonzaga's probably been undefeated at some point in WCC play. I'm not sure when. But, yeah, they're fun. They're just a fun team to watch. I mean, Marshallonis and Mahaney are pretty, like, Marshallonis is more stable. Mahaney's kind of up and down a little bit. But Dukas is really good. Jefferson's been sitting, and they need to get him back, if they want to beat.
I think he might be out for the season.
Is he really?
I think he might have had knee surgery, if we're talking about the same guy. I also could be completely off. Your Gale's knowledge is far better than mine. But,
let's see. Joshua Jefferson says here, news. Oh, you're right. That was 3 hours ago. You're up on the news.
I keep up on my Gales, Tom.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
My dad did a semester at St. Mary's, so they're my second school.
Yeah. Thanks for the news. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's going to need knee surgery. Ah, that sucks. That really sucks.
Yeah, because they've got an 8-man rotation. I'm looking at this box score from last night. They got 28 cumulative bench minutes against USF. So you've got Marshallonis playing all 40, by the way. 6 points, 4 assists, all 40
Oh, Randy
minutes
can
on the
do that.
floor.
He can grind guards down.
You got 35 minutes from your center, 37 from Dukas, the other guard. Mahaney played 33 minutes. So this is going to be a grind if they want to make a deep run in March, which I know that's not something St. Mary's often does. But, this is a team that ranked 18th in the country right now. It looks like it has as good of a shot as any that Randy's had.
Yeah, I always used to kid him when Dellavedova and McConnell were playing together. I was like, God, it goes awful nice of you to give McConnell a minute off. Like Dellavedova would play 40 and McConnell played 39. I mean, he does not mind keeping his guards out there like the entire game. Like, everybody else you can like switch in and switch out. But really, like the one guy, there's like 3 guys they can't afford to lose, right? It's Marshallonis, it's Mahaney, and it's Saxon. Saxon gives them a low post threat. He's not really athletic. And I was thinking about this last night. Under Randy's tenure, I'd say over the last 10 or so years, that's kind of what they've been known for. They have a big, kind of slow, not super athletic center that's skilled, and then they have 2 guards. And then they just got a whole bunch of like different kind of wings. But the guards are usually constant. They've been a guard-driven program, and they have a center that, again, is not super athletic, because if he was, he wouldn't be at St. Mary's. But he is skilled, and he gets better like throughout the years. Who's the big guy? You might remember his name. The guy that had the tattoo on his lip.
Gosh.
Do you remember his name, Tim? Big guy for St.
Tattoo on his lip. I
Mary's.
should know that.
And then they had a guy last year that was like from Estonia. I can't remember his, but they always have like one of those guys.
And their international recruiting sensational.
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
something that Randy Bennett's not just taking the flights out to these different countries and taking paid vacation. He's actually bringing guys in.
Yeah, Samhan. That's what it was. Omar Samhan. He was good. Yep, he was very good for them. Very good for them. So yeah, I mean they'll be fine. But Jefferson's like an athletic wing, can guard different type of guys and can create a shot. He's not gonna. I wouldn't say losing. Like, he's not their best player. Their best player is probably Saxon. Marshallonis has been really good, and Mahaney, like I said, when he's really good, he's tough. But a lot of times he gets a little erratic out there. But no, a hell of a season so far. I mean, just to win that game last night, and again, USF isn't bad. They got some athletic players on that team, and it's fun to see Randy have such success over there, stay over there. I'm sure he's had many opportunities to leave. Cal, I'm sure, has inquired from time to time. Why wouldn't they? But to stay there and just kind of quality of life and turn St. Mary's into something. And it's a program now. It's not just one here, there. It's a legitimate program. It's them and Gonzaga for the WCC every single year. Them and Gonzaga every single year. That's pretty cool to be able to do something like that. Most guys probably wouldn't do it. Maybe they couldn't do it, or if they did it, they would have left like 10 years into it and say, I want to try my hand at something bigger, something better. And he just hasn't. He's loved it there. They've been loyal to him. He's been loyal to them. And again, he's built a really nice program there in Moraga, and it's really cool and a great guy.
Yeah. And USF's been great over the last few seasons, too. I mean, Todd Golden left, and they haven't dropped off significantly. He took the Florida job, which is a huge jump, going from the WCC to the SEC, and 21-7 in that game last night. I mean, they very realistically could have been squarely in the WCC title hunt if they win that.
Yeah, no, they've had some good guards, too, over the last 4 or 5 years. And before Golden,
Bouye was great.
Yeah, Bouye. Yeah, every time he made it, you go, Bouye! Or at least I would. Who was there before Golden? Smith? I think it was Kyle Smith, who's up at Wazoo now. And he's doing really well.
They're great.
Wazoo might,
they might win the Pac-2.
They might be the second best team in the Pac-2 this year. Pac-12. Thank you very much. Wonder what the commissioner thinks about that. Anyway, do you qualify? What kind of tournament do you have with 2 teams, like a basketball tournament?
Best of 3 in Vegas.
Look, you're in both the brackets. You're just gonna where you're home and away. We'll try to fool people. We'll do it that way. But no, Wazoo's doing good. So USF is probably going back 8 years now. Has had some pretty solid teams there. I don't know if it's good enough to get to the tournament this year. I suspect it'll be interesting to see if Gonzaga gets in. Like, you just think Gonzaga is automatic, but Gonzaga's lost to just about everyone they've played except for one team. Tim, do you know who that team is that they beat? Like a good quad one team?
They may have beaten Kentucky.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, that's who it was. Tim didn't want to say anything. Exactly. So we'll see if they make it. But yeah, St. Mary's got to make it. I mean, with what they've done in league, you would think. But then again, some weird stuff has happened. But then Creighton last night took down UConn. And
you see the Dan Hurley clip coming out of that game?
Oh no! What did he? He's wild.
I think he threatened to fight a guy in the stands.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a clip of him walking off the floor. Oh, yeah, Tim said he threatened to knock him out. That's what he did. It was Anthony Rendon without the punch.
Him and his brother, man. Those guys. Are you kidding me?
Bobby's brutal.
Well, Bobby looks like a petulant child on the sidelines. Like, he just got that pouty little face, and you probably watch the games. You know how he puts his hands in his back pocket, or he has them on his hips. It's like, oh, what are you doing? And Dan, he looks like a damn psycho. Like, he looks like he's about to flip his top. Like again, Bobby just looks like he's pouting, like he's a pouty little brat. But his brother looks like he's literally like if they were together and they were like a crime dude, like Dan would be like the guy, like, buck up, let's go take these guys out. Like, he'd be that guy. He'd just be the psycho, like, eyes wide, like helter skelter eyes, like that. That's him. It's like, woo, easy there, pal. But Creighton's pretty good. UConn's really good, but I mean, again, when you give up 14 threes, or when the other team makes 14, you make 3, you're probably going to lose that game. And that's just what Creighton did, man. They just shot the lights out last night, 14 for 28. And solid team. I don't know if they can keep shooting that way, and they're going to have to keep winning games in the tournament, but UConn's clearly the best team in the country. And Arizona is really good, and there's some other really good teams. But from what I've seen, UConn is they're really well balanced. They got a good point guard. They got a guy that can shoot, and Jensen. Klingen's a guy that can run the court, guard the rim. Caraban's just like a nice kind of fit-in player, and then Newton's kind of your go-to guy that can create a shot off the dribble for you. That's just a really, really good team. And look, Hurley's a psycho. There's no doubt, but give him credit. I mean, that program was one of the best programs going for a number of years under Calhoun, and then dipped a while. I think under Ollie they won a 1-1, and then they sort of dip again.
Yeah, didn't they win it as like an 8 or a 9 seed though?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what, but yeah, something like that. And then now they're back, and now you're just like, oh, UConn's back. It's like, oh, it was like same as it ever was.
You ever been to Storrs, Connecticut?
I don't know that I want to go to Storrs. I don't really have any desire to go to Storrs, Connecticut. Have you?
I have. Yeah. Not a place I'll plan to go back to. Yeah. I don't have much to write home about from that one.
No, it really didn't sound like it at all. I'll pass on that. It's probably about, I don't know, 100,000 places I want to go before I go to Storrs, Connecticut.
Well, you might be coming up 100,000 short. Yeah,
maybe
exactly,
more.
Exactly. But they play some great basketball there.
Oh, they do that. They do that, men's and women's.
A heck of a product. So on the other side, we'll talk some Warriors basketball. We'll look at the NBA. 3:50, Tim Kawakami is going to join us from The Athletic. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on a Wednesday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. And promised we'd talk a little basketball, Tom, so it's time for an NBA grab bag.
Yeah.
All right, the Warriors have converted the two-way contract of guard Lester Quinones to a standard NBA contract. Undrafted in 2022, he's worked his way into Steve Kerr's rotation, and he'll be a part of the team for the foreseeable future now.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's a guy who brings a little athleticism. He brings energy, which you expect from someone that's playing his position, just not his position, in his position, I should say. That's kind of, part of the job requirement, bring energy off the bench. But he can hit a shot, and he can guard. So, yeah, I like him. I mean, he's a guy, and Steve values, I think every coach probably values having guys on the team that if they don't play, they're not going to be a problem. It's just, I don't have enough minutes for everybody. And that's part of a season for an NBA coach, mental management. Like just taking care of it. You okay? You're going to stay ready. You're good. You okay? You want some low-maintenance guys. That's Lester Quinones. That's Brandon Pajemski right now. That's Santos. Looney is still that guy even though he's been in the league forever. Like, you need those guys. They're like, I don't have to think, do I need to get this guy the ball? Do I need to play him? No. So, no, good for him. Happy for him. Anytime a two-way guy finds his way into an NBA contract, that means you're working your ass off. You're taking advantage of your opportunities and getting rewarded for it. So, good for him.
Well, NBA grab bag continues with another great NBA topic. New Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce was on Max Crosby's podcast, The Rush, and he said the Raiders have implemented what he calls the, quote, Mahomes rules for when they play the Kansas City Chiefs. The Raiders were the last team to defeat Kansas City on their run to their second consecutive Super Bowl title. Here's what Pierce said. He goes, we've got the Jordan rules, and from what I'm calling from now on, as long as I'm here, the Patrick Mahomes rules. So you remember when Jordan was going through it with the Pistons, before he became Michael Jordan, Air Jordan, the Pistons used to whoop him. Anytime he came to the hole, elbows, feeling him, love taps, they touched him up. We're in his head mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. So apparently they're going to do that to Patrick Mahomes now. What do you think about that?
Lame as hell.
Yeah. No. Let me
great concept.
Let me borrow from my thoughts on Rendon. It's okay to think it. You don't have to say it. You literally do not have to say that. You're trying to show you're the smartest guy in the room at the time. Like, look what we're doing. We're doing the Mahomes. That's what we're doing. We got the guy's number. And this how why? Unless you're just showing off. I would try to keep that under wraps as long as possible. No, we're not doing anything special. We're just, not even downplay it like Lou Holt used to do. We just got lucky. He just had an off game and we, things happen like that. And then all the while you're pumping your team up and telling your team, yeah, absolutely, we're got his number. This is how we're going to do it. This is what we're going to do. But I don't see the need. I mean, it helps the show. Gives us like 90 seconds of content. But if I'm a coach, I don't see the need to share that with anybody. Do you?
No. But, hey, the Raiders have clearly had a ton of success against Patrick Mahomes, right? So, NBA Grab Bag rolls on with more of your favorite basketball topics. Rumors out of Los Angeles is that Chargers pass rusher Joey Bosa could be a cap-cut casualty under the new Jim Harbaugh regime. So, you mentioned this earlier, Tom. 49ers need a defensive end opposite Nick Bosa. Do they dare go after the oft-injured Joey to bookend the defensive line?
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I can't imagine that they would have enough cap space to fit him under. Because I don't know. Who knows? I don't even know what he'd be asking for, what he would get. Would it be a trade? Would they just... I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure the brothers have talked about playing together at some point.
Yeah.
But they're both so good, it's hard to imagine them playing together. Maybe if Nick just said, Joey, I got you. Don't worry about it.
Can't agree more.
Whatever you're going to sign for, I got you on the back end. I mean, we're good. So I don't know. I don't know how important it is to him. I don't know if Joey would take a big pay cut to play here for maybe a year. Come play with his brother.
Probably what it be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Platform
I don't know.
season.
Yeah. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, we don't even know they're going to cut him. They're just saying they might cut him. But if they do, I'm sure that's a conversation the 49ers will have. I think the 49ers are a little bit like the Warriors in that they're big game hunters. Like if somebody out there is worth having, they're going to make a phone call and see if it's possible. Like they want to get those guys in here. But sure. How long have they been looking for that guy? Ever since D Ford, they've been looking for that guy opposite Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, sure. There you have it.
Are there any
Last
more
topic.
Bosas out there?
Is John Bosa still able to lace him up? Yeah, it's a new DC for the 49ers.
Yeah, there you go.
Last one here, part of our NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Apparently, someone left a box of Pop-Tarts in the studio specifically for Tom Tolbert to pick up.
What?
So, with that, Tom, what's your favorite Pop-Tart flavor?
What? Somebody left Pop-Tarts for me? Oh man, I gotta get those. And by the way, the inventor of the Pop-Tart died last week.
Peace.
It's a story I didn't get into. It's like 96. Somebody named Post. I can't remember his first name, but I mean, just incredible. I mean, this guy's like, Da Vinci, Einstein, and then this dude right there. The theory of Pop-Tartivity or something like that. I don't know. But Pop-Tarts are incredible. They not only were a large part of my youth, they were a part of my early Warrior years when I used to bring Pop-Tarts to practice and sit in the locker room and eat 4 to 6 Pop-Tarts before I went out on the practice floor with a quart of milk, by the way. Gotta have milk. And
They're probably still doing that these days.
Gary St. Jean used to walk in and go, just shake his head. It's like, what are you doing? In the NBA, you're eating 6 Pop-Tarts and milk before practice? Like, go, brother. Favorite flavors? Brown's Sugar Cinnamon.
That is number one.
Yep. Chocolate Fudge, I was a big fan of. That's probably not number 2, though. Number 2 would probably be Cherry. Okay. So Strawberry's probably in there somewhere. But those 4, like those are the 4. Always frosted.
Yeah.
Never put in a toaster. I like my Pop-Tarts raw. I don't put them in the toaster. I don't like them heated up. I just take them straight from the tinfoil wrapper. And when I eat them, what I do, some people may find this interesting. Some people think, well, that's not interesting at all. But what I would do is like break it in half. Like I put 4 fingers across it and just snap it in half. And then I'd snap it in half again, so I'd have 4 quadrants. And I'd eat 1 quadrant at a time. Put the quadrant in your mouth, little bit of milk, soften it up a little bit.
And the upper quartile of winners were in the top quartile.
Exactly, 4 quartiles of Pop-Tarts. And then I'd eat it. So it took me 8 bites to get through 2 Pop-Tarts. And I haven't had one in the house probably in about, 6-7 months. I don't get them all that often anymore. But when I do, if they're here on a Saturday morning, I can crush an entire box in a day. I love the. What flavor is it, Tim? Strawberry? Strawberry's good. Strawberry's good, but yes.
If you go to the official Pop-Tart website, oh yeah. But if you go to the official Pop-Tart website, brown sugar. Brown sugar. Yeah, got easily. It. But brown sugar rated 4.8 among 397 customer reviews. A lot of people want to go on and give their thoughts on Pop-Tarts. Cherry, also a 4.8. Your frosted chocolate fudge, just a 4.2.
Okay.
Just a 4.2. So not as well liked as frosted chocolate chip Pop-Tarts, which are much higher. Yeah, much higher.
Huh, never had those.
Hot Fudge Sundae, also part of the 4.8.
Never had that.
Yeah. Frosted
I'm old school,
S'mores, 4.7. But whatever you do, avoid Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts at all costs. Just a 4.0. 4.0, which, It's like Uber ratings, Lyft ratings, Airbnb ratings. If it's anything under a 4.9, you have to think it's got to be the worst thing you've ever seen. You know?
You know, it wasn't bad.
If you don't kill me, it's a 5-star ride.
You know, it wasn't bad. Like as a kind of an offshoot flavor. I'm not even still sure it's around, but apple cinnamon wasn't bad. I didn't mind that one. That was okay. It didn't have the frosting. It just had like the kind of the cinnamon on the outside of the pastry. They were okay. Like they're not one of my favorites, but as far as like just because they have so many different goofy ass flavors now, I'm like, oh, that sucks. That one's terrible too. I'm just the four that I mentioned: strawberry, cherry, brown sugar, cinnamon, and chocolate fudge were ones that I've had like 35 years ago. They've been around forever, and those four were always my favorites. I never really got into the new.
Yeah, they're in the Pop-Tart Mount Rushmore for you.
They should be. Absolutely. Those are absolutely the four. And brown sugar cinnamon would be George. No doubt about it.
Yeah. So 925 on the text line. Wild berry, very underrated.
Never had that
Pop-Tarts. Yeah. Well, highly rated on their website. Yeah, NBA crab bag it is. Let's talk to Tim Kawakami.
You know one of my favorite flavors? Beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff. I might be having one of those at the commercial break. Tim Kawakami here on the other side from The Athletic, talking all things 49ers, Warriors, maybe a little Giants. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes, Wednesday afternoon on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
NBA grab bag.
Keith Law of The Athletic was not bullish on the 2024 crop of Giants prospects. Well, what else is new? That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always fun to talk to Tim Kawakami. That was a weird pronunciation. I blame it on, I don't know what I blame it on, nothing. I take full responsibility. I want to apologize to my parents and anyway, Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. Tim, what's going on?
Not too bad. 1 out of 2 tries is pretty good getting my name there, Tommy. Way to go. We've only known each other for like 25 years.
I wish I could come up with some stupid excuse. I can't.
All good. Live radio, man. Live radio.
Yes. Sometimes the synapses don't fire quite the way you'd like them to. I guess that's what I'll go with. What'd you make of the just Niners? And let me just start with this. There wasn't anything in my mind that there was a reason they lost. Like, there's no blame from me. It was like, Chiefs won. You have a great quarterback, all-timer, a great coach. You got beat. It happens. I know everybody wants to win a Super Bowl. It's a real small sample size, and both times you lost to the same coach and the same guy. There wasn't anything in this game, though, that I really could point out and say that's the reason they lost. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think the punt, kicking the punt, recovered by Kansas City, touchdown. I think that changed the game. Certainly the 49ers had every chance to win it after that, but they really had control to that point. The Chiefs had not scored a touchdown. That's the only touchdown the Chiefs scored in regulation. Who knows? Mahomes, who's going to put a past him that he could have just gone down and scored it any other way. But I think that was, like, if you had to circle one thing, and that's, again, you don't want anybody to go down in infamy, but like that changed the kind of the flow of the game. Everything else is just happens in football. That happens in football games. Like, this happens.
It was freaky.
And we don't need to keep talking, but yeah, I do like, Shanahan was up by 10 again and lost. That the fact that he was up by 10 is a good thing, right? I mean, you want the guy who never's up by 10, who's down by 30? Oh, that's the guy I want. The guy who's down by 37 to Mahomes. I get that fans are in pain and the team's in pain. Man, this is one, I felt it a few times around organizations where this one really hit them hard. I think it's the accumulation of, the Super Bowl loss 4 years ago, the NFC Championship back-to-back losses the previous 2 years, and now this. I wrote it at the time. I really felt it like there was a dawning, like they might not win one. Like, they don't want to say it, but they might not. They're going to run in. They might have to beat the Chiefs at some point to win a Super Bowl, because I don't think Patrick Mahomes, Manny Reid are going away. And in the last 10 days, whatever it's been now, 13, 14, 17 days, it's just kind of been a franchise in some pain. And you get it. You got to shake it off. You got to move past it. The Steve Wilkes firing kind of was in the middle of that pain, but also I think it kind of had to happen. I don't think it's good to scapegoat anybody, and if that's what it was, that's bad. But I do think it didn't really work. They're working through some things. The 49ers are working through some things, and I do think that once they hire a defensive coordinator, they kind of can turn, like, okay, now we got a new thing. Now we're going to play in the offseason. They kind of took some time to do that. These things hit teams hard. Every loss of the end of a season does. This one really slammed them. We know the things that they've gone through. We know the tough losses. But no, I like, you lost to Patrick Mahomes. Would you rather be losing to Trent Dilfer? Would you be rather losing to Blaine Gabbert? Is that better? That's the part, and I think that's kind of subsiding. And there's always going to be people who want to fire everybody and hate Kyle Shanahan and want to blame everything. And it's just like, you get to the Super Bowl, that doesn't mean it's worse if you lose. It actually means it's better. I know it's hard to think like that, but there's 30 teams that you beat or were better than or whatever. You got further than. There's one you didn't, and it's the one that with the all-time player of this era. Sometimes that happens. Great players. Michael Jordan screwed up a lot of guys' chances at rings.
Yes, he did.
I mean, there's others, Joe Montana, Tom Brady. That happens. It's not great. You don't want to go down as a team that couldn't win that one. But again, at least you're not doing it to scrubs. You're doing it to an all-time bunch of coach and quarterback. There's just no question about that.
Yeah, and I would say this. I feel the one thing that I feel like I don't want to say I'm on opposite sides of a lot of people. I'm definitely on opposite side. Maybe not opposite side, but we differ in this, is that I think not going second in overtime was a bigger mistake than a lot of people think. Like, I think it was closer to 60-40 than it was 50-50 in that situation. I just firmly believe that you gain a pretty significant advantage knowing exactly what you have to do in that first possession. You're going to get the second possession of OT. I made it perfectly clear last week and earlier this week that you can win the game taking the ball first. I'm not saying you can't, and I'm not saying that's a reason they lost the game. I just think, in my mind, there's a more significant than just 50-50. Knowing, like, if you know what you have to do, you almost have a couple answers to the test. And and when the other team's happy that you did something, I always felt like you did the wrong thing. Like when they're like, "Yay, they want the ball."
I guess so, but I'll just say, when you got Patrick Mahomes, you're happy at any times, right? I'm Patrick Mahomes. Yes, anything.
That's a given.
Good. I got Patrick Mahomes. I thought it was 50-50. I really didn't have a problem, especially with the 49ers defense being on the field for the last 10 minutes of regulation and stopping them. And I think that just the intrinsic feeling is, I don't want Mahomes to get the ball back. If I have a choice to have Patrick Mahomes have the ball right now or me have the ball, and the chance to have 2 for 1, if it goes touchdown, it's sudden death, you have the ball. If it goes field goal, it's sudden death, you have the ball. The one point that Shanahan explained later that I disagree with is he thought it was a field goal game, and I see why he says that. They did stop the Chiefs stopped the 49ers for a field goal, and then the 49ers stopped the Chiefs for a field goal to end regulation. Mm-hmm. I didn't feel like that was going to be like that in overtime. I really did. And I did ask him, like, on 4th and 4, did you think about going for it? And he said he did not. I think he did, because there was a delay. I was watching, Jake Moody, and it took him some time to get out there, whether that was miscommunication or what. I would have thought about it on 4th and 4, and frankly, I would have probably not thrown it on 3rd and 4 to just give McCaffrey 2 runs at it at that point, because 4th and 4 is tough. 4th and 4 is certainly not. I mean, fans seem to think
part of the field.
Seem to think 4th and 4 is on him. It's not. It's hard.
Yeah.
But I think you needed a touchdown there, and then people say, "Oh yeah, you get a touchdown there," and then Mahomes goes back and wins up going for 2. Well, going for 2 is not easy. Like, there's just some things that I don't assume. I get your point. I really do like the 2 for 1. I like the 2 for 1 if you're really sure you want to, you're going to score a touchdown. Like, you've got to score a touchdown, I think, there. And if you don't score a touchdown, you're in some trouble, because you got 0 points, but you're in trouble anyway kicking a field goal. You just are. So that's the one strategic point I would go to. It's all arguable, but
sure.
At that point, you're in a basically a possession game with Patrick Mahomes. You're in some trouble. You just are. But I
there's
guess
no doubt about it. And I guess
they could have lost the regulation too, though.
They could have. They absolutely could have. 2 things. I mean, I want to move on. I want to ask you about the Warriors, but I would say this: that when he said he wanted to have the ball first in the 3rd possession, I said I can't worry about a possession that may never come. I got to worry about the 2 possessions that I know I'm getting. I can't worry about a possession that may never present itself. And I don't want Mahomes to have the ball last. Like, our offense is going to be on the field when we lose this thing. I'm not going to sit here and watch that dude move up and down the field on me and have to worry about whether we can stop him. I'll give him the ball first and put my offense out there and see what's gonna happen. But again, you differ, I differ. Again, I don't think it decided the game. That's just my preference when it comes to overtime.
And then on 4th and 1 they could have stopped him, and on 3rd and 6 they could have held him to a field. It's on the play. I get it.
Sure.
Whatever percentages we agree with it was decided on the field, and it wasn't like Mahomes just went right through them 4 plays.
No.
75 yards done. That did not happen. There was a 4th and 1 on the Chiefs side of the field, and there was a 3rd and 6 like at the 38. Like, there were 2 big plays there, and both plays Mahomes kept it and beat them, and that's probably 50% of the chance of the reason why Steve Wilkes doesn't have a job anymore. I think it was headed that way anyway, but those 2 plays and the 49ers players' frustration with the scheme of those 2 plays, which would have at least prolonged the Super Bowl or won it, were large symbols of why they're going to have a new defensive coordinator pretty soon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, nice enough to join us. I never got to ask you about your thoughts on Klay Thompson and what's going on with that situation. It's just been kind of a weird situation. All season long, you could see the pressure. It's like he's playing, like every game to him is a referendum on whether he can still play or not. And the pressure that he plays, that he puts on himself, is just incredible. It seems unnecessary, but I think people don't realize how big of a competitor he is because he's easygoing and he's a captain and he's on this boat and he's got Rocco and all that. Like, this guy cares deeply about not only his play, but what people think about him and how he's playing. And almost like he's carrying the weight of the world on him this season and hasn't been the best teammate because of a lot of that. And Steve decided, okay, that's it. We're going to put you on the bench and see how that goes. It went great for one game. My thing was, well, let's see how it goes when he doesn't play in a couple consecutive crunch times. Like, is he still going to be able to be that good teammate and have a positive attitude? Because this wasn't the first time Steve's talked to him. I think he's talked about it. Like, even Clay referenced it a couple of times, how, you know, Steve's talked to him and you got to enjoy your time here. And that was like a month and a half ago. And then we're here again. How do you think this thing resolves itself? Because he's got a lot of pride, and I think he wants to do what's best for the team, but he also wants to play well. I think it goes well as long as the team plays well and he's performing, even if it's off the bench. If the team isn't playing well and maybe he's not playing well or in crunch time, I'm not saying he can't do it, but that's when I think we're really going to find out whether this thing can work and he can kind of deal with the ups and downs of where his career is at right now.
Yeah, sure. I sure don't think he's going to score 35 off the bench every game.
Probably not.
You know, it was a neat storyline when he does.
Yes.
And they win and they go into the break feeling good about that. You're right. There's going to be some times when he does. And they got Chris Paul coming back, by the way, right? I mean, there's another player who we know Steve is going to want to play at the end of games. And when you see the flurry of turnovers, that's the first thing I think of is, like, guess who he would rather have out there right now than one of those five guys? It's Chris Paul. And that's a spot where Clay might be, and there's Pajemski, and there's, you know, Wiggins, and there's gonna get some crunches here, and Clay is not gonna finish every game. He hasn't already, even when he was a starter. Then what happens? I think it's going to be some explosions and some unhappiness, and then some happiness. It's going to be a lot like we've seen, but I think what Kerr's done is I'm writing this for a column tomorrow. It's like, either Steve's genius is making impulsive decisions seem like they're part of the flow, or make flow decisions seem like they're impulsive, because he's waited so long to make this move with Clay. And, you know, there's been some pressures inside there to, you know, not the locker room, but maybe, you know, in management, like, you know, hey, you know, maybe we can take a look at some other lineups here. Kerr has resisted it. He's stayed loyal. He stayed loyal to Wiggins for a long time before he started moving him in and out. Then he's back in now. Stayed very loyal to Looney before he moved him out, and he stayed. You know, he's most loyal to Clay. That's his guy. Like, he stays loyal to Clay. He's the last of the main guys who has not, you know, has come off the bench. Steph, remember, he was hurt, comes back, he's off the bench in the playoffs.
Playoffs against Denver.
Yeah, Draymond doesn't start here and there. Iguodala is from his entire Kerr era. So Clay was the last one who did that. I think Kerr intentionally made sure, and my feeling was it got frustrating, and maybe it was a little bit too late for, you know, on all different, you know, Wiggins was probably all these things took a little longer than maybe logic would say, but at least now Clay can't think that Steve didn't stick with him until he absolutely had to make the move, right? He can understand that part. He did not make a trigger decision. Wiggins, the same thing, and Wiggins goes back. He can feel like Kerr never, you know, abandoned him just for whim. There is something to being loyal to these guys, to making sure you're getting the best out of them, you know, when even if you make a move to cut their minutes some. And when you do, they understand you're doing it because you have to, not because it's just kind of the cool thing to do. I do think that's prevalent with Steve right now. He's feeling that I want to make sure these guys understand I gave them every chance, and if they lose minutes, it's because I have to. And it's not just because, you know, somebody else feels like somebody else would be better. And maybe you get the best out of those guys, because I think that's the case with Clay. think there will be moments when he's pissed off. He was pissed off the game before, right? Where he was on the bench the crunch time. He comes back in. He takes the foul that Steve went berserk over because it wasn't the right foul.
We all did.
Yeah, it was like, okay, what happened there? Those things happen. Clay apologized for his, I guess he wasn't real happy with an assistant coach at that point. Clay's going to go through it. And you and I know he's the most competitive guy of them. That's Draymond always says that. Like, Clay is the craziest competitor of them. You just don't see it on his face all the time. You see it sometimes. He explodes at Devin Booker last year and all the things that we've seen sometimes. But this is tough for him. I go back, like, sometimes players who make incredible comebacks from injury. It's like a year later, you're saying that took more of a toll out of him than you could ever know, right? Ed O'Bannon was like that when I covered him at UCLA. He comes back from this devastating knee injury, fifth-year senior, wins the national championship, player of the year, and he just never is that player again. And players who know Ed say coming back is what took it out of him. He just lost 3 years of his life coming back from that, and it was never going to be the same. Clay, 2 massive leg injuries in his 30s. We saw him come back. We thought, okay, now he's back. They win a championship. God, Clay's only going to get better. I think there's still a struggle for him because there's age, there's there's his confidence level, there's all these things that build up on him, and he is a lesser player now. He's admitting it. He's not as good as he used to be. Okay, he was so good that's all right. You can still contribute a lot, but he fights that, and there's moments when he thinks he's the old Clay. And the ball goes up when it shouldn't go up, and somebody blows by him when he has a bad defensive possession. These things happen. They're going to have to deal with them. I think the way Kerr's done it is extreme patience. So now when Podziemski gets minutes over him, or whoever, Clay can at least feel like the coach had his back for as long as he possibly had, and that's how you get the best out of a dynastic player. This isn't just This isn't just Joe Blow. This isn't just some guy. This is Klay Thompson. So I've understood the patience, and I've understood why Clay deserves that patience. And now it's time for him maybe to, he's going to lose 5 minutes here or there. He's going to lose 6 minutes on his average. He's going to lose 4 to 6 shots. And then some nights he's going to get those, and he's going to score 35. Maybe it's going to be in a playoff game, but it's going to be less of a Klay Thompson than we've seen in the past. It's just the way that everyone has to accept that.
Yeah. Tim, yesterday we were talking about this a little bit. Tom asked me, what does success look like for the Warriors this season? Because they're 10th in the Western Conference right now. And I think for much of the Curry era, it's been maybe an all or nothing look at, what they can accomplish with a title very much in sight. And maybe that's not the way that they see it this year. Or maybe it is the way they see it this year. What do you think they would consider a successful season at the end of this run?
Well, it's going to be hard for them to say it, but I think if they can get in that first round, get through I don't think they're going to get out of the play-in. It's just too many teams for them to jump. Not all of them are going to be bad. I don't know that the Warriors have, they don't have like a 22-6 run in them. That's hard to see. I can see 19-9 or something, but I don't think that gets them. Maybe it gets them to 7. You're still in the play-in. I think 7 or 8 would be success. Win that, get into the first round, and be credible, and say you're going up against, Minnesota in the first round. That's a tough matchup. Oklahoma City, tough matchup, whatever. Be credible, take a shot at it. Maybe some magic happens. Steph goes for 50 again in Game 7. I think that is they got to think of it one round at a time. Be as top end, get yourself into the second round, and then like they did last year. But I think it's point to next season. That's kind of the underpinnings of what I'm hearing or feeling. It's like, don't do anything that messes up next year, because Steph's still going to be good. Kuminga's only going to get better. They finally, they've discovered, and he's discovered himself. Maybe Podziemski's probably only going to get, he's 20 years old. Get another player or two. If Joe Lacob said that they're going to try to get another tax line, which is a lot, but with Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, free agents, there's certainly a way to do it without losing a lot of stuff that it has helped them this year. Maybe Klay comes back at a more moderate price. Maybe Chris Paul goes, or maybe Chris Paul is willing to come back. Who knows? At a lower number. I'd point it to next season. It's feel good about the ending this season, not necessarily going to be beyond the second round, and then feel like the arrow's pointing up for next season. And you take, we've talked about the Last Dance how many different times now? 4 times? 5 years we've said Last Dance? It's a long Last Dance. Next year really might be the one that they can circle and say, that's a real good shot at doing it. One more year of Stefan's prime, maybe Kuminga becomes a real number 2, and take one big run at it next season. That's how it's kind of a 2-year thing. Don't do anything that messes up next year, which is why Kuminga was off limits at the trade deadline, in my opinion, and try to win this year. I think that's why they kept Chris Paul, give themselves feeling good about this year, I'm sorry. And then next year you see where you are, and maybe you make an ad because you're under the tax line, and you could use your mid-level. You feel a little more flexible. You can try to make a plan for a big thing the year after. There's more maneuverability, and you're not really losing a lot in the basketball. I don't want to just write off Clay and Chris Paul. I think they would definitely want Clay back, but I just see it kind of as a slingshot into next season. Want to do your best this season. They want to win as many playoff games as possible. They want to be the Warriors, still be the Warriors, and still be thought of as the Warriors, but next year is the one I think is the most likely chance where they have like a 2022 season where they just come out ready to go, they're at top form, and they get into the playoffs as a 3rd seed, and then who knows. Hard to do much when you're not a top 3 or 4 seed, and they are not going to be a top 3 or 4 seed this season. So everything this season is just trying to maybe get momentum for next season.
Yeah, I think they want Clay. Clay, I think, would like to finish his career here, but it's got to be now. It's going to be on their terms. He's going to have to understand where he fits in the hierarchy. He's not that guy anymore, and if he wants to be that guy, then that's going to create issues. Because really, that was part of it this year. He just wasn't. He hadn't been a very good teammate for a long time for this team, and that's like a minimum. That's your low bar. Come in mentally ready, physically ready, and be a good teammate. Those are the 3 things you got to do, and then you go from there. And he was physically ready, mentally was questionable night to night, depending on how the game went. And then as far as being a good teammate, he just wasn't, because he was in his own feelings a lot this year. So obviously he's not going to have the equity anywhere else that he has here either. You go somewhere else, you get no credit for doing anything for the Warriors. They don't care what you did for the Warriors. Ask Pablo how much equity he had with the Red Sox for winning those world championships. 0. They do not care what you did for other teams. So speaking of baseball, got any thoughts on what the hell the Giants are doing?
Yeah, it's pretty much incomplete, although they seem to think they're complete. I don't know whether that's just the public relations stand by Farhan saying that think it's hard to see another move. I've got to feel like they're at least a move away from feeling like a complete team, maybe 2. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think you need to go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. You can't. They tried, obviously, for Ohtani and Yamamoto. They didn't. It's a familiar story. They signed some players for some money, but nothing that's going to shake anybody up. I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of like, I'm not a guy who says just do something. I always think that's the wrong way, but this team had to do something to do something. This is one of the rare times that just do something.
You're similar. You're so like me, because I'm like, don't just do something. That's dumb. But do something.
Yeah, exactly. They're listen. They're a big franchise. They're not. They're not the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're not the Oakland A's. They are a big time. Market franchise, that stadium, this demographic. This is a power team that's won World Series and has filled out that stadium, and all these things are connected. It's not just, it's just entertainment. No, it's entertainment because it was good, and it was good because they had money behind it, and they were smart. I think Farhan is smart. I get along with him. I understand what he's saying. At some point, you got to do something. Listen, Jung-Hoo Lee might be an irresponsible signing. So maybe he's saying I went for it there, or Jordan Hicks, or some of these others, but it just doesn't feel like they've crossed the threshold where not only their fans, which is obviously huge for ticket purchases and all that kind of thing. But the rest of the league is like going, well, what's going on there? Like, none of that has happened. Hiring Bob Melvin maybe is the one thing, but it's a manager. How much can the manager do? Beyond that, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt just because I don't love it when people just say, just sign everybody. Well, you know what? The Dodgers have a lot of money. Like, It's possible if the Giants said, okay, Shohei, $1 billion, that's the offer. And Ohtani would have said, no, I'm going Dodgers. Like, that's the way life is. And I go back to after 2021 when they won 107 games, they could have put the pedal down there. They could have just said, this is it. This is where, players are going to want to play here. We're a winning franchise. Let's just get, whatever it takes to re-sign Gausman. They didn't even really try to re-sign Gausman. Let's go sign Marcus Semien. He was $28 million a year with Texas that year. Well, the Giants could pay that. And how different would it feel if they had Marcus Semien and Kevin Gausman on this team?
Yeah,
they would want that, right? They would take those deals right now. They would do it because they offered more money to other players. And so I think that kind of was a lost opportunity. That kind of was a lack of imagination. And if they didn't have that, they needed some of these, young players to come up and be stars. Maybe Kyle Harrison will be, but, we'll see. Young pitchers is always tough. And Luciano, I don't know. And Matos is not a star, I don't think. Patrick Bailey is very solid, but I don't think he's a superstar. Like, there's been some places where they could have jumped in and didn't. I understand where they didn't want to become just a team that throws money at people because we've seen, the Padres. I mean, they tried it, and now they're getting off of those guys as fast as possible. But they needed some of it. And they need some of it. Somebody can't keep promising you're going to do this and not have it happen. Or they just got to win a ton of games. And I don't think they're going to win a ton of games. I think they're going to be, maybe a little better than last year. Maybe 84. Does that get it and scrape into the wild card? Maybe that's the goal here, but that probably shouldn't be the goal. The goal should be we're going to, come after the Dodgers. We're going to come after the Phillies. And you watch those teams, you just see, great hitter, great player, great pitcher, great hitter. And, you just don't see that with the Giants. I don't want to sound down about them. I try to say, there's rationality here, but, man, part of baseball is being irrational. Like, what's the Friedman saying? If you're rational when you're bidding for agents, you're going to come in second every single time. You just got to go crazy or something. Just sign Chapman. Just say, what's going to take to sign Matt Chapman? And maybe there are reasons why he's not signed right now. I think he'd be better than what they got. I think they got money to spend. I think they can, figure out a lineup that makes more sense with Matt Chapman in it than without it. Those sorts of things, I just think it's a little too restrained. It's a little bit too cautious. And that I do believe the Joe Lacob, Eddie DeBartolo, like, you got to spend money to make money. You got to be risky in order to win. This, at the current moment, barring some other thing that I haven't seen happen, I think they're a little bit too cautious in order to win certainly in this division, and certainly lined up against the Dodgers.
We got to run, but I wanted to ask you this because I wanted to get your thoughts on it before we let you go. Tim Kawakami joins us of The Athletic. So Anthony Rendon, my favorite, said yesterday.
Your Angels are looking good, Tommy, right now.
You know what they are? They're poised. That's exactly what they are. Poised for what? I'll let you know. But I don't I don't think this guy knows how to read the room. I'm not sure if he knows there's a room to be read, to be perfectly honest with you. He's the one that said, the season's too long. Yeah, we all know that. We don't want you saying it. You're the last guy anybody wants to hear saying it. So when he said
too long for him. It's not too long for him. It's like 18
apparently it's perfect for him. So when he said this isn't his first priority, that's fine. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there that think this is a job. I'm going to bust my ass. I'm going to give you everything I have, but my family comes first, or my faith comes first. If you're religious, that's fine. It's just when your heart has been questioned and your desire to be somewhere has been questioned, and you've been aloof and hard to reach during the off season, that it's okay to say it. But you're not the one that should be saying it. And I'm wondering how you view that. Because, again, I don't mind that he thinks that. I mind that he feels like it's okay to say that. Because, again, if you could just if you could open your eyes just a little bit and then look at the room, you go, yeah, you know what? That's probably, that's probably not me. I probably shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah, I just think it's not that the words he's saying, it's that it signals other things. It signals, and to me, it signals a player saying, I don't need you and I don't care about you fans. I don't. That's what it feels like, especially for a player who's, making $35 million a year, has been an incredible underperformer, has been surly to the media. It just comes off as someone who is trying to tell you that you're not important to me, that this game isn't important to me, that, the reason I make $35 million is not important to me. And that comes off incredibly wrong. It would come off wrong even for a player who's been great, probably, but you would understand some of it. Listen, he just produces. That's what he does.
Yep.
This is not a guy who's produced in any way, shape, or form, who has not, been embraced or has embraced the community down there that I can tell. And even though the words, you print out the words, you go, yeah, I would hope that your family comes first. I would hope that your faith comes first. But to say it is to there's all these unspoken things there where there's an arrogance there. It's like, I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't want you to cheer. I don't care. And that's not what entertainment is about. That's not what sports is about. It's between the lines is what, you can interpret what he really means, and probably why his career has gone so poorly with the Angels. And man, does that happen like to every Angels free agent, Tommy, by the way?
Pretty much.
It's unbelievable. Like they sign a free agent and the whole thing, Mo Vaughn, and
Hamilton, Pujols, Wilson, Sarge Jr., Vernon Wells. Don't make me go on. Stop me.
I don't know. There's something down there, man. There's something. I used to cover the Rams in Orange County, and they had some good teams there. But once I covered them, they were terrible. And I don't know what's going on down there at South Coast Plaza or something. I don't know.
South Coast Plaza. My favorite stat. I know we got to run. My favorite Pujols stat was so he signs a big deal with the Angels. Man, I forget how many years he ended up playing with the Angels. I don't know if it was 9, maybe. Anyway, his last year with the Cardinals, his OPS was higher than any year with the Angels. Yep. He went down. Like, as soon as he got to the Angels, he went down, and then it was like a barrel just rolling downhill. Sometimes it would flatten out and the barrel would stop, but it was always moving downhill. And then occasionally there was a small little cliff, and it dropped straight off, and then it just keep rolling downhill. And it's just like the free agents. Now, see, the Giants, I'm saying just sign somebody. The Angels, I'm like, don't do it. Just save your money.
Well, there was something to that. I'm not saying with Pujols, obviously a Hall of Famer, and I'm not questioning his, but sometimes when you're the team that guys only go to because you pay more, you collect a certain kind of player, right?
Yes, you do.
A player at a certain point in his career where I better sign this deal now because I'm going to start to stink. And you don't want those guys, and I applaud Zaidi for avoiding those kind of guys. But you do have to risk it sometimes because sometimes those guys are really good and they can be difference makers, and you just have to overpay them at free agent. You just have to. But I do have something like if 3 players are only signing you because not for any other reason, but you're the highest bidder, you might be collecting players who are not in it for, or certainly not on the upswing in their careers. They're ready to hit their downswing, and the Angels seem to do it every single time.
It's time for another season of Halo baseball.
Buy your season tickets now.
Oh God, it's so bad. Tim, we always appreciate you joining us. It's always fun catching up with you, kind of spinning around the sports world, and hopefully we can do it again soon.
You got it anytime, Tommy. See you, care.
All right, see you, Tim.
I love Tim.
He's the best. That's good stuff.
It's so true, though. I didn't even really think about it from that standpoint. Like, we're just going to go to you because you pay us the most money. That's the only reason we're going there, is you pay the most money, and that's usually a bad mix. That's Mike Trout deserves better, damn it.
You'd think he wants to die for the franchise, and Anthony Rendon would rather be dead than play for the franchise.
He does not want to die for the franchise.
I saw that yesterday.
You know what? He wants to kill the franchise.
Yeah, exactly.
Trout wants to die for it, and Rendon wants to kill it.
That's enough Angels talk for the day. On the other side, please. Tim said some interesting thing about the Warriors that I want to pick your brain about a little bit. So we'll talk about that on the other side. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
The San Francisco Chronicles' Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus with his take on the 49ers search for their next defensive coordinator. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. And if you have a house and Wi-Fi, like I do, you might have some of the same problems I have, or did have, where every part of the house doesn't get the same quality, fast, reliable Wi-Fi that every other part of the house gets. It happens. You just can't get it to every, but the problem is, everyone has a device, phone, tablet, computer, laptop, TV, and they're doing something on it, whether they're gaming, they're streaming, maybe they're working, maybe they're going to school. It doesn't even matter what they're doing. They want the same quality Wi-Fi that the person in the best room of the house gets. Well, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everyone can get that. Everyone gets super fast, super reliable internet, and you get great coverage. That's what you want. You want great Wi-Fi coverage in the house. All you need is wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. That's right. You get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. All your rooms, all your dreams, maybe not all of them, are taken care of. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout the entirety of your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has incredible coverage throughout your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland here on Wednesday afternoon. I want to thank Tim Kawakami of The Athletic for stopping by. If you missed that interview, you can catch it on KNBR.com and in our KNBR podcast app, KNBR app, anywhere you get your podcasts. You can catch that interview. And later on this evening, Mike Breen will be joining us. So Tim had some great thoughts on the Warriors, and we'll get into those in just a few minutes here with Tom. Really interested to hear what Tom's take is on, I guess, the Warriors thinking about next season already, even though they're still very much in the thick of a playoff hunt and very much going up against a Western Conference where the teams at the top, Minnesota and Oklahoma City, are unproven. So we'll dive into that. But later on, Mike Breen will join us, and I'm sure we'll dive into the rest of the Western Conference and all the NBA races as we head down the stretch now that we're out of the All-Star break. Some interesting stuff today in the Giants world that we'll touch on for the remainder of the show. Keaton Wynn, right-handed pitcher who yesterday was kind of slotted into a rotation spot. Keaton Wynn now has an elbow issue. So you hear the word pitcher and elbow in the same sentence, almost never good. And we will touch on what the Giants do from here, because Tim brought this idea up. Are they really done? Are the Giants very much committed to what Farhan Zaidi said, which is, we're finished, we're done. It's too hard to bring in someone this late in the spring. Giants open Cactus League play on Saturday here on KNBR. So you can catch the pregame show. Marty will be on. I'll be on. I think Bill's got postgame on Saturday, as we'll have plenty of voices rotating in throughout this Cactus League slate here on KNBR. But on the other side, we'll get Tom's thoughts on Tim Kawakami and what he said about the Golden State Warriors and if they're really setting up 2025 as opposed to 2024 and what that means for the likes of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, and others who have been key members of this Warriors franchise. So you're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here. Mike Breen at 5:30 this evening. Kerry Crowley here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here. Tolbert and Copes on Wednesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland. Good conversation with Tim Kawakami talking Golden State Warriors and kind of where this franchise sits as they prepare to open the second half of the season. Warriors 27-26, coming off a relatively strong finish to the first half of the season. But, Tom, I did find it interesting that Tim said that the goal internally right now might be, hey, just get into playoffs, see how many you can win, but understand that you don't want to do anything to jeopardize 2025 because next season might be the year where you have a better shot at keeping this window open. And, there's going to be some cap space things that they try and do with Chris Paul, Klay Thompson maybe. And I think that we talked about this earlier in the show that this Klay Thompson move to the bench could be on audition for what his future role with the Warriors might look like if they want to keep him and if he wants to stay with Golden State for the remainder of his career.
Yeah, I don't know that any team has a goal per se. Like, you just play until you go home. Until they tell you to go home. I think everyone wants to keep winning because, however unrealistic it is to think the Warriors could win a championship, and it's very unrealistic. And if you ask them that, they might even say, like, yeah, it'd be really tough. If you asked them, could you win a play-in game? Yes. Could you beat this team in a 7-game series? Yes. Could you beat that team in a 7-game series? Yes. I mean, I think they're going to feel like, hey, we have the experience. It's not that long ago we won a championship, and we got a bunch of guys on this team that have playoff experience. A lot of things are going to have to break right for them. But just speaking of, like, moving, if we're just going to jump to what they're hoping for next year, at some point, Steph's not going to be Steph. Now, I don't know if that's 2 years or 5 years because I keep waiting for LeBron to not be LeBron, and that really hasn't happened. Well, it has, but he's, like, so damn good. He still looks like one of the best players in the game, which he is. You're like, how is that even possible? And you would think Steph, he could even, stretch that out even longer because he's not a physical player like LeBron is. But I don't know. I don't know if it's 2 years, 5 years, but he's still really damn good. And anytime you have Steph, you feel like we got to give ourselves a chance to win a championship. So, I mean, again, Klay's got to understand who he is at this point of his career and accept that, embrace that. And I don't know what you do with Chris Paul. I have no idea, like, what that would even look like. So I'm not going to go down that road. But Podziemski is somebody they found who's like a rotational player. And that's huge, finding a guy. What was it, 19, 18, 17? I was right around there. I can't remember exactly the draft pick. 18, I don't know, 19. Who knows?
I think it was 19 because Jaime Jaquez was 18th.
Yeah, who they really like too. Yeah, they really liked Jaime Jaquez. So yeah, you got a rotational player. You got Kuminga, who looks like he's figuring it out and looks like he's going to be a top end rotational type player. Then you have your, well, I guess your kind of Hall of Fame duo that probably will start, Draymond and Steph. And then Wiggins is still only 29. So, Klay coming off the bench, they can be, I guess, is that a championship team? Like, what do you add to that to make it a championship team? Unless, they go the trade route. That's always a possibility. I never assume that a team's going to come back looking like it looked last year, especially if they don't win it. Do you just think health will do it? I don't know. So it in the West isn't getting any easier. The West is tough. It will be tougher next year because Memphis will be back to being healthy next year. They'll get Morant back, and they'll get Clark back, and I think Baines, actually, he's hurt. And Jaren Jackson's about the only last man standing there who's been like a main cog in the wheel or main spoke in the wheel that plays this year. Everybody else is hurt, so they'll be back to being pretty good next year. So look, it's just going to get harder and harder and harder. That's the issue. But yeah, this year it's just, I think they're a good team. Like, they're a solid team, and not great. They're a good team, and they could beat these teams. They just haven't. They put themselves in a hole. They go 8-2. They've had a nice run, and where does that put them? 10th. It just. We mentioned it yesterday. What was it? Dallas, Sacramento, and the Lakers are also in a play-in game.
Yeah.
Like, the play-in's no fun. It's not like the play-in, like, oh, if we could just get a home play-in game, we should be good to go. You look at the other teams, you're like, holy cow. This is a gauntlet you have to deal with just in the play-in game to make it to the playoffs. Like, I call those garage games. Like, you can go to the party, but you got to hang out in the garage. And if you win a game, you can come into the main house where the real party's happening. Like, they got to play a couple garage games, and they get to graduate to the real party, and the real fun begins. Whether it's Oklahoma City or Denver or Minnesota. So. Yeah, but I think they're good. And, like, it doesn't surprise me when they win these games because I've seen it, and I know what they're capable of. So if they beat, like, a Denver, that's not going to surprise me. Lakers, Clippers, whatever. They're good. But can they be good enough for that period of time? That I'm not sure. And then they'll have to, they're going to have decisions to make. I don't know what they're going to be, but seemingly every single year – they try to put themselves in the best position to win. And we know one thing about Lacob. If you're winning, he will pay for it. He's not afraid to do that.
Yeah. I wonder, though, let's say we've talked a lot about the best case scenario for this Warriors team. We've talked about, okay, they climb up to 7th because you and Tim kind of had the same idea. You're probably not going like 26-4 or something, but you might go 19-9. You might do something like that down the stretch if you're the Warriors, if everything works, if Chris Paul comes back and looks healthy, if you figure out how to close games, which the Warriors have obviously really struggled with this season. But let's say the other end of the spectrum hits and Wiggins looks inconsistent and Clay does not adjust the bench role well and things go south there and they fall out of this 9th or 10th battle and they're sitting at 11th or 12th. Like, what does that look like if you're Joe Lacob? How do you forecast the future for this franchise? Do you just say, you know what, Steph's 37, but he still got it next year, so we have to go all in? Like, where do you draw the line if you're the Warriors on making a concerted effort to push in all your chips or, saying, hey, we might have to take a step back here?
Whew. That's tough because, they're in the entertainment business. We talk a lot about Lacob, but Goober's part of the ownership group too, and he's an entertainer, and he understands entertainment. This team right now, and I don't know how accurate these things are, but Forbes' valuation of franchises, they were second, ahead of the Lakers, ahead of the Knicks, ahead of the Yankees. The only team that was ahead of them was the Cowboys. And again, it could be off a little bit one way or the other, but we're talking about a team that was over in Oakland and would have been on the second page of valuations 15 years ago. And now they're second. It's stunning. So they realize, we got to put an entertaining product out there. I also think he doesn't like spending almost $400 million for a team that's fighting for a play-in game. That doesn't seem feasible either. So I don't know where you go. It all starts with Steph, and then you look at all your options. What are our options? I don't think they entertained Wiggins' offers this year at the break because they didn't want to sell low on him. They didn't want to get rid of Kuminga because they thought Kuminga had so much more potential than maybe they would have been offered for him. So if you weren't going to trade those two guys, you really weren't going to trade anybody. I don't know what you're going to get for Paul. They didn't want to trade Clay. Draymond was going to stay. But, all options got to be on the table. And I've said this many times, this is like the life cycle of a dynasty. It's what happens. Guys get older, they're not quite as good. They're still kind of good, like good enough to win some games and have that spark. And you want to reward them for, helping you create a monster with the Warriors, who are, like I said, are the number 2 valued team. Like, that's huge. And these guys were a big reason why, these 3. But what happens is guys get a little bit older, they're not quite as good, a little more injury prone. Stuff happens, and all of a sudden you're looking at a season like you did right now. The question I've been thinking about is can they extend this thing to make it look like a Spurs run, where it's like maybe you're not winning every year, but you're giving yourself a chance every year for like the better part of 2 decades. That's what you're trying to do. Or The Spurs were even more consistent than the Lakers. Lakers have more championships, and the Lakers are kind of like a supernova. Like, they hit and they're hot for like 5 years, and they just kind of burn out a little bit. But they've had their runs, other than the 80s. That was like a decade. But I think Joe Lacob wants what Jerry Buss has, which is like, 30 years where you're in the final 16 years. And it's just like incredible, transcendent talent that you can go from Kareem, Worthy, Magic to Kobe and Shaq to Kobe and Pau to AD and LeBron and win that championship. Like, so how do you do that? Well, your young guy's got to hit. Like, Kuminga's going to have to be like what we've seen a little bit this year, but more and more consistent is what he's going to have to be. Like, he would be the next star, like the next guy, kind of like Kawhi was for the Spurs. And even he wasn't Kawhi with the Spurs. I mean, that was Parker and Ginobili's team for the most part, while Duncan was getting a little bit older. But how do you extend it out? This isn't just about this run. Like he wants to be doing this 10 years from now, after all these guys have been gone. Like, he wants to extend this thing out. So how does that get done? I'm not so sure. But it does start with guys like Podziemski, who you draft a little bit later in the first round. You hit on one guy like Kuminga, and he becomes like your number one option type guy. And then guys continue to want to come here. Like, you're able to draw free agents here, and they want to play here, and that would be a huge help. It's going to be interesting to see like big time free agents in basketball, as opposed to the Giants. Like, where agents have said, yeah, they really don't want to go there. They don't like this. They don't love the city. They don't love a lot of the stuff that happens in the city. And again, I think a lot of that's overblown, but it does exist. It's not like it's not there. It's just people make a bigger deal of it that aren't from here, just to kind of prove their point. But does that extend to basketball too? Like, would they say, yeah, you're going to have to pay me more because of California taxes, which I always thought was stupid because, well, I'm pretty sure LA is still in California, and they seem to be okay drawing free agents there, both basketball and baseball. So I don't know. I don't know what this thing looks like going forward. Short term, I don't even know, Kerry. I'm trying to kind of figure that out myself and just say, okay, where do they go if they win a round? Do they think, hey, we're close? A piece here, a piece there. Problem is, you always got to factor in another year of aging. Like, Steph's a marvel. Can he be that guy next year? Draymond was really good this year. Can he be that guy again next year? Clay was uneven. Can he get back into some sort of form? Can he be our sixth man? Will he be happy with that? Like, it just becomes more questions as the seasons kind of roll on. And I know that's their job, trying to figure out how to extend this thing. I'm just happy for what the Warriors have had.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if people, like, it's almost like you take it for granted, like we take Steph for granted. Like, Steph has a 38-point game, on 20 shots. You're like, nah, that's Steph. Because it's Steph. That's who he is. But that's a sign of true greatness when you actually do something great and it's normal. And I always say the sign of true greatness is turning greatness into normal. And that's what happens. And I think the fans, I know the fans have gotten ridiculously spoiled here. And some of them are just flat out brats. It's like, we could stop. You're like, I used to call the Laker fans, and then now the Warrior fans are basically Laker fans, most of them. They're like, oh, we deserve this, we need this, we want this. Shut up. Like, you've had 10 years of an incredible run, as good as it gets in the NBA. How about if I transport you back to 2002, take you back to those feel-good times?
Those are the Warriors I grew up on.
Vontigo Cummings, Ike Diagu. Yeah.
Get 1 or 2 wins a month.
Exactly. Okay, I'll get you back to those times. You'll be like, ooh, that's slim pickings right here. This is rough. So I'm just like happy for what they've had and what they've done. It's been really, really fun to watch. And yeah, I'd like to see him continue on. Who wouldn't? Like, you don't want to see the party end. Like, wah, wah, wah. Party's over. Last call for alcohol. So yeah, I'd like to see it, but it's not easy. I mean, the Spurs had an incredible run. Look what's happened to them since that run ended. Clank. I mean, that's usually what happens. Look what happened to the Bulls. After that ended, clank. I mean, even the Lakers go through their peaks and valleys. It's like clank. So that's usually what happens. You get these dynasties and it comes to an end. It's just the Spurs did it for so long. That was the shocking part of it. Like they went, I think it was like 17 years between their first and fifth championship pops. First and fifth championship. It was amazing. And then you had all these 50 string of 50-win seasons between that. It's just really, really awesome stuff. But it doesn't last that long usually. It just doesn't. And that's the challenge. How do you keep it going? You need some really smart people. And you need to get lucky. You got to have some luck on your side. If you get unlucky, well then, I mean, look at Wiseman. They're unlucky that was the draft they got the number 2 pick in. And they needed a big guy. And there really wasn't anybody else available. I mean, LaMelo was there, but he didn't really fit with Steph and Clay. Edwards gone. And then we got the big guy. Let's roll the dice. This is what we got. And then craps, and you're like, crap, that sucked. And he's in Detroit, and he's not even doing great there. If that would have been if that's a different draft, maybe you do hit on the second pick. You're like, oh baby, we're rolling. Now we're rolling, but they're not. So it's just that's what you deal with, man. That's that's sports. It's hard in a salary capped sport to keep yourself at the top, vying for championships year after year after year. And the fact that the Warriors did that for a decade, it's awesome. It's awesome. So don't be ungrateful, fans. Enjoy the decade you had.
Well, speaking of staying at the top and trying to stay relevant, on the other side, we're going to talk San Francisco 49ers and how they keep this championship window open, the personnel moves that they may have to make this offseason. We'll debate and discuss a few of those. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Believe it or not, Giants baseball returns this weekend. Broadcaster Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus with players to watch for spring training. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, back here, Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland here on Wednesday afternoon. And a moment ago, we were talking Golden State Warriors and what they do to try and keep this championship window open, even if this year, 2024, is not their year. And who knows? They go on a run toward the end of the season, find their way out of the play-in, beat a team or two in the Western Conference playoffs, and then all of a sudden we're having a different conversation. But I think it's a good segue into how you get good and then stay good, which is what the San Francisco 49ers have done. You know, their championship window, Tom, started back in 2019 as the 1 seed, 13-3 in the NFC, kind of a year ahead of schedule for what Kyle Shanahan had planned for this franchise. And then still, this year, 5 years later, competing for a Super Bowl, the 1 seed in the NFC. And no, they have not gotten to the mountaintop. They've not hoisted a trophy, but it is rare you see a window open this long. And now the challenge for the 49ers is how they keep the window open and finally win that 6th Lombardi trophy. And one of the talking points among people in NFL circles and people who follow the 49ers closely the last few days has been, what do you do with Brandon Ayuk? Are you able to pay him? Do you figure out a way to maybe trade him and recover a high first-round draft pick and get his replacement through the draft so that it eases the salary cap burden? I think they will figure out a way, because they always have with players who they've drafted and developed. And I think that Kyle, quite frankly, when he finds a wide receiver he likes, he doesn't want to move on from that player. But I don't know. How do you see this shaking out if the 49ers do have to maybe subtract one from their roster or take a good, long, hard look at their wide receiver core right now?
Well, I think if you have to lose one, to me, it has to be Debo. And I love Debo. I've said for years that him and Kittle bring the physical mindset to the team, to the offense. The way they deliver blows. It's almost inspiring watching those guys run with the ball. But with that sort of physical nature that he plays with and that I'll fight you for every inch attitude, he's been injured more. He's a guy I don't want to invest any more money in, even though he's worth it. I mean, Debo's awesome. He really is. But he's had some injury concerns, and the way he plays, and he's getting older. I don't know how that. I don't know if you can count on him for 17 games a year. Yeah, Ayuk went through the ringer early in his career. Whatever it was, he just wasn't getting it. Where they wasn't practicing like a pro, wasn't finishing blocks like a pro, wasn't running the routes the way Kyle wanted him to run, wasn't hustling in and out of the huddle. I don't know. Maybe it was all of it. Maybe it was some of it. But he had a hard time, and we're like, why isn't this guy playing? Why aren't they throwing to this guy? And then whatever it was, I still don't really know, that one day, light bulb went off, and boom. And Kyle loves the guy now. And you see it. I mean, he's their best receiver, strictly a receiver. When you talk about running and all that, then Debo comes into play. But I don't know how you get that guy, develop that guy, and then let that guy go. I just go ahead.
No, that is a point that I just think we need to hammer home here, in that the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan have not drafted someone who's turned into a star player or even a solid player and then said, okay, time's up, we have to move on from you. Remember, DeForest Buckner was not their guy. They inherited him from the previous organization, and that was obviously a hard move to make. And, Kinlaw didn't become who they thought he would. But the other thing with Debo is, Tim Kawakami pointed this out in his 49ers mailbag today for The Athletic. It would cost the 49ers the same amount to have him on the roster or off the roster this year. There's no real way to manipulate his salary. He said maybe the one guy that the 49ers could do this with is Eric Armstead. They paid Hargrave last year, and if they were to lose someone from this roster who's a high-priced guy who has maybe been around a while and is, like Debo, hurt often, Armstead could be the guy who's ultimately subtracted. The challenge there is, while you're talking about a thinning wide receiver core, you're also talking about a defensive line that was a liability for much of the postseason. And losing Armstead would be really, really tough if they did decide to go that route.
Yeah, so I wonder how much of that is the decline in the line and their play, or just how much of that was Wilkes and how much that it was a combination of the two. Because even when Armstead was in there, they were good. They weren't great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they run it back and say, let's just go ahead. Like I'm sure Jed York wants to win one before he even thinks about, like, okay, let's start doing this and doing that. And it's Kyle said many times, we can do whatever we want. We can afford whatever we want to afford. But it's going to come at a cost. Yeah. Like, if you want one thing, you can have it, but then you can't have this thing. Or you're going to have to decide between one position and two other positions. Like, so if they want to keep Armstead and keep Ayuk, they can do that. Might come at the price of the line. You may not be able to go out there and sign a lineman. You may be relying on two rookies on the right side of the line. Because to my eye, that's really where the offseason needs to start. The right side of that offensive line. Yeah. Get a tackle that can play right tackle that you think eventually can switch over to left tackle. Although I'm not even sure that's all that important anymore, right tackle, left tackle. I think just having two good tackles is important. But what's it going to cost you? What's signing these guys going to cost you? Don't know. I just know this. When you draft somebody and they pan out and went through the kind of the football hardships that or school of hard knocks, if you will, that Ayuk did, and then came out the other side and ended up looking like he looks, I'm not in the habit, like if I ran an organization, I'm not in the habit of getting rid of those guys.
Yeah.
Like we got it right. It is hard to get the draft right. It really is. So when you do get it right, especially at a premium position like wide receiver, like to me, quarterback's the one position. You get it right, you pay that guy. Period. Defensive end, you get it right, you pay that guy. They did with Bosa. You get it right with a tackle, you pay that guy. The former regime did with Staley. Although they traded for Trent Williams. They didn't draft him and then pay him. But if you get it right, you pay the guy. Got it right with Kittle. Got it right with Warner. Paid and paid. Armstead, paid. So this is a position, if you want to go quarterback and tackle, the next most important position is probably wide receiver. Right there.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what we're talking about. Like if they're thinking about like, because it's like, how do you not? You can't do it. You can't just take the chance and go, we'll draft somebody. Well, you've drafted a bunch of dudes. They haven't panned out for you. You finally went up and got one. You targeted one, and he hit, and he's really good. Like he's really good. And I'm not saying you got to pay him anything, but there's going to be parameters here that we're talking about. It's not baseball where you just like you're way out of the ballpark on a certain ask. That's not going to happen. But who knows? It may even hurt a little bit. But I'm sorry, that's an important position for any team, let alone this offense. You pay the man. Ayuk's worth it.
The other thing that the 49ers do, and they do this consistently, Tom, and look, a lot of other teams have this conversation around, do you have to cut this guy? Do you have to get rid of someone to go then sign someone? The 49ers consistently, with Jed York as the owner and John Lynch as the general manager, have found ways to restructure contracts, turn salaries into signing bonuses, and free up cap space. Mm-hmm. And I think that they've probably got one more year of doing that because Brock Purdy's still on his rookie deal. And until you have to pay Brock Purdy more than he's owed for being the 262nd pick in the draft, which really is the best contract in all of football. I mean, I think had he been an undrafted free agent, he would have made more money. There's something to that. But I just think you can look at maybe a Kyle Juszczyk, maybe a Drake Greenlaw. There are other players who you can just say, hey, your salary is a signing bonus. We're going to figure this out. Eric Armstead, maybe one of those guys. If he wants to continue playing for the 49ers, he may have to be, in the room having that conversation, because you can't move off of Brandon Ayuk if you want Brock Purdy to continue developing, and you can't move off of Brandon Ayuk and then train a train a wide receiver to do what you said, go through the doghouse, which is what Kyle Shanahan kind of requires of a lot of these guys, and then turn out to be a good wide receiver 2-3 years into his career. They need production immediately next year.
No, I totally agree. So we're on the same page on that one. Like, you can't ask somebody to eat a crap sandwich and then they eat the crap sandwich and then they turn out smelling like roast beef. I don't know. That's stupid. I don't know. I was trying to come up with something on the I was trying to come up with something on the fly. This was not. It was not working at all, as you could tell by the delivery. It's. You know when a joke's bad when the teller of it can't even sell it. Like that's a poor sell job. You just like know what you're getting into.
Get your ass together.
Yeah, it's like this is going straight into the cliff, and I can't do anything to stop it. I'm sorry. The wheel's jammed. It's not moving. Everybody, don't even worry about the seatbelts. We're toast. That was kind of like that joke. So I apologize to everybody and my family.
Well, I heard the dialogue because we just agreed. We did the worst thing you can do in sports talk radio. We aligned on our thesis here, and you just gotta move on.
You can't keep him.
Yeah. I'm sure the text line would have loved that. The text line did love your idea at the beginning of Debo being the one cut. Someone compared it to cutting Draymond Green from the Warriors. You can't just cut the fire from the team. So.
Well, they do have more. I mean, right? They do have more fire. Like Kittle's that fire too.
Yeah, Trent Williams. Trent Williams,
although not as much as those two. I think those two are just, again, when the ball's in their hands, you look at them and go, those guys are different. They're built different. And like I said, inspirational may be too strong, but you watch those guys play and go, God, if they're going to do that, I got to leave it out there too. Like they leave it out there. Those guys flat out leave it out every time they're on the field. And I'm just talking about running with the ball. I mean, you watch Debo block, you watch Kittle block. I mean, they just get after it. So you definitely do lose something with that. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And again, that decision doesn't have to be made today, because if they re-sign Ayuk, which I think they will, as Kerry pointed out, it doesn't matter whether you cut Debo or not. The cap hit's the same. So you keep them for one more year, run that back, make the decision the following year. But I think he ultimately would be the one to go. And again, when it's a position of need, like a premium position, and you get it right, not that easy to get it right. You get it right, you just got to suck it up and keep those guys. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah. On the other side, we got our sound soiree. Mike Breen going to join us at 5:30 this evening. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
The Athletic Zach Harper discussed if Klay Thompson is playing for his future with the Golden State Warriors. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. And if you have a house and Wi-Fi, like I do, you might have some of the same problems I have, or did have, where every part of the house doesn't get the same quality, fast, reliable Wi-Fi that every other part of the house gets. It happens. But the problem is, everyone has a device, phone, tablet, computer, laptop, TV, and they're doing something on it, whether they're gaming, they're streaming, maybe they're working, maybe they're going to school. It doesn't even matter what they're doing. They want the same quality Wi-Fi that the person in the best room of the house gets. Well, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everyone can get that. Everyone gets super fast, super reliable internet, and you get great coverage. That's what you want. You want great Wi-Fi coverage in the house. All you need is wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. That's right. You get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, all your rooms, all your dreams are taken care of. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout the entirety of your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has incredible coverage throughout your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
We are back, and it's time for the Sound Soiree. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland alongside Tom Tolbert on this Wednesday afternoon. And Tom, we kick things off from probably All-Star Weekend. Maybe this took place after the All-Star Game, but it's none other than Steph Curry discussing the future of Steph, Draymond, and Klay, something we've talked about a little bit this afternoon with Malika Andrews of ESPN. Here's Steph.
You've always said you wanted to go out with the same folks you rode in with Draymond, Klay. Do you still believe that the three of you will be Golden State Warriors and that's it for life?
100%. And I think that's always been a motivator for us. But you want to end it the right way. I think we've been through a lot this year, and the three of us, especially with Draymond's absence for a while, with Clay taking on a new role, the new cast of characters that we have that are right alongside us in this journey. I think it's extremely possible to accomplish both.
Extremely possible. Do you think it's probable?
No, not probable. Well, again, I mean, you're getting older, and it's tough. I'm never going to put it past those guys. I mean, those guys are champs. They know what it takes to get through the playoffs and win. So, but it's. I mean, you got to believe that as a player, that's what you're going out there for. They're not just going out there to have fun and mess around and maybe win a few games. I mean, they've done all that. They want to win championships. They've done that. This is about, can we add another championship to our legacy? So, yeah, they'll continue to do that. I don't put it past them. I'm not saying it can't happen. It could, but it's not the way to bet. I mean, they would be heavy underdogs to do something like that again. But no. They got Steph, and they got champs on that team, so it'd be hard to be fully invested the other way, thinking they can't do it. I don't believe that either, because I've seen those guys and what they could do. But again, it's tough. It just gets tougher every year. And mentally, you're great, but physically, it's like the body doesn't do what you tell it to do anymore. So we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be a crazy day if one of those three players ever wears a different uniform.
Oh,
I mean,
that'll be just
comes
so,
back to Chase
what
Center.
Are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
I've always thought, what's the one player you think of when you think of, what's he doing in that uniform?
There's a lot. I
mean, it doesn't even matter what sport.
For me, it was always like Tim Lincecum in the Angels uniform. Tim Lincecum wearing a Giants uniform is but there's probably other examples. I think I saw one the other day of Vladimir Guerrero finishing his career in an Orioles uniform. And I know that he played for a bunch of different teams, but the thought of Vlad just throwing on the orange and black, I thought was funny.
Mine is a weird one. It's a
Joe
weird
and the
one.
Chiefs, Willie and the Mets.
That's Joe and Ronnie with the Jets or the Raiders, and I mean Jerry played for like 4 different teams, I think. But that
Jerry
first
was
time
so good for 4 other teams.
I know he was. That first time, it's like But for some reason, I still remember Danny Ainge, Celtics to Kings. What a contrast, right? Like one of the greatest franchises in not just NBA history, but sports history. And now he's got on the baby blue of the Kings, and all that comes with being a king. That was like, that is just so wrong. Celtics to Kings. Not the biggest name, but maybe the biggest gap you can have in franchises between the Celtics and the Kings at the time. It was, that was stunning. I was like, that just don't look right.
Yeah, I could see it for Clay. I could see it for Draymond. I don't know that I could see Steph going anywhere else. But speaking of,
and even though Danny did play for the Suns, but it's just I realized that. But the Suns wasn't as big a deal. Like the Kings was the one where it's like, that ain't good.
Tell us how you really feel about those threads. Yeah, MJ and the Wizards. Yeah, that's a good pull from Tim. Speaking of the big three, Draymond Green was on the alternate broadcast. Believe it or not, there were multiple broadcasts for TNT's All-Star Game on Sunday night.
Yeah,
so
we needed
that. If you didn't like the first one, you could actually catch the All-Star in a different variety. He went back and forth, I believe, with Charles Barkley. I don't know when Charles Barkley made his comments about the Bay Area and San Francisco, but Draymond Green took him on and defended the Bay Area with maybe a barb at Indy. So here's Draymond.
Hey, Reggie, we love you. Let's not have another Austin anthem. Let's let this be the last one. Come on, man.
Was it the snow,
You spent enough time here, Reggie. You don't need to come back for
Was it the minus, the 17 degrees?
Hey, Reggie.
Yes?
If you had a chance of being cold or being around a bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco, would you?
Oh, that's crazy. You're not welcome. They're not letting you in. You're not welcome.
We love San San Francisco.
No, we don't. Yes, we do.
You can't even walk around down there.
Yes, you can walk around.
Yeah, with a bulletproof vest.
Hey, Chuck, you live in Philadelphia,
that little red button on that microphone that says cough, you just hold that.
Microphone, just hold the cough button.
It's funny, but it's not even close to remotely being true.
Yeah.
But it is. It's funny. It's like like I tell people, you don't always got to nitpick comedians and the jokes, their validity. If there's like a little bit of truth to it, that's fine. They're comedians. They got comedic license. That's kind of what Chuck is. He's just like he's a comedian half the time when he's up there. So if you want to get mad at him and take what he says seriously, then that's on you. You should know by now. You take him seriously and think he's doing research into a lot of this stuff, then that's a you problem at that point. Just take it if you think it's funny, not funny, whatever. But I'm not taking travel advice from Chuck. I don't care what city he's talking about. I'm like, oh, Chuck thinks it's dangerous. I'm not going then.
If Charles Barkley says I can't go,
it wasn't safe. I'm not going to go. So whatever. Wait. Look, we all know that Chuck has a certain kind of love affair with the Bay Area, and it's reciprocal. Neither of them like each other, and that's fine. We just know that's been the case for years and years and years. So
I love that. I'm not getting my travel advice from Charles Barkley. Some good stuff. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk 49ers here during our sound soiree.
Yes.
Here's what Adam Schefter had to say when discussing whether Steve Wilks was the scapegoat for the San Francisco 49ers and the reason behind whether Kyle Shanahan relieved him of his duties. Here's ESPN's Adam Schefter.
And it wasn't because of the Super Bowl. Like, that's, I think, the misnomer that people think, oh, they lost the Super Bowl, let's make Steve Wilks the scapegoat. No, they felt like it just wasn't a fit. The numbers were down across the board. That's the easy, convenient thing. Like, let's scapegoat Steve. I don't believe that's what it was.
That was Schefter's passionate there.
It really was.
I don't
really
believe
was.
Yeah. I don't know that I've been that fired up about
coordinator getting dismissed.
Yeah,
very inside football there. I don't know. I mean, we've talked about that. We
don't know where we need to go with that one.
No,
but we do have Tom, one of your favorites for this next soundbite, and that's Cam Newton discussing why the 49ers lost the Super Bowl.
Here's not game manager.
Yeah, exactly. Here's one of Tom's all-time favorites, Cam Newton.
There was too many people who have exposed they didn't know the real rules of overtime. Listen,
Linda.
No, we're not understanding how serious this is. The fact that they weren't abreast to what the rules were, that's Steve Wilks, that's Shanahan, that's John Lynch, that's the 49ers organization. And that's not Brock Purdy's fault. He played good enough for his team to win. He made plays, and he made plays in times of need as well.
So there you have it.
No.
Look, I'm not getting my travel advice from Cam Newton either, and that's not really here nor there. But I'm not
getting
even
my fashion advice from
I'm
Cam
not even
Newton.
getting my football facts from Cam Newton. Not even close. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, I mean, whether they knew the rule or not, it doesn't change anything. Yeah, I didn't know the rule. I thought I'd just, I wasn't gonna block as hard this play. I wasn't gonna run the route the same way because I didn't know the rule. You're still trying to go down and score. Now, would I prefer that the Niners were like the Chiefs in that they knew the rules and they had a plan? Yeah, that'd be great. And Andy Reid was prepared for it. They were prepared for it, most of them anyway. But I don't think it changes anything. If it changed something that I thought it gave the Chiefs an advantage somehow, yeah, then you would have a problem with that. That'd be coaching malpractice, but it wasn't. And I don't think it changed. It would not. I don't think it changed. It didn't change anything. So that talking point got old really fast, and I thought people made way too much of that. I really did.
Yeah. Well, enough of the sound soiree, enough of that talking point, and enough of Cam Newton. On the other side, the great Mike Breen going to join us here on Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes Wednesday afternoon, leading you in to Greg Silver this evening for Sports Phone KNBR. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. If you have IRS tax problems, they can feel overwhelming. Where do I start? Who do I turn to? And as you're thinking of all these things, the meter just keeps on churning. Tick, 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 tick. That's right. It's like, whoa, wait. That wasn't what I owed yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I know. It's very different now. You have to get it taken care of because the IRS does not forget. How do I do it? I don't do this. Well, that's why you go to someone who does do this and has been doing it for a long time. Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team can take care of you. It doesn't matter what issues you're dealing with, whether they're crypto issues, you're just late filing, forgot, or didn't have the money. Sometimes life gets in the way, or it's a criminal case. They've dealt with it. So you set up a consultation. They'll be very transparent on what they can, what they can't do, what the price will be, and you will have a roadmap to the light at the end of the tunnel. And that's all you want. Drop the bag of stress. Get rid of it. Ugh. Phone. It's at the IRS. Mail. It's at the IRS. Knocking on the door. There's no way to live. Drop those issues off at the office of Alex Kugelman. Let him deal with those issues. That's what he does. That's what you pay him to do. That's Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
If I wasn't Jamaican, then why would I wear this hat?
KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always a pleasure to talk to one of my favorites, the lead play-by-play man for ESPN's NBA coverage, and let's not forget ABC as well. He'll be calling games with Doris Burke. Mike Breen. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Who picks the bumper music?
No, I not me.
You don't even care, is what
No,
you're
I do. I do. I want all my guests to feel like a good coming into a segment. So,
no, it's good. It's nice. It's like
you.
a little jazzy. It's a little jazzy. It's nice.
Yeah.
You should probably mix in a little Jethro Tull in and out of commercial breaks.
Oh, you want Jethro Tull? Oh, that's what you're looking for. I'm a big Jethro Tull guy.
I'm outraged because once again the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland has just omitted them from being the latest inductees. It's a crime against music. And I'm going to keep this fight going until I get into the Hall of Fame.
Okay, you keep going with Jethro Tull. I'll keep going with Iron Maiden. Because the fact that Iron Maiden isn't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, at least I don't believe they're in, that's not a crime against music. That's a crime against humanity. Is really what it is.
I was not willing to go to the humanity line.
No, I am. It's an injustice of epic proportions is what it is. And it needs to be remedied. It absolutely needs to be remedied.
Kerry, sorry to go off on this tangent. I apologize.
Hey, you know what? This platform was made for Jethro Tull defense. So
yes,
that's what Sports Talk Radio is all about.
Oh man,
I'm in your corner
here. I want to get into
here.
a little of the NBA season, but I don't want to get into the All-Star games. I didn't even really watch it. But there's a lot of people out there. I mean, it's just all negative stuff, and it's tiresome. It's been going on forever, but I wanted to say something positive about the All-Star game, that this year, for the first year, you were able to watch the players not give a damn on 4 different channels, and I thought that was pretty cool. So
touché.
They had that going for them, which I thought was pretty special. I mean, real quick, isn't the bottom line here? Everybody's trying to figure out how to fix it. I'm like, there's only about 30 players that could fix it. The players. I mean, if the players want to try, the game will be better. If they don't want to try, it's not going to be better. I mean, it's really, and you can watch it or not watch it. I don't really care, but it's a little disappointing that it could be better, should be better. It's not, but it's the players. Isn't that it? I mean, there's no inducement you can have to make these players play harder if they don't want to.
Well, I just, if they ever go to the point where like, oh, let's pay them more. I think that would be a big mistake. Yes. And I agree with you. And if you look back at some of the old highlights, it's truly amazing how hard they went at it. It meant something to beat the East. It meant something to beat the West. Yep. And a lot of it has to do with who are the leaders of each of the teams. And that's what you need. You need one or two of the top players to really take and go at it. I do remember a couple of years ago, Kyle Lowry, I think he drew 4 charges, and that's when they had that each quarter was for a different charity.
Yes,
but you don't want to get too gimmicky. Tom, I couldn't agree with you more in that it has to come from the players. The players have to say, you know what, let's do something before this game becomes obsolete.
No, there's no doubt about it. They'll be playing flag football before we know it. Let me ask you about how much fun has this year been for you, specifically in the kind of the West? We're kind of getting a turnover at the top here. With the Clippers were always supposed to be good. They've never been able to put it together, but this kind of looks like the year maybe they won't be the Clippers, which means something will happen to them. It's kind of funny when Kawhi and Paul George play, how much better your team can be. But Oklahoma City's, to me, outside, I'll even say with the Warriors, and I call games for the Warriors, but they're the most fun team to watch in the NBA. They're just super fun. And then Minnesota is a new team at the top. It's kind of fun seeing a little bit of turnover at the top and then see all these like big dogs down, 5 through 10. It's pretty wild. Does that excite you, getting to see like some turnover in the West and see how it all plays out?
Oh, it's the unpredictability that makes it so exciting. And, you mentioned Minnesota and OKC. Both of those teams at one point so far have been best record in the Western Conference. And they are legitimately a team that can beat anybody. But are they ready to win 3 series in a row? So that's a cool narrative with them. The Clippers and the Denver Nuggets are talent-wise and or team-wise, they can win a title this year. That's how good they are. But you look at the Clippers. Is their history going to come back and bite them? With Denver, they lost some key role players. Can they do it again, even with this spectacular generational player in Jokic? And then you even look at a Phoenix Suns team that's still not. It's still hard to gauge how good they can be. They can outscore anybody. I mean anybody. And even in some instances now with Dallas, that they picked up a few good supporting cast players. They're a team that on any given night can not only beat you, can beat you by 25. And now you have the Lakers and the Warriors, two teams with, the future Hall of Famers that on certain nights say to you, maybe they're not done yet. So I think it's so fascinating because it's so darn unpredictable.
No doubt about it. Talking to Mike Breen, nice enough to join us for a little bit, talking NBA. What do you make of the Bucks? Because they have not looked, and even when they had a good record and they got rid of Griffin, they sort of didn't look like that team that I think we thought they might look like. And getting Dame Lillard was incredible, but I don't know if they realized how much just Drew Holiday really tied that defense in, and that physical toughness that you get with Holiday that, you don't expect from Lillard because that's not really who he is. But Holiday is he's a bulldog out there. He gets after you, and he can hit big threes. It seems like they lost more than maybe even they thought they were going to lose, because defensively this year, you got to play some defense to win an NBA championship, and losing to Memphis was just a really bad look heading into the break.
Yeah, it's funny to say this about a team that has Giannis, Lillard, Middleton, Lopez. Yeah. To say they look like they're not a confident team sounds silly, with all that they've accomplished individually and team-wise in their career. But that's what I see right now. They don't have confidence that we can just take over this game, or we can go on this long run. Now, I think the coaching change has something to do with that. There's certainly an adjustment period to that. But I think the other thing, Tom, is that they don't have the margin for error that they've had in the past. And I think Holiday's a big part of that. Now, Damian Lillard is one of the great players in today's game and has been over the past 10 years. But it's a different look for a team that relied on what Holiday brought for so many years to get them through tough times. And Lillard has always been the alpha dog of his team. He's not yet able to do that with Giannis' presence. I mean, they're working on it. But I do think sometimes, and if you notice this, whenever you put another great player who's always been the number one guy with another number one guy, it does take some time for them to figure out and still be that great future Hall of Fame player while playing with somebody they'd never played with before. So, I know it's well past the halfway point in terms of the number of games, but I still wouldn't count them out.
Yeah. Mike, I wanted to go back to something that you mentioned a moment ago, and that was before the answer about the Bucks, the Western Conference. You talked about the top 5 teams and how basically all of them have the capability of winning a title this year. And you look at 6 through 10 right now, Pelicans, Mavs, Kings, Lakers, and Warriors. And I think that this has the potential to be maybe one of the best play-ins the NBA has ever seen. And I know that it's a relatively short history, but I think that this chaos, this excitement, all of these teams are also capable of a first-round upset, right?
There's no doubt. Kerry, look at New Orleans. There are some nights where you think New Orleans could make a conference final. There's some nights you think they'll lose the first game of the play-in. To me, they're the most unpredictable team. They go from greatness to such mediocrity. And part of that's guys in the lineup, but that's a dangerous team. And the other team you mentioned is Sacramento. So last year they were the darlings. They had the magnificent regular season, and especially at home. And then they lose to Steph Curry in a 50-point Game 7 in a series that they probably should have won. So they're not where they were last year, but they're capable again. So I couldn't agree with you more. There's some teams that they're not going to be able to win 3 series and get to the NBA Finals, but they can, against almost anybody, win a single series, and that's what makes the playoffs so unbelievable.
Now, the play-in is going to be, I still think it's unnecessary, but it's going to be really good. The only thing that make the play-in better, especially in the Western Conference, if they paid the players more money to play in it. That'd be fantastic. I really think they should look into something. They should look into something like that.
Most people, when they get older, sarcasm diminishes. With you, it's just going the opposite way. It's increasing with every year that you age.
I work at it, Mike. I really do.
You excel at it. You don't work at it. You excel at it.
I get in the gym. I'm like, I got to keep my sarcasm sharp. I don't want to lose it. I take my vitamins, and I try to keep it right there.
By the way, when you're in the gym, are you one of those people that videotapes yourself working out? That's a big thing now.
Come on, please. Yeah, I mean. Only on Fridays. But no, not. I try not to do it. No, actually, it was funny. I joined a gym and I never. I went, but all I did is like do the treadmill and like cardio stuff. I'm like, what am I doing? I can walk and I can do it outside instead of paying this ridiculous fee to be in here when I don't even hardly lift anymore. But no, I like to do stuff by myself. I'm shy, as you know, so I try not to. I wanted to ask you about Boston, because Boston to me this year seems like, and I've said this about them all year, maybe even some last year, they're a team right now where the regular season means nothing. It just doesn't. Nobody cares what record they put up. Nobody cares what Tatum and Brown and they just. It's okay. We've seen that before. Now, can you get through a 7-game series? Can Tatum be the guy on a team? And do you feel like, I feel like teams get to that point eventually when they've kind of done really cool stuff during the regular season, number 1 seed, maybe even been to a finals like they did against the Warriors, bunch of Eastern Conference finals. But now, fairly or unfairly, that's big time sports. It's about what are you going to do in the playoffs, and can you finally bring home a championship? Do you kind of feel like that this is the year, like the Celtics, people say, we don't care about what you do short of winning a championship?
Well, what you said at the top is this shows you how motivated they are. So they know that. They know it doesn't matter where they finish. All they're going to be judged upon is whether or not they get to the finals and win a title. Yet they still have this huge gap between them and the next best team, not only in the East, but in the entire NBA. They're playing great basketball, and they've done it with such new pieces that were different than the pieces they've had in the past. It's all coming together. And we can talk about Holiday and White, who I think is the best defensive backcourt in the league and one of the best defensive backcourts I've ever seen. We can talk about Porzingis and how he's such a different dynamic for them to have. But it's all about Tatum for me from a standpoint of he really has sacrificed to make this team better to win a title. And I think that's going to go a long way in the playoffs, because at the end of the game, a lot in the playoffs the last couple of years, he had the ball in his hands all the time and tried to make the big play. He's not. He doesn't feel the need to do that anymore. He has one thing on his agenda this year, and it has nothing to do with an MVP or an All-NBA. He just wants to win the title, and he's playing that way. And I think that's one of the biggest things when your star player, when your best player takes that attitude.
I wanted to ask you about the 65-game rule, because we talked about it a little bit when Embiid got hurt, and I said maybe there needs to be some tinkering, some adjustments, and overall, though, without that, and I don't want to discount that because that's an MVP candidate, one of the best players in the league that went down. Now, we don't know if he was pushing it because of 65 games. I mean, everybody kind of thinks that's what happened, and I always say, look, players today, you got to go through, you got to check off a lot of boxes to get in games. Like, teams are more than willing to sit you longer nowadays for long-term health. And I don't know what he had to say. I don't know if the doctors cleared him. I don't know if the trainers. I don't know. I'm guessing everybody checked off on it, and he played. But for the most part, it's been really good for the league, and they're playing, and the players signed off on this, and we realize why. Nobody wants to pay ridiculous rights fees to have a Friday night game where 2 stars aren't playing, and everybody goes, "Oh, I can't wait for the Bucks and Warriors." Oh, Giannis is out and Steph's out. Click, and they just keep moving on to another game. So, I mean, I get it. Is it? I think it's probably good. Ultimately, it sucks if Embiid played and maybe shouldn't have. I don't know if there's a perfect answer for this, Mike. I think they're right, though, in this regard, that guys were sitting out just because they wanted to sit out, and the team was being way too cautious. These guys out. So I think ultimately it works. I think the league had this one right, and you may get a casualty from time to time. It stinks, but the players kind of forced them to do this. If they would have just played when they could have played and were healthy enough to play, we wouldn't have needed any of this.
There's no perfect solution, but this is a good one, and I think it works. And the majority of what's defined as a star player, either an all-star or an all-NBA, the amount of games they've played, the percentage of games they played this year is way up for most of them. Tim Bontemps, the wonderful writer for ESPN, and you see him a lot on, he wrote a story about of this a few weeks back, and back in the 80s, star players missed an average of 10.4 per season. Okay, that's pretty good. In the 90s, it went up to 10.6, still great. In the 2000s, it went up to 13.9 games. Oof. Still a good number, okay?
Yeah.
In 2010s, it shot up to 17.5. This is the average. And this decade so far, you know what the average was coming into the season? 23.9.
Oh, my.
23.9.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's incredible. So by what you said, the NBA, the players forced the league to do this. Absolutely. And I think it's the right thing to do. Is there going to be problems? You know, is a guy going to have 63 one year and he deserves to be? That's probably going to happen. But I think for the overall good of the game, and especially for the good of the fans, I think it was something that had to be done.
What do you think about, just quickly before we let you go, kind of the overall where the game is at? We've talked about this before, and you're a big sports fan, so when I talk baseball, I talk basketball. There's an analogy there that analytics kind of took over the sports, and it's still good. I still love watching it, but ruined it to some extent is too strong. But it's made it, in my opinion, a little less enjoyable. Like, you can't play defense in the NBA now. Everyone wants to shoot threes or shoot layups. The variety of the game, the mid-range game. If Kareem played nowadays, they'd say, "Get your skyhook out of here. We don't need a 12-footer. We need a. Can you shoot that from three? No. We can sit on the bench. We don't need that." It's amazing. And baseball's, kind of all about the three true outcomes. And it's like, well, whatever happened to the hit and run, or guys that could run the bases, or just all the variety that came with baseball? And I'm afraid 5 years from now, it's going to still be more of that. Like, efficiency is taking over in a way that I don't know that it makes it more enjoyable or more watchable. It may help you win games, and that's great for the team that's doing it. But as a consumer, I want to watch games and think, this is like really fun. Look at all the cool stuff they're doing, instead of thinking this is a big math equation that I'm watching on the diamond or on the court.
It goes in cycles, and that's always been the case. Are there nights when one team shoots 7 for 41 from three and another shoots 8 for 38 that are awful to watch? Absolutely. But right now, the skill level of today's players it's just off the charts in how good it is. And so from that standpoint, you can still every night just marvel at what they're able to do, not only athletically, but the skill level off the charts. Then you have, I always love to see a Nikola Jokic and a Joel Embiid. There's still some wonderful post play. I mean, are they, they're the exceptions more than the rule, but it's still present and it's still successful. So I always think it's going to come back a little bit. Do I think sometimes there's too many guys just jacking up threes? Absolutely. But overall, I think the young stars in today's game, their skill level is something to just behold every night. Sometimes I sit there and I can't believe it. Used to be one or two guys that were able to do certain things, both shooting wise and ball handling wise. Now it's almost everybody, including the centers. And I think that's so much fun to watch when you have a chance. But it's always been tinkered with. And I do think, Tom, I think we're going to start seeing some more rules put in to give the defense a little bit more of a chance, because right now playing defense in the NBA is so difficult. Coaching defense in the NBA is so difficult, just because of the skill level and how the game is so spaced out. The spacing that's going on the offenses today makes it almost impossible to cover teams on certain nights.
Yeah, I think they ought to give each team 8 free chucks per game, like 2 a quarter, and you just get to knock the crap out of somebody going through the lane. You never know when it's coming, but you get 8 free ones.
That's a great idea, Tom. As Jethro Tull once said, you're thick as a brick.
Wow, we started with Jethro Tull. We ended with Jethro Tull.
Put him in the hall.
I had something I was going to throw in there, but I'm not. That's a perfect
do it.
No, it's a perfect bow tie Jethro Tull package for those that like Jethro Tull. So there you go. Put him in the Hall of Fame so Mike will be happy.
Are you telling me that you're exhibiting self-control right now?
Yes, I am. Hard to believe, isn't it?
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. I appreciate that. Now I'm going to have to say goodbye before I actually do say it. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Tom, anytime, buddy. Gary,
thank you, man. I appreciate it. Oh, my gosh. It's absolutely the best. He was the first guy I worked with in the NBA and just the best. I wish it could have lasted longer, but I ended up being in the studio for the rest of the season. But no, he's one of those guys that I always say, you root for people, you want good people to do well. He's a great person, and he's doing well. And I couldn't be happier. So
you want to know one of the first things that comes up when you Google Jethro Tull?
What?
Other musicians who've been influenced by Jethro Tull. Iron Maiden.
Okay.
So
really?
Iron Maiden, Steve Harris. That's
that?
The first one.
Go
one.
figure.
So, yeah,
Wow.
Mike had you on that. So
he really did.
Let's hear
That's
from
wild.
Greg Silver on the other side. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. Of The Athletic was not bullish on the 2024 crop of Giants prospects. Well, what else is new? That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.